Chapter 1. Sausages and Bread. Oscar, are you feeling anxious about the awakening of your martial spirit? I feel as though my heart might leap from my throat, and I desperately need to visit the restroom, Oscar remarked, standing amidst a group of children, his nervousness palpable as. He cast anxious glances around. Of course I am. This is undoubtedly a momentous occasion that will influence our entire lives. How could one not feel apprehensive? Lubai replied, appearing far more composed than Oscar, remaining still and avoiding unnecessary movements. However, more than the martial spirit, I am concerned about our innate soul power. If one lacks innate soul power, or if it is at a meager level, the days ahead could indeed be arduous. They were in Meat Fragrance Village, a relatively remote hamlet on the outskirts of the Tindo Empire. The villagers, whose martial spirits were predominantly linked to various meat products, perpetually inhaled the enticing aromas of their craft, hence the village's name. Today marked the annual Martial Spirit Awakening Day, when children aged 6 would gather to partake in the awakening ceremony. However, the soul master responsible for this ceremony was not dispatched by the Spirit Hall. Typically, most villages rely on the Spirit Hall for such occasions. Yet, there exist villages too obscure or unrecognized by the Spirit Hall, lacking a local branch. Such villages often appeal for assistance from their respective empires or collectively fund the invitation of a soul master to preside over the ritual each year. Given that the requirements for overseeing the awakening ceremony are not particularly high, the prowess of the presiding soul master does not significantly affect the quality of the martial spirits awakened. For Meat Fragrance Village, renowned for producing food-type soul masters, inviting a lower-tier soul master incurs minimal expense, with costs shared among the villagers, rendering it manageable on an annual basis. Nevertheless, in recent years, the villagers of Meat Fragrance Village have grown increasingly reluctant to contribute funds, as the number of children possessing soul power among food-type martial spirits has dwindled significantly. Furthermore, food-type soul masters belong to the auxiliary category, facing greater challenges in soul power cultivation compared to their combat-oriented counterparts, making it difficult to produce any prominent figures. Indeed, most soul masters originating from Meat Fragrance Village possess modest soul power and often pursue occupations that are easily overlooked, such as cooking. Regardless, the annual Martial Spirit Awakening ceremony remains a paramount event in the village chief's mind. Children, quiet down. The portly village chief bellowed, his ample flesh jiggling noticeably. Today marks a splendid day for the awakening of your martial spirits. I hope you all strive diligently to awaken a remarkable martial spirit and swiftly become glorious and esteemed soul masters. Upon concluding his speech, the rotund chief stepped aside to introduce the soul master officiating the ceremony this year. This is Master Flandra, a soul master who fortuitously passed through our village. His willingness to assist us deserves our heartfelt gratitude. The children could not help but express their admiration in chorus. Moments later, as the applause subsided, the chief continued, the time of our esteemed soul master is precious. Children, please line up. Once the individuals ahead of you have completed their turns, you shall proceed immediately for the ceremony. Do you understand? Understood, echoed the children in unison. Very well. The portly village chief smiled warmly, his chubby face radiating friendliness. Lord Flanders, please proceed. Flanders stepped forward. Flanders' most distinctive feature was his glasses. Hello, children. I am the soul master here to awaken your martial souls. I hope you're not afraid. Rest assured, it will be quick and painless. Master Soul Master, it really won't hurt? A small boy standing at the front raised his hand to inquire. Of course not. Flanders smiled at the boy. Did your parents not share their experiences of awakening their martial souls when they were young? Yes, they did. But they always lied to me, saying the medicine wasn't bitter at all, yet it always tastes quite bitter every time I drink it. The boy appeared somewhat anxious. Would you like to go first? Flanders chuckled as he arranged 6 stones on the ground in a hexagonal shape, asking, let's see if I am deceiving you. What if you really do deceive me? The boy seemed skeptical. Flanders produced a piece of candy. As long as you speak the truth, this candy is yours. Well then, I will go first. The boy, succumbing to the desire for candy, mustered his courage and stepped into the hexagonal formation made of stones, while the other children watched nervously. Flanders pointed from a distance, and the 6 stones instantly activated, releasing a golden light shield. The boy's anxious expression quickly faded, and a glimmer of light appeared in his right hand. At that moment, Flanders gently advised, slowly open your right hand. The boy instinctively opened his palm, watching as the light in his hand grew larger, revealing a square object. It's tofu. Your martial soul is the food type tofu. Flanders spoke slowly. How does it feel? Not uncomfortable, is it? The boy gazed at the tofu in his hand, momentarily dazed by Flanders' words, then quickly declared, "Yais. It doesn't hurt at all." "Well then, this candy is yours." Flanders placed the candy in the boy's hand and produced a crystal. "Now, let's test your soul power, and your martial soul awakening ceremony will be complete." The boy, clutching the candy, excitedly grasped the crystal, but after a moment, nothing happened. "All right, little one, unfortunately, you possess no soul power, so you will not be able to become a soul master in the future." Flanders offered a brief consolation and turned to the eagerly awaiting children behind. Next, with that, the process quickened 7 or 8 children passed through in swift succession. The village of meaty fragrance truly lived up to its name aside from the first child's martial soul being tofu. The subsequent 7 or 8 were all meat ribs, pork belly, steak, chicken legs filling the air with an enticing aroma. "I am finally close." Oscar's initial anxiety gradually transformed into excitement as he clutched Lu Bai and eagerly asked, "Lu Bai, what kind of martial soul do you think I will awaken? Will I have soul power?" "Your martial soul should be a sausage," Lu Bai casually revealed. "You have innate full soul power, so just one soul ring and you could become a soul master." "What does innate full soul power mean?" Oscar blinked, his delicate, rosy face adorned with peach blossom-like eyes, already possessing a remarkable allure for the opposite gender. "Don't ask for now, it's your turn. Hurry up," Lu Bai urged. Startled, Oscar abandoned his curiosity and stepped forward, positioning himself within the hexagon formed by 6 stones. "Steady yourself, don't be nervous," Flander habitually added, his gaze swiftly scanning Lu Bai, having overheard the conversation between him and Oscar. Particularly, he was surprised to hear the term innate full soul power from Lu Bai, a relatively technical phrase. Oscar opened his right hand, and a red sausage materialized, exuding a savory aroma. "Is it really a sausage?" 2. Oscar was astonished that Lu Bai had guessed correctly. Flander, connecting the dots, recalled Lu Bai's mention of innate full soul power and quickly handed over a soul power crystal. "Here, let's test your innate soul power." Oscar instinctively grasped it, and light surged forth. The crystal emitted a brilliant glow, illuminating Flanders' glasses. Incredible, an auxiliary soul master with innate full soul power. Flanders' heart swelled with joy, resolutely deciding to recruit Oscar into his academy. Who would have thought that while casually seeking a little profit, I would encounter such talent? Is fortune finally smiling upon me? His attention then shifted to the child Lu Bai behind Oscar. How does he know that this child's martial spirit is a sausage? If he is merely guessing, then how do we explain the concept of innate full soul power? Such terminology is not common knowledge. With this curiosity in mind, Flander kindly addressed Oscar. "Child, could you kindly tell me your name?" "I am Oscar. My name is Oscar." After his brief self-introduction, Oscar inquired, "Master Soul Master, is innate full soul power truly impressive?" "It is indeed remarkable," Flander responded with a smile, producing a piece of candy. "Thus, dear Oscar, I would like to invite you to attend my Soul Master Academy and become a Soul Master. Would you be willing?" Oscar was unaware of what a Soul Master Academy entailed, but he understood that this Soul Master seemed fond of him and wished to take him away from the village. His gaze instinctively shifted to the only familiar elder present, the plump village chief. Seeing Oscar glance his way, the village chief immediately comprehended Oscar's intention. "Little Oscar, becoming a Soul Master is a tremendous opportunity. Just agree. I will speak to your father." No sooner had the village chief spoken than a voice rang out from the gathered villagers. "I certainly agree. What is there to discuss?" Moments later, a slender man with a bushy beard squeezed through the crowd. "Oscar, go ahead and become a Soul Master. Your father eagerly anticipates your success." "Okay, Dad. I will certainly do my best." Oscar excitedly waved to his father and turned to Flander, declaring, "Master Soul Master, I am willing to attend your academy." "Excellent." Flander beamed. "Now, Oscar, please stand over here. I will complete the martial spirit awakening for the others and then take you with me. It was now Lu Bai's turn. Upon entering the hexagon, Flander inquired, "Child, is your name Li Bai?" "Indeed, it is composed of the character for music and the character for white." Li Bai exhibited a hint of nervousness. There is no need to be anxious. Shortly, when your right hand begins to radiate light, simply open your palm. Flander casually reminded him, pausing to ask, "Just now, I overheard you telling Oscar that his martial soul would be a sausage and that he would possess innate full soul power. How did you come to know that?" "I was merely jesting," replied Li Bai with a serious demeanor. "Oscar enjoys sausages, so if he were to awaken a sausage martial soul, it would surely bring him joy. Furthermore, last year, While observing another's martial soul awakening, I heard a senior soul master mention that innate full soul power is the best. This reasoning was quite logical, if not expected. Ah, I see. Flander felt a tinge of disappointment, but as he noticed Libai's right hand beginning to glow, he prompted, "Open your right hand." Upon hearing this, Libai promptly released his grip, and the light gradually expanded, revealing a loaf of bread, roughly the size of his fist, hovering in the palm of his right hand. Bread. You possess a food-type martial soul. Come, let's measure your soul power. Flander spoke nonchalantly, harboring no particular expectations. One possessing innate full soul power in the support category was already astonishing. Could there truly be two? With a trace of hesitation, Libai closed his eyes and grasped the crystal. After a brief moment, he heard Flander's voice. Not bad. You possess second-level soul power. With diligent training, you may become a formidable food-type soul master. Innate soul power is not zero. It is indeed cultivable. Libai felt a surge of satisfaction. Yes. Thank you. Flander observed the shift in Libai's expressions and chuckled. You, dear child, are rather pragmatic. Esteemed soul master. Oscar, standing behind Flander, cautiously tugged at his sleeve. Since Libai can also become a soul master, may he accompany me to your academy? Why do you ask? Flander gazed at Oscar. What special connection do you share with him? Libai is my brother, Oscar proudly introduced. Moreover, he is quite remarkable. Although he is the same age as I, Libai has long been assisting our family with various tasks. Whether weaving bamboo baskets or crafting furniture, he excels at all. In fact, his work surpasses that of many adults. That is indeed impressive. Flander regarded Libai with newfound admiration. Right. Oscar beamed at the praise directed towards Libai. So, esteemed soul master, please allow Libai to join me. However, that is not feasible. Flander shook his head, declining Oscar's request. I will elaborate on our Soul Master Academy later. For now, I must continue overseeing the martial soul awakenings. Oscar grew anxious, but Libai quickly stepped forward, swiftly covering Oscar's mouth. Esteemed soul master, please continue. Flander cast another glance at Libai and nodded, addressing the children still waiting behind. Next. The village had few children, and after Libai, only 5 or 6 remained. Regrettably, the offspring of Oscar and Libai possess an innate soul power of 0, rendering them incapable of cultivating soul energy, and thus unable to become soul masters in the future. The disappointed villagers departed with their children, leaving Oscar's father and the portly village chief standing in place. The two exchanged glances at Flandra and the visibly disheartened Oscar, unsure of what to say. Oscar, Flander began, our Soul Master Academy is named Shrek Academy. Do you comprehend the significance behind this name? Oscar shook his head. It signifies that our academy does not welcome ordinary soul masters. Flander spoke with an air of pride. We only accept monsters. Oscar, possessing a keen intellect, though somewhat perplexed by Flander's notion of monsters, understood that Flandra would not permit Libai to enroll, which left him feeling quite dejected. Yes, there truly no way for Libai to join us. Flandra remained silent, merely observing him. I understand. Oscar clenched his fist, his resolute gaze meeting Flandra's. If he cannot accompany me, then I shall. Libai once again covered Oscar's mouth, apologizing to Flandra. I'm sorry for putting you in this predicament. I will persuade him properly. Please grant me a little time. Flandra, instead of expressing anger, smiled at both Oscar and Libai. Your bond is truly remarkable. It's not that special, Libai replied earnestly. It's merely slightly better than an ordinary brotherly relationship. Ha ha ha. Flandra laughed heartily. Splendid. A relationship slightly better than that of ordinary brothers. Oscar looked at Flandra in confusion. Esteemed soul master, are you implying that you are willing to allow Libai to attend the academy? Certainly not. Flandra shook his head. Once the academy's rules are established, they cannot be altered. Oscar's expression fell immediately. However, Flandra changed his tone. If it is merely to provide him with a place to reside near the academy, that could be arranged. Oscar's face brightened with joy. So, does that mean Libai and I won't have to part ways? Well, I cannot say for certain. Flandra stroked his beard thoughtfully. Libai is still quite young. Whether he can manage to live independently in the outside world depends upon his own abilities. With Libai around, there will be no issues. Oscar embraced Libai's shoulders. He helps with many tasks at home. Wait a moment. Oscar's father suddenly rushed over, his expression serious as he addressed Oscar. Oscar, could you please not take Libai away? Without him, there will be no one to manage the household chores. Do you truly wish for your father to live amidst a pile of refuse? I would not mind. Oscar replied decisively. After all, so many older sisters and young ladies favor you, you could easily marry a stepmother to take care of you. You ungrateful child. How could you utter such dreadful words? Oscar's father stepped back, clutching his heart, and declared, I would rather remain single until my last breath, suffocated by smoke, perishing in a heap of refuse, than ever seek a stepmother for you. Had Oscar not been aware of his father's circumstances, he might have been convinced by the fervor of his words. Indeed, indeed, you keep at it. I shall take Labai with me now, he replied. Fuming, Oscar's father retorted, Get out of here! With a nonchalant shrug, Oscar grasped Lubai's hand, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Labai interjected, signaling Oscar to pause. He hurriedly approached Oscar's father and knelt deeply, saying, I am profoundly grateful for your care over the years. Had you not rescued me that fateful snowy night, I would surely have perished. You lad, you truly remember the events of your infancy, Oscar's father remarked, seemingly unfazed. You possess more sense than Oscar. I shall not say much more. Take good care of yourself. If possible, kindly look after Oscar as well. I will. Levi stood up, remembered something, and said, Right, if there comes a day when you really can't hold on alone, just go and marry 11 girl. She is more suitable for you than other women and has the ability to help you deal with them. After saying this, Levi and Oscar were each grabbed by Flandra and lifted into the sky. After a while, are we going? Still watching? No more watching, you two little brats. Chapter 2. Levi's panel and plan. The wind at high altitude was chilly. Although Flandra tried his best to control his flying speed, when they reached their destination, Levi and Oscar still felt cold all over and shivered. You two, hurry up and move your bodies to raise your body temperature, Flandra suggested when he saw the two kids hugging their arms and trembling slightly. Don't wait until the cold seeps into your bodies. You'll get sick. Lubai and Oscar were about to start their activities in place. After 5 minutes, feeling their bodies warming up from the inside out, they stopped exercising and surveyed their surroundings. Master Soul Master, is this your academy? Oscar asked, pointing at the shabby gate. Why does it look a bit worn? Ahem. Flinder awkwardly coughed twice. Although he considered himself a relatively excellent soul master, Flinder was not good at management and was unwilling to do anything that went against his principles for money. He also had no intention of currying favor with the powerful. Over time, it was normal for the academy to end up looking like this. This is mainly because having two good conditions makes soul masters lazy. So I specifically made the academy look like this. Yes, that's right. Flinder almost convinced himself with his own words. Also, Oscar, starting today, you are one of us at Shrek. Remember to call me Dean, not Master Soul Master, understood? Okay, Dean. Oscar readily accepted. So, Dean, what should I do next? And what about Lubai? Where'll he live? Can I visit him often? You have quite a few questions, Flinder said with a smile. I'll take you to Lubai's place first. Remember the location, and you can go find him when you want. The teachers won't restrict you. As for what to do next, first, you need to master the methods of cultivating soul power. This is the foundation for soul masters. Also, you need to learn to read and write. Wait, do I really have to learn to read and write? Oscar said with some disdain. Isn't it all about being a soul master? Exactly, because you're a soul master that you need to learn, Lubai suddenly spoke up. If you can't even recognize characters, even if a precious secret book is right in front of you, you won't be able to learn it yourself. Oh, that's true. Oscar scratched his head. By the way, Lubai, can you study with me? I mean, the reading and writing part. According to what Dean Flanders said, it might be possible. Lubai looked up at Flanders. Although I don't qualify to join Shrek for now. Dean Flanders never said that non-students can attend classes at the academy, so I think there's a good chance I can listen in. Flanders glanced at Lubai in surprise again. You're very clever. That's right. Our Shrek Academy does not prohibit people from outside the academy from auditing classes. In fact, every day, children from the nearby village come to learn. As for the Soul Master courses, children without soul power or with too low soul power won't be able to keep up with the curriculum set by the academy's teachers. So, does that mean Lubai can attend classes with me next? Oscar said, not very confidently. Yes. Flanders smiled and patted Oscar's head. Once upon a time, he also had a friend with poor talent and low soul power, but they shared a deep bond. Oscar is only 6 years old, and being away from home at such a young age must be very unsettling. Having a peer by his side, especially a good brother he grew up with, should greatly alleviate that anxiety. It's all good, Flanders thought, after walking for 5 minutes at the children's pace. Flanders led Lubai and Oscar to a village near the academy and stopped in front of an old wooden house. This house is where I used to live, but it's not in use now, so you can stay here for the time being, Flanders said nostalgically to Lubai. Although it looks a bit worn from the outside, it has everything you need inside. Li Bai's woodworking skill is not low. He immediately noticed something was off. Dean, may I ask how long ago you are referring to when you say before? More than 20 years ago. Flander asked curiously. Is there a problem? Li Bai didn't say a word. Walked to the wooden door of the house and gently knocked on it. Bang! The decayed door hinge couldn't support the door panel and fell inward. Li Bai turned his head and looked at Flander with a blank expression. Dean, it seems I need to trouble you for some more materials and tools. Flander borrowed tools from the villagers and bought some wood, handing everything over to Li Bai before taking Oscar into the academy. Before leaving, Oscar said he would come play with Li Bai often. Finally, LV-15 woodworking skills had a place to be used. Li Bai looked at the information on his panel, then raised his head to look around the house. Good. The next task is to complete the repairs and cleaning of this old house before dark. He would think about it slowly while working on dinner. Li Bai has arrived in this world that is very likely to be Douluo continent for 6 years. Transmigration, body snatching, or reincarnation. Li Bai is unclear about his situation because, for unknown reasons, he has lost part of his memory, including but not limited to his former name, age, parents, and friends. The name Li Bai was given to him by Oscar's father after he found him. Ironically, Li Bai has lost so many important memories. Yet he retains a complete memory of entertainment, such as games, animations, comics, and novels. This led to a very difficult initial period for Li Bai, as the Douluo world is relatively backward and lacking in entertainment methods and means. How could Li Bai, who retains memories of modern entertainment, endure a world without the internet, computers, or even Ludo? Even worse, the living conditions are extremely inconvenient. There are no flush toilets, no running water, no electric lights, no gas stoves, and none of the tools of modern civilization. The numerous inconveniences and boredom made Li Bai contemplate death multiple times. If it weren't for his small stature, he would have definitely acted on those thoughts. Fortunately, the golden finger finally appeared. The panel is almost the only support for Li Bai to continue living. As an old-school classic golden finger, Li Bai's panel is very simple. It neither communicates with him nor provides any actual items, techniques, or bloodlines. But it does have the effect of data visualization. But that's exactly what is good. For someone as bored as Li Bai, this kind of golden finger allows him to fully divert his attention. When all his limited time and energy are devoted to studying the panel, his abnormal mental state is finally alleviated. At the same time, important results also emerge from the research on the panel. The most important and powerful effect of the panel is data visualization. At first glance, it merely allows his status and mastered skills to be displayed in data form. But in reality, it includes 3 huge benefits: real-time feedback, no regression, and no bottlenecks. As the literal meaning of these 12 characters suggests, the effect of real-time feedback provides little help to Li Bai in the early stages. But significance far outweighs the other 2 points. It is precisely because he can see the data changes, real-time feedback, by putting in effort grinding, that Li Bai feels like he's playing a fully immersive game, which allows him to persevere until now. After the data visualization of no regression, Li Bai's abilities or attributes in all aspects will improve due to his hard work and training, but they won't decrease if he becomes lazy. The absence of bottlenecks is even more impressive. Theoretically, Li Bai can learn and master any skill, and subsequent improvements will not encounter so-called bottlenecks. It is worth noting that Li Bai does not believe the panel allows him to ignore all bottlenecks, or at least there exists an upper limit. It's just that the things he has encountered so far have yet to reach this limit. Additionally, it is somewhat regrettable that only the bottleneck has disappeared. Data visualization does not affect Li Bai's innate talent or comprehension. Theoretically, it means he can learn, but it doesn't necessarily mean he can actually learn, as data visualization does not improve Li Bai's learning efficiency or ability. But in any case, the golden finger is indeed powerful. After finishing his research on the golden finger, Li Bai began to engage in various activities and experiments to avoid returning to his previously dull and boring state. Through real-time feedback on the data changes from the panel, he treated his current life like a game, tirelessly and actively striving to improve the various abilities and skills on the grinding panel. Having witnessed the villagers releasing their martial souls, Li Bai was almost certain that this world was the Douluo world he knew, but still held a small doubt. Was this world truly the Douluo world he knew, or just a world that resembled it? However, regardless of the outcome, it didn't matter to Li Bai at this point. With no life goals, the only thing he wanted to do now was to grind to the limits of the panel and then improve the current lack of entertainment in this world. Phew, done. Li Bai wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel hanging around his neck, looking at the newly refreshed wooden cabin, a wooden septic tank, and a wooden toilet. The lack of rubber rings was a big problem, and he needed to find a way to replace them entirely. He needed to look for some clay when he had time, preferably something that featured the characteristics of this world. He wondered if there was any content about the production of soul-guiding devices in Shrek's collection. Chapter 3. First, set a short-term goal. Lubai and Oscar were brought to Shrek by Flander the next day. The weather is also nice today. Lubai pushed open the window of the room, took a deep breath of fresh air, and looked at the blue sky, feeling truly emotional. Next, it was time to plan things out properly. Taking advantage of the clarity of his mind in the morning, Lubai made a simple plan for what he needed to do in the upcoming period. First, he aimed to enhance his soul power. Since his innate soul power was not zero, he could improve it through cultivation. With the panel's data effect, even if he started at level 2, he should be able to cultivate to over level 100, right? At the very least, reaching level 90 should be possible. Currently, he didn't have a method to cultivate soul power, and he couldn't rely on Tang San for now. The Xiantian skill of the Tang sect was not meant to be passed on. Pretending to be a disciple of the Tang sect would likely be easily seen through, and that would make relations even worse. Therefore, the only way to obtain a cultivation method at the moment was through Shrek Academy. He wondered if Oscar would be able to teach him after learning it. Otherwise, he could only seek refuge in the Spirit Hall. Even if he could only get basic cultivation methods, he could leverage the panel's effects to upgrade them. There is also the ultimate option of conducting soul power cultivation experiments by himself, which would undoubtedly be a time-consuming project, so it was considered a fallback option for now. Next was the issue of money. After becoming a soul master, Oscar could go to the Spirit Hall for subsidies, and Shrek Academy, or Flinder, would likely provide some assistance. So for now, he just needed to ensure his living expenses. The nearby Soto City could be an option. He could do carpentry for wealthy families? No, his body was too small right now, and it was uncertain if he would even be hired. Moreover, if he spent all his time making money, he wouldn't have time for soul power cultivation, so he needed to think of a way to balance both. Even while making breakfast, Lubai didn't stop thinking. But there was no need to worry about accidents, because 2 years ago, when he was 4 years old, the skill of parallel thinking had already appeared on the panel. Perhaps calling it divided attention would more simply describe the effects of the parallel thinking skill. Currently, the skill level of parallel thinking was LV12, allowing Lubai to focus on one thing while doing some less brain-intensive tasks. Just as Lubai was finishing his thoughts and considering starting to take action, grind. Oscar arrived. Lubai, I'm here to play. Oscar pushed open the door and walked in. Wow, you've already fixed and organized everything so quickly, as expected of you. I've cleaned the floor too, so feel free to sit. Lubai came down from upstairs and entered the kitchen to bring out 2 cups of water. Right now, all I have is water, so make do with it. Ton ton ton. Oscar finished his water in one gulp and excitedly boasted, Lubai, Dean Flander said he would take me to hunt a soul beast tomorrow morning to get my first soul ring. By then, I will be a soul master. That's really great. Lubai smiled and congratulated. Has the dean taught you anything else? Did he say when I can go to the academy for classes? You didn't ask? I almost forgot. Oscar recalled what Flanders had said before he came to see Lubai. The dean said that starting today, whenever you have time, you can go to Shrek and get to know the teachers there. The courses and classrooms you can audit are fixed, so you can just go by yourself. Okay, I got it. Lubai nodded and asked, did the dean teach you how to cultivate soul power? Yes. He also told me to take the opportunity today to familiarize myself with it. Oscar said with a bit of headache. It's just that I can't remember what the dean said about those meridians and things. Until now, I can only make the soul power in my body move a little. Did the dean warn you not to teach others how to cultivate soul power? Lubai asked. This is very important. If Flander had explained it, then Lubai wouldn't have pursued the question and would honestly look for other solutions. But no, Oscar was very decisive, and the dean said, Lubai, you will definitely need this. So let me learn it well, and I can teach you once I master it. Dean Flander was absolutely right. Lubai nodded in agreement. You have to master it first before you can teach me. All right, I will definitely strive to master it as soon as possible. Oscar had a goal. Then I'll head back now. Go ahead. Lubai waved his hand. Go to bed early tonight, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Got it. Watching Oscar leave in a hurry, Lubai began to tidy up the things in the house, planning to make something with the leftover wood after the repairs. The issue of the cultivation method was finally somewhat resolved, but now it was just a matter of money. When he left yesterday, he had 2 silver soul coins on him. After deducting the 10 copper soul coins spent on buying ingredients from the villagers last night and this morning, he was left with 1 silver and 90 copper. If the prices of ingredients don't change in the next few days, he would need about 15 copper for meals each day, which means he could only last for 13 days. Before that, He must start earning income. Since he hasn't learned the method of soul power cultivation yet, he still has time to look for suitable ways to make money. After finishing his work, Lubai cleaned up the wood shavings and pulled some vines from the nearby grass to weave a basket. He packed the 2 completed Hua Rong Dao puzzles, 1 Kongming lock and 1 Luban ball, and went out. The village near Shrek is small, and the folk customs can be considered simple and honest. Yesterday and this morning, when Lubai was buying ingredients, the villagers did not raise the prices just because Lubai was a child and an outsider. Before making his purchases, Lubai hid in a corner and observed for quite a while. Additionally, Lubai noticed that the children in this village were generally smarter than those from Roxiang village. This is probably the benefit of having Shrek Academy as a neighbor. Although the village is not large, a suitable area has been designated as a vegetable market to facilitate daily transactions for the villagers. Lubai bought his ingredients there yesterday. When he came yesterday, Lubai had already inquired that there were no stall fees at the village market, and there were no fixed spots. Usually, those who arrive early can secure better positions. However, in most cases, it is decided through negotiations among familiar villagers. Lubai wasn't there to sell ingredients, so he casually found a spot near the entrance of the market that wouldn't obstruct pedestrians. He set out a few wooden toys he had just made, sat down on the ground, and began playing with a sliding puzzle while trying to control the little secondary soul power he had. Soon, a child was attracted by the things Lubai had displayed and pulled their mother, who had just finished shopping, over to ask, "What are these? Are you planning to sell them?" "These are toys that clever children will love." Lubai smiled and demonstrated the gameplay, watching the child's eyes sparkle as they clung to their mother's hand and acted adorably. Unable to resist the child, the mother asked Lubai, "How much do these toys cost?" "These are all made of wood and aren't worth much." Lubai pointed to the 3 smallest ones. "These 3 small ones are 1 copper soul coin each, and these 2 large ones are 15 copper soul coins each. If the big sister buys them all, this basket will be given to you." This mother was not a soul master and had passed the most beautiful age of her life, coupled with the daily household chores. She looked much older than her actual age. Hearing such a young child call her sister instead of aunt made her feel much better. "You sweet-talking child. You really know how to do business." She then decisively gave 60 copper soul coins, placed the 4 toys into the basket that Lubai had given her, and handed the smallest one to her son. "Big sister, I just arrived here and am not very familiar with the area. Do you know where I can buy iron in the village?" Lubai smiled and asked, "Iron?" The mother thought for a moment and pointed in a direction. "Only Master Huang's house at the village entrance sells it. He has a blacksmith shop." "I see, thank you." Lubai sincerely thanked her and got up to walk in the direction she pointed. After a while, Lubai could faintly hear the sound of hammering in the distance and quickened his pace. Following the sound, Lubai soon discovered the blacksmith shop. The one doing the forging was an old man who looked quite sturdy despite his age. However, the size of the blacksmith shop seemed small, which made Lubai feel a bit concerned. Lubai was focused on watching the old man forge iron, not saying a word, until the old man finished his work. "Child, you've been watching for a while. Is there something you need?" The sturdy old man asked Lubai. "Grandpa, do you accept apprentices in your shop?" Lubai directly asked. "I want to learn the craft of blacksmithing." "Learn blacksmithing? With your small frame?" The old man shook his head with a smile, not agreeing. "Child, this is the first time I've seen you. You must not be from our village, right? I came with the principal of Shrek Academy. He noticed my brother's talent. It's a pity that my talent isn't enough to enter Shrek, and now I want to find something to earn some money. Otherwise, I'll go hungry." "Oh, Shrek." The old man picked up a kettle beside him and took a sip. "According to what you said, why hasn't your brother helped you out?" "Those who can enter Shrek are basically soul masters. I've heard that they can receive a golden soul coin from the Spirit Hall every month. Isn't that better than learning to blacksmith for me? I can't rely on my brother for my whole life." Lubai shook his head and continued to promote himself. "Grandpa, I may look small, but I'm quite strong and I learn things quickly." "Oh, you really have strength and truly want to learn blacksmithing?" the old man asked, seeming a bit skeptical. "Really?" Lubai said seriously, looking into the old man's eyes while speaking. "All right, you can start by learning to make a fire here with me." The old man squinted his eyes and said, "When you can make a fire that satisfies me, I will teach you how to use a hammer." "Okay, thank you." Lubai quickly walked to the old man's side, grasped the handle of the bellows with one hand, and pulled and pushed. The flames in the furnace immediately shot up high. Wow, he really has some strength. The old man could tell at a glance that Lubai was putting in quite a bit of effort. However, the bellows weren't meant to be operated like that. And the fire wasn't supposed to be burned that way. Pay attention, it should be done like this. As the sun set gradually, Lubai finished his half-day internship at the blacksmith shop and prepared to go home to rest. Before leaving, the old man said to Libai, "Kid, you did well today. Remember to come early tomorrow." Libai looked at the progress bar of 14,100 for the firemaking task, which was already at LV2, and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I will do it." Chapter 4. The Self-Cultivation of a Gamer, Part 1. Libai returned home before dark. Because he hadn't eaten at noon and had been pulling the bellows for a long time, he was so hungry that his front was pressed against his back. Therefore, dinner was quite lavish. 10 large steamed buns, a pot of porridge, a big plate of green vegetables, and half a meat chop. This amount was not something a 6-year-old child could finish, even if they were a soul master. Libai looked at the progress bar behind the skill level for eating on the panel and increased his eating speed a bit more. Today's meal expenses exceeded the budget a little. Libai thought while eating, the toys sold today can be quickly replicated by anyone with a bit of heart and research, making it impossible to rely on them as a sustainable source of income. Even if I use those relatively higher-end money-making methods, I am not a soul master right now. And it's hard to guarantee that the money I earn will ultimately be mine to ensure a stable life. The most reliable way is still to become a soul master. During the day, when Libai tried to control the soul power within him, it went very smoothly, perhaps because of the low amount of soul power, as he controlled his soul power to wander throughout his body. A skill called Soul Power Control appeared on the panel at some point. Later, while learning to use a bellows to stoke the fire, he continued to control the soul power to keep it wandering inside him, eventually covering every place that the soul power could reach within his body. Originally, Libai just wanted to brush up on the level of soul power control, but after the soul power wandered through his body, another skill called Soul Power Cultivation appeared on the panel. In just half a day's time, the level of soul power control had already surpassed LV3, while the level of soul power cultivation remained at LV0, with the progress bar only reaching 0. 0.00003100. This progress bar was quite ridiculous, but Libai understood the reason. The panel's effect, after all, was merely to quantify his own situation, because Libai had not mastered the correct cultivation method. The progress bar's growth was so slow. There were solutions, but they required enough patience. By gradually experimenting based on the speed of real-time feedback from the panel, he would eventually find the route where the progress bar of soul power cultivation grew the fastest while the soul power wandered within him. This was an effective but also the most cumbersome method. The places where soul power could wander in the human body could tentatively be called meridians, and the options for routes were numerous. Moreover, the order of wandering was not simply a straight line. If he combined the wandering directions between different meridians with the routes that needed to be repeated in one cycle, the number of schemes for soul power circulation within the body would be so vast that it would need to be expressed in scientific notation. He could only hope that the cultivation method learned by Oscar would be effective enough to brute force the progress. Just thinking about it made him feel exhausted. However, despite saying all this, Libai still used this clumsy method to let the soul power wander through his meridians little by little before falling asleep. Unfortunately, without light and paper, he couldn't draw a map of his meridians. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Libai was awakened by Oscar's loud voice. "Libai, I become a soul master." The voice was really loud, startling the early birds in the nearby trees into flight. Libai opened the second-floor window with a sleepy expression and looked down. Oscar, with a big smile on his face, waved his hands excitedly. "Libai, I'm already a soul master." "Got it." Early in the morning, Libai was woken up by noise and wasn't in a good mood, but upon seeing Oscar's smiling face, he felt that his annoyance seemed to dissipate like smoke. The door was unlocked, so you just pushed your way in. A few minutes later, after a quick wash, Libai saw Flandra and Oscar sitting in the hall. "Director." Libai first greeted Flander, then turned to Oscar and asked, early in the morning, "Why are you here disturbing my sleep instead of going to the spirit hall to register as a soul master? Isn't it to share my joy with you right away?" I'm a soul master now," Oscar replied with a smile. "By the way, Libai, can you guess what the effect of my first soul ring skill is?" "The effect of the first soul skill, huh?" Libai scratched his head. "Is it the recovery effect?" Oscar's expression suddenly stiffened. "You guessed it right after just a little hint. How boring." Flanders looked at Libai with a strange gaze. Recalling that during their soul awakening a few days ago, Libai also guessed it right immediately. Once or twice could still be called coincidence, but 3 times in a row? The possibility of coincidence isn't 0, but it's too small. Flanders stroked his beard in thought. However, he doesn't seem to have anything particularly special. After thinking for a while, Flanders couldn't come up with an answer, so he pretended to ask casually, "Libai, you seem to have an uncanny ability to guess Oscar's matters. During the soul awakening, You predicted both the soul and the innate full soul power. And now, this first soul ring as well. Hey, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Oscar also recalled, Lubai, honestly confess. Do you have some special feelings for me? To even if I did, I wouldn't feel it. Levi looked at Oscar with disdain, just a random guess. As a support type, it basically revolves around recovery, enhancement, and removing debuffs. You're a food type, so you're more suitable for recovery or removing debuffs. I just happened to guess right between the two. Oh, I see. Oscar looked disappointed. I thought you could sense what I was thinking. TSK. Lubai rolled his eyes and said, is there anything else? I still need to go to the blacksmith shop to learn how to forge in the morning. I don't have time to waste with you. Forging is at your choice? Flandre looked at Lubai and said, in that case, Oscar, teach Lubai what you've learned. It will be helpful. Yes. Dean. Oscar was super excited. Ha, Lubai, come. I'll teach you. In his short life so far, Oscar had only ever been taught by Lubai, and this was the first time he was teaching Lubai in return, which gave Oscar a refreshing sense of turning the tables. However, this feeling of exhilaration ended just 10 minutes later. Why do you learn so fast, Lubai? Oscar cried out in disbelief. I clearly practiced several times before I mastered it. Maybe it's because I have less soul power, so it's easier to control. Lubai casually mentioned that most of his attention was already focused on maintaining the operation of his soul power within his body. After mastering the cultivation method taught by Oscar, which was passed down for Flandre to Oscar, Lubai immediately began to control the soul power to circulate along the predetermined path within his body. The progress was obvious and significant, as evidenced by the skill level of soul power cultivation on the panel rising to LV7, which showed noticeable improvements. The circulating soul power felt completely different, as if his body was filled with strength. Lubai carefully sensed the soul power within him. With each cycle, he could feel something being drawn in from the surroundings. And then his soul power increased a bit. The progress bar behind soul power LV2 on the panel also confirmed this. Since you've already learned it, practice diligently. Flandre stood up. We'll be leaving now. Additionally, the Academy will have classes for reading and writing every day from now on. So arrange your time for forging and attending classes accordingly. Thank you very much for your help. Levi bowed to Flandre. Levi, I'm leaving first. Remember to come to class. Oscar said this and followed Flandre. Learning to forge, maintaining soul power operation, and also attending classes, the next few days will be very hard. As he went through the tasks he needed to do in his mind, Levi felt a dull pain in his liver. Chapter 5. The Self-Cultivation of the Liver Emperor, Part 2. Old Man, I'm here. When Levi arrived at the blacksmith shop, he happened to see the old man preheating the furnace. He immediately walked in and stood beside him, paying close attention to the old man's technique. After a while, the old man suddenly spoke up. Did you remember everything? I remembered. Lubai nodded definitely. Then you come. The old man decisively gave up his position. Lubai recalled what he learned yesterday and compared it with the old man's actions he just noted while maintaining the operation of his soul power, and began to push and pull the bellows. The old man, observing Lubai, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He learned 80% in just half a day. The remaining 20% will have to be accumulated through practice. It's not something that can be taught. Child, I still don't know your name, the old man asked. Lubai's attention was entirely focused on the bellows and soul power, and for a moment he didn't pay attention to what the old man was saying. What did you say, Grandpa? The old man smiled and repeated. Ask what your name is. Lubai. My name is Lubai. The Lu in music and the Bai in white. Saw Lubai. You pause for a moment. Organize your words. Do you still want to learn blacksmithing from me? I do want to. Lubai nodded with a hint of helplessness. But during the day, I have to go to Shrek Academy for auditing, so my time to come here to learn blacksmithing will be reduced. What's the big deal? The old man laughed several times. I'm right here, I won't go anywhere. The ones in Shrek Academy are all soul masters. Attending classes is definitely important. Come by whenever you have time to take a look and learn. With your talent, I think it won't take long before you surpass this old man. After thanking the old man, Lubai temporarily stopped the operation of his soul power and focused all his attention on learning blacksmithing. 4 days later. Oh no, I forgot about the money. Lubai looked at the last silver soul coin in his hand, contemplating whether to borrow money from Oscar. He should have gone to the spirit hall to register and then received a gold soul coin by now. However, if he were to borrow 10 silver soul coins, he thought to himself. This idea lingered in Lubai's mind for 5 seconds. Forget it. Lubai shook his head and found the last piece of wood that was left over. This morning, Shrek didn't have any cultural classes, so there should be enough time. The tools that Flandre had borrowed were already returned. And the tools Lu Bai was using now were ones he paid the old man to help him make the metal blade part. And then he assembled the rest of the wooden parts himself. The newly made tools weren't as effective as the old ones. But what Lu Bai was going to make next was relatively simple, not as intricate as the Kongming lock or the Luban ball he had made before. Plus, Lu Bai's woodworking skills were high enough. The tools were just a minor issue. After finishing the item, Lu Bai took it to the only carpenter in the village. "Uncle Carpenter, I have a small item here that can make some money. Would you like to spend a little to buy it? Isn't this Lu Bai? What? Have you come up with another good idea?" The carpenter put down the Luban ball he was working on and looked at the box in Lu Bai's hands with a not-so-innocent smile. "The thing you sold to my kid last time was really good. Several kids in the village want one, and my business has improved a lot recently. It was different from last time, but it was also something for kids to play with." Lu Bai glanced at the parts of the Luban ball that the carpenter had just finished, which already showcased about 70 to 80% of his skill. "I'm short on money and don't have much time to make things myself to sell. So I thought I'd just sell this idea directly to you, uncle." "Sell the idea?" The carpenter didn't understand at first, but after thinking for a moment, he got it. "You mean you teach me how to make things, then I pay you, and at the same time, you want to make them sell? Is that the idea?" Lu Bai nodded. "However, this thing is easy to replicate. It's best if you can make a bit more before selling, but not too much. Otherwise, when others replicate it and drive the price down, yours won't sell well." The carpenter stroked his stubbly chin and pondered for a while, then asked, "How much do you plan to sell it for?" 10 silver coins. Lu Bai offered a low price. Each item produced can be sold for 10 to 20 copper soul coins. If it's to the wealthy in Soto City, it could even sell for a silver soul coin each. Anyway, the money is definitely recoverable. If it weren't for the lack of time, I would really want to do it myself. The carpenter also thought this price was low, and he went straight in the house to take out 10 silver soul coins to give to Lu Bai. "Can you show me the items now?" "Of course." Lu Bai put away the money and opened the box. "I call this flying chess, and the rules are like this." 10 minutes later, "Uncle, I really have to go." Hey, just play a little longer. My last flying system soul master is almost at the Wuhuan temple. I still need to go back to cook." "Can't you let your son play with you?" That's true. Well, take care." Back in the room, Lu Bai began to ponder over the 10 silver coins. And he was doing so in a parallel thinking mode, with a single-core, dual-thread state of contemplation. I previously underestimated the expenses for meals. These 10 silver coins can only last about 30 days at most, although I can still come up with similar toys. It's clearly not enough to support me until I become a soul master. Learning basic blacksmithing skills should be fine, but that is just the basics, and 1T convert to money in a short time. If I could create high-end products that only I can make like Tang San, I could supply them for consignment sales, or I could sell them directly to Flender. Or I could give up unnecessary modesty and directly ask Oscar for a loan as a last resort. Let me think carefully about what cards I have on hand. The civilization of another world, the panel, and this world's martial souls and soul power. Which of these could potentially be turned into money? No, I shouldn't limit myself to just one. I should combine them freely. Suddenly, Lu Bai thought of something, but it wasn't clear enough. The panel, martial souls, soul power, and the refined tools of civilization from another world. Grasping tightly onto the few elements that flashed in his mind, he pondered repeatedly, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. Found it. Lu Bai looked at the soul power entwined around his fingers, showing a joyful expression as if he had finally discovered the method after playing the game for over 10 hours. This is it. Since Lu Bai discovered the method 10 days ago, he has already spent more than 3 of the 10 silver soul coins, leaving him with 6 silver soul coins and over 40 copper soul coins. Yesterday after class, Flander mentioned that there would be no cultural classes all day today. Close the door of Lebeguin and walk towards the blacksmith shop. It's time to test the results of my practice over the past few days. Chapter 6, The Self-Cultivation of a Gaming Emperor, Part 3, Grandpa Huang. I'm here. Lu Bai already knew that the old man at the blacksmith shop was the Master Huang mentioned by the lady who bought him toys. So he changed his way of addressing him. Coming. Master Huang stopped the pushing and pulling motion he was doing and made room, saying, "Get to work." All right. Lu Bai quickly sat down, looking relaxed as he began to push and pull, seeming even more skilled than old Master Huang. I asked, "How did you figure it out?" Old Master Huang couldn't help but laugh as he watched and said, "Most people just get it figured out, but you, my boy, have even improved your strength." Ahaha, I've just learned how to use soul power, Lu Bai said honestly. Although I haven't become a soul master yet, I do have soul power. You brat, stop fooling people. Old Master Huang laughed and scolded. Do you think this old man knows nothing? What use is your mere second or third level of soul power? If it were really as useful as you say, the people from the Spirit Hall wouldn't have set the rule that you must have at least one soul ring to be considered a soul master. No, I'm telling the truth. Lu Bai jokingly said, but it's true. 10 days ago, Lu Bai realized that his understanding of soul power was too superficial. He merely viewed it as MP and experience points, without considering how to utilize soul power itself. However, soul power is essentially energy. It is not just MP or experience points, but a versatile tool that can produce many effects depending on how it is used. Simply circulating soul power within the body can enhance physical abilities to some extent. Consuming soul power during an attack can boost its power. Releasing soul power can create shock waves or even cause harm. And the nature of soul power can be altered based on a user's manipulation, giving it attributes like ice, fire, or light. In summary, there is nothing you can achieve with soul power if you can imagine it. Not to mention that operating and controlling soul power is far simpler than using external tools. With just a thought, soul power can transform into any required form. After understanding all this, Lu Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "What a convenient energy this is." He then devoted himself wholeheartedly to developing and utilizing ways to use soul power. After 10 days of relentless practice, Lu Bai's soul power level and the level of his soul power cultivation remained unchanged. But his skill level in soul power control had skyrocketed to LV10. This made Lu Bai realize that he seemed to have a good talent for controlling soul power, not due to panel effects, but because of the innate talent of his body. The increase in strength that old Master Huang spoke of was also a technique developed after improving his soul power control, allowing the soul power within to circulate continuously while maintaining a compressed state. The empty meridians created by the compression would absorb and restore soul power. If this portion of soul power continues to be compressed, the meridians can keep absorbing and restoring soul power until the compressed soul power fills the meridians completely. Although once the compressed soul power stops being compressed, any excess beyond his soul power limit will be released, overflowing and dissipating outside the body. As long as he can maintain the compressed state, the temporarily controllable and usable amount of soul power can exceed his own soul power level limit. Lu Bai hasn't thought a name for this technique yet, but the panel has already given it a name: Soul Power Overclocking LV4. Lu Bai is not clear about how much his soul power has increased through soul power overclocking, but he knows that the enhanced soul power is enough to help him accomplish many things he couldn't do before. Whether it's maintaining the circulation of soul power to increase his strength, or directly controlling the soul power to do other things, Lu Bai has developed multiple uses for his soul power over the course of 10 days. Alright, Lu Bai, you've finished everything you needed to do recently, so you can take a break. Old Master Huang put down his hammer. Indeed, having a helper makes things go much faster. Grandpa Huang, can I have this piece of iron? Lu Bai is not tired. The abundant soul power in his body greatly reduces physical consumption. I want to try making something. That's fine, but that piece of iron is scrap metal. If you need it, you can use the pig iron over there, but you have to hammer it yourself. Old Master Huang took a sip of water and said, "Speaking of which, although the time is still short, you can already be of help, so I should calculate your wages. There's money to be made." Lu Bai looked at Old Master Huang and asked, "How much will you give me?" Old Master Huang laughed and replied, "The apprentice's pay is calculated based on the effort put in. You have some skills, but it's still too short a time. For now, I'll set your pay at 5 silver soul coins a month. From now on, you'll get 1 more coin each month, up to a maximum of 10 coins. When you can produce better iron, I'll raise it to 20 coins. But I think by then, you should have already become a soul master. Ha ha. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Huang." Lu Bai was very happy to have a relatively stable income, and the days ahead would be a bit easier. "Oh right, Grandpa Huang, can you sell me some scrap iron from the shop at a lower price?" "Scrap iron? What do you want that for?" Grandpa Huang didn't understand Lu Bai's thinking. Scrap iron isn't worth much. If you want it, just take it yourself. Don't talk about buying or not. This was the truth. The scrap iron in the blacksmith shop was mostly due to the iron or containing too many impurities, which not only affected the quality of the iron, but was also hard to remove. Rather than waste time and energy on scrap iron, it was better to replace it with a good piece. That said, it felt like a waste to just throw away the scrap iron. So every blacksmith shop would have quite a bit of scrap iron accumulated. "Thank you, Grandpa Huang." Lu Bai no longer acted pretentiously. After thanking Old Master Huang, he picked up a piece of scrap iron the size of a fist and began to heat it until it melted. Next comes the actual test. Lu Bai took a deep breath, concentrating the compressed soul power within his body into his right hand. Then he released the invisible soul power into the outside world, which felt to Lu Bai like a thick fog, but this fog was under his control. Lu Bai's spirit was highly concentrated, controlling the released soul power to slowly wrap around the molten iron. He grabbed a drop of it and fixed it into the desired shape with his soul power before it cooled and hardened. Soon, the iron water captured by the soul power cooled down, hardened, and its color gradually faded from orange-red to dull, but it was still very hot. Lu Bai controlled the soul power to throw it into the cooling liquid, which made a hissing sound. After it completely cooled down, he used 2 slender iron pieces to take it out. This was a screw with fine threads, not large, about 1 centimeter in length and approximately 5 millimeters in diameter. If placed in Lu Bai's previous world, it could only serve as litter thrown by the roadside. Success! Lu Bai excitedly clenched his fists, feeling an incredible cheer and joy within. This was just a small practice, but it held great significance. This success meant that Lu Bai's approach was correct and proved the convenience of soul power. But most importantly, Lu Bai found his direction for future development. Soul power, soul power, soul power. As long as there is enough soul power, Lu Bai believes he can accomplish everything that other types of soul masters can do. Then, become a monster. However, for now, he needs to focus on leveling up his cultivation methods. The level of soul power is even more crucial. It's not acceptable to neglect soul power control abilities along with soul power level. He also cannot fall behind on his blacksmithing skills in the short term. How should he allocate his efforts moving forward? Lu Bai was once again troubled by his insufficient soul power. Chapter 7. The Self-Cultivation of the Soul Emperor, Part 4. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Bai's daily life became increasingly regular. During the day, he would attend lectures if there were any, and if not, he would go to the blacksmith shop to forge iron. He always made sure to return to his room before dark and then practice soul power throughout the night. While cultivating, he would also engage in parallel thinking to ensure that his soul power was in a state of maximum compression that he could control. This not only improved his ability to control soul power, but also slightly enhanced the efficiency of his cultivation. The slowest progress was in the improvement of his cultivation methods. After half a month, excluding the initial attempts, the progress bar only increased by 1. Mainly, each modification required several practical cycles to determine whether the changes were better or worse. In comparison, Lu Bai's soul power control level increased rapidly. He could level up once every 3 days and was now at LV-15. This also confirmed for Lu Bai that LV-10 was not the maximum level. The enriching days made Lu Bai gradually numb to the passage of time. Every time Oscar came to find him, Lu Bai would realize that several days had already passed. He would also notice it when he had spent most of his money. One day there were no classes, so it was a day to go to the blacksmith shop to forge iron. "Good day, Grandpa Huang," habitually greeting the old man. Lu Bai would help stoke the fire after receiving a customary response, and then handle any accumulated orders if there were any. Finally, Lu Bai would begin his own forging practice, occasionally experimenting with his creative ideas. For example, today, with his living expenses nearly depleted, he was pushed to a new idea. When forging pig iron, not only to use soul power to enhance the hammer's striking force, but also to infuse soul power into the pig iron at the moment of striking. What would happen then? The answer was that it consumed a lot of soul power. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that the ingot produced through this method was quite extraordinary. The final ingot was 1/3 smaller than those forged by ordinary methods, and its surface faintly emitted a dull glow. After being personally appraised by Grandpa Huang, it was confirmed to be a high-quality item far superior to ordinary iron ingots. Grandpa Huang praised it repeatedly and marveled at Lu Bai's talent. "Lu Bai, this ingot you forged can no longer be considered an ordinary iron ingot," Grandpa Huang said solemnly. "You are the inventor of this type of iron. Give it a name." Lu Bai was a bit unaccustomed to the serious demeanor of old Master Huang. After thinking for a moment, he said, "This is something I forged using soul power. Let's call it soul iron." Soul iron, indeed a fitting name. Old Master Huang nodded and carefully put away this first piece of soul iron, saying it would be a waste to use this soul iron to make farming tools. "Tomorrow, I'll make a trip to Soto City and help you sell it for a good price." "Grandpa Huang, if you say that, then I won't be happy," Lu Bai said seriously. "I'm still your apprentice. The iron is from your shop. I just put in some effort. How can this ingot be mine?" Old Master Huang was taken aback, but after reacting, he laughed heartily, patting Lu Bai's shoulder repeatedly. "Good kid. That's great." Then they heard Lu Bai say, "Grandpa Huang, does what you said before still count? That is, if I produce better ingots, will my pay be raised to 20 silver soul coins?" "Rest assured, Old Master Huang could tell what Liu Bai was thinking and didn't expose it. You won't be shortchanged. When I go to Suotawa City tomorrow, I'll ask my son about the price of your soul iron, and then you just wait to supply it. Ha ha ha. Old Master Huang was a man of action. He set off early the next morning and returned that afternoon. Liu Bai had just finished his class and, upon returning to his room, saw Old Master Huang waiting outside. Grandpa Huang, were you waiting for me? Of course I was waiting for you. Old Master Huang took out a golden soul coin and stuffed it into Liu Bai's hand. Take this. Liu Bai caught a glimpse of that flash of golden light. Is soul iron really so valuable? Hee hee hee. Old Huang let out his first unrestrained laugh since Liu Bai had known him. Didn't you ask last time where my son went? He has opened a blacksmith shop in Soto City, crafting tools and weapons for those soul masters at the Soul Master Academy. He said that your soul iron has a certain affinity for soul power, much stronger than ordinary iron. If weapons are made from soul iron, even a single piece can fetch dozens of gold soul coins from those soul masters. And the basic material for soul iron is just cast iron, worth a few copper soul coins. The profit, one might say, is extremely high. However, Liu Bai was not someone who had never seen the world. So he calmly put the gold soul coins that old Huang had stuffed into his hand into his pocket. I understand, Grandpa Huang. Thank you. In the future, how should I provide this soul iron? Not too much. Old Huang raised a finger. 1 piece a month is enough. So little? Liu Bai was taken aback. Won't there be enough? Hey, that's where you don't understand. Old Master Huang said with a sense of pride. My son said that having less will make those soul masters eager to grab it. If there's too much, those soul masters will think it's not good enough and doesn't match their status. Liu Bai had a strange expression on his face, but he still nodded to indicate that he understood. All right, keep the money for yourself. I'm leaving now. Before leaving, Old Master Huang reminded Liu Bai, remember to practice blacksmithing when you don't have classes, or your skills will become rusty. It won't happen. I have the panel. Liu Bai thought to himself and waved goodbye to Old Master Huang. All right. Take care, Grandpa Huang. After watching Old Master Huang walk away, Liu Bai happily entered the house, feeling that his living expenses before becoming a soul master were finally secured. With sufficient living expenses, his meals could be further upgraded. So he could almost start training his physical abilities grinding. 2 years later, in the early morning, as the sun was just rising, Liu Bai was testing his attack power in front of the small house. The makeshift punching bag was a wooden stake, not too thick, with a diameter of only 30 to 40 centimeters. The compressed soul power circulated from his body to the surface and back to his body, maintaining the cycle. Liu Bai maintained the flow of soul power while adjusting his body posture through parallel thinking. After a while, he finally threw a punch, and with a loud bang, the wooden stake remained motionless. Hiss, it still hurt a bit. Was the circulating soul power on the surface too low? Liu Bai shook his slightly reddened hand and looked at the hole in the wooden stake, feeling satisfied with the power of his punch. Well, the stake didn't move. It was able to penetrate due to the impact. This power is acceptable. In fact, it was quite remarkable. Liu Bai once thought that it would take him at least 10 years to reach this level. Achieving this goal so much earlier was thanks to the practice over the past 2 years, during which he discovered the panel effect he had previously overlooked. To say he overlooked it is somewhat inaccurate. It would be better to say he hadn't fully recognized it. The data-driven nature of the panel led to a one-way effect of progress, and Liu Bai's original understanding was that he wouldn't regress due to training laxity. This understanding wasn't wrong, but it was not sufficiently deep. I believe most people have had experiences where, in the process of repeatedly practicing a skill or technique, they occasionally perform exceptionally well due to luck or other factors, achieving better results just once. For example, when practicing calligraphy after writing 100 characters, there might be one character or even just a specific stroke that stands out and is written exceptionally well. Such occurrences, accompanied by an increase in practice volume and personal progress, gradually become more frequent, ultimately allowing one to reproduce these exceptional moments at will, proving complete mastery of a skill. However, for Liu Bai, this kind of exceptional performance only needed to happen once. That moment of extraordinary achievement would be faithfully recorded by the panel, allowing him to reproduce it 100 of the time. After that, as long as Liu Bai continued to practice on a new and higher foundation, each time he occasionally performed exceptionally well, this cycle would repeat, enabling him to quickly master even the most difficult skills. However, the past Liu Bai clearly couldn't achieve this. The root cause was that he hadn't realized this point at all. The changes brought about by the panel are not mandatory, so it cannot actively influence Liu Bai's behavior or thoughts. If Liu Bai does not notice this, The panel cannot directly allow him to experience a stable state of extraordinary performance. That day, while practicing hitting a wooden stake, one part of his mind maintained the operation of soul power, while another part shifted to other matters. Losing the dominance of conscious awareness over his body, he delivered a punch that clearly exceeded what Li-Bai believed to be his own level, thanks to the panel's effects. After that day, Li-Bai finally realized the guiding effect of the panel's records and began to actively utilize this effect to quickly improve the levels of the various skills he mastered, rather than passively relying on it as he had in the past. This punch is one of the results. Unfortunately, the panel's guiding effect on records is ineffective for soul power cultivation and level enhancement. Perhaps there is no extraordinary performance during the soul power cultivation process, hence no effect. Or maybe soul power always requires Li-Bai's conscious guidance, so it cannot actively interfere with Li-Bai's panel and naturally cannot guide soul power. But it doesn't matter which it is. Li-Bai is already very satisfied with the effects brought by the panel and does not expect more. With my current combat ability, even against a soul master with a first soul ring, I should be able to face them head on, right? Li-Bai looked at the holes he had made in the wooden post, pondering. Being able to face off against a battle spirit master with bare hands and win surely counts as being a monster, right? Chapter 8. Proof of a Monster, Part 1. Li-Bai, I'm here to play. Oscar was also up early today. Over the past 2 years, the only 2 areas where he had made progress were his spirit power level and the reduction in his volume when calling for people early in the morning. Although Li-Bai had told him many times that the door wasn't locked, he had already gotten used to not being woken up. Long before Oscar arrived, he was already awake and had prepared himself a hearty breakfast. Most of the breakfast was for Li-Bai himself, with a small portion prepared for Oscar. Ever since he received a gold spirit coin from Old Master Huang every month, along with his 20 silver spirit coins as wages, Li-Bai had never skimped on food expenses. Additionally, since exercising also required nutritional supplements, Li-Bai almost always prepared meat for every meal. Of course, to balance the nutrition, the amount of vegetables was not less at all. Since Oscar had mooched off a meal 2 years ago, his frequency of mooching had gradually increased. Until now, he came every day. Fortunately, 8-year-old Oscar still had some shame and felt embarrassed about freeloading, so he would pay Li-Bai 20 silver spirit coins each month as a share of the food expenses. Operating under the principle that one person can eat as much as 2, Li-Bai accepted Oscar's mooching behavior. After that, Li-Bai didn't hesitate to take the food expenses Oscar offered. Flandre even came to confirm the situation regarding this matter, seemingly worried that Li-Bai's food was too poor. Affecting Oscar. After checking, the headmaster left with tears at the corners of his mouth. Li-Bai, what level is your spirit power now? Halfway through breakfast, Oscar suddenly asked about Li-Bai's spirit power level. Yesterday, I asked Teacher Li, who is responsible for admissions every year, and he said that as long as you are under 12 years old and your spirit power reaches level 20 or higher, with a bit of practical experience, there is a good chance you can enter Shrek. I haven't tested it in the past 2 years, probably around level 8. Li-Bai glanced at the soul power LV8 on the panel and reported a precise value, but it's probably impossible for me to enroll normally. It's been more than 2 years since my martial soul awakened, and my soul power has only increased by 6 levels. In another 4 years, I'll be 12 years old, and at this rate, I might barely reach level 20. Moreover, the higher the soul power level, the slower the increase. I can be sure that I won't reach level 20 before I'm 12. Don't give up so quickly. There are still opportunities. Oscar said seriously. As long as the year of your first soul ring is as high as possible, the extra soul power you gain when absorbing the soul ring might allow you to increase your soul power by 1 or even 2 levels. That way, stop. Li-Bai put an end to Oscar's fantasy. You are a student of Shrek Academy, and with the help of the Shrek teachers, you can hunt for soul rings. But I'm not, and I don't have enough money to hire a high-level soul master to take me hunting for soul rings. In this situation, where am I supposed to get a soul ring with as high a year as possible? Oscar was taken aback for a moment, gritting his teeth. At worst, I'll go beg the dean. After all, to him, 100-year soul beast is nothing. It's very easy. If that doesn't work, I'll go ask Teacher Zhao. If that still doesn't work, I'll find Teacher Li. With so many teachers at Shrek Academy, I don't believe they're ISN-T1 willing to help me. Calm down first. Li-Bai comforted him with a few words, feeling warm inside. I just said that I have no hope of getting into Shrek through normal admissions. But I didn't say that I can't find other ways outside of admissions. Other ways outside of admissions? Oscar's face was filled with confusion. What do you mean? Aren't you one of them? Li-Bai pointed at Oscar. As long as Dean Flanders approves, even if it doesn't meet the enrollment standards, you can still be admitted. You mean that? Oscar understood and then expressed confusion. But didn't the dean refuse to let you enroll at that time? Has he changed his mind recently? No. Lu Bai swallowed the last bite of breakfast, but I have become stronger. After finishing breakfast, Oscar took Lu Bai to find Fran, but they were informed by Zhao Wuji, who was sitting in the dean's office, that Fran was out on business and would return in 2 days. 2 days later, Oscar and Lu Bai found Fran returning from his trip. "Dean!" Oscar shouted, rushing to Fran's side. "Dean, please, wait a moment." Oscar and Lu Bai. Fran turned around and adjusted his glasses. "What do you two want from me?" Oscar took a deep breath and slowly said, "Dean, I hope you can approve Lu Bai's admission to Shrek Academy." "Oscar, I should have explained this to you a long time ago. Our Shrek only accepts monsters." Fran frowned slightly. "I admit Lu Bai is indeed outstanding in other aspects, but as a soul master, he is far from the level of a monster." "Ah, no." Oscar, in a hurry, found it hard to express himself. "Dean, that's not what I meant. What I wanted to say is..." "Oscar, let me speak for myself." Lu Bai held Oscar's shoulder, indicating that he would take over. "Dean." Lu Bai stepped forward and met Flander's gaze. "If I can prove that I have reached the level of a monster as a soul master, will you agree to let me become a member of Shrek?" "Oh." Flander adjusted his glasses and looked Lu Bai up and down. "In my impression, you shouldn't be someone who would easily say such things. It seems something has happened to you in the past 2 years." "Nothing special has happened." Lu Bai smiled and said, "I just worked hard to make myself a little stronger. By the way, I also want to see how far I am from the monster you mentioned." It sounded reasonable. Flander nodded and asked, "So Lu Bai, how do you plan to prove to me that you, as a soul master, have reached the level of a monster?" Lu Bai did not answer immediately, but instead asked in return, "You should still remember that my martial soul is the food-type bread, right?" "Of course," Fran said calmly. "It was I who helped you to awaken your martial souls. It's only been 2 years, so I'm not forgetful to that extent." Lu Bai asked again, "I remember you mentioned in class that support-type soul masters have no combat ability." "Yes, I did say that." Flanders nodded. "This can be considered common knowledge in the soul master world." "So," Lu Bai lightly hammered his chest with his fist, "if I can defeat a battle soul master of the same level as myself, or even one whose soul power exceeds mine by several levels, without relying on any external force, can it prove that I am a monster?" "Without relying on any external force, defeating a battle soul master of the same level, or even one exceeding several levels." Flander looked at Lu Bai seriously, his tone grave. "Lu Bai, I don't know how much stronger you've become in the past 2 years, but I hope you understand that battles between soul masters are not the same as children fighting." "Yes, I understand very well," Lu Bai said seriously. "The battles between spirit masters can lead to injuries at best, or even death at worst. I certainly don't mean to joke with my life. You know this, yet still dare to say such things?" Flander looked at Lu Bai with a hint of appreciation. "Then do you know that a battle spirit master's martial soul can greatly enhance a spirit master's attack power and physical attributes? The martial souls of auxiliary spirit masters do not have such effects. Just the gap between these two is enough for battle spirit masters to easily crush auxiliary spirit masters." "Of course I know. You mentioned it in class." Lu Bai smiled and said, "But it's precisely by doing what ordinary soul masters cannot do that I can prove I'm a monster." "Well said. Being able to do what others cannot is what makes a monster." Flinder's face showed a smile. "Since you put it that way, it would be ungracious of me to refuse you. A monster with outstanding combat ability? Perfect. Since the establishment of Shrek, we haven't had this type of monster. If you can achieve it, I will represent the Academy and acknowledge you as one of us at Shrek. Then without further ado, I hope the Dean can arrange for me to fight as soon as possible." Lu Bai confidently said, "As long as the spirit power level of the soul masters you arrange does not exceed level 19, or is level 20 but does not have a second spirit ring yet, I am confident that I can defeat them." Chapter 9, Proof of the Monster, Part 2, Level 19, Level 20 without a second spirit ring. "You really dare to say that?" Flinder looked at Lu Bai as if he were looking at a fool. "I remember your innate spirit power was only level 2. After 2 years of training, you should have only increased by 3 or 4 levels at most, so you should be at level 5 or 6 now, right? Why can't I sense your spirit power?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bai was also taken aback. Flinder said his spirit power could only increase by 3 or 4 levels. But in reality, he had increased by 6 levels. He had just wanted to see the surprised expression on Flinder's face as he quietly showed off. But what did Flinder say? He couldn't sense his spirit power? How could that be? Are you joking with me? Lu Bai gathered a ball of soul power in his palm. "I've worked really hard these past 2 years, and my soul power has increased by 6 levels. I'm now at level 8. "What?" Flinder indeed showed a look of surprise, his eyes fixed on the soul power in Lu Bai's hand. "This fluctuation of soul power is very strange. I actually can't determine your soul power level. Moreover, you don't have a single soul ring, yet you can release your soul power outside your body. The degree of condensation of this soul power shows that you're not an ordinary soul master. Le bed looked twice. But Flander's reaction was quite different from what he was thinking in his heart. He always felt that he didn't get the thrill of showing off. Maybe my soul power is too low, and your soul power is too strong. So my soul power fluctuations become less obvious. Flander responded with an but did not believe Lu Bai's casual nonsense. After pondering for a while, he said, I thought of someone who would be a suitable opponent for you. Can he fight now? Li Bai immediately followed up. I could do it any time now. Shouldn't be a problem. Flander walked in the opposite direction of where he shouted to Oscar. Do you know where I've been these past 2 days? Oscar, I don't know. The situation in our academy, I believe you have witnessed over the past 2 years. Flander's tone suddenly became serious. Recently, it's the time of year when the most soul awakening ceremonies are held on the mainland. I was thinking of going around to take a look and hopefully find 1 or 2 talented kids like Oscar to recruit into the academy. It seems that you have made some gains these past few days. Lu Bai guessed Flander's thoughts. Could it be that the opponent you arranged for me is the one you brought back from outside? That's right, Lu Bai. You are indeed very clever. Flander's tone suddenly became relaxed. That kid has an innate soul power of level 9. Although it's not as good as Oscar's full innate soul power, it's still impressive. The most important point is that his martial soul is a mutated martial soul, which is quite powerful. From what you said, he should have just awakened his martial soul and is only 6 years old. Moreover, if he has innate soul power of level 9, doesn't that mean he has 1 level more than my current soul power? Li Bai expressed that the person arranged by Flander might not be enough for him to fight. That kind of opponent always feels that winning is a matter of course and doesn't prove that I am a monster. I hope he can still be this confident later. Flander, with his hands behind his back, continued to talk about the child he just brought back. I just mentioned that the child's martial soul is a mutated martial soul, very powerful, while your martial soul is a food type with no offensive capability. Not to mention that your soul power is 1 level lower than his. Even if your soul power were 10 levels higher than his, the possibility of him winning against you would still be far greater than your chances of defeating him. You seem to have a lot of confidence in him. Lu Bai pretended to show a bit of unease. What exactly was his martial soul? In fact, Lu Bai had already guessed who his next opponent would be. 2 years younger than him and Oscar, with a mutated martial soul that was very powerful. And brought back by Flander, there was a 99 chance it was that gluttonous fire user, Mahongjun. Sure enough, Flander said with a hint of pride. Phoenix, if we're talking about the quality of martial souls, I think you could hardly find a few that are stronger than his across the entire continent. Wow, that's amazing. This was not said by Lu Bai, but by Oscar, who had been listening for a long time. He expressed a bit of fear towards the person Flander was talking about. How about it, Lu Bai? Would you like to ask the dean to change your opponent? No need. Lu Bai is very confident, even if it's the strongest martial soul in the entire continent. With a soul power level only 1 rank higher than mine, and without any added soul rings, I don't think I will lose. As long as you have confidence. That's good, but it's too late to change your mind now. Flander said as they arrived at the dormitory of Shrek Academy. Seeing the dormitory door closed, Flander felt the fluctuation of soul power coming from inside. You all wait here for a moment. He's cultivating his soul power and shouldn't be disturbed. I'll go in and see if I can wake him up. Li Bai and Oscar nodded, quietly waiting outside the dormitory. After a few minutes, the dormitory door opened again, and Flander walked out with a chubby little boy. Li Bai, Oscar, come here, let me introduce you. Flander smiled and waved to Li Bai and Oscar, pulling the chubby boy out from behind him. This is the child I brought back. His name is Mahongjun, and he is 6 years old this year. Mahongjun, these 2 people, the one on your left is called Oscar. He is a student from our academy and also your senior. The one on your right is called Li Bai, and he is the person you'll be battling next. Hello, my name is Li Bai. Li Bai stepped forward, extending his hand in a gesture of friendliness. The one who's going to fight you next. Hello, my name is Oscar, and I am your senior. Oscar followed suit and extended his own hand. Also the brother of Li Bai, the one who's going to fight you next. Hello, my name is Mahongjun, and I am a disciple of the teacher. Mahongjun imitated the self-introduction. Also the one who is going to fight Li Bai next. Teacher? Lu Bai pretended not to know and looked at Flander in surprise. It was only then that the latter revealed, I forgot to mention, although Hongjun is our Shrek student, he is also my newly accepted disciple. Hiss! Lu Bai gasped in surprise. Dean, you want me to fight against your disciple? What if I go too hard on him? Will you teach me a lesson? Hongjun's soul power has just broken through to level 1, and he's already 2 levels above you. It's already impressive if he can win, So why are you worried about going too hard? Flinder genuinely felt that Lu Bai lacked the experience of being beaten by a battle soul master, which led him to have the illusion that support-type soul masters could win against battle soul masters in combat. I will be watching from the sidelines while you fight. And if either of you is in danger, I will stop it immediately. You should feel more at ease now, right? Yes, if you say so. I feel more at ease. Lu Bai gave a reassuring smile. Where should Mahongjun and I start fighting? Here? This place is fine. Flander pointed to the open space in front of the dormitory. It's quite spacious. You two don't even have soul rings. So it's enough for you to display your skills. Stand facing each other. Release your martial spirits after I say start. Lu Bai and Mahongjun stand firm. About 5 meters apart. Prepare. Flander stands in the middle between the two, raises his hand, and then lowers it. Start. Lu Bai took a stance to prepare for a punch, fully unleashing his soul power. Mahongjun was fighting for the first time and wasn't quite accustomed to it. After Flanders said to start, there was a pause of more than a second before he leisurely released his martial soul. Oscar, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Dean, is this what you call a phoenix? Why does it look more like a chubby old hen to me? Mahongjun's soul power level was still very low, without any attached soul rings, and his martial soul had not yet matured, which is why it looked this way. Flanders calmly said, although it may not look like a phoenix right now, it won't lack the power a phoenix should have. As if to validate Flanders' words. Flames erupted from Mahongjun's slightly chubby fist. In an instant, the temperature around them noticeably increased. Lu Bai and Mahongjun are 5 meters apart, yet they still feel a distinct wave of heat hitting their faces. So hot. Oscar was startled, looking at Mahongjun's burning fist. Lu Bai, be careful. Mahongjun shouted as he ran towards Lu Bai, but his short, chubby legs moved so slowly that it was impossible to describe it as a charge. Lu Bai stood still until Mahongjun rushed in front of him, swinging his burning fist. Only then did he suddenly take a half step forward, guided by the panel, and unleashed his strongest punch. In that moment, Flinder's pupils constricted. This soul power fluctuation. Chapter 10. Proof of the Monster, Part 3. At the moment Lu Bai stepped forward and threw his punch, Flinder finally felt that the soul power fluctuation on him far exceeded level 8. This intensity, no, it was nearly level 20. What did he do? Flinder couldn't figure it out, but the most important thing right now wasn't what Lu Bai had done, but what he was about to do. With nearly level 20 soul power intensity, even without the support of a martial soul, it was considered a heavy strike for Mahongjun. Flinder concentrated his soul power, took a step, and rushed forward to intervene. A soul sage over level 70 was indeed powerful, and Flinder himself was a sensitive attack type, skilled in speed. In the few tenths of a second before Lu Bai's fist advanced, Flinder had already reached Mahongjun's side, almost making contact. Lu Bai's attack took effect first. Before Lu Bai's fist made close contact with Mahongjun, the soul power on his fist erupted in advance, creating a wave of impact that wasn't very strong but spread outwards. The impact stirred up a strong wind, blowing away the flames on Mahongjun's fist and pushing his round body away. Flinder didn't have time to think much. He quickly accelerated and hugged Mahongjun, stepping back a few paces in the direction Mahongjun was flying, using his soul power to offset the subsequent force. Lu Bai maintained his punching stance, letting out a long breath. His front foot had left a small pit about 40 centimeters in diameter on the ground, and the soul power from his thrown punch could still be faintly felt rising slowly. Mahongjun lay in his teacher's arms, wide-eyed and confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Flinder first checked Mahongjun's physical condition and found no obvious external or internal injuries. Just a tear in his shirt where a piece of fabric was missing, which relieved him. Mahongjun, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort? To be on the safe side, Flinder still asked. No, Mahongjun gradually came back to his senses after coming out of shock. I'm sorry, teacher, I lost. Losing and winning are common. Don't take it to heart, Flinder comforted him. It doesn't matter this time. You can win it back next time. Mahongjun nodded vigorously. Yeah, I will work hard, teacher. Flinder set Mahongjun down and turned to Lu Bai, asking seriously, Lu Bai, what did you just do? The moment you threw that punch, I felt your soul power reaching nearly level 20. You didn't use some evil method to boost your soul power for admission, did you? What do you mean by evil method? Lu Bai stood innocently. If you're asking about the method I used to unleash my soul power just now, it is a technique I created over the past 2 years called soul power overclocking. It's simply compressing the soul power and then releasing it, a very simple technique. Compressing. Releasing? Flander glanced again at the torn shirt on Mahongjun's chest. Just now, your fist hadn't even touched Mahongjun when you released your soul power. Wasn't it due to a control error? No. Liu Bai shook his head and quickly gathered a stronger soul power in his hand as proof. If this level of soul power cannot be controlled freely, then there's no talk of soul power overclocking. Flander widened his eyes. He could clearly feel that the soul power gathered in Liu Bai's hand had already surpassed level 20. Yet Liu Bai didn't even have a single soul ring. I thank you on behalf of Mahongjun for your mercy. However, I find your current strength a bit hard to understand. If possible, could you explain to me in detail? As long as you want to hear it. Liu Bai smiled and said, I also want to join Shrek. Flander chose the nearest dormitory as their conversation place. There were only 2 chairs in the dormitory, and Flander casually went to the bedside for Liu Bai and Oscar to sit down, while he and Mahongjun directly sat on the bed. Although I really wanted to talk about the skill called soul power overclocking, I'm also very concerned about the speed at which your soul power level is increasing. So let's start with that. There's nothing much to say about this. Liu Bai scratched his head and said, I just followed the cultivation method that Oscar taught me and kept practicing. Fran was about to say it was impossible, but then a thought flashed through his mind, so he changed his words and asked, what do you mean by keeping practicing? Liu Bai said seriously, it means literally practicing both day and night. Flander adjusted his glasses and asked, you practice even at night? Don't you want to sleep? At first I did, Liu Bai replied. Liu Bai looked like he was trying hard to remember. In the first few days, he often fell asleep while practicing until midnight. But after a few days of persistence, he was able to practice until dawn. Ever since he replaced sleep with practice, the speed of his soul power enhancement has increased a bit. No wonder you were able to raise 6 levels in 2 years. Flinder affirmed Liu Bai's efforts. What is that soul power overclocking? It actually allows you to unleash nearly level 20 soul power. And looking at you now, that explosion seems to have had no effect on you at all. As far as I know, there is no such convenient and useful technique in the entire Soul Master world. It's really very simple. Liu Bai directly explained the principle. As long as you compress the soul power within your body and keep it compressed while circulating it, you can accumulate soul power that exceeds your soul power level. Then, you just need to release this soul power when attacking. Is that it? Fran expressed disbelief. Is this what you call soul power overclocking? Flander stopped talking and closed his eyes to try. After a while, Flander started to frown. 3 minutes later, Flander opened his eyes. No, I can't do it. Hey, why? Liu Bai scratched his head. I was clearly doing well. Liu Bai, what you just said was to maintain the compressed soul power state while operating the soul power, right? Flandra expressed the difficulties he encountered, but generally speaking, almost all soul masters, including myself, can only accomplish one of these 2 tasks, either compress the soul power or operate the soul power. To achieve both simultaneously, it seems that one would need to master the unspread secret skill of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the mind control, to make it possible. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Isn't that one of the 7 major sects you mentioned in class? Why bring up this sect? What is mind control? I don't know this secret skill. Liu Bai controlled his body to follow the guidance of the panel, allowing his level 3 acting skill to be fully expressed. With his current feelings written all over his face. Director, what are you saying? Can you say something I can understand? Do you want me to join the academy? Although Liu Bai didn't say it out loud, his expression clearly conveyed those thoughts. In simple terms, distraction control is the ability to multitask. Flanders looked at Liu Bai as if he were a monster. You mean to maintain a compressed soul power state while also operating? That's a typical case of divided attention. You actually figured it out on your own without saying a word. Is this an impressive achievement? Liu Bai happily asked, so, does that mean I can be considered a monster? Ah. Flander laughed and said, absolutely. Of course. You have mastered distraction control on your own and even created the technique of soul power overclocking. Moreover, you defeated a battle soul master of the same level while being an auxiliary soul master. If that doesn't count as a monster, then who else can? So, does that mean I can join Shrek now? Liu Bai looked at Flander with hope. Can I attend classes with Oscar in the future? Yes. Flander patted Liu Bai's shoulder. From this moment on, you are a member of our Shrek Academy and can enjoy all the resources within the academy. Once your soul power reaches level 10, I will personally take you to hunt soul beasts. Thank you, Dean. Liu Bai sincerely thanked him, then suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Dean, since I'm already a student of the academy, can I continue living in your room? How should I pay the tuition fees? Can I still continue working at the blacksmith? The tuition is not urgent. You can pay it back when you are able in the future, Flander stood up and said. As for other matters, if you like, you can continue as long as it doesn't affect your studies. However, starting tomorrow, if the teachers haven't given prior instructions, You need to remember to gather on the Academy's playground before 6 a.m. every day. After saying that, Flander had already walked to the door. All right, Dean, take care. Hearing Liu Bai's cheerful voice from behind, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Flander's mouth, with a spirit and innate soul power that are quite ordinary, yet managing to stand out among monsters with control over soul power. I hope you could go a bit further. Chapter 11, Liu Bai's First Soul Ring, Part 1. Liu Bai officially became a member of Shrek. After that, his daily rhythm and routine did not change much. There were two insignificant changes. One was that he had to gather at the Shrek playground every morning, whether there was something to do or not. The other was that, during classes, he no longer sat in as an observer, but sat next to Oscar with an additional Mahongjun. Since Mahongjun had just arrived and was 2 years younger than Oscar and Liu Bai, the three of them did not have many opportunities to attend classes together. Originally, Flinder had planned to arrange a training program for Liu Bai similar to Oscar's, aimed at building basic physical strength, but after some tests, he found that Liu Bai's physical abilities were already very close to the level of a spirit master with a spirit power of 20 or above when their martial soul was activated, far exceeding what an auxiliary system spirit master at level 8 could achieve. While marveling at Liu Bai's monstrous talent, Flinder only advised him to be cautious during training and not to overexert himself, then quietly doubled Oscar's training load. Half a year passed like this. Liu Bai, is your spirit power about to reach level 10? Next to the cottage where Li Bai lives, on the training ground built by Li Bai himself, Oscar was doing push-ups while asking, "Is it ready?" Soon. Liu Bai was also doing push-ups, but he had a flat iron block on his back that was larger than those of others. After nearly 3 years since the awakening of his martial soul, he was finally about to become a soul master. Oscar had a nostalgic look on his face. By the way, have you thought about what effect you want for your first soul ring? Although you may not necessarily get what you want, you should at least have a few goals. He had previously asked teacher Zhao and discussed it with the dean, so he had more or less made up his mind. Li Bai added a smaller iron block of the same style onto the flat iron block on his back. Your big sausage has a full recovery effect, so it's likely that we will act together in the future. Therefore, the teacher suggests that I choose effects that do not overlap with yours. For example, increasing soul power, strengthening defense, or increasing speed, etc. What about you? Oscar pushed himself up with effort and stood up. Your thoughts should be quite different from the teacher's, right? They're different. Liu Bai raised one hand and performed a one-handed push-up. My fighting power mainly relies on my soul power, so I want to increase the amount of soul power as much as possible. I hope for soul skills that can continuously restore soul power, increase the total amount of soul power, or speed up the recovery of soul power. I still believe that we support-type soul masters should not think about fighting. Oscar shook his head. Anyway, no one expects our combat ability. Isn't it nice to safely assist everyone from behind? Sure, it's great. Liu Bai raised his head to look at Oscar, but the premise is that the enemy is foolish enough to only attack the people in front of us. Moreover, what if in the future the person you like can only marry a soul master with combat ability? You've already said it's a future matter. Who knows if it will happen? Oscar shrugged indifferently. Besides, what kind of family in this world would have such a strange rule? All right, I'm not going to discuss this with you anymore. I worked up a sweat today, time to take a shower. Watching the cheerful Oscar leave, Liu Bai shifted his attention to the panel. Upgrading the martial arts is really difficult. Over the past 6 months, I've revised it nearly 1,000 times. Yet the progress bar has only reached 47. 17452. The speed of soul power upgrades is also very slow after reaching level 8. It's been half a year and I still haven't reached level 10. Oscar is already level 19 and Mahongjun is at level 16. The gap between us is getting wider. The difference in innate soul power is just too significant. However, once our soul power levels get higher, their upgrade speed will definitely slow down. My martial arts are upgrading, and there are no bottlenecks, so I'll catch up sooner or later. There is no need to rush. Soul power control, LV41. Let us keep leveling it up. Who knows when it might come in handy. Parallel thinking, LV32. Recently, I can indeed think of 3 things at the same time. It seems that every time I increase by 10 levels, I can think of one more thing simultaneously. I wonder if it will change at higher levels. The pinnacle of the 7 treasures glazed tile school S distraction control is the 7 apertures Linglong heart, and I should be able to surpass that in the future. Soul power overclocking, LV27. Unfortunately, the soul power gained from overclocking cannot accurately determine the level. Otherwise, I could deduce the conversion relationship between the overclocking skill level and the maximum soul power after overclocking. The skills 1 blade Azura and 1 blade Rakshasa? When did I practice these two skills? Wait a minute. It seems they suddenly appeared during the test. Only LV1? That is a bit wasteful, since they are both very practical and powerful skills. I've decided I'll make some time to grind levels next. The progress of basic body techniques and soul power has increased by 1 again. Only 3 more points left to upgrade. 3 points to upgrade? Grind it. Another 2 days have passed. On the Lubai panel, the soul power level has already reached 99,999, indicating that it can be upgraded with just a bit more training. After class, Lubai suddenly called out to Zhao Wujin. Teacher Zhao, do you have time recently? Zhao Wujin replied, recently? Besides teaching you 3 little brats, what else is there for me to do? He indicated that he was quite free. It's like this, Teacher Zhao. Today, my soul power should be able to break through to level 10. I would like to ask you to help me get a soul ring. Lubai said cautiously, Hi, what's the big deal? Isn't it just your first soul ring? Any time is fine, as long as your luck isn't too bad. Half a day is enough. Zhao Wuji didn't care about this, but he was curious about something else. Hey, Lubai, you just said you could break through today. How do you know you can break through today? Lubai was taken aback. Don't soul masters usually know how long it will take for them to break through? They can know, but generally speaking, they can only have a rough idea and can't be very precise. To be certain of breaking through within 7 days is already considered very accurate. I've really never seen anyone as certain as you are about breaking through in just 1 day. This touches on my knowledge blind spot. Lubai pretended to be foolish and said, maybe it's my talent? Actually, I can clearly feel my soul power increasing when I cultivate. So I can also calculate the time for my soul power breakthrough quite accurately. Oh, Zhao Wujia raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. Lubai was a bit confused as to why Zhao Wuji trusted him so easily. Teacher Zhao, don't you think I'm talking nonsense? Ha ha ha. Zhao Wuji laughed and ruffled Lubai's hair. This world is vast, and there are many things you haven't seen. Although you're also a little monster. There are many more monsters in the world than you. Being able to clearly perceive your own cultivation situation is not an especially remarkable talent. What is there to not believe? Lubai nodded thoughtfully. I see. Since you can determine that you are about to break through, I won't leave. Zhao Wuji sat down on a chair in the classroom and said to Lubai, it's quite troublesome to go back to my place and then come and find you. So I might as well wait here for your breakthrough and then take you directly to hunt soul beasts. This is certainly the best option, and it can effectively prevent any unexpected situations that might lead to doubts about Lu by not forgetting the effects of his panel, especially the effect of the panel ignoring bottlenecks. According to the common knowledge or theorem of this world, when a soul master's soul power reaches a whole 10 levels, they must have a soul ring to continue cultivating and breaking through. From any angle, this situation that requires a soul ring to break through can be called a bottleneck. The existence of the panel eliminates Lu Bai's bottleneck. This raises a question. What will happen when Lu Bai's soul power reaches a whole 10 levels? Lu Bai imagined roughly 3 scenarios. The first scenario is that the panel's effects surpass everything, allowing Lu Bai to ignore the world's rules and continue to enhance his soul power without soul rings. The second scenario is that the world's rules suppress the panel, forcing Lu Bai to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings like other soul masters in order to continue improving. The third scenario lies between the first and second, where the panel directly grants Lu Bai soul rings to ensure he does not encounter a bottleneck. In reality, Lu Bai cannot know which scenario it will be until his soul power reaches a whole 10 levels. If it is either the first or second possibility, it is not a big deal. As long as he obtains soul rings in time, he doesn't even have to worry about being noticed as different. The key is the third possibility. Regardless of how many methods there are to obtain soul rings, the fact that humans cannot independently generate soul rings still applies. Once Lu Bai quietly acquires a soul ring, what will the teachers at Shrek think? The outcome may not necessarily develop in the worst direction, but one must be cautious. There are excuses or convincing reasons that could be fabricated, but as the saying goes, a lie often requires more lies to cover it up. Li Bai feels that it is too exhausting and inefficient. First of all, this kind of thinking is wrong. Why should one think about explaining things themselves? As long as I create a set of facts that I don't even fully understand, the rest can be left to those with exceptional imagination to come up with a convincing answer for themselves. Isn't that sufficient? Zhao Wujia, as the vice president of Shrek Academy and the strongest person aside from Flinder, is also someone who doesn't have too many ulterior motives. Compared to others, Zhao Wujia is undoubtedly the most suitable choice to be a witness when Li Bai breaks through. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Lu Bai sincerely thanked him. then sat cross-legged in a vacant spot in the classroom and began to upgrade. Chapter 12. Lu Bai's First Soul Ring. Part 2, 100. The soul power progress bar filled up, and Lu Bai's soul power broke through to level 10. Zhao Wuji, who was standing by, raised his eyebrows. Oh. He really broke through. But Lu Bai's breakthrough did not end there. In less than a second after the breakthrough, the soul power progress bar on the panel emptied, and then a brand new soul ring condensation progress bar appeared. The newly appeared progress bar filled up in just 3 seconds and then disappeared. What happened in those 3 seconds, Lu Bai did not see, but Zhao Wuji, who had been watching Lu Bai closely, witnessed the entire process. Why hasn't the breakthrough ended? Hey, is this a soul ring? How can he condense a soul ring by himself? And the quality of this soul ring? 15 minutes later, Zhao Wuji brought Lu Bai to the dean's office to report everything that had happened with Lu Bai to Flender. After listening to Zhao Wuji, Flender's expression did not change much. He just nodded to indicate he understood, then said to Lu Bai, let me see your soul ring. Pretending to be confused, but actually very clear about his situation, Lu Bai walked forward dejectedly. Yes, Dean. A loaf of bread appeared in Lu Bai's hand, and then a pure white soul ring emerged, with not even a hint of light yellow mixed in, no matter how you looked at it. This was an extraordinarily ordinary, garbage 10-year soul ring. It was indeed a soul ring, and it was a very standard 10-year soul ring. Flender adjusted his glasses. But for a human soul master to condense a soul ring by himself, this is really unheard of. How do you feel about it? Lu Bai took a moment to compose himself, running through the lie he had just fabricated in his mind to ensure there were no obvious logical flaws before speaking. There wasn't any special feeling. I was just cultivating as usual, and when my soul power broke through to the 10th level, I found the soul ring had already appeared by the time I came out of my cultivation state. Zhao Wuji promptly confirmed. That's right. I was standing guard the whole time. After this kid's soul power broke through to the 10th level, it took no more than 3 breaths before the soul ring appeared. It didn't seem like it was being condensed at all. It felt as if the soul ring had always been there. The soul ring had always been there. Flender fell into deep thought. Zhao Wuji and Lu Bai remained silent, watching Flender without interrupting. After a long while, Flender raised his head and asked Lu Bai, what is the effect of your first soul ring? Lu Bai, accelerate the recovery of small bread. After eating the bread, it enhances the activity of soul power within 1 hour. Flanders and Zhao Wuji both expressed their confusion. The activity of soul power? I'm not quite sure either. Lu Bai expressed that he doesn't quite understand either. The specific effects seem to vary depending on the actual situation. Flander, can you elaborate on that? Lu Bai nodded and continued. If the soul power is not fully restored, then the effect of enhancing soul power activity manifests as accelerating the recovery speed of soul power. If the soul power is fully restored, the effect of enhancing soul power activity manifests as improving the efficiency of cultivation. Specifically, when restoring soul power, it increases by 10, and for every level my soul power increases, it adds 1, but the effect of improving cultivation efficiency is only 1/10. Very good. After hearing Lu Bai finish, Flander said in a tone full of encouragement and affirmation, this first soul ring of yours, disregarding the years, is very suitable for you and quite powerful when looking at the effects. However, Zhao Wuji expressed a different opinion. But this is ultimately just a 10-year level soul ring, with limited potential. Potential? Lu Bai really didn't understand this time. He asked, Teacher Zhao, is there really such a saying that soul rings have potential? This hasn't been mentioned in class yet, so let me explain it to you first. Zhao Wuji simply explained, the effects of soul ring are not fixed. They will increase as the soul master's soul power grows. However, this enhancement has a limit. For example, a 100-year soul ring will not reach or exceed the level of a 1,000-year soul ring, no matter how high the soul master's soul power is. We usually refer to this situation as the soul ring limit. Naturally, the higher the year of the soul ring, the higher the limit. This is one of the reasons why soul masters pursue soul rings with as high a year as possible. But there are exceptions. Flander adjusted his glasses and added, once, when I was traveling on the road, I heard a rumor. It is said that if a soul ring is granted by the legendary god, then, regardless of the age of the soul ring, its effects can increase with the soul master's soul power with no limit. Huh? A god-given soul ring? Zhao Wuji widened his bear-like eyes and threw out several questions. Does God really exist? Will they grant soul rings? And the enhancement has no limit. Just a rumor. Flander gestured for Zhao Wuji to calm down and not ask so many questions, but I do know of a similar situation. Zhao Wuji asked, Similar. Flander. Have you heard of the martial soul 9 hearts Si Tang? Liu Bai was acting confused, shaking his head. What kind of martial soul is that? Zhao Wujia scratched his head. It sounds like a flower. The 9 hearts begonia is an extremely unique and rare martial soul. I've never seen it in person either. Flander struck a pose reminiscent of a commander. According to records, there can only be at most 2 soul masters with a 9 hearts begonia in this world. Only when one of these 2 soul masters dies will another with a 9 hearts begonia appear. What a strange martial soul. Zhao Wujia expressed a meaningless thought and then asked, but what does that have to do with Liu Bai's situation? Flander did not answer, but continued. The 9 hearts begonia also has another characteristic, which is that no matter how many soul rings are added, this martial soul only has 1 soul skill. Zhao Wujia felt he understood, yet he still seemed confused. I'm still a bit unclear. This 9 hearts begonia doesn't seem to relate to Liu Bai's situation at all. What I mean is, Flander said with a hint of helplessness, martial souls are incredibly diverse. Since there is a special martial soul like the 9 hearts begonia, which has many restrictions and only 1 soul skill regardless of how many soul rings it has, then it is also possible for a martial soul like Liu Bai's, which comes with its own soul ring, to exist. Just because we don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Zhao Wujia finally understood. Oh, I see what you mean. Dean, Liu Bai suddenly spoke up and asked, are you saying that my martial soul will only have 1 soul skill? No. Flander waved his hand. I'm just giving an example, not referring to you. Liu Bai pondered for a moment and said, but Dean, if my soul power reaches level 20 and the soul ring appears automatically, with the soul skill effect remaining unchanged, doesn't that mean there's indeed this possibility? Flander did not deny it. It seems that to clarify these issues, we will have to wait until your soul power breaks through to level 20. However, if that is the case, your soul ring may have no limits. As long as you work hard to cultivate your soul power, there will come a day when your 10-year soul ring will have better effects than those 100,000-year soul rings. Yes, I will work hard. Liu Bai revealed a hint of an excited smile. So, Dean and Teacher Zhao, I'm going back to cultivate. Flander smiled and said, go ahead. Once Liu Bai left the office, Flander suddenly sighed. I have a friend who understands martial souls very well, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to contact him for many years. If he were here, he might be able to figure out Liu Bai's situation. Zhao Wujia, who has known Flander for many years, had heard him mention that friend who understood martial souls more than once or twice, and comforted him habitually. Maybe in a few years, he will contact you on his own. Perhaps that will be nice. Flander stood up and looked out the office window into the distance. How are you doing now, Shout Gang? Chapter 13. A fulfilling 3 years with the first soul ring, Liu Bai was finally able to register at the Spirit Hall and start receiving money. After leaving Flander's office, he hurried to the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City to complete his registration and collect a gold soul coin for this month. Because he left the academy to register, the fact that Liu Bai's first soul ring was a trash 10-year soul ring was known by Oscar and Mahongjun that evening. However, Liu Bai himself never thought about hiding it. After all, there were only the 3 of them as current students of Shrek, and the only peers they could play with nearby were just the 3 of them. Even if Liu Bai didn't activate his martial soul or release his soul ring, Oscar would definitely ask questions upon realizing Liu Bai's soul power level, and it couldn't be kept a secret. After hearing Liu Bai's simple description and receiving confirmation from Flander and Zhao Wujia, Oscar and Mahongjun quickly accepted this fact. Mahongjun was relatively open-minded and even took the initiative to challenge Liu Bai, wanting to regain his former pride. After being beaten by Liu Bai, he became honest and grumbled that he would never challenge Liu Bai again until he gained the ability to fly. Oscar initially found it hard to accept, but after seeing Liu Bai beat Mahongjun and everything remaining the same, he quickly relaxed as well. A few days later, Oscar's soul power broke through to level 20, and he prepared to obtain his second soul ring. At first, Flander and Zhao Wujia only planned to let one of them take Oscar to hunt soul beasts. However, considering that Liu Bai and Mahongjun would likely act with Oscar in the future, Flander decided that both he and Zhao Wujia would go, and they would bring another teacher from the academy along, taking Liu Bai and Mahongjun with them as well, treating it as an opportunity for them to see the soul beast forest. Especially for Liu Bai, since his first soul ring was generated mysteriously on its own. He had never been to the soul beast forest and had no experience with soul beasts up close. Such a soul master was unqualified. The whole process went smoothly, and Oscar was quite lucky, encountering a suitable 100-year soul beast within half a day. Liu Bai also encountered soul beasts for the first time, which were more dangerous than he had imagined. It wasn't just the soul beasts, It was also due to the pervasive toxins in the forest. There were both plants and animals that, although not as powerful as soul beasts, were numerous and inconspicuous, making them hard to guard against. Fortunately, the three teachers leading the group had rich field experience and had prepared items with detoxifying effects in advance. Small animals and insects would avoid them, so the only things to be cautious of were the plants. Besides that, there were the soul beasts. Lu Bai subconsciously compared the soul beasts of this world with ordinary wild animals from another world, unexpectedly discovering many similarities, but also encountering species that seemed similar yet were completely unrelated. This made Lu Bai realize that the ecosystems of different worlds indeed cannot be conflated. He then decisively abandoned the relevant knowledge from his past world, constantly reminding himself to understand this world in its own way. However, Oscar was fortunate. They did not stay long in the soul beast forest, and Lu Bai did not accumulate enough experience to compensate for this shortfall as much as possible. After returning to the academy, Lu Bai focused his attention on the library of Shrek Academy. The library is the place with the best hardware conditions in the entire Shrek Academy. Most of the books in the library were purchased from the market after the academy was established. There is also a small portion that belongs to Flinder's personal collection, which consists of rare items collected by Flinder during his travels across the continent with his companions in the past. Lu Bai's memories from another world made him deeply understand the importance of books to humanity. However, the Shrek library is not open to the public. Before Lu Bai officially became a member of Shrek, he was unable to enter the library to read. Now, he finally has the chance to go in. Unfortunately, he did not encounter the legendary librarian, which led him to criticize Shrek's lax management. His subsequent reading experience allowed Lu Bai to discover that the panel could also provide a photographic memory effect, which, while not very strong, is extremely practical. Instant memory becomes permanent memory due to the panel's effect. Moreover, the existence of the parallel thinking skill enabled Lu Bai to read 2 or even 3 books simultaneously in his field of vision, greatly improving his reading efficiency and allowing him to level up his parallel thinking. After finishing all the books in the library, Lu Bai's gains were somewhat subtle. Most of the content in the books was what the Academy's teachers had already covered in class. A small portion consisted of local customs and legends circulating on the continent, as well as some poorly illustrated plant and animal encyclopedias that were impossible to identify. To say this information was useless would be an exaggeration, but to claim it was useful would be too forced. In short, it was a collection of things that were a pity to discard but offered little substance. Fortunately, there were still some meaningful books, such as one about soul guidance devices. It detailed the production methods and loss processes of soul guidance devices, the most critical core content. Regarding the operational principles and specific production methods of the core array was only vaguely mentioned, making it difficult to reconstruct the complete process. This might be the reason why this book was left to gather dust in the library. However, the difficulty in reconstruction is only a statement applicable to most people. For Lu Bai, the complete and systematic theories and clear content provided in the book were already sufficient. The remaining biggest issue, and the most valuable aspect, is the reconstruction of the core array and further research. It's not that Lu Bai can immediately research and restore the production methods of soul guidance devices. He is not that skilled, and the panel is not that powerful. Just obtaining the soul guidance device samples needed for studying the array is beyond Lu Bai's current capabilities. But Lu Bai is confident, because the skill of array production has already appeared on the panel, although it is still LV0 and the progress bar is as low as 0. 0.0001100. The emergence of the skill confirms that his thoughts and speculations regarding the production of the core array are correct. The panel cannot create something out of nothing. As long as a relevant skill appears, it must mean that Lu Bai has already mastered the corresponding ability. Erroneous ideas will not yield results, and thus will not reflect on the panel. What remains is to capture the flashes of inspiration during repeated practice using the panel, and then quickly enhance and master them. In the end, the method of producing soul guidance devices that Lu Bai can master may be different from the lost one. But does that really matter? As long as it works. Is he overthinking it now? Lu Bai casually tossed aside the failed magic circle, ending 10 minutes of physical rest and brain exercise. He put on his homemade weighted suit and continued his workout. Lu Bai's emphasis on physical training is second only to soul power, and the time and energy spent on it are also significant. This is because ensuring Lu Bai's combat effectiveness through the important skill of soul power overclocking puts a heavy burden on his body. If Lu Bai's physical strength doesn't keep up, even if his soul power control level is high, the final effect he can achieve will be quite limited. Unfortunately, physical abilities are not considered skills in the panel and do not display specific values. Therefore, Liu Bai has always been cautious about relaxing his efforts to improve and enhance his physical abilities, dedicating a fixed amount of time each day for training. Fortunately, while physical abilities are not classified as skills, training itself is. Liu Bai has now leveled up his exercise skill to LV30. Every day during his workout, as long as he follows the guidance on the panel, not only can he maximize the effects of exercising, but he also doesn't have to worry about injuries from overtraining. Because before that happens, the panel will guide his body to stop exercising. With fulfilling days passing by, more than 5 months have gone by in the blink of an eye. Liu Bai and Oscar have officially spent their 3rd year at Shrek and are now entering their 4th year. Chapter 14, Mahongjun's Evil Fire, Part 1. Shortly after the new year, just like any other morning, Liu Bai took Oscar for a warm-up run around the academy. On their way, they encountered Flander and another figure they hadn't seen in the academy before. Liu Bai, look, isn't that the dean? Oscar suddenly pointed at Flander and asked, "Who else could it be if not the dean?" Liu Bai said expressionlessly, quickly adjusting his breathing after speaking. "Do you know the person behind the dean?" Oscar stopped to get a clearer look. "That person has no soul power fluctuations, so he should not be a soul master. Also, look at the box he's carrying. I guess he's a doctor." "He is indeed a doctor." Liu Bai took a glance to confirm the identity. His clinic is located in Soto City, near the principal shop, which I saw the last time I went to the spirit hall to collect the golden spirit coins. But there's one thing you got wrong. He is a soul master, and you can't sense his soul power simply because your perception ability is too weak. His soul power should be around level 32. "Hey, is that true?" Oscar looked skeptical. "Liu Bai, is your perception ability really that impressive? Think whatever you want." Liu Bai didn't care. "If there's nothing going on, let's keep running. There are still 10 laps left to today's scheduled goal." "Ugh, I don't want to hear it. Don't say that scary number." Oscar covered his ears with one hand and refused with the other. After a while, Oscar realized that Liu Bai really didn't continue, just looking at him expressionlessly, shrinking his neck. "Well, I think we should go see what the dean's purpose is in bringing the doctor. Finding a doctor is, of course, for treatment." Liu Bai's tone was normal, but Oscar felt a chill. What else could it be for? Of course, seeking a doctor is definitely for medical treatment. However, Oscar raised his index finger and shook it. "The key point I want to make is not about the treatment itself, but who is getting sick. Didn't you notice where the dean and the doctors are heading?" Liu Bai really hadn't noticed. He turned to take another look. "That direction is where Mahongjun's dormitory is?" "Exactly." Oscar exaggeratedly opened his arms wide. "Liu Bai, think about it. The fatty has been with us all day. How can he not be considered a good friend of ours? Now that he's sick, isn't it only right and proper for us to visit him? Besides, what if he has some contagious disease and we get infected without knowing it? Since the doctor is there, we might save some money on a clinic visit." That makes sense." Liu Bai nodded, feeling that Mahongjun was indeed their friend. When a friend is sick, they should visit, definitely not to save money. "Let's go." "Go. Go, go." The two of them jogged ahead and happened to catch up just as Flander and the doctor arrived at Mahongjun's dormitory door. Flander sensed the presence of the two and turned to look at them, asking, "Weren't you two just exercising? What are you doing here?" "Dean, the person behind you is Dr. Wong from the Soto City Health Clinic, right?" Liu Bai simply explained. "Oscar and I guess that Hongjun might be sick, so we came to see him." "I see." Flander's expression softened a bit. "Sorry to worry you. Hongjun is actually not in serious trouble. It's just, well, never mind. You can all come in and take a look." The 4 of them entered Mahongjun's dormitory one by one. Once inside, they saw Mahongjun looking bewildered at his brother, who was standing tall in front of him. "Teacher, you finally came." When Mahongjun saw Flander, he rushed over like he had seen his savior, crying, "I can hardly feel anything. Am I going to die like this? No way. With such a small problem. How could you die?" Flander widened his eyes, gently patted Mahongjun's head, and introduced the doctor behind him. "This is Dr. Wong, a longtime friend of your teacher, with top-notch medical skills and ethics. Let him take a look at you." After speaking to Mahongjun, Flander turned to Dr. Wong and nodded. "Old Wong, I'm entrusting this disciple of mine to you." Dr. Wong had already quietly set down the box he was holding, opened it, and was checking various medical tools. Hearing Flander's words, he looked up. "I will do my best." Liu Bai finally got a good look at Dr. Wong. This Dr. Wong had a kind face, a slightly plump figure, and at first glance, he gave off a good-natured vibe. But the next moment, Liu Bai saw him coldly telling Flander, "Even if you speak well of me in front of the kids, the consultation fee can't be a single penny less. And remember to make up for the consultation fees from when you came to see me before." I know. It's just a bit of consultation fee. As if I'm not going to pay, Flander muttered, his voice getting quieter and looking pained. Dr. Wong said nothing more. After so many years, he already knew what kind of person Flander was. Dr. Wong walked over to Mahongjun's bedside. Kid, come on, lie down on the bed, I'll check you out. Don't worry, it won't hurt, nor will it be uncomfortable. Okay. Mahongjun obediently laid down on the bed. As soon as he lay down, the situation became even more apparent. It was indeed not normal. Dr. Wong frowned and asked Flander, how old is this child this year? Flander calculated briefly. He just turned 8 during the new year. 8 years old? Even for a soul master, that's too early. Dr. Wong mumbled to himself. And suddenly the fluctuations of his soul power intensified. A pair of glasses appeared on his right hand, and 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, appeared on him. Second soul skill, life fire observation mirror. The yellow soul ring emitted a soft light as Dr. Wong put on his martial soul glasses and stared intently at Mahongjun. Strange. Dr. Wong took off his glasses and said to Flander, you know the effect of my second soul skill. Based on the results, your disciple is very healthy. Flander frowned. But you also saw this child has been in this state since yesterday, which is clearly not normal. That was a fact. Dr. Wong fell into deep thought. And after a while, he remembered something. He used his second soul skill to look at Mahongjun again for a while and concluded, I might know the reason. Flander perked up. What is it? Hurry and tell me. The first time I looked at it, it was not very obvious and I almost overlooked it. Dr. Wong briefly explained the reason he didn't find during the first diagnosis. For some reason outside the body, your disciple's kidneys have been stimulated. Although they currently show stronger vitality than other parts, they are actually weak inside. To put inappropriately, it's like a man who is clearly kidney deficient but behaves robustly surrounded by women. Something outside the body. The only thing Flander could think of was, are you saying that Hongjun's condition is related to his martial soul? Very likely. Dr. Wong began to pack his tools. First, I can confirm that his body is fine, and you can also be sure that he hasn't been attacked by other soul masters. So the only possibility for this situation is his own. Excluding the body, it only leaves the martial soul. But why would the martial soul have such an effect? Flander couldn't understand. The phoenix is not some evil martial soul. That's beyond my understanding. Dr. Wong finished packing his instruments. I can only treat physical illnesses. You should know more about martial souls than I do. That's true. Flander shook his head. Thank you for coming. Doctor, Wong said calmly, as long as you pay the consultation fee, I won't find it hard. What happened to the compassionate heart of a healer? Flander said unhappily, you become too focused on money. Dr. Wong remained calm. Parents need to eat too. Flander suddenly had no more temper. Come with me. Just as Dr. Wong was about to follow Flander to get the money, Labai, who had been watching for a while, suddenly asked, Director, when we use soul power to cast soul skills, is it possible to integrate other energies from the body as well? Flander was caught off guard and didn't hear Bai's question clearly. What did you say? Bai repeated it again. Yes. Flander didn't understand why Bai suddenly asked this, but still gave a positive answer. Mental power is a common type of energy that can be fused with soul power. Since that's the case, Bai pointed at Mahongjun and said, is it possible that his condition is affected by his body, specifically the part related to it, being influenced by the martial soul? Because his flames seem different from ordinary flames. Bai's new perspective took Flander and Dr. Wong by surprise. Soon after, both of them fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, Flander and Dr. Wong regained their focus, exchanged a glance, and silently nodded in understanding. Then Flander turned to Bai and said, Bai, your idea is great. It's something that old Wong and I overlooked before. Now I need to take Hongjun to verify it. I also hope his issues can be resolved soon. Bai said sincerely. After all, we are friends. Ha ha ha. It's lucky for Hongjun to know you guys. Flander smiled and pulled Mahongjun out. We're leaving first. Oscar and Bai said in unison. Take care, Dean. Watching the three leave, after they had walked quite a distance, Oscar shifted his gaze back to Bai. Hey, where's Bai? Oscar was stunned. Just a moment ago, Bai was right beside him. Such a big Bai suddenly disappeared. Bai, where are you? Right here, outside the house. Going in the opposite direction from Flander and Dr. Wong. Bai was already raising his legs in place. How long are you going to watch the Dean and the others? We still have 10 more laps to go for today's exercise goal. What did you say? Didn't we take some time to visit the fat guy? Shouldn't we reduce the amount of exercise? It's only been a few minutes. Just run faster. Hey, Bai, slow down. I can't keep up. Chapter 15. Mahongjun's Evil Fire, Part 2. The next time Bai and Oscar saw Mahongjun was 3 days later, in the morning at the academy cafeteria. after Flinder and Dr. Wong had taken him away. "Hey, fatty," Oscar greeted cheerfully upon seeing the familiar round figure. "What have you been up to these days?" "Don't mention it." Mahongjun turned around with a calm expression, as serene as a Buddha, but there was an undeniable hint of weakness. "I just want to rest well right now." "Wow, fatty, what happened to you?" Oscar exclaimed. "Did the Dean and Dr. Wong take you somewhere to find girls and wear you out? If that were the case, it would be better." Mahongjun's eyelids drooped halfway as he weakly leaned on the table. "After leaving the dorm that morning, the teacher and Dr. Wong took me to the training ground, making me breathe fire one moment and checking my body the next." Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief. "You just went through that for 3 days? How is that possible?" Mahongjun waved his chubby hand. "If I had really gone through 3 days like that, I would have been done for and wouldn't be here chatting with you. The first day was like that, but by the second day, Dr. Wong said he discovered the connection between the flames of my martial soul and my physical condition. So the second and third days were all about resolving the issues between my body and martial soul with the help of Dr. Wong and the teacher." "So, does that mean your problems have been resolved now?" Lu Bai curiously turned his head and asked, "Is this situation different from what you know? Did Dr. Wong say what the reason is? Is it related to your current kidney deficiency appearance?" "Yes, it has been resolved." Speaking of this, Mahongjun felt a bit happy and became slightly more energetic. "According to Dr. Wong and the teacher, when my martial soul generates flames, it not only consumes soul power but also absorbs energy from my kidneys. This energy is the source of the peculiar attachment effect in my flames. However, during this process, the intense heat from the powerful martial soul stimulates the kidneys, which is why I've been unable to recover." And then, Lu Bai became interested. He had only mentioned it casually at the time and hadn't thought much about it. After finding the problem, was it resolved smoothly? "Of course," Mahongjun said with a hint of pride. "The main reason is that the fire energy of the martial soul stimulates my kidneys, so I just need to avoid that. Although I can't change the martial soul, I can control the energy in my kidneys to actively merge with the flames of the martial soul. This way, the fire energy of the martial soul won't directly stimulate my kidneys, and I can adjust the amount of energy I merge into the flames myself." "It sounds pretty good." Li Bai smiled and said, "So your appearance of kidney deficiency today is due to excessive energy consumption of the kidneys? Is that right?" Mahongjun covered his kidneys. Looking terrified, the teacher and Dr. Wong are simply devils. They said children have strong recovery abilities, and anyway, it's not time to use it yet. For 2 consecutive days, a full 2 days aside from eating, sleeping, and go to the bathroom, they kept insisting that I feel the existence of this energy by consuming the energy of my kidneys and then learn to control it. If it weren't for my talent, I might have already perished from kidney deficiency." Lu Bai said with a hint of expectation. "Can Oscar and I also harness the energy of the kidneys that you mentioned?" "I'm afraid not." Mahongjun shook his head. "I can sense this energy because of my martial soul, but even the teacher and Dr. Wong can't feel it." "All right then." Lu Bai felt a bit regretful, but didn't dwell on it too much. "By the way, after incorporating more kidney energy, has your fire changed in any way?" "Hey, good question." Mahongjun clearly became smug. "Yes, there's been a change, and it's a significant one. Now my combat ability is stronger." "Oh, that's impressive." Lu Bai raised his eyebrows with a hint of interest. "How about we have another sparring session in a couple of days, once your body has recovered?" No, that would be bad for my health." Mahongjun quickly waved his hands in refusal. Although he had gained some strength, he was well aware of the gap in power between himself and Lu Bai, and he didn't let his improvement inflate his ego. "As much as I don't want to admit it, I'm still not your match. Like I said, let's wait until my martial soul can support my flight before we spar." "Hey, fatty, you're such a coward." Oscar chimed in from the side. "Lu Bai's soul power is 7 levels lower than yours, and he's just a support-type soul master. You don't dare to fight him. It's not about whether I dare or not." Mahongjun completely brushed off Oscar's provocation. "My fire has gotten stronger, but if I can't hit Lu Bai, it would be meaningless. Besides, regarding soul power, Lu Bai has the skill of soul power overclocking. When he was at level 8, he could unleash soul power close to level 20, and now he must be at least over level 20. I don't think I can withstand even one of his hits. Why would I challenge someone when I know I'll lose? That would just be asking for trouble. TSK. What a pity." Oscar clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Fatty, I think you seem smarter today. Is it because your kidney is weak and you've used up the part of your brain that usually thinks about women to think instead? You're the one with women on your mind." Mahongjun looked at Oscar with a gradually friendlier expression. "Speaking of which, I can't beat Lu Bai, but beating you should still be easy, right?" Oscar's expression changed, and he silently shut his mouth. Seeing that Oscar had stopped talking, Mahongjun bid farewell to the two of them and returned to his dormitory to rest. Watching Mahongjun walk away, Oscar still felt a bit frustrated. So how does it feel? Doesn't it feel quite unsatisfying? Li Bai whispered softly in Oscar's ear, as if it were the whisper of a devil. If you start training with me today, in no more than 6 months, you'll be able to face off against the fat guy without falling behind. Want to give it a try? Oscar was a bit tempted, but more hesitant. But the amount of training you do, I feel like I can't keep up. What did I say you needed to train as much as I do? Lepi corrects Oscar's misconception. My training volume is large. Firstly, to accelerate the speed of soul power enhancement, so that I won't be left too far behind by someone like you who has innate full soul power. Secondly, I have a good understanding of my body's condition, and I am gradually increasing the intensity without risking injury. This is a lie. A normal human, no matter how fit an adult is, would be overtrained and worn out in less than 2 months if they trained at Lepi's current intensity every day. Not to mention that Lepi is only 10 years old. The key lies in the effect of having no bottleneck on the stats, which not only manifests in the increase of soul power and skill levels, but also in the enhancement of physical abilities. There is no bottleneck there either. Discovering this point came shortly after gradually increasing the training intensity. The effects of physical training are always immediate, even if the stats don't show the values of physical abilities. Lepi can feel the strength within his body increasing day by day, and he even had the thought of simply switching to a body cultivation path at one point. Even now, Lepi hasn't completely abandoned that idea. Synchronizing the enhancement of physical abilities with soul power is not only because increased physical strength is beneficial for accommodating more soul power, but also because Lepi considers the possibility of encountering situations where soul power levels cannot continue to rise, preparing for an easier transition to body cultivation when that time comes. If you're willing to train, I will create a personalized training plan based on your situation to ensure that you won't find it overwhelming. You should know that if I cause you to injure your body, the dean would definitely be the first to hold me accountable. Lepi said, pointing in the direction where Mahongjun had left. If you don't want to practice, that's fine, but if that's the case, I think in at most half a year, the fatty will dare to take a dump on your head. Oscar's gaze shifted back and forth between Li Bai and the direction Mahongjun had left, and finally gritted his teeth. I will practice. Chapter 16. Oscar's talent, go for it. Oscar, you only have 5 more laps to go today. The sun was gradually setting, casting a hint of yellowish hue. Outside the academy, Li Bai and Oscar were running laps around the academy with weights. Li Bai is carrying a metal block larger than himself, and he is wearing a pair of metal-soled shoes to prevent his feet from sinking into the ground due to the heavy load. He specially made these shoes to help support the weight and to compensate for the insufficient load. Li Bai is now carrying nearly 2 tons of weight, but he still runs swiftly and his breathing is very steady. Oscar, who has no weight on him, is panting heavily. He opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't get the words out, and his breathing became even heavier. Li Bai caught up with Oscar. Just don't talk. Your breathing will get messed up. Wait until the workout is over to say anything. After saying that, Li Bai suddenly accelerated, and in just 2 breaths, Oscar could no longer see him. Oscar felt a bit frustrated, thinking that he shouldn't have agreed to work out with him in the first place. He had promised to start training with Li Bai, and over the past year they were both 11 years old. Because of the presence of soul power, soul masters grow faster than ordinary people. At 11, Oscar and Li Bai, judging by their development, were already comparable to typical 14 or 15-year-olds. Compared to 5 years ago when they first arrived at Shrek, their bodies had changed significantly. Their originally slender bodies became more robust due to improved diet and exercise. Even through their clothes, they no longer gave off a weak or frail impression. Additionally, as their bodies gradually developed, the gap in their looks also widened. Oscar inherited his father's good looks, especially those charming peach blossom eyes, which led to him being strongly surrounded by the girls from the nearby village every day during workouts. Lepi's looks are not particularly high. At best, they are above average, making it difficult to pick him out in a crowd. When he's with Oscar, he even falls short as a supporting character. Fortunately, Lepi focuses all his attention on the panel and leveling up his skills, not caring about those things. After a year of hard training, Oscar has managed to maintain the operation of his soul power while moving. Although he still can't lift weights as effortlessly as Lepi, Oscar has begun to grasp the essentials of multitasking. This greatly enhances Oscar's endurance. Otherwise, even with the help of soul power, he wouldn't be able to run 40 laps around the academy in a day. Such talent has made Lepi very envious. Lu Bai relied on the panel as a cheat to master parallel thinking in just a few years. However, Oscar didn't have any cheats. He purely relied on his own talent and reached the level that took Lu Bai 3 to 4 years to achieve in just 1 year. Although it was during the 3 to 4 years when Lu Bai had not fully recognized the effects of his own panel, it was still enough to prove that Oscar's talent was terrifyingly high. This made Lu Bai doubt whether Oscar also had some kind of cheat. However, Lu Bai had no way to verify this suspicion and soon dismissed the thought. Those who were amazed by Oscar's extraordinary talent were not just Lu Bai, but also the teachers at the academy. They didn't pay much attention to Lu Bai's growth process. After all, at that time, Lu Bai was not yet a student of the academy. By the time he entered the academy, he was already a monster. However, they could say that Oscar was someone they watched grow little by little. This made many teachers sigh. With such talent, why is he a support-type soul master? Mahongjun also shared a similar sentiment, but his focus was not on Oscar, but on Lu Bai. After resolving the issues caused by his martial soul, Mahongjun's interest in the opposite sex gradually returned to normal. Although he still liked them, it no longer affected his body, and he was able to invest more time and energy into cultivating his soul power and exercising, especially the latter. This is because Mahongjun wanted to maximize the advantages of his mutated martial soul, which required adding more energy from the kidneys into the flames, undoubtedly increasing the burden on the kidneys. Unfortunately, people in this world didn't really know how to exercise their internal organs. After thinking for a while, Flender came up with a clumsy solution to temper the body using the versatile soul power. As long as one could temper the whole body inside and out with soul power, their kidneys would naturally become stronger as well. Flender said this and directly handed Mahongjun over to Lu Bai, asking Lu Bai to train him together with Oscar. During the subsequent training process, Mahongjun was able to experience up close the intensity of Lu Bai's workouts, which could wear a person out. While amazed by Lu Bai's superhuman abilities, Mahongjun also felt a hint of regret for having said he would challenge Lu Bai after he learned to fly. He now had a mysterious trust in Lu Bai, believing that even if he could fly, Lu Bai would still find a way to bring him down and beat him into the ground. Today, Mahongjun also ran with Lu Bai and Oscar, and he was slightly stronger than Oscar, running with a weight of over 10 kilograms and completing 2 more laps than Oscar each day. Because of the extensive exercise he did every day, Mahongjun was much slimmer now compared to a year ago. Although his face still had a bit of baby fat, his overall physique was now at a normal level, and he can no longer be called fat. Hey, Hongjun, what lap are you on? Lu Bama quickened his pace and rushed to Mahongjun's side, running alongside him. There are still 3 laps left. Mahongjun breathed heavily, struggling to speak clearly. Okay, you don't have to talk anymore. Lu Bai hurriedly told Mahongjun to stop talking for now, waiting for his breathing to gradually regain its rhythm before speaking. I have a bit too many laps left, so I'll go ahead. After saying that, he accelerated again, his whole body resembling a large truck racing wildly on Akina Mountain, leaving dust behind. Because he was carrying enough weight, every step Lu Bai took left a shallow footprint on the ground. This was also because Lu Bai wore shoes with thick soles like a road roller every day on this path, which had compacted the ground. Lu Bai remembers that at the beginning, every step he took would sink in by half a foot. Now, Lu Bai's load is much heavier than at the start, but there is no noticeable vibration when he steps down. This is because Lu Bai has been practicing strength control while running, focusing on controlling his own power. Every time he lands, he tenses up just before the sole of his shoe meets the ground, simultaneously exerting force in the opposite direction, continuously reducing the speed of his foot's descent in a very short time, so that his foot is perfectly still when it touches the ground. As a result, there is not much noise when he lands. At most, the weight compresses the soil beneath him more firmly. In the beginning, doing this felt exceptionally difficult for Lu Bai. Whether it was due to the weight of the shoes, judging the distance between his foot and the ground, or the instant reverse exertion to reduce the speed of his foot's descent, none of these tasks could be mastered in a short time. At that time, Lu Bai couldn't even complete a full lap in a day. However, soon, as the skill level for power control on the panel gradually increased within a week, Lu Bai could complete a lap. A month later, he could easily finish 15 laps. After 3 months, controlling his power felt as natural as breathing to him. Even so, Lu Bai did not stop working on his skills. The progress bar on the panel continued to grow steadily every day. The sun was setting, and the golden evening light signaled that the day was nearly over. In today's training, Lu Bai still finished earlier than Oscar and Mahongjun, despite his training volume being several times greater than the two combined. Another refreshing day. Lu Bai returned to the house, washed off the sweat, changed into dry clothes. and tossed the dirty clothes into soapy water to soak. As he walked toward the cafeteria, he was thinking about what to eat for dinner that night. Halfway there, he ran into Mahongjun, who had just finished his daily workout, drenched in sweat, but looking in good spirits. "Hey, Hongjun, you worked out? I'm feeling all sticky and uncomfortable right now. I need to go back to the dorm to take a shower. Let's talk about it later." Mahongjun interrupted Lubai directly and rushed towards his dorm as if fleeing. "Still have the energy to run so fast?" Lubai looked at Mahongjun's back and thought, "It seems that tomorrow I can increase his training intensity a bit." At the request of Flander, Lubai had taught Mahongjun the technique of maintaining soul power circulation while moving since he started training a year ago. Unfortunately, Mahongjun seems to struggle with controlling his soul power, and his current level is not on par with Oscar's. However, as a battle soul master, his martial soul provides an extra boost to his physical fitness, making him overall slightly stronger than Oscar, which is why he can run a few more laps than Oscar every day. Lubai remembers that 6 months ago, the maximum difference in the number of laps run daily by Oscar and Mahongjun reached 7 laps. However, as Oscar became more skilled at multitasking and his soul power level gradually increased, the gap between him and Mahongjun has now narrowed to just 2 laps. In another 2 months, Oscar should be able to surpass Mahongjun in the number of laps. At that time, he will suggest to the dean to have the two of them practice against each other. Chapter 17. The Escaping Daimubai, Part 1. A year ago, Lubai, along with Oscar and Mahongjun, intensified their physical training. Lubai found himself responsible for the meals of 3 people, needing to prepare 3 meals a day, each requiring a substantial amount of food to satisfy their growing physical demands. However, Lubai lived in a single room, and the kitchen was too small, with pots and pans only suitable for 1 or 2 people. To maximize efficiency, Lubai moved the kitchen to the Shrek Academy cafeteria. At first, the cafeteria chef and the older aunt scoffed at Lubai, believing that no matter how powerful a soul master he was, he could not surpass their culinary skills. Then, Lubai impressed them with a simple bowl of egg fried rice. Now, both the chef and the aunt are loyal supporters of Lubai, who actually taught them some cooking techniques to avoid having to eat poorly cooked meals on days when he didn't feel like cooking. From the results, everyone was happy, so that was enough. Afterward, the place where Lubai, Oscar, and Mahongjun ate naturally shifted to the academy's cafeteria. After finishing their training and taking a shower, Lubai went to the cafeteria and found Oscar already eating. "Did you come straight to the cafeteria after training?" Oscar swallowed his food and replied, "If I went back to the dorm first, I might not make it to the cafeteria." After saying that, he immediately grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. "I didn't see you so hungry a few days ago." Lubai leisurely piled up food in the bowl. "Could it be that you didn't eat enough at noon?" "No, it's probably because my soul power has been increasing recently, and my body is starting to develop further," Oscar casually replied, lifting his head to look at Lubai. "Although I've seen it many times, I still can't accept how you can so casually chew up and swallow the bones of a chicken leg. Your body is really getting further away from being human. Look at what you're saying, it's just chicken bones." Lubai was crunching loudly, and I didn't manage to do this at first. It's all thanks to my soul power. As long as I strengthen my teeth with soul power, I can chew even big bones into pieces. The key point is whether it can be chewed or not. Oscar pointed the chopsticks he was holding at the chicken leg in Lubai's hand. "The problem is, why do you need to chew the bones and swallow them? Although we call ourselves monsters, we are still humans after all. Have you ever seen anyone eat bones as naturally as you do? They aren't even cartilage. I just don't want to waste the meat and marrow attached to the bones, but nibbling a little bit is too much of a waste of time." Lubai simply explained, "If you eat it all, you won't have to worry about waste." "I don't believe you." Oscar lowered his head and continued eating. "I'm serious," Lubai casually said, glancing at the panel. The progress bar for the eating skill was increasing. After a while, Mahongjun also arrived, coming in and grabbing a chicken leg to gnaw on. By the time they finished eating, the sky had basically darkened. Shrek Academy's hardware conditions were poor. There were no lights at night, so if they didn't go out, staying in the dormitory meant that cultivating soul power was almost the only pastime. In fact, since coming to Shrek, Lubai and Oscar had always done this, while Mahongjun had only recently been able to. The night quickly passed, and as dawn broke, a new day began. First, they gathered at the academy's playground as usual. Later, if a teacher came, they would follow that teacher to class. If not, it meant that today was free time. Indeed, the 3 of you are very punctual today. Flander, who hadn't appeared for a few days, made a long-awaited appearance. "Today, I will introduce a new classmate to you." Without needing to say much, upon seeing Flander, Lubai, Oscar, and Mahongjun all noticed the tall figure following him. "Mubai, please introduce yourself." Flander briefly introduced. Although they are younger than you. They all entered school earlier than you. Yes, director. The tall figure respectfully bowed to Flander, stepped forward, and extended a hand to Lu Bai and the others. A handsome face breaking into a bright smile. Hello, my name is Mu Bai. I am 12 years old. My martial soul is the White Tiger, and I am a level 25 battle soul master. I look forward to working with you. Hello. Lu Bai was the first to step forward and shook Mu Bai's outstretched hand, then immediately let go. My name is Lu Bai. Lu from the character for music. Bai from the character for white. I'm 11 years old. My martial soul is bred, and I'm a level 13 support type soul master. I'm Oscar. Oscar followed Lu Bai's lead, shook Mu Bai's hand, and introduced himself. I'm 11 years old. My martial soul is sausage, and I'm a level 22 support type soul master. My name is Mahongjun. Mahongjun wasn't very enthusiastic because he didn't like males who were more handsome than him, especially those who were much more handsome. So he didn't shake Mu Bai's hand. I'm 9 years old. My martial soul is a phoenix, and I'm a level 19 battle soul master. Flinder looked at the four children greeting each other with satisfaction. From today on, you are all companions. Mu Bai just arrived today, so you should take him around the academy this morning, and we'll start training in the afternoon. After saying that, Flinder turned to leave. Just as he took a step, he suddenly turned back and reminded, by the way, Mu Bai, you can share a dormitory with Hongjun. There's a spare bed. Mu Bai stood up straight. Okay, Dean. But Mahongjun pouted unhappily. There are clearly empty dorms. Why does he have to squeeze in with me? Ahem. Le bit coughed twice, drawing the attention of the three to himself. Since the dean has assigned the task, we need to do it well. Let's discuss whether we should all take a tour of the academy together. Or if one of us should take Mu Bai for a tour, while the other two continue with the daily training. Sorry to interrupt. Mu Bai raised his hand, signaling the others to be quiet. I heard the dean say that our Shrek only recruits monsters. Oscar and Mahongjun have high soul power, at least higher than mine back then. But Lu Bai, your soul power seems quite ordinary. Why are you in the academy? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Mahongjun cast an appreciative and sympathetic glance at Mu Bai. Oscar's expression looked as if he was about to grab a piece of watermelon. I didn't expect you would care about this. Lu Bai scratched his head. If I say this myself, it might sound like I'm boasting. Although my soul power isn't high, and my martial soul is just an ordinary food type, I could still manage to rub you a 25th level battle soul master. On the ground. This statement is really interesting. Mu Bai laughed out loud. You, an auxiliary soul master without any attack power, with only 13th level soul power, actually say you could rub me on the ground? Haha, you're right. My martial soul has no attack power, and my soul power level is a full 12 levels lower than yours. Lu Bai nodded and calmly stated the facts. However, having no attack power in my martial soul does not mean I have no attack power myself. And having a low soul power level does not mean I have no soul power. Oh, Mu Bai stopped laughing, somewhat surprised. Due to his own experiences, his mindset had always been very conflicted. He did not want to give up, yet he saw no hope of successfully resisting, even when he ultimately chose to escape. This conflicting mindset had still not changed. In Mu Bai's view, Lu Bai's situation is completely that of an ordinary soul master, and he will never achieve anything great in this lifetime. The best case scenario is to play a minor role in the army or become chef. He can never become a strong person. Can you show me? The strength you speak of, the one that can pin me down and rub me into the ground. Of course, no problem. Lu Bai smiled like a child. He had wanted to test his own combat strength for a long time, but unfortunately, he had never found a suitable sparring partner. Come on, this way. Let's go find the teacher. What do we need the teacher for? Mu Bai asked in confusion. Do students need the teacher's permission to spar with each other in this academy? No, don't get me wrong. Lu Bai smiled and explained. It's just that having a teacher watching over us makes me feel more at ease. In case any of us accidentally goes too hard, it could lead to serious injury for one side. But if there's a teacher with high soul power present, it can help avoid that situation as much as possible. Huh, so you're afraid of getting hurt. Mu Bai revealed a smile that said, that's more like it. Lu Bai smiled and said nothing. Oscar and Mahongjun exchanged glances at Lu Bai's smile, both thinking, this guy Lu Bai is definitely worried about accidentally injuring Mu Bai. Chapter 18. The Escaping Mu Bai, Part 2. Teacher Lee, good morning. Li Yusong's teacher's dormitory is closest to the Shrek Academy playground. Lu Bai wanted to start sparring with Mu Bai as soon as possible, so it made no sense to go far when there was a nearby option. Lu Bai and Xiao Ao with Hongjun, where you up to? Li Yusong had no classes today and was just enjoying the sun outside his dormitory. Teacher Li, the dean brought a new student today. His name is Dai Mubai, a battle soul master from the assault department. I would like to spar with him. Could you please act as a referee? Li Bai introduced to Li Yusong, then turned to Dai Mubai and said, "This is Teacher Li Yusong, the Soul Emperor." "Hello, Teacher Li." Dai Mubai politely greeted Li Yusong. "I'll trouble you with the referee's matter. You want me to be the referee?" Li Yusong did not immediately agree. He first glanced at the eager Li Bai, then at the calm-looking Dai Mubai, and finally at Oscar and Mahongjun, who were watching the show. He asked Dai Mubai, "Kid, can I call you Mubai?" "Of course." Dai Mubai replied politely, "You are my elder." Li Yusong was very pleased with Dai Mubai's attitude, as most elders prefer polite children. "Mubai, how much do you know about Li Bai's strength? Why did you agree to spar with him?" Dai Mubai thought Li Yusong was worried he would be too harsh on Li Bai and explained, "Don't worry, Teacher Li. Although today is the first time I've met Li Bai, we are already companions. I will definitely hold back during the sparring." "No, I'm not worried about Li Bai, but about you," Li Yusong said seriously. "You might not believe it, but Li Bai's strength is quite strong, especially in practical combat." Dai Mubai looked at Li Yusong in confusion. "But Teacher Li, his martial soul is food type and has no attack power? Forget it. You probably won't understand just from my words." Li Yusong gave up on explaining in detail to Dai Mubai. After all, it took him a while to understand and accept this fact himself. Li Yusong stood up from the lounge chair. "I will be the referee for your sparring this time. Let me make it clear, if I intervene later, you must stop." Although Dai Mubai felt strange and wary about Li Yusong's attitude, he still believed that Li Bai posed no threat to him based on his own knowledge and understanding of martial souls. "Okay, Teacher Li, I will pay attention." "Sigh. I was talking to Li Bai." Li Yusong sighed lightly. "Li Bai, be gentle later." "Aha, I will try my best. I guess I will trouble Teacher Li." Li Bai felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that he had caused trouble for Li Yusong. After all, it was a bit unreasonable for a new student to be taken down on the very first day of school. Dai Mubai felt that his long-held perceptions were being challenged, and he thought it wouldn't hurt to be cautious. He decided that when the time came to fight, he would give it his all. After all, Teacher Li believed in this Li Bai so much. Even if I can't hold back, I probably won't be blamed too harshly. Next to Li Yusong's dormitory, there was a decent-sized open space, usually used for him to exercise. After all, as a soul master, even as a teacher, not staying active for a long time would lead to decline. Considering this, the academy provided all teachers' dormitories with matching training grounds. Although it was just a slightly larger open area, it received unanimous praise from the teachers. Li Bai and Dai Mubai faced each other, standing at opposite ends of the open space, about 5 or 6 meters apart. Li Yusong stood between the two. "Before I say start, neither of you is allowed to release your martial soul or use soul power." The two nodded and stood still. Li Yusong stepped back to the edge of the open area and raised his hand. "Ready, begin." As his hand fell, waves of soul power surged from Li Bai and Dai Mubai almost simultaneously. But Li Bai was faster. The onlookers felt 2 waves of soul power, with the latter wave clearly stronger than the first. 200-year soul rings appeared on Dai Mubai, shining with golden soul power brilliance. In contrast, the single white soul ring on Li Bai looked rather shabby. The first soul ring was actually only a 10-year ring. Dai Mubai subconsciously looked down on Li Bai a little. Let's test him without using soul skills. Just as Dai Mubai was about to rush in for a test strike, Li Bai moved quickly. By the time Dai Mubai lifted his foot, not yet leaving the ground, Li Bai had already dashed in front of him and threw a punch. "So fast." Dai Mubai was startled, but could still keep up with the speed, throwing a punch back at Li Bai's fist. But how foolish. Not knowing how to utilize his speed advantage, he's attacking head-on. "I am a powerful attack-type battle soul master." Bang! Their fists collided, producing a dull sound. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Dai Mubai's tall body staggered backward several steps, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. Li Bai didn't take a step back, but the ground beneath his feet sank a little. TSK. Truly worthy of a top-tier beast martial soul. The attack power boost is so high. Without using any soul skills and not investing much soul power, just an ordinary punch was enough to make my hand hurt a bit. Li Bai shook his slightly pained hand, his fighting spirit burning like a raging fire. But that's exactly what makes it good. Otherwise, it would feel too dull when fighting. Soul power overclock. Dai Mubai steadied his body, enduring the obvious pain in his right fist, and nervously stared at Li Bai. Noticing that the fluctuations of soul power on him began to intensify, but also became harder to perceive. It felt like a venomous snake lurking in the grass, ready to strike. Dai Mubai shivered, no longer daring to underestimate Lu Bai. First soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier. Is the buff ready? Then I'm about to attack. Lu Bai rushed over with a big smile, swinging his fists. His speed and strength doubled compared to the first round. Round 2. Dai Mubai was completely unafraid, clenching his fists to confront him head-on. Due to the age difference, there was a significant gap in soul power and strength between Dai Mubai and his older brother, which made him feel like he could never surpass his brother, leading to thoughts of giving up and avoiding the challenge. However, Dai Mubai was still a confident and arrogant guy. He didn't believe he would lose to someone like Lu Bai, a support-type soul master with much lower soul power than him. Don't underestimate me. Dai Mubai roared loudly, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered from his brother. His soul power surged, exploding with force to forcibly push Lu Bai back. While his second soul ring lit up, a strong golden light brewing in Dai Mubai's mouth. Second soul skill. One overwhelming sense of pressure. As expected of the second soul ring, to achieve the same level of power, I would need to expend several times more soul power. With my ordinary talent, if I didn't have the panel, I wouldn't be able to compete on the same stage as these people at all. Lu Bai maintained a steady breath, his focus highly concentrated, pushing his parallel thinking to the limit of his current level, sustaining the overclocking of his soul power, and gathering as much compressed soul power as possible for the upcoming attack. The current total amount of soul power was enough for a full-force battle for 2 minutes. No, that is not right. With Teacher Li by his side, it didn't matter if he lost control. He gathered all his soul power at this moment. It was time to determine the outcome with a single strike. Lu Bai's spirits were high, determined to emulate the passionate youth. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power from both sides, Li Yusong also began to gather his soul power, ready to intervene at any moment. Dai Mubai charged up to his maximum, suddenly shouting, "White Tiger's fierce light wave." A golden light wave, nearly a meter thick, surged towards Lu Bai. A sure kill. Lu Bai does not dodge or evade, facing it head-on. A serious punch. It's just an ordinary punch infused with all his soul power. Lu Bai does not understand martial arts techniques and does not have the talent to create his own martial arts. Moreover, due to the limitations of his martial soul, Lu Bai cannot use the attack techniques created around martial souls in this world. What Lu Bai can do is only simple and direct basic attacks, along with investing more soul power. But that's enough. A punch that gathers all of Lu Bai's current soul power forcibly dispersed the White Tiger's radiant wave released by Dai Mubai. This caused a portion of the soul power gathered in Lu Bai's fist to be consumed, but there was still enough soul power left. Just before Lu Bai's fist made contact with Dai Mubai's forehead, it stopped. The fist compressed the air, creating a strong wind that blew Dai Mubai's golden hair wildly. Lu Bai, what did you say earlier? Li Yusong's overwhelming soul power forcibly halted Lu Bai's advancing fist. You call this trying your best? I knew that Teacher Li would definitely make a move. Aha! Lu Bai felt guilty, and his laughter lacked energy. Sorry, Teacher Li, I'm a bit overwhelmed. You. Li Yusong shook his head, released his hand, and turned to Dai Mubai, who was still in a daze, saying, All right, Mubai, now you know Lu Bai's strength, right? Although there might not be another support-type soul master like him in the entire soul master world, underestimating the opponent has never been a good habit. Yes, Teacher Li, I will remember that. Dai Mubai bowed sincerely, putting away the last bit of pride in his heart. The sparring is over, you should leave now. Li Yusong sat back down in the lounge chair at the door. I need to continue resting. Thank you, Teacher Li. Goodbye, Teacher Li, Lu Bai shouted to Li Yusong. And after finishing, he looked at Dai Mubai, opened his palm, and smiled, saying I had a lot of fun today, and I hope we can have more exchanges and sparring in the future. Mubai? Dai Mubai instinctively reached out to shake hands and replied, Sure. By the way, Mubai. Lu Bai smiled unchanged. I have something I want you to do. What is it? Dai Mubai had a sense of defeat. Just say it. No need to be so serious. It's a good thing for you. Lu Bai Dao. I want you to be the boss among us. Boss. Dai Mubai was surprised. Why? You are stronger than me. You should be the boss. Exactly. Oscar said unhappily. Lu Bai, I have no objection to you being the boss. But Mubai is only older, with higher soul power. His strength is quite average. If he can do it, why can't I? Your temperament doesn't match. Lu Bai shook his head at Oscar. It's good enough that you can take care of yourself. Then he said to himself, I'll pass. Being the boss isn't just about being strong. What about me? Mahongjun said unhappily. Why don't you mention me? Lu Bai and Oscar said in unison. You're too young. Is this your request? Dai Mubai nodded calmly. Got it. I will do as you say. That's all. Lu Bai nodded. From now on, you're our boss, Dai. Chapter 19. The Escaping Dai Mu Bai, Part 3. Although he became the boss as per Lu Bai's request, Dai Mu Bai knew deep down that he hadn't truly become the boss. There were two main reasons for Dai Mu Bai's agreement. First, among the 4 students of Shrek Academy, he was the oldest and had the highest soul power level. Second, he lost the battle against Lu Bai. Indeed, there were no prior agreements or bets before their contest, but the loser should reasonably comply with the winner's requests. This is both a respect for the victor and a way to maintain the remaining dignity of the defeated. As for Lu Bai's true intentions, Dai Mu Bai was unclear and chose to keep his doubts to himself for the time being. Lu Bai gained a rough understanding of his current strength through the battle with Dai Mu Bai, achieving his goal, and he felt quite satisfied. Therefore, he took the initiative to lead Dai Mu Bai to familiarize himself with the academy, allowing Oscar and Mahongjun to go ahead with their daily training. Oscar and Mahongjun didn't have as compelling reasons as Lu Bai, so they had no choice but to accept the reality of not being able to slack off for half a day, grumbling as they headed towards their usual training grounds. Lu Bai led Dai Mu Bai to stroll around the academy. This is the cafeteria, where mealtimes are relatively fixed every day, so it's best to arrive on time. Otherwise, we can't guarantee there will be food left for you. This is the dormitory. Your dorm with Mahongjun is the room on the front left, and the room on the right is Oscar's. The conditions aren't very good, but they're not bad either, so you'd better not compare it to your own home. This is the playground. Every morning, unless the teachers specifically say otherwise the day before, it's generally expected to arrive a little earlier. If you're late, you might be punished by the teachers, so pay attention. This room is for the principal and the teachers' offices. The teachers may not always be there, but the principal is usually around unless he is out. This area is for the teachers' dormitories. Further out, there are the villagers living near the academy, and I live near there too. They generally won't interact with us, and the academy has rules that we must not bully these villagers. Otherwise, the principal is likely to take action himself. Also, Shrek Academy is not big at all. In fact, you could say it's quite small, but Lu Bai introduced everything in detail, and it took over an hour to go around. So, that's every area of Shrek Academy. Did you remember, Big Brother Dai? Do you need me to take you around again? Lu Bai turned around and said to Dai Mu Bai. After speaking, he realized that Dai Mu Bai's attention was not on him. He walked over, pressed down on Dai Mu Bai's shoulder, and shook it. Hey, Boss Dai, what are you thinking about? Dai Mu Bai was startled and came back to his senses. Sorry, I was just thinking about some things. Where did you leave off? When did you start zoning out? Lu Bai's expression gradually turned to disdain. Dai Lauda, I know you're not feeling great after losing to me, but this way of getting back at me is a bit petty. I'm not that petty, Dai Mu Bai denied with all his might, his face almost touching Lu Bai's. I'm really thinking about something. I know now. Lu Bai leaned back with all his might to avoid face contact with Dai Mu Bai. Too close, Boss Dai, too close, we're going to bump into each other. The two found a place to sit and rest. Dai Mu Bai sat down and calmed down a bit. Anyway, Boss Dai, say something you can talk about. What were you just thinking? Lu Bai reached out and placed a hand on Dai Mu Bai's shoulder. The perspective of the person involved is always relatively one-sided. As an outsider, I might be able to provide you with a different angle. Dai Mu Bai crossed his palms to support his chin and thought for a moment. What you said makes sense, and besides, the things I'm thinking about can't be said to be completely unrelated to you. Oh, so it actually has something to do with me? If what was just said was merely casual consolation, then now Lu Bai was genuinely interested in what Dai Mu Bai was thinking. I definitely want to hear this. In fact, I was just thinking, Lu Bai, you're the same age as Oscar, and both of you have food-type martial souls. But your soul power is so much lower than Oscar's. What could be the reason? Dai Mu Bai looked at Lu Bai seriously. After thinking it over, the most likely possibility is that your innate soul power level is very low. Is that all? Lu Bai instantly lost interest. You can just ask directly next time. My innate soul power is level 2, which is considered ordinary. After all, my martial soul hasn't mutated, and I don't come from Soul Master family. Having level 2 is already pretty lucky. The answer is even lower than Dai Mu Bai expected. Then how did you cultivate? Don't say your innate soul power is level 2. I've seen those with level 3 or 4, and many at your age can't even reach level 10 soul power. What else can I do to cultivate? Lu Bai leaned back, raised his head to look at the sky. Try to keep the soul power in a state of cultivation as much as possible, and also try to exercise the body, and finally persist every day, just like that. Haven't you ever thought about giving up? Dai Mu Bai's voice trembled slightly. With such low innate soul power, the speed of soul power enhancement must be very slow, right? Of course it's slow. Lu Bai said seriously. I've spent more time in cultivation and have a higher training intensity, but my soul power has not increased as quickly as Oscar and Mahongjun. Since I started cultivating, not only has the distance between us not narrowed, but the gap in soul power has actually grown larger over the past 2 years. The teachers say that as soul power levels increase, it becomes more difficult to improve, and the gap will likely be even greater then. Really, just thinking about it makes me a bit distressed. Since that's the case, Dai Mubai was a bit excited. Why haven't you given up? Why do you still work so hard on your cultivation and training? It's not about why I don't give up, but rather why I should give up. Lubai looked directly into Dai Mubai's eyes. Having a poor martial soul and insufficient innate soul power level are not reasons for me to give up, right? Of course, I understand that efforts have their limits. Dai Mubai looked at Lubai with a puzzled expression. Then why do you still insist? Lubai picked up the words that Dai Mubai couldn't express. A meaningless question. No matter what my thoughts are, reality will not change. What good would it do me to give up everything? None. It would even make some small things I could originally do become impossible, which is a disadvantage. Whether to seize the last bit of possibility or to avoid disadvantages as much as possible, I shouldn't give up, right? Dai Mubai really didn't get the answer he wanted. However, Lil Bai's answer showed him something different. Can you listen to my story about a coward who ran away? Is that coward you? JPG, but Lil Bai wouldn't be so tactless and silently nodded. That coward was born into a large family, inheriting the excellent martial souls of his ancestors. Although his innate soul power wasn't level 10, it was over level 9, and his talent could be said to be very good. Dai Mubai began to tell his story. The coward had an older brother, 6 years older than him, whose talent was not inferior, even better. The coward's family had a cruel rule. Each generation's leader could only be inherited by the strongest one. Therefore, the coward's brother always targeted him, and even wanted him dead many times. Although the coward was timid, he didn't want to die, so he worked very hard to cultivate and train. However, the age gap between the coward and his brother was too great, and he could never catch up. Although the coward had better talent, he didn't have enough time to grow. In the end, the coward accepted his fate. He knew he could never defeat his brother. Thus, the coward chose to run away. He fled his family, fled the country, to a place where no one knew him, waiting for the day his brother would come to find him. At this point, Dai Mubai fell silent. Lubai waited for a moment, and seeing that he had no intention of continuing, asked, "Are you done?" "Yes, I'm done." Dai Mubai nodded and asked Lubai, "Do you think what that coward did was right? Shouldn't he have been braver, not giving up everything to run away, but working harder to confront his brother? I don't even know where the end of the universe is. How could I possibly know that?" Lubai casually quoted a famous line and slowly said in Dai Mubai's puzzled gaze, "I'm not that coward. And I don't know what the situation is at that coward's home, so it's hard for me to understand his thoughts. But just from what you, Boss Dai, said, I feel that the coward's brother is a bit off." Chapter 20. The Running Dai Mubai, Part 4. The coward's brother is off? Dai Mubai suddenly doubted whether his brain and mouth were in sync when he spoke just now, as he ended up saying a lot about the brother. Why do you think that? Because you said that brother puts all kinds of pressure on the coward, even trying to find ways to kill him, right? Lubai tries to analyze from another angle, but Big Brother Dai, would you deliberately step on an ant because you're worried about being bitten by one that accidentally crawls by your feet? Dai Mubai completely doesn't understand what Lubai is trying to say. Well, I haven't really paid attention to whether there are ants crawling by my feet, but I shouldn't. That's the point. Lubai said seriously, according to what you, Big Brother Dai, said, the coward doesn't have enough time to grow beyond his brother. So the coward should pose no threat to his brother. Therefore, rather than suppressing the coward and making him fight for his life to become stronger, it would be better to treat the coward well, to spoil him, so that he can train without pressure and only know how to play. This would be more beneficial for that brother to obtain the position of family leader, wouldn't it? It seems yes like that. Dai Mubai had never considered this possibility. But with Lu Bai's reminder, are you saying that the reason the coward is treated that way by his brother is because his brother thinks the coward could threaten him? Who knows? I just said it casually. Lu Bai's serious expression suddenly collapsed. That timid guy's brother probably never thought of spoiling the timid guy like that. Or maybe the timid guy's family forbids such actions. I'm not them, so I don't understand their thoughts. I'm only expressing my own opinion. As for what you, Dai Lauda, want to know about whether that timid guy's actions are right or wrong, that's not for me to decide. It has to be based on that timid guy's own thoughts. Indeed, it must be his own thoughts for it to count. Dai Mubai seemed to understand something. Thank you, Labai. Talking with you for a while has helped me clarify some things. No, there's no need to thank me. I haven't done anything. Lubai waved his hand and said, to be honest, while running away is shameful, it's quite useful. A coward who runs away at least buys himself time and space to grow without worry. if things go smoothly, because the coward is not visible. His brother might relax and slow down his progress. As long as he works hard enough, it's not impossible for that coward to surpass his brother. If what I said before just encouraged Dai Mubai to think about the problem from another angle, then what I'm saying now is an affirmation of the struggle that Dai Mubai has always felt, even inspiring the direction of his future efforts. Many great figures can achieve success as long as they find the right direction. Coincidentally, Dai Mubai is that kind of person. After being fed a mouthful of irresponsible, laid-back philosophy by Lu Bai, Dai Mubai's fighting spirit soared. Ha ha, you're absolutely right. Running away is shameful, but useful. Without further ado, Lu Bai, let's start training. We can. But are you really okay, Boss Dai? Lu Bai felt a bit worried. I've always felt that since just now, Boss Dai, your mental state has been a bit off. Ha ha ha, it's normal to be abnormal. Dai Mubai chuckled brightly. I am a monster of Shrek. He really expressed something quite subtle with a cheerful expression and tone. Lu Bai felt that some unsettling memories were about to surface. No more talk. Let's go train. Once we start training, I believe you won't think about these messy things anymore. Dai Mubai, Ohat, let's go. Lu Bai brought Dai Mubai, who was in a rather unusual mental state, in his opinion, to the only small creek within the Shrek Academy, where he usually practiced soul power with Oscar and Mahongjun. Now that we are still young, if we spend the whole day exercising, it would be somewhat overwhelming. Li Bai briefly introduced his daily training routine with Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Mahongjun. Currently, I divide our daily training into 3 parts. In the morning, we do simple warm-up exercises to refresh ourselves, and then we practice soul power control. In the afternoon, we engage in high-intensity physical training. In the evening, we replace sleep with soul power cultivation. Wow, that's intense. Dai Mubai was shocked. He always thought that his training intensity was already considered diligent among his peers. But now, comparing it to the training routines of Li Bai, Oscar, and Mahongjun, he suddenly felt that his past training intensity wasn't much higher than resting. However, Dai Mubai didn't quite understand what Li Bai said. I understand physical training and replacing sleep with soul power cultivation, but how do we train soul power control? And what is the significance of training soul power control? Lu Bai's first reaction was to wonder why Dai Mubai would ask such a stupid question. It was only a second later that he remembered that this guy had just arrived at Shrek today. So he explained, for me, improving my control over soul power is second only to increasing my soul power level. As for the reason, what do you think about the abilities I demonstrated when we spar before? How else could it be? Defeating me head-on with just 13th level soul power, without any martial soul enhancement, completely tramples on the common sense of soul masters. Dai Mubai still found it hard to believe when he recalled it, but he soon realized the significance of Lu Bai's question. Wait a minute, does that mean your combat ability is related to your soul power control ability? Be more confident. Dai Mubai, just drop the does that mean. Lu Bai waved his finger in the air as if to remove something. My combat ability is directly related to my soul power control ability. To explain the specifics would take a long time, so let's talk about it another day. Today, I'll provide a practical example to illustrate the immense significance of soul power control ability for soul masters. Dai Mubai nodded and silently waited for Lu Bai to continue. Lu Bai, take your second soul skill, the Mo Bai, for example. It's called the White Tiger's Raging Light Wave, right? Yes. The White Tiger's Raging Light Wave can be said to be one of the research achievements of my family's ancestors. Dai Mubai subconsciously elaborated a bit more, concentrating soul power to unleash a roaring impact because the White Tiger martial spirit itself has a bonus effect on roaring skills. Its attack power is comparable even to that of a 1,000-year soul ring. However, the impact you released before was still shattered by my punch. Lu Bai stated the cruel truth. Dai Mubai's mental state was visibly deteriorating at a rapid pace. However, Lu Bai turned the conversation. If your control over soul power were a bit better, the outcome would be uncertain. Are you saying that as long as my control over soul power is stronger, I might be able to defeat you? Dai Mubai looked at Lu Bai in confusion. But why? No matter how much the control ability improves, the strength of the soul power shouldn't change. No, the control ability can indeed affect the strength of the soul power. Lu Bai released a small orb of soul power from his palm. Can you feel this soul power? Of course, although it's very small, the fluctuations of the soul power are quite obvious. Dai Mubai nodded, expressing his admiration for Lu Bai's ability. Your control over soul power is really impressive. I have seen many soul emperors and even soul saints who cannot do what you do, releasing soul power outside the body while still maintaining and controlling it. There must be specialized practice. The difference is significant. Lu Bai extended another hand, pinching the released soul power between his hands. Watch closely. He compressed the soul power, transforming a loose mass of it into a soul power ball the size of a mung bean, emitting a faint glow. Do you feel the change? This feeling, the fluctuations of the soul power seem to weaken, but that's not right. It's becoming less noticeable, so it feels weaker, but in fact, the fluctuations of the soul power are strengthening. Dai Mu Bai's eyes widened as he stared at the soul power ball between Lu Bai's hands. It really is possible to enhance soul power through control. This is just a simple demonstration. Lu Bai scattered the soul power in his hands. I can break your soul skill with one punch. Relying on the high concentration of soul power focused on my fist. To use an inappropriate metaphor, my hand, which condenses soul power, is like a rock, while your released soul skill is like flowing water. As long as my strength is greater than the impact on the rock, I can push the rock forward against the flow of water. Oh, I see, Dai Mu Bai said somewhat dejectedly. But what you said has nothing to do with my second soul skill. Unlike your self-created soul skills, the effects of soul ring skills cannot be changed once determined. Even if I invest more soul power, it will only continue to increase the attack power of the impact. I know very well that the effects of soul skills cannot be changed. Lu Bai raised his hands and gently pushed forward, signaling Dai Mu Bai not to rush, but the form and usage of soul skills can change. Chapter 21. Methods to train soul power control the form and usage of soul skills? What do you mean? Dai Mu Bai couldn't remember how many questions he had asked today. It seemed as if the years of elite royal education he had received were all fake. Do I really have to explain this too? Dai, your understanding of language and text seems a bit lacking. Lu Bai Hao did not hide his disdain for Dai Mu Bai, but in order to keep the conversation going, he patiently explained, it's all about the literal meaning. For example, Boss Dai, your white tiger light wave, in its original form, is just a golden soul power impact when you don't manipulate it. Changing the form means that you make this impact finer or thicker. Dai Mu Bai instinctively wanted to deny it, but the words got stuck in his throat, because he realized that when he released his soul skills, he really hadn't tried to control it. He just filled the soul ring with soul power all at once, and after the soul ring activated the soul skill, he just let it go. It was something he could completely do. Lu Bai confidently said, the essence of soul skills is still our soul power. It only changes in form and nature, but the soul power still belongs to us. As long as this point doesn't change, no matter what form the soul power takes, we will definitely be able to control it. Can I try it now? Dai Mu Bai was eager to give it a try. I want to see if it really works. Just wait for me to finish speaking. Lu Bai interrupted. Since you started talking, just let me finish before you start trying. All right. Dai Mu Bai suppressed his inner impulse. What I'm going to talk about next is the usage of soul skills. Is there anything special about this? Can attack soul skills really be used for support? Why not? Lu Bai retorted with a question and then gave an example. If I have a sword, it is naturally used for slashing or stabbing. But can I also use the side of the sword to hit? Or can I use it to block like a shield? As long as I'm not afraid of hurting my hand. I could even grab the blade and use the hilt to smash. Dai Mu Bai was taken aback. He had never thought of using a sword that way. But with the concrete examples provided by Lu Bai, Dai Mu Bai's thinking suddenly broadened. It seems like I understand a bit, but it's still not clear enough. That's normal. Lu Bai patted Dai Mu Bai's arm and comforted him. Oscar and Mahongjun were also like this at the beginning. It's just a small issue. You just haven't gotten used to this way of thinking yet. Think about it more, and you'll get the hang of it. Way of thinking was another term he had never heard before. Dai Mu Bai's eyes sparkled. But I can understand the meaning. Anyway, as long as you, Boss Dai, can understand what I'm trying to express, that's enough. Lu Bai used his soul power to pull a ball of water from the creek. Next, I will briefly explain how to train the ability to control soul power. Dai Mu Bai looked at the water droplet floating in Lu Bai's hand, adopting a serious expression of attentiveness. The method I'm currently using to train control ability is quite challenging. Boss Dai, since you are a beginner, I suggest you first try to grab water with your soul power. Lu Bai's palm faced upward, and a water sphere the size of a fist gradually stabilized, hovering about 10 centimeters above his palm, slowly rotating. This method of controlling soul power should start with feathers or leaves, then move on to wood or clay, and finally to water. Considering that you, Daida, have a high enough talent, I'll let you practice directly with water. Is that okay? Dai Mu Bai showed a troubled expression. Lu Bai, can you first tell me how you grasp the water with soul power? Ah, sorry, Daida, accidentally jumped Daiad. Lu Bai slowed down his thinking a bit. He was now also maintaining parallel thoughts. He had already explained everything to Dai Mu Bai in his mind. but his mouth hadn't timely expressed the content. First, control the soul power to wrap around his palm, then scoop a handful of water from the stream, and then try to let the soul power that wraps around his palm slowly transform into a state that completely wraps around the water. Finally, maintain this state. Slowly increase the soul power and raise the water higher. Is it really that simple? Dai Mubai found it hard to believe, because Lu Bai's description was much simpler than he had imagined. Is it enough to just do what you said? This is the training for the first stage, Lu Bai reminded. Throughout the process, it's important not to spill any water. Although this training sounds simple and looks easy, it's actually more difficult than you might imagine. All right, I'll do my best. Dai Mubai nodded, then pointed towards Oscar and Mahongjun. What are those two doing now? They were seen sitting cross-legged, with a few small water droplets floating around them, their soul power fluctuating. This was the third stage of water control training, where they had to maintain the water around their bodies by releasing soul power throughout their bodies without using their hands. Lu Bai briefly explained, they spent more than a year to reach this level. Dai Lauda, it's good that you have confidence, but it's better not to overestimate yourself. Ahaha. Dai Mubai smiled awkwardly. Ahem, so should I start practicing now? Let's begin, I will start too. After saying that, Lu Bai directly sat down on the spot, and a stable and subtle soul power fluctuation gradually began to emanate from him. Dai Mubai glanced at Li Bai, not quite understanding whether Lu Bai was cultivating soul power or training his control over it. In any case, he decided to try grabbing water using the method Lu Bai mentioned. With that in mind, Dai Mubai reached out his hand toward the stream. 2 hours later, the sun was already high in the sky, reminding people that it was time to prepare for lunch. Ah, damn it. Why can't I grab it? Dai Mubai watched in agony as the water in his hand flowed back into the stream in just a few breaths. Damn it, why? It looked so easy when Lu Bai demonstrated. Dai Mubai irritably ruffled his golden hair. Hey, Dai Lauda, it's time to go eat lunch. Rube, Oscar. And Mahongjun finished their soul power control training in the morning and reminded Dai Mubai, if you don't eat something before the afternoon physical training starts, it will be hard for you to last until the end. I'm on it. Dai Mubai stood up, and just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly felt weak all over and fell forward. Oh no, the practice of water grabbing consumed too much soul power. Dai Mubai immediately realized why he felt weak and instinctively closed his eyes as he saw the ground approaching. There was no sensation of his face hitting the ground as he had expected, but rather a sudden feeling of being caught. Dai boss, snap out of it. Dai Mubai opened his eyes abruptly and found that Lu Bai had somehow appeared beside him, holding him up with one hand to prevent him from falling. Sorry, can you help me out a bit? I think I consumed too much soul power during the soul power control training. Chapter 22, Disassembling Soul Guidance Devices, Part 1. A year had passed since Dai Mubai joined Shrek Academy. This golden-haired handsome guy had become very accustomed to life at Shrek and had completely blended in with Lu Bai, Oscar, and Mahongjun. Over the past year, Dai Mubai felt that he had spent the most fulfilling time of his life. Aside from eating, bathing, and necessary rest, the rest of his time was all about training. Training, and more training, even replacing sleep with soul power cultivation. In the beginning, Dai Mubai really felt he couldn't hold on for long, but Lu Bai seemed to understand him very well. Every training session he arranged for Dai Mubai was delicately balanced at a critical point, neither impossible to complete nor easy to finish, not even a tiny bit. After getting through the toughest first month, Dai Mubai finally had the energy to pay attention to his own changes. To sum it up in 2 words, it was amazing. In just a month of training, Dai Mubai felt like he had undergone a transformation. His soul power level didn't increase significantly, but his control over soul power and mastery of soul skills in actual combat gave him a smooth and effortless feeling. The tremendous gains made him stop resisting the training arranged by Lu Bai and even hope that Lu Bai would assign him more. And Lu Bai really did just that. Looking back on the past year, Dai Mubai managed to endure, and his soul power progress exceeded his own expectations. With his combat ability now about twice what it was a year ago, P.S. This is Dai Mubai's self-assessment. But if you were to ask Dai Mubai what his greatest gain over the past year was, he wouldn't mention his achievements in training. Instead, he would say he was getting to know and becoming familiar with Lu Bai. However, just now, Dai Mubai once again questioned his own understanding. Lao Bai, what did you just say? I didn't quite hear you. Can you say it again? Dai Mubai smiled awkwardly. I said Dai boss. As proof of our friendship over this past year, could you lend me a bit of gold soul coins? Lu Bai seriously extended his hand, asking to borrow money. Lu Bai, are you suggesting that our friendship can be measured in gold soul coins? Dai Mubai didn't get angry. He felt that he must not have fully understood Lu Bai's meaning. I must have misunderstood, right? No, I genuinely believe that after this year, our relationship should be worth this amount of money. Lu Bai cruelly shattered Dai Mu Bai's fantasies. The only one in the academy who can lend me a large sum of money is you, big brother Dai. A year ago, I was thinking about borrowing from you, but unfortunately, we had just met and weren't very familiar. I figured that after a year, we should be close enough to borrow money, so here I am asking you. Dai Mu Bai felt like he didn't even have the strength to be angry. Just tell me how much you need, I'll lend it to you. You seem quite reluctant. Big brother Dai. Lu Bai suddenly had an idea, clenched his right fist, and slapped it on his left hand. I got it. Boss Dai. You actually need money too, right? Oh, if you're short on cash, you should have said so earlier. It's not like I absolutely have to borrow money. Lu Bai appeared very magnanimous. Since you don't have money, Douluo, do you have any not-so-important soul-guiding devices? Any type will do. Isn't it, Lu Bai? What's wrong with you today? First you want to borrow money, and now you're asking for soul-guiding devices. Dai Mu Bai asked with concern. Did something happen? Huh? Lu Bai felt that Dai Mu Bai had misunderstood something, so he explained, nothing happened. I just wanted to disassemble a soul guide, but I don't have the money to buy it, so I wanted to borrow some from you. Of course, it would be even better if you have a soul guide that you wouldn't mind me taking apart. So that's how it is. Dai Mu Bai's mood improved slightly. I thought you believed our relationship was only worth that little money. How could that be? Lu Bai's eyes widened. Do you know how much time and energy I've spent over the past year to customize a suitable training plan for you? Lu Bai. Dai Mu Bai feels very grateful. Lu Bai. At least 100 soul guiding devices or an equivalent amount of money would be enough. Ha, you little rascal. Are you messing with me? Hey, Boss Dai, why are you so excited? I was just joking. A scuffle ensues. Ouch, that hurts, Boss Dai. You hit too hard. Usually, if a support-type soul master gets hit like that by you, they would definitely need to lie down for a while. Lu Bai rubbed a slightly red spot on his arm. Are you an auxiliary-type soul master? And stop lying. I can tell the strength of your body. Do you think I haven't fought with you a few times over the past year? Dai Mu Bai looked like he wouldn't be satisfied until he beat you to death. But seriously, do you really need a soul guide? Really? Lu Bai became serious and said, it must be the kind that can be easily disassembled. Even if it's already damaged, as long as the core formation is intact. That's fine. Core what? Dai Mu Bai raised an eyebrow. Looking at Lu Bai, I say, kid, you wouldn't have studied soul guiding devices too, would you? Just a little bit. Lu Bai said the truth. Isn't there a saying that goes, knowing a little about everything makes life more colorful? I haven't heard that saying. Dai Mu Bai stared at Lu Bai. The person who said that is actually you, right? It's really not. Lu Bai innocently blinked. It's about time you told me, Boss Dai. Do you have the kind of soul guide I need? Dai Mu Bai spread his hands. I have it at home, implying that he didn't have it on him or at Shrek Academy. Lu Bai held his forehead. What about the money? Dai Mu Bai didn't say anything, directly turning his pocket inside out. There's really not a single gold soul coin left. I always thought you, Boss Dai, were very wealthy. Lu Bai looked disappointed. It seems that I won't be able to get a soul guide device in the short term. Although I don't have one, and I don't have money, Dai Mu Bai deliberately prolonged his voice. I know who has it, and it's the kind that can meet your requirements. Boss Dai, this is my lifelong request. Lu Bai looked at Dai Mu Bai with sincere eyes and said, please tell me who that person is, since you are so earnest in your request. Dai Mu Bai stood up and smiled brightly. Then, come with me. 5 minutes later, Lu Bai stood at the door of the dean's office with a blank expression, muttering to himself, I should have thought of that. Boss Dai has only been at Shrek for a year. How could he know so many people? Soul guides are not something just anyone can have. Thinking about it this way, isn't the answer obvious? What are you mumbling about, Lu Bai? Dai Mu Bai opened the door. Don't you want a soul guide? Hurry up and come in. I'll help you ask the dean for one. Huh? Lu Bai looked up at Dai Mu Bai and asked, are you going to help me ask for it? Of course, Dai Mu Bai replied. He felt that Lu Bai was not very smart today. So he whispered in Lu Bai's ear, the dean is not the kind of generous person who gives things away casually. However, my family gives the dean a sum of money every year as my tuition. So if I ask the dean for a useless soul guide, I don't think he will refuse. All right. Lu Bai excitedly hugged Dai Mu Bai. Boss Dai, you're just amazing. Wow, you're so disgusting. Let go of me, you little brat. Hurry up and let go. Chapter 23. Disassembling the Soul Guidance Device. Part 2. Just as Dai Mu Bai said. Flander did not refuse Dai Mu Bai's request for a soul guidance device with any random function. He readily picked out a spherical soul guidance device, about the size of a human head, from his collection and handed it to Dai Mu Bai. 10 minutes later, this spherical soul guidance device changed hands again. Boss Dai, look at this soul guidance device. Even though it's spherical, it's all bumpy and uneven. It's not smooth at all. Li Bai used his soul power to fix the spherical soul-guiding device in front of him, his hands moving quickly. Watch me make it perfectly round. Dai Bai looked at Li Bai in speechless disbelief as he wasted soul power and physical strength for no reason. The spherical soul guide from Li Bai stopped after a full minute. Ahem, sorry, I've finally got the soul guide that I've been thinking about for many years. I'm a bit excited. Hope I didn't make you laugh. Li Bai, calm down. It's all right. Dai Bai nodded in understanding. If possible, can you tell me why you want to dismantle the soul guide so much? Of course. But let's talk in another place. Li Bai pointed to the wooden house he lived in on the outskirts of the academy. I might need your help to provide some materials later. You really are not shy at all. Dai Bai said with a smile. Sure. Whatever materials you need, as long as I can provide them, I will. But you have to tell me what you want to do first. Boss Dai, you actually trust me this much. I'm really so touched. Li Bai smiled and said, but it's the truth. To put it directly, I'm about to be able to restore the long-lost method of making soul guides. Dai Bai's smile immediately disappeared, and he looked around seriously before quickening his pace to reach the wooden house where Li Bai was located outside the school. Once inside, after closing the door, Dai Bai's serious expression finally relaxed. Phew, Boss Dai, why are you so nervous? Li Bai couldn't help but laugh. I said can be not can already. Besides, soul guides are not something that is taken seriously. That's because you don't know. Dai Bai found a chair in the room and sat down. I have seen it in the books at home before. The soul guides from a long time ago were not as useless as those now. Although many soul guides have been damaged and the methods of making them have been lost, there's still some design blueprints that have been passed down. If you really restore the method of making soul guides, then those design blueprints sound a bit scary. Li Bai calmly expressed his opinion. However, Big Brother Dai, in this world, the only person who knows that I have some expertise in soul guiding devices, besides myself, is you. So you can rest assured, I'm very safe. Dai Bai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. You should have said that earlier. Li Bai placed the spherical soul guide he was holding on the table and innocently shrugged his shoulders, saying, you didn't give me a chance to speak either. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter like a couple of fools. After laughing enough, it was time to get serious. The knowledge about soul guides I learned from the books in the Academy's library. Li Bai talked about his experiences from the past 2 years. If you look for it now, you should still be able to find that book. But I can't guarantee you'll gain anything from it after reading it. Although this sounds quite arrogant, even if others read that book carefully, at most they would only know the process of making soul-guiding devices. And it's unlikely they could replicate the methods based on the information in the book unless they had some sort of cheat. So how did you manage to replicate the methods for making soul-guiding devices from that book? Dai Bai instinctively skipped over the term cheat that he didn't understand and asked, if the book doesn't mention specific methods for making soul-guiding devices and only describes the process, how can you be sure that the methods you have mastered can produce a finished product? This question is not easy to answer. Well, let's put it this way. I have a special ability, or it could be said that I have a talent. Li Bai half-jokingly explained. As long as I can imagine myself using the abilities I already possess to do something, I can fairly accurately judge whether my idea is feasible or whether I can ultimately accomplish it, without needing to verify it through actual action. Is there really such a convenient talent? Dai Bai looked at him enviously, then suddenly realized, I get it. You're using this talent to help us formulate our training plans, right? Yeah, it must be. Otherwise, how could it be so precise every time? Boss Dai, your trust in me makes me feel a bit uncertain about whether to be happy or worried. Li Bai had a smile on his face, with the corners of his eyes and eyebrows drooping. But you're right. I did create the training plan based on this ability. Whether it's your training plan or mine, they are all products of this talent. You should be happy. I'm not someone who easily trusts others, but because you're Li Bai, I trust you. Dai Bai said with a smile, pointing at the spherical soul guide that Li Bai had placed on the table. Aren't you going to start disassembling it? Or are you planning to spend the whole day today on disassembly? That wouldn't be a bad idea either. Li Bai casually said as he took out a complete set of tools he had prepared long ago from his room, considering the convenience that mastering the method of making soul guides could bring. Sacrificing some cultivation time is worth it. This really surprised me. Dai Bai looked at Li Bai and said, I didn't expect you, a cultivation fanatic, would say something like that. Of course I would say it. A cultivation fanatic is still human, Li Bai replied. Li Bai also feels that his performance over the years fits the description of a cultivation fanatic. Moreover, as long as we can create suitable soul-guiding devices, we can greatly expand our cultivation methods. Take the weighted equipment I'm currently using, for example. It's ineffective, bulky, and very inconvenient to use. If we could increase body weight or apply pressure to the body through soul-guiding devices, we could achieve the same training results more easily. Well, the end goal is still cultivation. Daimu looked speechless and then remembered something. Right after talking for so long, it seems you haven't explained why it's necessary to disassemble a soul-guiding device. This has to start from the structure of the soul-guiding device. Liu Bai began to disassemble the spherical soul guide while explaining. Although different soul guides vary greatly in structure, size, and function, generally speaking, a complete soul guide can be divided into two parts: the core magic array and a shell that complements the core magic array's effects. Is that true? Daimu Bai expressed his desire to believe it, but found it hard to accept. With so many soul guides looking completely different, how can their structure be divided into just two parts? So what I mean by generally speaking is that if we were to categorize them carefully, based on the type of core magic array and the variations in the shell structure and specific functions, we could classify them into hundreds or even thousands of types. Liu Bai said the spherical soul guide had already been opened halfway, revealing its internal structure, which was basically consistent with the structure detected using soul power during the previous examination. Li Bai pointed to the center of the ball, where a fixed flat metal piece was located. Boss Dai, can you see that metal piece? The one with the engravings and text on it. Move your hand a bit. Let me take a look. Daimu Bai leaned in closer. There's indeed a metal piece with engravings. Chapter 24, Disassembling the Soul Guidance Device, Part 3. That metal piece is the core array of this soul guidance device. Liu Bai introduced while continuing to dismantle. If we compare a soul guiding device to a soul master, the core formation is like the martial soul and soul power, while the outer shell is more like the body of the soul master. Daimu Bai pondered. Are you trying to say that the core formation is the most important? No. Could it be that, Boss Dai, you've seen a soul master without a body? Liu Bai raised his head and glanced at Daimu Bai. What I want to say is that no matter how excellent the core magic array is without the outer shell, it cannot form a soul guide. Only when the soul guide is complete does it make sense to discuss the quality of the core magic array. After saying this, Liu Bai had successfully dismantled the outermost layer of the spherical soul guide. However, he could still see 2 or 3 tightly connected layers that protected the metal piece inscribed with the core magic array in the center. After a while, Daimu Bai finally understood what Liu Bai meant. Seeing the appearance of the dismantled spherical soul guide, he couldn't help but ask, Liu Bai, did you notice anything? For example, what this soul guide is used for. Didn't the dean mention what this soul guide is for when he gave it to you? Liu Bai responded with a question. It shouldn't be possible, right? According to the dean's character, if the soul guide is very valuable, he would lose a lot. The dean said he wasn't sure about the specific effects of the soul guide. Daimu Bai recalled what he had heard when he received the ball from Flander. Mu Bai, this soul guide is something I found many years ago in a very dangerous ruin. We also discovered many other valuable items at the same time. But this soul guide, for some reason, can operate. Yet no matter how much soul power we inject, it doesn't produce any external effects or changes. So that's how it is. Liu Bai gently tapped the soul guide with the tool. I guess the dean must have tested the functionality of this thing many times, but he was unable to determine its actual effects and eventually gave up, because the method for making soul guides has been lost. A lot of information related to soul guides has also disappeared, like this spherical soul guide, which can be activated but whose function is completely unknown, is actually the majority among the discovered soul guides. Most of these unknown function soul guides are just like a useless item that one keeps without knowing its purpose. Throwing it away would be too regrettable. What if one day in the future it turns out to be useful, and very useful at that? That would be a huge loss. This soul guide that Flinder gave to Daimu Bai has been kept for nearly 20 years. If it weren't for Daimu Bai saying he wanted a complete soul guide with any function, Flinder would have almost forgotten he had such a thing. I still don't know the specific effect of this soul guide. Liu Bai accelerated the dismantling process. Once I study the core magic array of this soul guide, I might find the answer. Daimu Bai trusted Liu Bai, but he couldn't understand how Liu Bai intended to grasp the method of making soul guides through dismantling. Many people have researched soul guides, but they seem to have drawn no useful conclusions. Although Liu Bai, you have that very convenient talent. It seems that according to what you said about the talent's effect, it doesn't help much with restoring the method of making soul guides. In fact, it helps a lot. Liu Bai pointed to the core magic array of the soul guide that had already been half dismantled. The core magic array is usually quite obvious within the soul guide, and it's probably mentioned in many books related to soul guides. But why has no organization or individual come forward to claim any achievements regarding the core magic array so far? Daimu Bai rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Stop thinking about it, Boss Dai. Lu Bai directly revealed the answer. The reason lies in the composition of the core formation. Now you should be able to see what is engraved on that metal piece. After you finish looking, share your thoughts. Dai Mu Bai looked closely, huh? The traces on the metal piece seem like characters? Symbols? They seem to follow some kind of pattern. Is this the formation? That's right. Lu Bai pulled out a piece of paper from somewhere and wrote down 3 points. There are 2 difficulties in restoring the magic array. One is the meaning of the symbols and characters that make up the array itself. The other is the significance of the arrangement of these symbols and characters. In addition, the relationship between the shell structure and the magic array is also a knowledge point that needs to be clarified. If one cannot thoroughly understand these 3 aspects, they won't even be able to replicate existing soul-guiding devices, let alone customize soul-guiding devices with specific functions. Dai Mu Bai crossed his arms and nodded repeatedly. So that's how it is completely not understood. Well, Lu Bai, I can't help with the restoration of the soul-guiding device. You'll have to rely on yourself. Dai Mu Bai smiled and said goodbye. If you need any materials from me, just come and find me. With that, I'm off to train. All right, Lu Bai casually responded, focusing all his attention on the task at hand. After Li Bai began to dismantle the soul guide, he did not exercise for a consecutive 40 days. Every day, apart from completing the tasks assigned by the academy teachers and necessary daily activities, all his remaining time and energy were devoted to the dismantling of the soul guide, which included not only the outer shell, but also the disassembly of the core formation. Li Bai thought of a method to analyze the core magic array by using real-time feedback from the panel on skill progress changes to determine whether his guess about the significance of a certain rune in the array was correct. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, Li Bai would keep a record. When guessing, it wasn't just random. He would analyze and select a few of the most likely answers, list them in order, and then ask the panel in sequence. The first one was the most difficult. Li Bai is even prepared to dedicate a whole year to this. Fortunately, during the practical process, luck was on his side, and the situation turned out to be much better than the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. The progress of the dismantling was also much faster than expected. In just 40 days, along with parallel thinking to enhance efficiency, Li Bai successfully understood the function of the soul guide provided by Flander. Meanwhile, the skill levels for the formation crafting and soul guide crafting on his panel have both been raised to LV5. He has finally mastered everything. Lu Bai gently rubbed his temples. For 40 consecutive days, he had been fully focused on comprehending the core magic formation, and even though the process went smoothly, he still felt an overwhelming sense of mental exhaustion. In short, he was very tired, extremely tired. Fortunately, he achieved tremendous results that matched this fatigue. He completely analyzed the core magic formation and structure of the spherical soul guide, clarified the meanings of the 23 runes that made up the formation, clarified the meanings of the 9 combinations of runes that formed the formation, and obtained a brand new rune combination through the expansion of the known 9 rune combinations. After understanding these, it was natural for Lu Bai to realize the function of the spherical soul guide sent by Flanders. It could record video with sound, and the soul guide itself had the ability to hover in the air. Flanders did not notice the recording effect because he lacked the appropriate information output device. As for the disappearance of the hovering effect, it was due to poor contact caused by the aging of the shell. After completing the disassembly of the soul guide, Lu Bai asked Dai Mu Bai for a batch of materials and continued to spend 3 days making his first homemade soul guide, one that could assist in improving training efficiency. With the help of the panel guidance effect, Lu Bai was confident that the soul guide he made could be activated and function effectively. However, the specific effects and safety needed further testing. Therefore, Lu Bai did not make one for the other 3 for the time being. In short, he needed to test it first. Lu Bai equipped himself with a homemade soul guide, ending his 43 days of seclusion and starting to train, while also testing the effectiveness of his self-made soul guide. Chapter 25. The Trust of Mahongjun. Sure enough, even if I had subjectively begun to forget the feeling of training, as long as I followed the guidance of the panel, my body could immediately regain that feeling. Li Bai did not immediately start testing the homemade soul guide device, but instead first experimented with the effects of the panel's recording and guidance. It turned out that if Li Bai had not realized the guiding effect of the panel, he would probably only maintain his physical abilities, but the sensation in his body would diminish over time with extended rest. Additionally, possibly due to not exercising for a long time, Li Bai could distinctly feel the guiding effect of the panel. If the previous sensations were subtle, like someone softly whispering reminders in his ear, today it felt like someone was shouting at the moment he met the action standard, causing him to unconsciously pause at that instant. However, there was still no sense of coercion. If Li Bai ignored the guidance, he could easily perform non-standard movements according to his own will without exerting any extra effort. After gradually accelerating to complete 5 laps, Li Bai finally felt his body fully warmed up. Completing only 5 laps barely counted as a warm-up. It was clear that working without weights was not sufficient. Li Bai silently thought to infuse his soul power into the self-made soul guide he was wearing, activating it. A sense of pressure suddenly enveloped his entire body, increasing gradually from head to toe, inside and out, until even his internal organs could fully feel the pressure. Oh, it's effective. It feels like it's almost half of the maximum load. Li Bai confirmed that the soul guide device he created has already met the expected functional goals. The next step is to test its safety and stability. Li Bai activated the limited valve of the soul guidance device, maintaining the increasing sense of pressure at the current level. The pressure has indeed not continued to rise, and the consumption of soul power is also fixed. Great! The effect of the limited valve is working fine. Although it will still need to be tested thousands of times later, the success of the first attempt is ultimately gratifying. Finally, let's take a look at the change in weight. Excellent. My feet did not sink, which indicates that even if there is some change in weight, it is not that significant. Li Bai looked at the ground where his feet had stepped, with not a single footprint left behind, and he clenched his fists in excitement. All the startup tests for the self-made soul guidance device had been completed without any issues. Li Bai feels that the panel guidance effect is strong, and while exercising, continues to test. Next, let's see if the change in soul power will have an impact. Li Bai thought this, and the soul power within him began to flow faster. At the same time, he used soul power to overclock and increase the total amount of soul power in his body, gradually increasing his running speed. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, something went wrong. When Li Bai accelerated to the 3rd lap, it suddenly stopped functioning, possibly due to unstable soul power or insufficient stability in the internal structure of the soul guide. As expected, it seems that today's training and testing have come to an end. Li Bai hurried back to his small room. After that, he began to repeatedly test and adjust the soul guide. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. During these 20 days, Li Bai encountered Oscar, Mahongjun, and Mu Bai, who were doing their daily training multiple times while testing. After learning about Li Bai's research progress, the 3 expressed their admiration and emphasized their hope to see Li Bai complete his work soon. Unfortunately, testing and adjustments are time-consuming processes. This was Li Bai's first self-made soul guide, which he intended to use as a training aid for himself and others. Therefore, no matter what, Li Bai wanted to achieve perfection and had to do so. Another 2 months passed. It had been 4 months since Li Bai started dismantling the soul guide. The teachers at Shrek Academy realized that it was not good for Li Bai to continue like this. On one hand, Li Bai's research was indeed significant, and he had already produced results. On the other hand, the tasks assigned by the teachers at the academy were still completed by Li Bai without fail, no matter how busy he was. Thus, the teachers felt awkward to say anything to Li Bai and could only advise him indirectly through Oscar, Mahongjun, and Mu Bai. Li Bai took every word of their well-meaning concern to heart. However, every time he saw the rapidly increasing progress bar on the panel, he felt that he could complete it with just a bit more effort. So he gritted his teeth and persevered. 2 more months passed. Outside Li Bai's cabin. Hey, Douluo, do you think Li Bai can finish his homemade soul guide within this year? Oscar asked with some concern. I can't be sure. Although I was there when he first started, to be honest, I don't understand anything about the soul guides he talks about. Mu Bai shrugged, sighed, and felt helpless. I think it should be soon. Mahongjun, rarely expressing his opinion, said, haven't you noticed that recently, the time Li Bai takes for testing has been increasing, and the frequency is getting lower? This indicates that his homemade soul guide is becoming more stable. Oscar sees the opportunity to tease Mahongjun. Wow, fatty, you're getting smarter lately. I'm not fat anymore. Mahongjun emphasized seriously, in terms of both body and face. I'm at an ordinary person's level, not fat at all. All right. Oscar suddenly looked disinterested after calling you for so many years. It feels a bit lonely not to call you that suddenly. Hongjun, you've really become smarter recently. Mahongjun unhappily said. What do you mean recently? I've always been smart. Okay. Before Oscar could say anything else, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the room. Ha 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 ha. Mu Bai asked Oscar, did Li Bai succeed or go crazy? Oscar was also a bit uncertain. It should, maybe, possibly, probably be a success? Clearly it's a success. Mahongjun unexpectedly had full confidence in Li Bai. No matter how you hear it, that's the laughter after a success. Do you too have so little trust in Li Bai? As a result, Oscar and Douluo simultaneously looked at Mahongjun in surprise. Why are you looking at me like that, Douluo? Mahongjun returned the surprised look. Is it so unbelievable that I trust Labai? It's not that it's unbelievable, Douluo tried to explain. It's just that I usually see you and Labai rarely communicate. Every time he assigns you a training task, you just nod without saying a word. So I always thought you had some issue with Labai. Grass, a type of plant. Mahongjun felt seriously misunderstood. I don't talk because I trust Labai. I believe the training plan he made for me is the most suitable. But there's no need for too much politeness between companions. So there's nothing much to say. Douluo nodded, his face full of disbelief. Mahongjun scratched his hair. What do I have to say for you to believe me? It doesn't matter if Douluo and Oscar don't believe it, as long as I do. Labai suddenly walked out of the room, smiling and greeting. Hey, why aren't you guys exercising today? Why did you come to see me? Chapter 26, Lubai's self-made soul guidance device. Lube. Oscar rushed forward, his speed completely unlike that of a support-type soul master. Did you succeed? I finally debugged it. Labai raised his right hand, and at the wrist, there was a metal wristband that fit snugly against his arm. It was not large and looked just like an ordinary leather wristband. I like wristbands. If you want a specific style, just let me know, and I can make it for you now. Although, I really want you to help me make one right away. The teachers are probably about to lose their patience. Douluo reminded, you've spent too much time on soul-guiding devices over the past 6 months. The teachers are considering forcing you to give it up. Especially teacher Zhao. If it weren't for me, Oscar, and Mahongjun persuading him, he would have rushed in last month to dismantle your soul-guiding device. I know. Labai smiled playfully and said, but as long as I let the dean and the other teachers experience this soul guide, I'm sure they will support me afterwards. So confident. Douluo raised an eyebrow and said, come on, I'll accompany you to the dean's office. Let's slowly discuss what kind of effect this homemade soul guide has that can make you, a cultivation fanatic, stay cooped up in your room for 6 months. Come on. If we talk about it on the way, we have to repeat it again when we get to the dean? Labai suggested. Let's go to the dean's office together. I'll make one for each of you afterward, so we can get everything said at once and not waste time explaining repeatedly. Douluo thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Oscar shrugged, having no objections. Mahongjun silently nodded. Then let's go. The 4 of them headed towards the dean's office. 3 minutes later, Flander looked at the 4 students who had arrived simultaneously and adjusted his glasses, asking you 4. What's the matter? Labai stepped forward, took off the soul guide on his wrist, and handed it over. Dean, after this period of experimentation, I have finally succeeded in creating this soul guide that can effectively assist in cultivation. Since I want to make one for the 3 of them and for all the teachers in the academy, I specially came to explain it to you. Make one for all of us? Flinder caught the soul guide that Labai handed over. Since you are so confident, tell me, what exactly does this soul guide, which you spent half a precious year to create, do? You said it can effectively assist in cultivation. How exactly is it effective? The shape of this soul guide can be adjusted freely. It just needs to be in direct contact with the skin. For example, your glasses frame. Labai began to explain. The effect, or function, is based on the soul power we inject into it, applying pressure to our entire body, including internal organs and bones. The intensity of the pressure can be adjusted through soul power or through the limited valvi set up for regulation and fixation. Because the pressure is evenly distributed, the effect is better than that of weighted training. And since it is pressure rather than gravity, there's no need to worry about sinking into the ground. Sounds great. Flandra, surprised, adjusted his glasses. But what you describe as pressure, what does it specifically feel like? You could try it on with that and you'll know. Labai let Flandra put on the soul guide device. Its size can automatically adjust within a certain range. So there is no need to worry about it being too tight. After putting it on, you can slowly inject your soul power into it. Please take your time. Although I have set a safety valve inside, your soul power is too strong and may still lead to an overload of the soul guide device. If the pressure suddenly increases too much, even you might get hurt. Flandra nodded and tried to wear the wristband-shaped soul guide device. The wristband, which was originally a size too small, automatically enlarged by 1 size when Flandra attempted to wear it. After putting it on, it shrank a little, fitting perfectly around Flandra's wrist. Just the automatic size adjustment alone already has some soul guide characteristics. Then, slowly inject soul power. Flandra carefully and slowly injected soul power. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the students, so he strictly followed Lubai's instructions. The sudden pressure made Flandra involuntarily let out a small sound, but he quickly suppressed it, frowning. This feeling of pressure is even more uncomfortable than I imagined. It should be okay, right? Lu Bai scratched his head. It might be that your soul power output is unstable, causing the pressure to fluctuate continuously. You should try activating the limit valve. It's the switch inside the wrist guard that you can sense with your soul power. Open it. I'll give it a try. Flander attempted to sense it with his soul power and easily found the switch that Lu Bai mentioned, like a light source in a pitch-black room, its presence overwhelming. He tried to activate the switch with his soul power, and at that moment, Flander clearly felt the change in pressure. Before the switch was turned on, the pressure fluctuated with the waves of his soul power, making it very uncomfortable. After turning it on, the pressure gradually stabilized at a certain level and no longer fluctuated. As the pressure became more stable, the discomfort caused by the previous fluctuations gradually disappeared, leaving only a pure sense of pressure pressing on every part of his body. Amazingly, the pressure felt on his body not only did not hinder the flow of soul power within him, but rather encouraged the soul power to circulate spontaneously, even creating an illusion that his soul power was subtly increasing. Flander took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He stopped channeling soul power, waited for the pressure to dissipate, and took off the wrist guard to return it to Lu Bai. Lu Bai took the wristband and asked, "Dean, what do you think?" "Very good." Flanders tried hard to maintain his composure, but in reality, he was so excited he wanted to jump up. The effect of this soul guide is significant. It is indeed necessary to give one to each of you and the teachers in the academy. However, will this take up too much of your time? And what about the material costs? Dean, Dai Mubai stepped forward. "Leave the materials to me." Flanders nodded. "All right, then the materials will be up to you. As for the time spent, please don't worry about that, Dean." Levi raised the wristband in his hand. "This is the first one. It took half a year due to repeated adjustments. Now it's all set up, and as long as the materials are sufficient, I can make 5 in a day." Levi did not lie, but he also did not explain clearly. Generally speaking, even if one knows the method of making a soul-guiding device, it would be impossible to produce 5 in one day. This is because the difficulty of creating the core array is quite high, requiring intense concentration and consuming a tremendous amount of energy. However, Lu Bai has the guidance effect of the panel to assist him, so even without high concentration, he won't make mistakes. Thus, the consumption of energy can be greatly reduced, allowing him to accomplish the task of making 5 in one day. That's settled then. Flander made the decision. Mu Bai will provide the materials, and Lu Bai will be responsible for the production. As for the appearance, I will ask other teachers about it and inform you in 3 days. Lu Bai, you can start making soul-guiding devices for the 3 of them first. I understand. Lu Bai smiled brightly, and his smile was particularly radiant. Seeing Lu Bai smile, Oscar, Mahongjun, and Dai Mubai suddenly felt an urge to run away for some reason. Chapter 27, Growth Under Pressure. Dai Mubai and Lu Bai are both people who keep their word. Early the next morning, Dai Mubai provided Lu Bai with a large amount of materials. That afternoon, Lu Bai completed the production of the soul-guiding devices for the 3 of them. Since the 3 had no special requirements for the appearance, Lu Bai made them all in the style of wristbands and simply named these wristband-shaped soul-guiding devices pressure wristbands. Here, these are your pressure wristbands. Put them on, but don't rush to infuse your soul power just yet. Let me explain the usage carefully first. When it was almost dark, Lu Bai called the 3 of them into the room after they had completed their daily training, handing each of them a wristband. Yesterday in the dean's office, you all heard what I discussed with the dean, so you should have a general idea of the key points, but there are some details I didn't have time to mention. The 3 of them understood Lu Bai and knew he wouldn't joke about training matters. After putting on the wristbands, they didn't make any unnecessary movements and listened attentively to Lu Bai. First, he explained how to adjust the pressure. Lu Bai pointed at the decorative pattern on the surface of the wrist guard. What looks like a pattern is actually a scale. As the injected soul power increases, the pattern will light up in stages just like this. Lu Bai demonstrated it. A part of the pattern on the wristband on his wrist lit up, and inside the lit up area, there was a section of a different color, which is a number. Do you see this one? Lu Bai pointed at the numbers. This indicates that the soul power I injected has reached the level of a soul ring, which is at the 10th level. And it also means that the pressure has reached the set level 1. Going forward, it will be similar, with the maximum pressure reaching level 9, corresponding to 90 levels of soul power. However, I have not encountered anyone with 90 levels of soul power, so it is still unclear whether the soul guide can actually withstand such high soul power. Lu Bai Dai Mubai asked, "So according to you, in order to keep the wristband in an activated state, our soul power must be continuously consumed?" "Yes, the soul power will be continuously consumed." Lu Bai confidently said. As long as we activate the limited valve, the consumption of soul power can be greatly reduced. If we can master parallel thinking, the skill of multitasking, we can offset the soul power consumption through the recovery effect brought by maintaining the operation of soul power. I don't think it should be a big problem. Among those present, Lu Bai and Oscar are both very skilled at multitasking, and Mahongjun has already entered the basics. Only Dai Mu Bai has average talent in this area, and his practice time is relatively short, so he can't yet consume and recover like the other three. Damn, why is multitasking so difficult? Dai Mu Bai frustratedly ran his fingers through his golden hair. The pressure wristband is a good opportunity for you. Lu Bai pointed at the wrist guard. This can also be used to practice dual focus. As long as you, Big Brother Dai, don't activate the limit valve, you need to constantly pay attention to the amount of soul power injected into it. This way, you can train your ability to focus on two things at once while exercising. However, when the soul power is unstable, the pressure will fluctuate repeatedly, which can be very uncomfortable. No problem, Dai Mu Bai said with determination. It's just physical discomfort. I can endure it. It's better than feeling uncomfortable in my heart in the future. Well said. No wonder your big brother Dai. Lu Bai praised Dai Mu Bai and suggested, you guys go eat and take a shower first and gather here before it gets dark. Tonight, you'll get to experience the wonderful feeling of rapid soul power growth under pressure. All right, 3 that night, it feels so uncomfortable. It feels like my organs are about to be squeezed out. I can't move, I can't breathe. It's so hard to control the soul power injection. It's unbearable, damn it. The pressure changed again. Hiss, my soul power is almost depleted. The room was filled with ghostly wails and howls until dawn. After being tormented by the effects of the soul guide for an entire night, the 3 of them were exhausted both physically and mentally. Your performance is much better than I expected. Lu Bai's evaluation is completely opposite to the 3 people's self-assessment. I originally thought you would definitely be in danger and need my help. As expected, all 3 of you have quite good talents. The 3 of them were exhausted, with no strength left to speak. However, this miserable state cannot continue. Lu Bai opened the door. I'll go to the dean to understand the teacher's requirements for the appearance of the soul guide devices. You all recover for a bit. The 3 didn't speak, but their palms moved, giving a thumbs up to indicate they understood. A month later, Lu Bai finally completed all the styles of soul guide devices required by the Academy's teachers. Unlike the urgent need for Oscar and the others, Lu Bai worked on them every few days. Upon receiving the soul guide devices, the Shrek teachers gave positive feedback after getting familiar with the operations and adapting to the feeling of pressure across their bodies. After a month of adaptation and training, Oscar, Mahongjun, and Dai Mu Bai were finally able to activate the soul guide devices all day and complete the day's training content. Under the pressure generated by the soul guide devices, their soul power enhancement efficiency significantly increased, and the huge rewards always sparked their motivation. Although it was particularly painful at the beginning, after enduring the first few days, it became much easier to persist, especially since this wasn't the first time they had followed Lu Bai's training plan, and they were already mentally prepared. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months passed. Outside of Lu Bai, the 3 of them were finally able to maintain their daily exercise routine under the pressure corresponding to their soul power levels. Xiaowao, how many laps do I have left? Huh? Shouldn't you count that yourself, Dai Lao? 9th lap. 6 laps remaining. Huh? It's still good to have you, Hongjun. Dai Lao. If you still have the energy to say so much, Lu Bai will definitely increase the intensity again if he sees this. Aren't you the same? You too. Lu Bai should be catching up to us by 1 lap soon. Instantly shuts up. A few seconds later, Lu Bai quickly caught up to them with a light step, then slowed down to join them. I've completed my workout for today, and next, I need to proceed with soul power control training. You guys should have adapted to the pressure training by now. So, starting tomorrow, the soul power control training will continue. Oscar and Dai Mu Bai's faces darkened, while Mahongjun showed no change. Seeing this, Lu Bai reminded them softly, Oscar and Dai Lao, don't you feel that the training plan I've set for you recently is no longer as extreme as before? As soon as he said that, the 2 suddenly realized. Lu Bai continued, did you think I didn't notice your progress, or that I lower my expectations for you? Please, have a bit of confidence in me. That was clearly the self-training time I especially left for you. Unfortunately, you 2 have been slacking off lately, not as proactive as Hongjun, so I can only be a bit stricter and train with you. After finishing, Lu Bai accelerated and ran off. After a while, Oscar and Dai Mu Bai asked Mahongjun, did you notice Lu Bai's thoughts long ago? Mahongjun looked at the 2 with a blank expression. What else could it be? The 2 were momentarily speechless. Then they both took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Grass, a type of plant." Chapter 28. Preparations for Shrek enrollment. Time flies. And it's that time of year again for Shrek's enrollment. "Do you think our academy can recruit new students this year?" Oscar asked Lubai while moving chairs. "We've been here for almost 8 years, and so far it's just you, me, Mahongjun, and Douluo for students. We don't even have a girl. I've been thinking about going to other academies to meet some girls lately. If you want to go, I won't stop you." Levi casually lifted a table with one hand and casually revealed, "This year the academy can not only recruit new students, but also 4 of them. And among these 4 new students, 3 will be very pretty girls. Having one would be great, but 4. Oscar didn't believe it at all. "But seriously, if there are really pretty girls recruited, I will definitely go after them. What if you like someone, but they don't like you back?" Levi reminded Oscar. "Look at your beard, paired with your outfit. It's no surprise that others think of you as an old man." Oscar felt a bit stung. "Well, I should be the most handsome one in our academy, provided that others can see your face clearly." Levi reminds again, "First impressions are very important. And haven't you noticed that recently, when we exercise, all the little girls in the village have their eyes on Douluo? Back when you didn't have a beard, they all looked at you." "TSK," Oscar grumbled as he rubbed his beard. "After moving the things, I'm going back to shave off my beard. I'll also change into a new outfit. Speaking of which, I've been giving you new clothes every year in recent years, so why don't you wear them? New clothes won't give birth to little new clothes if you just keep them." Lubai's third reminder. "Look at Douluo. He wears new clothes almost every day." "Is that so?" Oscar recalled. "How come I remember Douluo often wearing the same outfit for 7 or 8 days in a row?" "That's because he has 7 or 8 identical sets." Levi pointed at the clothes he was wearing. "This outfit, do you think I've been wearing it for almost half a month? Don't be silly. With our workout routine, we could smell bad if we don't change every day. I change every day. It's just that the style is the same. By the way, Big Dai learned this from me. And by the way, Mahongjun does the same thing." "Oscar, what's going on with you guys? Why didn't you tell me about this? After all this time, am I the only messy one? I've reminded you many times." Lubai helplessly said, "You always say you know, but in the end, you never follow through." "Don't say that," Oscar replied with a face full of regret. "After moving these things, I'll go back and clean up." "That's more like it." Levi nodded, took a couple of steps, and then asked, "When enrollment starts the day after tomorrow, are you planning to sell sausages like last year?" Right, how did you know?" Oscar complained. "Unlike you, who can forge and make soul-guiding devices, I'm just getting by with the 10 gold soul coins the Spirit Hall gives me every month." "Don't act like 10 gold soul coins is a small amount." Levi felt something was off. "Where does all the subsidy you receive every month go?" Oscar's eyes began to drift around. "I spend it on buying things and eating meals, and that's about it." "Oh, Oscar." Lubai looked kindly and said, "Please look into my eyes and say it again. Where did the gold soul coins you receive from the Spear Hall every month go?" I said it. Oscar couldn't stand being stared at and questioned by Lubai like this. "I gave it to my dad. Every month when I get the money, I keep 1 gold soul coin, and the rest I have someone send back to him." "Your dad?" Lubai curiously said. "After I started making money from blacksmithing, I would have someone bring the extra money back to the village for him every month. The money accumulated over these years should be enough for him to become the richest person in the village." "Didn't he tell you?" "Yeah." Oscar's expression froze. "What did you say?" Seeing Oscar's expression, Lubai roughly understood what had happened and patted Oscar's shoulder with one hand. "After all, he is your dad. It's not a waste." It wasn't until Lubai walked out more than 10 meters that Oscar's furious roar came from behind. "Stinky old dad." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Meat Fragrance Village, Oscar's father, who was living an incredibly comfortable life, relying on the gold soul coins brought back by his 2 sons every month, suddenly sneezed. "Dear, what's wrong? Are you catching a cold?" "It's nothing. It should be because the 2 kids are talking about me. They've been gone for quite a few years. Why do they only have people bring money back and never come see you?" "Who says it isn't? Leaving me all alone, Sai." "Dear, I'm here to keep you company." "Yeah, you're still the best. You guys are here. Lubai, just put the table at the door. But be careful not to block it. The Shrek Gate is the first checkpoint for enrollment, guarded this year by teacher Lee Yusong." Oscar put the chair behind the table, and the other chair next to it. Levi and Oscar arranged the tables and chairs. "Done." Oscar clapped his hands. "Levi, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going back to the dorm to tidy up." Go ahead. Levi waved his hand, waited for Oscar to run far away, and asked Lee Yusong, "Teacher Lee, did the dean mention anything else?" "Yes." Lee Yusong thought for a moment and took out a note from his pocket. "The beds and sheets in our college dormitory have become old over the past 2 years. The dean said he plans to replace them with better ones this year, but the budget is tight. So, we asked the Rose Hotel in Swoto City for some of their outdated secondhand items. they're still better than what we currently have. I originally planned to send Mu Bai to handle it, but since you asked, I'll leave it to you. Just as Lu Bai reached out to take the list, Dai Mu Bai arrived. Teacher Li, sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, Lu Bai is here too. Mu Bai, you're here. Li Yusung looked at Dai Mu Bai and then at Lu Bai. Why don't you two go together? No need, Teacher Li. Dai Mu Bai immediately understood the situation. Patted his chest. This little task, I can handle it. Didn't we agree that I would go in the first place? Big brother Dai, it's fine. Lu Bai smiled and said, just in time, I have something to do in To City. Let's go together. Okay. Dai Mu Bai no longer declined, since he said so. Do you know the exact location of the Rose Hotel? I've never been there, so I'm not very familiar with it. Wait a moment. I have a bit of an impression. Lu Bai recalled briefly. He remembered it was a couple's hotel, quite famous in To City, and reportedly had good hardware conditions. It was estimated that the bed sheets and such were changed quite frequently. Speaking of which, it's understandable that the director asked them for second-hand goods. Dai Mu Bai's expression stiffened. Lu Bai, when we get there, let's not go in together, okay? Lu Bai nodded. I was just about to say that. Chapter 29. An unfortunate encounter. It has been a long time since I strolled around To City, and it is still so lively here. Dai Mu Bai and Lu Bai walked side by side on the bustling streets of To City. By the way, Lu Bai, do you remember when was the last time I came to the city to shop? The last time Dai Lao visited To City? It seems like it was more than a year ago when the dean asked you to help him clean the shop. Lu Bai recalled. But in the end, it was still you and me who cleaned up together. That night you treated me to barbecue in the city. Oh, right. I remember now. Dai Mu Bai clenched his right fist and slapped it on his left palm. That night, I wanted to drink, but you absolutely refused, saying that minors can't drink alcohol. Drinking is indeed harmful to health. Lu Bai said casually, especially since we're still young. The harm is even greater. All right. I can't argue with you. Dai Mu Bai replied, glancing around. Suddenly, he nudged Lu Bai's arm with his elbow and said, Hey Lu Bai, look to your right in front of you. Those two girls, they're twins. Without needing Dai Mu Bai's reminder, Lu Bai had already noticed. I see them. They're just average. What are you talking about? They're twins. Dai Mu Bai looked at Lu Bai seriously. They say twins can have a telepathic connection, and there's a high probability they can let someone enjoy the blessings of both. I think I've heard that before. So, Dai Lao, why don't you go and strike up a conversation? Li Bai spoke in a calm tone. Although you have a fiancé, she's not here right now, so it shouldn't matter. Ahem. Dai Mu Bai let out a fake cough. Well, that's true, but as you said before, I really don't want to be, what is that term again? All right, a scumbag. I really don't want to be a scumbag at all. At least you, Boss Dai, have a bit of conscience. Lu Bai said with a smile. I have good news for you. Your fiancé, you will come to Shrek to register the day after tomorrow. Remember to perform well then. Dai Mu Bai was taken aback. Lu Bai, where did you hear that from? Is the source reliable? I asked the magical conch, and the source is not reliable at all. Lu Bai casually said, but Boss Dai, you know me. Even if it's something completely unfounded, as long as I speak up, I'm usually the one who's right in the end, right? That's indeed the case. Dai Mu Bai trusted Lu Bai a lot and immediately began to feel anxious. Zhu Qing should have really come. What should I do? I've been away for 3 years. She must think I ran away. I really did run away and left her all alone. She must hate me for this. What should I do to make Zhu Qing not hate me? Boss Dai, you can worry about that later. We still need to go to the hotel to get her things. Lu Bai shook Dai Mu Bai's arm, waking him up from his distress. Ah, yeah, you're right. Let's go get the things first. Dai Mu Bai shook his slightly dizzy head and said, You said Zhu Qing won't arrive for another 2 days. There's still time. I will definitely think of a way. Lu Bai quickly arrived near the entrance of the Rose Hotel with Dai Mu Bai, and they could already see the hotel's entrance sign filled with a pink atmosphere. Boss Dai, it's agreed that we separate and go in alone. Li Bai reminded. Are you going or am I going? Sorry, Li Bai, can I leave it to you? Dai Mu Bai looked around. I always feel like Zhu Qing is watching me nearby. If I'm seen in a place like this, I won't be able to explain myself. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Li Bai strode into the hotel. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 people walking ahead, one tall with long legs and a slim waist, and the other quite ordinary. Even if De Lao didn't indulge himself. Would Xiao Wu and Tang San still have clashed with these 2 if I hadn't shown up? Lu Bai was lost in thought and started to daydream, until he was called back by a rather pleasant but fierce voice. Hey, you guy. Li Bai raised his head and saw Xiao Wu facing him, covering the 2 largest muscles on her body with both hands. Her beautiful face was filled with shame and anger. What are you staring at? Lu Bai looked around and pointed at himself. Are you talking to me? Still pretending to be clueless. Xiao Wu was very angry. I could tell at a glance that you're not a decent person. You were clearly staring intently at the area below my waist just now. Li Bai was momentarily speechless and tried to ask, if I say I was just thinking about some things and didn't notice you, would you believe me? Xiao Wu replied coldly. Do you think I will believe you? It seems she did not believe him. Li Bai scratched his head, although it was unintentional. It was indeed because of me that you felt upset. I will apologize, so please tell me how you would like the apology to be made. Oh. The temperature on Xiao Wu's face rose slightly, not pretending to be clueless or holding on any longer. No, Li Bai corrected. I will apologize for my rude behavior. But I was indeed thinking about something just now and wasn't pretending to be clueless. Xiao Wu still wanted to confront him, but Tang San behind her tugged at her hand and slightly shook his head. Understanding Tang San's meaning, Xiao Wu found it inappropriate to continue being aggressive. But she also wasn't satisfied with letting the person in front of her off the hook. So she asked, since you say you were considering something, why don't you tell us what you were thinking about and why you came to this kind of hotel alone? Naturally, it was because there was something to do here. Lu Bai stepped forward, bypassing Tang San and Xiao Wu, and handed the list given to him by Li Yusong to the hotel front desk staff. Hello, I am a student of Shrek Academy. Our dean should have made arrangements with your hotel. Here is the list. Please check it. The hotel staff showed professionalism, taking the list from Lu Bai with both hands. All right, please wait a moment. Li Bai nodded and then turned to look at Xiao Wu. This is the reason I came to the hotel. I can hear you. The temperature on Xiao Wu's face had returned to normal. So what were you thinking just now? It feels a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. Lu Bai looked at Xiao Wu expressionlessly and said, because you are very beautiful, I want to pursue you. But I have no experience in this area, and I got distracted while thinking about how to talk to you. On the side, Tang San furrowed his brows tightly upon hearing this, his fists clenched instantly. But he didn't say a word. This was because he saw that Xiao Wu did not show any obvious rejection. Instead, she seemed a bit shy and said, why are you so direct? This isn't what you asked me to say. Li Bai pretended to be foolish and said, now do you believe me? Xiao Wu smiled slightly, lightly shook her head, and said, I don't believe it, unless you fight me. Huh? Lu Bai couldn't understand Xiao Wu's thought process. Why did it suddenly turn into a fight? Chapter 30, The Agreement to Fight. Didn't you just ask me how to apologize in a way that I would like? Xiao Wu revealed a mischievous, naughty smile. Fight me. That's the way I want you to apologize. These were Lu Bai's own words, and he could fulfill Xiao Wu's request. I understood. Lu Bai nodded. But can we discuss the specific details a bit more? Xiao Wu cutely tilted her head. What do you mean? Where to fight? When to fight? To what extent do we consider a win or loss? Is it that you win and accept my apology, or I win and you will accept my apology? Lu Bai seriously listed. As for the time, I have other matters to attend to today, so please choose a time after tomorrow. As for the location, you wouldn't want to start fighting in this hall, would you? That would cause trouble for the hotel staff, so you need to reconsider the location as well. Xiao Wu felt dizzy listening to this. Xiao Wu has always been straightforward and decisive, never considering so much. Hey, you're so annoying. If you don't want to fight, just say so. Why all this fuss? Since that's the case, I'll decide the time and place. Lu Bai showed understanding. 2 days later, our Shrek Academy will start the admission assessment, and the final stage of the assessment will inevitably be a test of practical ability. At that time, I will fight you as an examiner. What do you think of that? Although Xiao Wu was innocent, she wasn't foolish. With a hint of caution, she asked, how do you know I will apply to Shrek Academy? Tang San, who was beside her, discreetly took out a small hidden weapon from the spatial soul guide at his waist. The fluctuation of your soul power, although not obvious, is something my perception ability can detect, and I can confirm you are a soul master. The soles of your shoes are covered in dirt, indicating you came from outside the city. Therefore, I guess you're here to stay temporarily, suggesting you're from out of town. Li Bai continued to explain. At this time of year, soul masters your age come specifically to Soto City, undoubtedly to enter a high-level soul master academy for study. Although there's more than one high-level soul master academy near Soto City, the closest one to the hotel you are currently in is our Shrek Academy. Therefore, I boldly speculate that the academy you are preparing to apply for is Shrek. Your reaction also proves that I am correct. Clap, clap, clap. Tang San couldn't help but applaud. Truly amazing perceptive ability and excellent analysis, but it's still not enough. Lu Bai looked at Tang San and asked, what is still not enough? Your tone has been very certain from the beginning. Tang San gazed at Lu Bai and replied, but the analysis results just now are not enough to make you so certain. So, there must be something that makes you so confident in our reasons for applying Shrek, but you just haven't mentioned it. Clap, clap, clap. Li Bai also started to clap and happily engaged in mutual flattery with Tang San, saying, "Impressive. I thought I was hiding it well, but I didn't expect you to find out. What a terrifying ability to perceive." Tang San smiled without saying anything, waiting for Li Bai to continue. "As you said, I can confirm that both of you want to apply to Shrek, and what I rely on is more than just what I mentioned earlier." Li Bai pointed at himself. "I said before, my sensitivity to soul power is very good. Just now, when I was talking to the hotel staff, I mentioned Shrek. At that moment, you two, especially you, pointing at Tang San, emitted a significant change in your soul power fluctuations for a brief moment. This usually happens when emotions are heightened. So I'm certain that your target is Shrek." Tang San silently put the hidden weapon away. "So that's how it is." Xiao Wu also gave up the idea of fighting immediately. "In that case, let's wait until we go to Shrek to fight." Having settled their discussion, the hotel staff pushed a large cloth bag, taller than a person, out from behind the counter. "By the way, I still don't know your names." Lu Bai suddenly remembered. "My name is Lu Bai, with Lu meaning music and Bai meaning white." "Tang San. My name is Tang San, with San meaning 3 as in 1, 2, 3. "Xiao Wu. My name is Xiao Wu, with Wu meaning dance." I remembered. Lu Bai nodded solemnly, picked up the large package from the cart pushed by the hotel staff, and gently carried it on his back. "See you at Shrek in 2 days." Tang San said kindly goodbye. Xiao Wu kept teasing until the end. "Just make sure you're not the examiner then." Lu Bai waved his hand to them while turning his back and walked out of the hotel. Dai Mu Bai was still pondering how to explain to Zhu Zhuqing and didn't notice Lu Bai coming out. "Boss Dai, let's go." Oh hot, Zai Mu Bai top se min zet ponde." Lu Bai shook his head helplessly. There's no hope. Back to Shrek. Lu Bai first handed over the sheets and quilt he brought back from the hotel to Li Yusong, who was waiting there. Then he took Dai Mu Bai back to the dormitory, casually glancing at Oscar, who was still tidying up, and finally found Mahongjun, who was quietly working out, and began today's routine exercise. 2 days later, early in the morning, Zhao Wujia came to recruit people. "Lu Bai, I'm over here." Li Bai is warming up in the homemade training ground next to the house. "Teacher Zhao, what's the matter?" "Today is the final round of the enrollment assessment. I originally planned to have Mu Bai participate, but this kid has been distracted since early morning for some reason." Sao Wujia batted Dai Mu Bai, who was beside him. "Look at him like this. Any random soul master could beat him up." "Okay, Teacher Zhao." Lu Bai agreed first, and then asked, "But why don't you go find Mahongjun and Oscar? My combat ability is fine, but my martial soul power, and soul ring don't look very good. Won't that give the new students a bad impression of the academy?" Hongjun's martial soul attributes are too strong and suitable for battle, but not for assessments. As for Oscar, he doesn't perform as consistently as you do. If something goes wrong during the assessment, the dean would probably tear me apart. Zhao Wujia patted Lu Bai on the shoulder and said, "You're the most suitable with Mu Bai. It's a pity that Mu Bai dropped the ball at a critical moment. Now it all depends on you. If you have any issues, remember to tell me early. If it comes to it, I can personally step in and test the quality of this year's new students." "It won't come to that." Lu Bai smiled and said, "No matter how powerful the new students are, they can only reach level 30. There's no need for you, a soul sage, to step in, unless each of them is stronger than me." "Ha ha ha. You really don't hold back with your words." Zhao Wujia patted Lu Bai's back. "But it's true. If the new students are like you, without soul power above Soul Emperor, it's hard to say if they can win. If they are all stronger than you, then I really have to step in." "All right, enough joking around." Zhao Wujia took the somewhat dumbfounded Dai Mu Bai and Lu Bai to a fork in the road. "Lu Bai, you go wait over by the playground. The exam for the last round is nearby. I'll be there soon." "Okay, Teacher Zhao." Lu Bai should go down and see Zhao Waoqi leading Dai Mu Bai towards the entrance. "Are you taking Mu Bai to the entrance? There are the most people there. And I guess old Li and your teacher, Li, will have a tough time." Zhao Waoqi waved his hand. "I'm taking Mu Bai over to help him." Chapter 31. The last round of Shrek enrollment assessment. 1 Dai Lao Da. Once you reach the entrance, make sure to perform well. The first impression is very important. Lu Bai, distracted, shouted loudly at Dai Mu Bai. "Let her know that you haven't given up these past few years and have been working hard. You came here just to strive for a better growth environment." After shouting, Lu Bai walked towards the place he had pointed to Zhao Wuji. "What is this kid talking about?" Zhao Wuji glanced back at Lu Bai while walking, and seeing that Lu Bai had already walked to the other side, he quickly averted his gaze. "Mu Bai, what did that kid say to you?" "He's right." Dai Mu Bai suddenly perked up, standing tall and confident. His spirit instantly elevated to the highest. "I must let Zhu Qing know that I haven't given up these past few years and have been working diligently." He strode forward. Zhao Wuji looked puzzled, unable to understand. Are the kids these days also strange? Upon reaching the entrance and handing Dai Mu by over to Liu Song, Zhao Wuji headed straight back to the fourth assessment point set up next to the playground. Teacher Zhao, you're here. Li Bai has already tidied up the assessment area. The venue is cleared, and all potential obstacles have been removed, including slightly larger stones. Finally, he casually adjusted the lounge chair he brought over. Teacher Zhao, this is a lounge chair for you to rest in. Give it a try to see if it's suitable. You brat, your craftsmanship is really good. Zhao Wujia lay back in the chair and instinctively touched the pressure wrist guard soul guide on his wrist. Ever since I started using this pressure wrist guard of yours, my soul power has increased significantly. If it weren't for your dean not wanting to reveal your situation too early, just providing this kind of soul guide to the soul master community would be enough for your influence to rival that of a titled Douluo. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Liu Bai shook his head. The dean's consideration is correct. After all, the interests involved in this soul guide are too great. And with my current soul power and strength, I can't ensure my own safety at all. You clearly know this. Yet you still made soul guides for our teacher and a few others like Oscar. Zhao Wujia closed his eyes and leisurely rocked his chair. We all owe you a favor. Hey, Teacher Zhao, it's not interesting when you say that. Liu Bai waved his hand. I owe my success today to the fact that the dean took Oscar and me out of the village. I learned how to make soul guides because of the books from the academy and the soul guides given to me by the dean. There are so many hardworking people in this world. Why am I the only one who can succeed? I still need to thank you all for providing me with the conditions and protection. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but smile. I think that while many people have access to soul guide books and can disassemble soul guides, you're the only one who has succeeded so far, so it is your own ability. Also, the dean really has good luck. Haha. Liu Bai chuckled a few times and continued. Teacher Zhao, let's stop boasting and guess whether we can recruit new students this year. What is there to guess? Speaking of enrollment, Zhao Wujia immediately looked helpless. You know the requirements of our academy. Although there are many talented individuals now, very few can meet our Shrek standards. Besides, our reputation isn't as big as that of the Spirit Hall and other advanced Soul Master academies. Why would they come here? I actually think there will be especially many monsters this year. Liu Bai suggested, Teacher Zhao, if a few more people reach the 4th level later, can I give them another chance? After all, you know my situation. If there's no mercy, my soul masters can't last even one round. You want more? Zhao Wujia scoffed. If 2 people can reach this level later, you can handle it as you see fit, as long as they don't perform too poorly. Giving them another chance isn't out of the question. Zhao Wujia didn't make a definitive statement, but Liu Bai had already achieved his goal. The next step was to wait for them to come over slowly. Liu Bai glanced towards the entrance, rubbed out a piece of bread, and began to cultivate on the spot. Zhao Wuji's eyelids twitched. This kid actually started eating bread and cultivating ahead of time, clearly valuing the person who would arrive later. There aren't many people who can make this kid pay attention. I wonder what kind of child is coming. Over an hour later, a strong wave of soul power suddenly came from the direction of the entrance. Zhao Wuji raised his eyelids. Old Li has released his martial soul. There are always those kinds of people every year. Li Bai stopped practicing and began to move his body. He thought his child was just a little bit away from meeting the standard, and with a fluke mentality, he signed up, hoping to get the registration fee back if they didn't qualify. It's best to have more people like that. The academy can earn a bit more. Zhao Wujia closed his eyes again. Why don't you practice a little longer? It's almost time. Boss Dai will be bringing people over soon. Liu Bai looked towards the door. The soul power fluctuations coming from that direction indicate that there are 4 people whose strength is significantly higher than the others, and their soul power should have reached level 25 or above. You can feel all this? Zhao Wujia opened his eyes and sat up, carefully sensing towards the door. But he couldn't feel anything, so he lay back down. TSK? This kind of fine work really isn't my strong suit. Huh, the key still lies in practice. Liu Bai comforted, but Teacher Zhao, your fighting style has always been rather rough. Let me handle these finer details. It sounds as if your fighting style is very delicate. Zhao Wujia expressed disbelief. I wouldn't believe you if I hadn't seen your fighting. I wouldn't have known that a support-type soul master could be so tough. How can fighting methods and fighting styles be confused with each other? Liu Bai said seriously, hitting hard is a man's romance. You better pray that there are no control-type soul masters among the people coming later. Zhao Wujia shared his experience. In our academy, there's only old Liu as a control-type soul master, but his Xingluo Kiwahan is quite different from the usual control types. So, you currently have very little experience fighting against control-type soul masters. From my experience, your fighting style can easily be countered by control-type soul masters. Teacher Zhao, have you forgotten? My academic scores have always been perfect. Of course, I already know that being easily countered by control-type soul masters is a thing. Lu Bai took off his pressure wristband. This is a rare opportunity. If there are any control-type soul masters among the people coming over soon, I will show you how I fight against control-type soul masters. Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow upon seeing Lu Bai take off the wristband. Good. I will be looking forward to it. After saying that, he suddenly sat up straight, raising both eyebrows. There really are four. From the direction of the door, Dai Mubai was walking towards them. The four people following him all focused their gazes on the two at the assessment point, wondering who would engage in practical combat with them. Chapter 32. The final round of the Shrek recruitment assessment. Part 2. I didn't expect that there would actually be 4 people reaching the final round this year. Zhao Wujie stood up, straightened his body, and scanned the 4. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai and Lu Bai stood behind Zhao Wujie like 2 door gods. Presumably, on the way here, Mubai has already told you what this round entails. Zhao Wujie glanced at Dai Mubai. Let me briefly explain it to you again. For a soul master, the significance of practical combat ability always outweighs everything else. Although our academy only accepts monsters, the requirements for practical combat are no different from those of ordinary academies. Zhao Wujie emphasized practical combat. Therefore, this final round is to test your practical combat abilities. Teacher, Ning Rongrong raised her hand. I'm an auxiliary system soul master, and I can't fight alone. Not at all. Zhao Wujie decisively denied. Common sense does not apply to monsters. Just now, Mubai told me that your martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, so I will particularly state one thing. In our Shrek, even auxiliary system soul masters have combat abilities. Lu Bai stepped forward, conjuring a loaf of bread in his right hand, while 2 pure white soul rings emerge around him. My name is Lu Bai, with Lu meaning music and Bai meaning white. My martial soul is bread, and I am a level 22 support type soul master. Upon seeing Lu Bai's martial soul and soul rings, the 4 people standing opposite him couldn't help but show a contemptuous expression of, is that it? Seeing this expression, Dai Mubai couldn't help but nod eagerly, thinking to himself, it's true that most people feel this way when they first see Lu Bai's martial soul and soul rings. Just like what you see and hear. Lu Bai is a level 22 support type soul master. Zhao Wujie raised his voice a bit and pointed at Lu Bai, reminding them, he is your opponent for the upcoming assessment. Defeat him, or hold out for a stick of incense's time against him, and you will pass. Teacher, Tang Sen raised his hand to ask, will Lu Bai use any weapons or items in battle? Zhao Wujie did not answer, signaling Lu Bai to step forward while he laid back in his chair. No, I will not use anything beyond my martial soul and soul power in battle. However, you do not have this restriction. Lu Bai took a step forward. I know that because of my martial soul and spirit rings, you all look down on me. But that's okay. I'm not angry at all. During the assessment, I will give you an extra chance. So, I remind you once again, don't underestimate me. Thanks for the reminder, Tang San said with a smile. Then I'll go first, little San. Suddenly, Xiao Wu interrupted Tang San, grabbing his hand. Let me go up for the first round. Tang San didn't insist, nodded, and stepped aside. Xiao Wu began to warm up, asking while stretching, Lu Bai, what will happen to the other people's assessments if I knock you out? Don't worry. Lu Bai pointed at Dai Mubai. If you defeat me, or if I find it difficult to handle the subsequent assessments, then Dai Lao Dai will continue to fight the next person. If you have the ability to defeat Dai Lao Dai as well, then it will be up to teacher Zhao to handle the remaining people. That way, I can relax. Xiao Wu, after finishing her warm-up, said, I'm ready. We can start anytime. Don't rush. I haven't lit the incense yet. Lu Bai said, taking a stick from a pack of incense placed on the ground next to Zhao Waoqi, lighting it, extinguishing the flame, and inserting it into a tree. He then walked a bit farther away from Zhao Waoqi and faced Xiao Wu. All right, let's begin. Speaking of which, I haven't properly introduced myself. Xiao Wu suddenly blinked cutely, her eyes shimmering with a faint pink hue. I am Xiao Wu. My martial soul is the soft bone rabbit, and I am a level 29 assault system soul master. Lu Bai stood still, showing no reaction. Xiao Wu, not suffering any backlash from her failed charm, naturally believed that her charm had succeeded. Huh, you talk big, but I took care of you in one go. With her martial spirit activated, she quickly dashed to Lu Bai's side and raised her foot to kick it aside. Goodbye, Tang San, watching from the side, thought with a smile. This Lu Bai, always reminding us not to underestimate him. But he underestimates Xiao Wu instead. I hope Xiao Wu doesn't kick too hard. Offending the seniors of the academy wouldn't be good. Suddenly, Lu Bai took a half step back, just avoiding the kick that Xiao Wu aimed at his butt. Then he quickly stepped sideways, delivering a powerful punch to Xiao Wu's face. The fist in Xiao Wu's eyes instantly magnified. Her body went rigid for a moment due to the missed kick, making it hard for her to adjust her posture in time, leaving her with no way out. Tang San's expression immediately turned serious, his eyes wide with anxiety as he shouted, "Xiao Wu, who?" Lu Bai's fist ultimately did not land directly on Xiao Wu's face, stopping at the last moment. The wind generated by the fist blew through Xiao Wu's hair. The index finger on the fist flicked out, lightly tapping Xiao Wu's forehead before retracting. The first time, Li Bai withdrew his hand and said calmly, "I told you not to underestimate me." Xiao Wu was still in a daze. "Xiao Wu, are you okay?" Tang San rushed over to support Xiao Wu. Seeing Li Bai stop, he was not too agitated. "Are you hurt anywhere or feeling pain?" "No, I'm fine," Xiao Wu said, stammering a bit, her mind slowly returning to normal after being startled by Li Bai's punch. She asked Li Bai, "You clearly fell under my charm just now. Why are you completely fine? It just looks like you're fine." Li Bai rubbed his forehead. "My head hurts." "What was that punch of yours?" Tang San supported Xiao Wu and asked Li Bai, "In an instant, I felt that your soul power intensity clearly exceeded level 30, almost reaching the level of 40. Isn't my soul ring enough to prove my actual soul power level?" Li Bai looked at Tang San. "So, are you sure that there are no methods or means to temporarily increase soul power intensity in this world?" "No need to apologize. It was my mistake." Tang San immediately realized he had said something wrong. "Thank you for your mercy." "No need to thank me. Who's next?" Li Bai asked. "Or should I say, Xiao Wu, do you want to fight me again, right away?" Xiao Wu shook her head. She was still a bit dazed and needed a rest. Ning Rongrong also shook her head. She completely felt that she couldn't hold out against Li Bai, and she was very interested in why Li Bai, as a support-type soul master, possessed such combat power. Wanting to observe as much as possible, Zhu Zhuqing's attention was focused on Dai Mu Bai. If possible, she would prefer to compete with Dai Mu Bai instead of Li Bai, so she shook her head as well. "Let me give it a try." Tang San stood in front of Xiao Wu, letting her return to the audience area to rest. "Since there are 2 chances, I also want to have a match with you. There is still plenty of incense left." Li Bai glanced at the fragrance hanging on the tree. "I won't change to a new one." Truly confident, Tang San shifted his gaze from Xiao Wu, who had returned to the audience area, and turned to look at Li Bai. "I won't be careless." Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass. Level 29 Control System Soul Master. Please advise. Chapter 33. The final stage of Shrek's enrollment assessment. Part 3. The moment the words were spoken, the battle had already begun. Tang San learned from Xiao Wu's lesson and immediately released his martial soul, activating his purple extreme magic eye, fearing he might miss Li Bai's figure or movements. Li Bai didn't have the habit of testing or being unchanging in the face of change. Tang San remained still, and he charged forward with a direct punch. A straight sprint, a direct hit with a fist. So fast, so strong. I can't take it head on. Tang San, using the purple extreme magic eyes, took in all of Li Bai's movements, sensing the power behind Li Bai's punch. Almost instinctively, he activated his strongest evasion technique, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. Li Bai has not undergone systematic combat training, but after years of cultivation, along with occasional sparring with others, he has accumulated some practical experience. He doesn't go all out when attacking, which is a common sense aspect of combat. Previously, Xiao Wu misjudged the effect of her charm skill due to overconfidence. Therefore, although Li Bai's punch was dodged by Tang San, he did not become stiff and unable to move like Xiao Wu did. However, there were still flaws. Tang San saw this as a great opportunity to attack, and his soul rings lit up. With one hand decisively pressed on the ground, he declared, "First soul skill, bind." Blue-silver grass appeared out of thin air, growing wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Li Bai. "It seems I've won," Tang San confidently said. "My blue-silver grass, enhanced by 2 century-old soul rings, is much tougher than ordinary blue-silver grass. Even a soul master the same level as me wouldn't be able to break free easily, even if you can unleash soul power above level 30 in an instant. As long as it can't be sustained, I can immediately control you again with bind. Moreover, the barbs in my blue-silver grass contain a paralyzing toxin, so you should find it very difficult to move now." "Not really." Li Bai's calm voice came first, followed closely by his fist arriving in front of Tang San. In a critical moment, Tang San instinctively raised his hands in front of him, using the Xian Yu hand technique to avoid being directly punched in the face by Li Bai, though he was still pushed back. As he retreated, Tang San did not adjust his body position, allowing himself to fall to the ground while once again using his first soul skill, bind. However, this time, the bind did not have the effect Tang San had imagined. Liu Bai had already left his original position before being ensnared by the blue silvergrass. Why didn't you get poisoned? Tang San struggled to get up, adopting a stance ready for combat, asking in confusion. Of course, it's because I wasn't pricked by your blue silvergrass. Liu Bai rushed in front of Tang San, and at the same time he spoke, his fist had already swung out. Tang San had not yet adjusted his stance, and his feet were not on the ground, making it impossible to use Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to evade, so he could only face it head-on. Xin Yu hand. Tang San's hands once again took on the texture of white jade, and at the moment they made contact with Liu Bai's fist. He retracted his arms in the direction of the force, simultaneously activating another skill, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Liu Bai felt that the soul power and force in his fist were being strongly pulled, making it difficult to control as it struck towards Tang San's side. As expected of the Tang Sek's ultimate skill, the effect is truly impressive. Liu Bai said in a volume that only Tang San could hear. Tang San was greatly startled. His gaze towards Liu Bai was no longer right. Losing focus during a battle is a big taboo. Liu Bai had no intention of showing mercy. The soul power on his left hand surged out, controlling it to form an invisible soul claw that grabbed Tang San from a distance, forcibly adjusting the direction of his attack, which had been skewed by the controlled crane catching dragon technique, back towards Tang San's face. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew through Tang San's hair, and Liu Bai stopped just before landing the hit. This is your last chance. Liu Bai announced that Tang San had failed the first round of assessment and was about to leave. Wait! Tang San shouted loudly, wanting to clarify why Liu Bai knew about the Tang sect, and whether this world also had it, or if Liu Bai, like him, came from somewhere else. Don't be anxious. Liu Bai stopped in his tracks, but didn't turn around. Once you join Shrek, we have plenty of time to talk slowly. After saying that, he continued walking. Tang San remained frozen in place, his hand outstretched as if to hold him back, but after a while, he dejectedly lowered his hand and walked to the spectator area. Brother, Xiao Wu rushed over, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Seeing Xiao Wu, Tang San forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine. Just wondering why Liu Bai wasn't affected by my blue silvergrass poison." Liu Bai walked over to the tree where the incense was burning, glanced at the remaining 3/4 of the incense, and said to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, "You two, who is going next? I think this stick of incense lasts quite a while, so it's fine not to change to a new one." Ning Rongrong smiled and stepped forward. "I'm just an ordinary support-type soul master, without combat ability, so I can't last that long under your control alone. If Shrek doesn't have any other assessment methods, then I can only give up the assessment and leave here." Liu Bai asked Zhao Wuji, "Teacher Zhao, I think what she said makes sense. Why don't we wait until she enrolls before using my training method on her?" "That works." Zhao Wuji nodded and asked Liu Bai, "Can you continue?" Liu Bai pointed to his forehead, which was completely dry. The warm-up effect hasn't even been achieved. Zhao Wuji nodded with a knowing expression, sitting up to say to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, "You two should already be quite clear about Liu Bai's strength, right?" The two nodded, glancing at Xiao Wu and Tang San, silently thanking them for their efforts. With that, Zhao Wujia proposed a new assessment plan. "I will cancel the second chance that Liu Bai gave you two and let you both fight against Liu Bai together. The time will also be shortened. Now, before the incense on that tree finishes burning, as long as one of you can still stand, you will pass. How about that?" Ning Rongrong nodded. "In that case, I can accept." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Mu Bai and found him looking very worried. She gritted her teeth and said, "I accept too." "All right." Zhao Wujia made the decision. "Since you both agree, then let's begin." Liu Bai walked to a combat area a bit further away from Zhao Wujian, looking at the two beautiful girls opposite him. They say the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is the strongest support-type martial soul in the entire continent. I hope you won't disappoint me. I used to think that support-type soul masters had no combat ability. After seeing you today, I realized I was completely wrong. Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with interest. Whether I can successfully pass the assessment and enroll today or not, I would like to represent the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to invite you. As she spoke, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had already summoned their martial souls. "Then please let me see if you are worth my promise." As soon as Liu Bai stepped on the ground, he quickly rushed towards Ning Rongrong. In the world of Douluo continent, a little knowledge for soul masters is that when fighting against more than one opponent, one must first find a way to defeat the opponent's support-type soul master, especially when that support-type soul master's martial spirit is the 7-treasure glazed tile. Therefore, Support-type soul masters are often the key protection targets for their teammates. Ming thrust. A slender figure ambushed from the side of Lu Bai, moving faster than him. At this moment, if Lu Bai did not give up his attack and continued charging towards Ning Rongrong, he would be hit by Zhu Zhuqing's attack first. Try to make me stop to defend or change direction to dodge. As expected of the speed is truly impressive. Lu Bai was thinking, stopping his defense, and focusing on the claw tips of Zhu Zhuqing that were approaching. He gathered his soul power in his right hand and aimed to grab Zhu Zhuqing's wrist from the side. Even if he couldn't catch her, he could still apply force from the side to deflect the direction of her attack. If he did manage to grab her, considering the difference in their strength and physique, Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't be able to break free. The seven treasures have a famous saying, speed. A ray of light fell on Zhu Zhuqing, instantly boosting her speed to a new level. Just before her extending arm was caught by Lu Bai, it moved upward slightly, evading his grasp. It was truly a perfect assist. Lu Bai calmly moved his other arm, pushing upward from beneath the arm that Zhu Zhuqing had thrust at him. Chapter 34. The final challenge of the Shrek admissions test, Part 4. Lu Bai's strength is greater than Zhu Zhuqing's. And since the direction of his force is perpendicular to that of Zhu Zhuqing's, her arm is difficult to control and is lifted up, deviating from its original attack trajectory. About to strike empty air. Second soul skill, Phantom Claw. Zhu Zhuqing decisively activates her second soul skill, temporarily ignoring her pushed away right hand, while her idle left hand quickly reaches out towards Lu Bai under the effect of the soul skill. The seven treasures have a famous saying, strength. Ning Rongrong continues to provide her timely support, enhancing Zhu Zhuqing's strength and boosting the power of her claw strike. In contrast, Lu Bai is using both hands, and his evasion speed is slower than Zhu Zhuqing's attack speed, making this the most dangerous moment since the assessment began. However, Lu Bai is not prepared to back down just yet. He releases his soul power, condensing it, pushing Zhu Zhuqing forward, while simultaneously lightly jumping backward, momentarily lifting his feet off the ground, suspended in the air. Zhu Zhuqing struggles to resist the soul power released by Lu Bai, not retreating, but only slightly slowing her forward momentum, with her claws just 2 fingers away from hitting Lu Bai. Yet, that final 2-finger distance does not shorten no matter what. As Zhu Zhuqing moves forward a bit, Lu Bai's body retreats a bit. While Zhu Zhuqing pushes forward against the soul power, she inadvertently provides Lu Bai, who is temporarily suspended, with the momentum to retreat. If Zhu Zhuqing could accelerate again, there is still a chance she could bridge this distance and strike Lu Bai. However, at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's forward momentum is derived from her first soul skill, and the effect of a soul skill is limited. Especially for agility-type soul masters, their soul skills focus on swift bursts, and endurance is not their strong suit. After pushing Lu Bai back more than 3 meters, the effect of Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill ends, and she comes to a stop. Lu Bai sees the opportunity to quickly adjust his stance. The advantage created by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong disappeared, and all their efforts were in vain. These 2 girls performed well. Zhao Wuji analyzed as he watched. The 7-treasure glazed tile school one had a great sense of timing and support, and the other was quick in speed and reaction, and very decisive as well. But that alone is not enough. Dai Mu Bai, standing behind Zhao Wuji, said with concern, this guy Lu Bai is intentionally pretending to have a strong burst. In fact, his strength lies in prolonged battles. The longer it drags on, the more obvious Lu Bai's advantage becomes. At this rate, those 2 might not last until the incense burns out. The situation changed just as Dai Mu Bai feared. Zhu Zhuqing had no strength left to continue her fierce attack. Lu Bai merely adjusted slightly and immediately continued his assault on Zhu Zhuqing. Although it was a good opportunity to deal with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing worried about the possibility of being ambushed by her again. And Ning Rongrong had no combat power and couldn't run fast. As long as Zhu Zhuqing was dealt with, Ning Rongrong would be an easy target to eliminate. At first, Zhu Zhuqing still had some strength to parry, but soon she realized that Lu Bai's attacks were consistently strong enough, while her soul power was gradually being depleted, and she was becoming weaker. No, at this rate, I won't last until the incense burns out. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, gave up on continuing to fight Lu Bai, suddenly accelerated, and nimbly dodged Lu Bai's straightforward attacks. Running to Ning Rongrong's side. I can't take him on. We have to find a way to buy time. Ning Rongrong also realized that Lu Bai could not be judged by common sense. The influence of martial souls, soul power levels, and soul rings on combat capability seem to have no effect on him at all. All I can do is assist you. The rest depends on you. Ning Rongrong said with a serious expression. Zhu Zhuqing let out a light breath, as if she had made a decision, and her whole demeanor appeared a bit more relaxed. I know. Next, you might have to suffer a bit. It's okay. Ning Rongrong struck a strong pose. Don't underestimate me. I usually work out too. That's good. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Lu by charging over, picked Ning Rongrong up onto her shoulder, and began to utilize her speed and agility, abandoning attack to focus entirely on evasion. For Zhu Zhuqing, this was running away, an act of avoiding direct confrontation, and it was also something she was most reluctant to put into practice. 3 years ago, Dai Mubai, her nominal fiancé, had silently abandoned her and fled. He gave up the struggle and even gave up on her, running away from his own country like a rat. Should one give up when there is no hope of victory? Does a battle that cannot be won only allow for escape? Zhu Zhuqing didn't think so. As long as she was alive, as long as her body could still move, she would not give up. Even if she died, she wouldn't let those people have it easy. However, following the traces left by Dai Mubai all the way to Shrek, Zhu Zhuqing found that her nominal fiancé seemed not to have given up. His soul power growth was astonishing, reaching a level that allowed her to see a glimmer of hope. But why? Didn't he abandon everything and run away? Why at this point? Did it seem like she was the one in the wrong? Shouldn't the right choice have been to run away, instead of struggling like she did? I don't know. Zhu Zhuqing was already confused about what the right course of action was. But if it was to achieve the final victory, not because of giving up that one ran away. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her agile posture, dodging Lu Bai's direct attacks, sweat dripping down her face, filled with a sense of relief. I could do it too. BGM, khaki breakout. The incense was almost burnt out. Mubai, it seems you misjudged. Zhao Wuji said with satisfaction. The girl you have your eyes on is more decisive than you think. If she can't win, she runs, and in the end, she is the one who wins. No, teacher Zhao, Lu Bai still hasn't fully let loose. Dai Mubai's tone became relaxed as he spoke about Lu Bai with a hint of gratitude, although he was merciless in his attacks. Lu Bai's control over his soul power hasn't been fully displayed. He is still holding back? Zhao Wuji was a bit skeptical. At level 22 soul power, even relying on that soul power, super frequency, and his extraordinary physical capabilities. To boost it to over 30 levels and explosively approach 40 should be very close to his limit, right? If it's just soul power super frequency, then indeed he has reached his limit. Dai Mubai recalled the experience of fighting Lu Bai over the past 3 years. However, soul power super frequency is just a skill Lu Bai uses to enhance his soul power. Its actual help in improving combat capability isn't as significant as we think. Lu Bai's strongest point is his physical strength and soul power controllability. That kid's physical strength, no matter how strong, can't be better than when you're using your martial soul, right? Zhao Wuji was curious. I haven't seen him fight with soul power control much. Although not many times, I have given you several practical lessons over the years, and it seems Lu Bai hasn't shown that soul power control ability you mentioned. I've only seen him use soul power super frequency. I've asked him about this too. Dai Mubai explained. Lu Bai's exact words were, practical lessons are meant to accumulate more combat experience. Using tricks has no meaning. I think that makes sense. No wonder during every practical lesson, you all seem reluctant to use your soul skills. It turns out it's like this. Zhao Wuji believed it, looking at Lu Bai with an even more satisfied gaze. What a little monster. Chapter 35. The final round of Shrek's enrollment assessment. 5. The incense has burned out. Lu Bai suddenly stopped like a machine that had lost power. After a moment, he relaxed his fist, extended his palm forward, and smiled. Congratulations to both of you. You passed. Zhu Zhuqing grabbed Lu Bai's hand and looked at him with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. As soon as Ning Rongrong was set down by Zhu Zhuqing, she immediately started to speak excitedly, and God knows what she had gone through when Zhu Zhuqing had carried her on her shoulder just moments ago. Li Bai smiled and let Zhu Zhuqing help Ning Rongrong to the side to rest, while he walked up to Tang San and Xiao Wu. They both have passed. Now it's your turn. Who goes first? Xiao Wu was about to jump up immediately, but Tang San quickly moved in front of her and asked Li Bai, "You fought 3 matches in a row. How about you take a break first?" "No need." Lu Bai directly refused. It was only in the 3rd match that I was able to move around a bit more. In the first 2 matches, I didn't feel my body warming up at all. To say that 3 matches weren't enough to warm up, is this guy even human? Tang San cursed inwardly. But on the surface, he still spoke with a pleasant demeanor. "Can you tell me why you weren't affected by my blue silver grass poison before?" "Sorry, I can't say right now." Li Bai directly refused. You haven't passed the assessment yet, so the matter of judging my abilities is one of your assessment contents, both logically and emotionally. I can't tell you the answer in advance. Seeing Tang Sen seemed to want to say something, Li Bai quickly added, if you want to use those hidden weapons and poisons from your Tang sect, or team up with Xiao Wu, that's fine too. But in that case, I will also use all my means to fight. It's up to you to weigh the pros and cons. After saying that, Li Bai stood in the combat area, waiting for Tang San or Xiao Wu to come over. Although Tang San learned from Li Bai's earlier words that he was aware of the Tang sect, hearing him directly mention the hidden weapons and poisons again made him feel unsettled. Brother, who exactly is this Li Bai? How does he know about your hidden weapons? Xiao Wu's big eyes stared at Tang San. And the Tang sect you mentioned, is that your sect? Yes. Tang San answered briefly, subconsciously recalling his previous life as sect. A tear rolling down the corner of his eye. But I can never go back. Seeing Tang San like this, Xiao Wu felt a bit heartbroken and hugged him, comforting him. Brother, I'm here with you. Yeah, I still have you. Tang San lowered his head, looking at Xiao Wu, smiling as he stroked her hair. Thank you. Xiao Wu, I feel much better now. Let me go first. Okay. Xiao Wu nodded obediently, encouraging, brother, go for it. You're the best. You can definitely pass the assessment. I will. Tang San said with a smile. Then he walked to the combat area, facing Li Bai. Are the rules the same as before? Yes. Li Bai pointed to a new incense that was already lit on the trunk and said to Tang San, it seems like you're not planning to use Tang sect's hidden weapons? No. Tang San took a deep breath, letting himself relax and calm down. My intuition tells me that if you go all out, even if I use hidden weapons, I might not be able to pass this assessment. Clearly a man, yet his intuition is so accurate. Rebe whisper de softly, raising his voice to a normal level. Let's get started. First soul skill bind. Tang San didn't say much this time. He immediately activated his martial soul and unleashed his soul skill, causing a large amount of blue silver grass to sprout from the ground, heading straight for Lu Bai. Lu Bai stepped down decisively. It looked very forceful, but the ground did not dent. It was just the soul power mixed with the impact that blew away all the blue silver grass released by Tang San. Lu Bai had already anticipated this effect. After his foot landed, he immediately charged towards Tang San, almost colliding with the front foot that had just blown away the blue silver grass. While his back foot passed right through, he was already on guard against my blue silver grass. The wrapping speed was too slow, making it nearly impossible to bind him. I could only hope for the second soul skill. Tang San confirmed the next tactic. He activated 3 ultimate skills simultaneously: Purple Extreme Magic Eyes, Xian Yu Hand, and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. The Purple Extreme Magic Eyes allowed Tang San to keep up with Lu Bai's speed. Ghost Shadow Misty Steps gave Tang San slightly more agility than Lu Bai, effectively evading direct attacks. And Xian Yu Hand ensured that Tang San's hands wouldn't be scratched by Lu Bai's attacks. Lu Bai's attacks were continuous and fierce, seemingly showing no intention of allowing Tang San to release his blue silver grass. However, this only reinforced Tang San's conviction. Indeed, he is on guard against my blue silver grass. He had mentioned before that it wasn't that the poison of the blue silver grass was ineffective, but rather that he hadn't been pricked by the thorns on the leaves of the blue silver grass. Once again narrowly dodging Lu Bai's fist, Tang San prepared to counterattack. A blue silver grass appeared in his right hand, but instead of pressing it to the ground, he directly flicked it towards Lu Bai's eyes using a hidden weapon technique. However, Lu Bai completely ignored the blue silver grass, allowing it to fly in front of him, only to hit a layer of soul power and fly away. I understand now. Tang San's Purple Extreme Magic I captured the situation in that moment, while continuously dodging. He explained, you have covered your body with a layer of soul power, protecting yourself like armor. That's why the thorns of my blue silver grass couldn't prick you. No wonder you weren't poisoned. Correct. Lu Bai paused slightly and said, but how will you respond? He continued to launch a series of fierce attacks towards Tang San. As long as you know the reason, the solution will come easily. While dodging, Tang San activated his Xiantian Gong to its fullest, keeping his hands in the state of the Xian Jade hands, releasing blue silver grass to wrap around them. As he dodged Lu Bai's attack, he quickly used his hands wrapped in blue silver grass to rub against Lu Bai's arms, body, and back. Although the soul power covering Lu Bai's body had a certain level of defense, it was still unable to resist direct attacks. When Tang San's hands, wrapped in blue silver grass, brushed against Lu Bai's skin, the thorns on the blue silver grass finally scratched Lu Bai's skin, allowing the toxin to seep into his body. After that, Lu Bai's speed visibly decreased. It finally worked. A confident smile reappeared on Tang San's face. But that alone isn't enough to ensure victory over you. Take my second soul skill, Parasite. At the moment his hands brushed against Lu Bai, Tang San had already stuck the seed onto Lu Bai's skin, which activated and began to grow directly beneath Lu Bai's soul power protection layer. Coupled with his first soul skill, Bind, the blue-silver grass that grew directly from Lu Bai's skin immediately wrapped around him, with tiny thorns piercing through the skin, releasing even more paralyzing toxins beneath Lu Bai's skin. To ensure Lu Bai couldn't break free, Tang San poured most of his soul power into it. The rapidly growing blue-silver grass quickly bound Lu Bai into a blue-silver grass zongzi, significantly reducing Lu Bai's mobility due to the large amount of toxins. Tang San panted heavily, as continuously using the Tang Sec's ultimate techniques had drained a lot of his stamina. Finally, betting everything on activating both the second and first soul skills caused his soul power consumption to skyrocket, but he successfully controlled Lu Bai. So I've won, right? Tang San gasped for breath and turned to look at Zhao Wuji in the spectator area, asking. Although there was still a quarter of the incense left on the tree trunk, Tang San was confident that during this time, Lu Bai definitely couldn't detoxify himself and break free. Zhao Wuji looked at the blue-silver grass zongzi on the ground and asked Lu Bai, "What do you think?" Tang San smiled confidently and said, "Lu Bai probably doesn't even have the strength to speak right now." Lu Bai's clear and steady voice interrupted Tang San's pretentious words once again, and his confident smile froze on his face. Then, under Tang San's incredulous gaze, the blue-silver grass instantly released its grip, and Lu Bai stood up as if nothing had happened, brushing off the dust from his clothes. No matter how you look at it, I've already reached the level required by the Dean. Chapter 36, Shrek Enrollment Assessment Final Test, 6 UU. Tang San pointed at Lu Bai, struggling to articulate. "You can't come up with an explanation after all this time." Lu Bai saw Tang San's ghostly expression and worried that he might be feeling down. So he comforted him. "There's no need to show that kind of expression. Your blue-silver grass poison works very well. You did control me earlier. But I'm quite good at controlling soul power and can directly expel the poison from my body using soul power." Lu Bai's words made Tang San think of a possibility. Forcing out the poison with internal energy? No. Lu Bai directly denied Tang San's idea. It's just a simple use of soul power. If you're interested, I can teach you when you have time someday. For now, I still need to complete the last match. Lu Bai walked up to Xiao Wu and said, "The result of your battle will be saved for last. Before we begin, let me ask you, how should we count the first time you lost to me?" Xiao Wu looked at Lu Bai and said seriously, "Consider it your apology." "And I accept your apology." "That's great." Lu Bai smiled and said, "If you don't have anything else, then get ready to start the assessment." With the same requirements as before, Lu Bai finished speaking and quickly ran to Zhao Wuji's side, took out a stick of incense, lit it, and inserted it into the nearby tree. Xiao Wu silently walked to the battle area, standing ready. Lu Bai quickly stood across from Xiao Wu. But instead of charging over immediately, he behaved unusually and started to talk to Xiao Wu. "Actually, I think you're quite weak." Xiao Wu's expression changed, and she replied angrily. "What did you say? Your martial soul is the soft bone rabbit, and as far as I know, this type of beast martial soul doesn't have strong power or attack. It's decent in speed, but you've chosen the strong attack path instead of the agility attack path." Lu Bai spoke very seriously, not like he was joking. "Your first soul skill, although I haven't seen you use it, I guess it shouldn't be a direct attack skill, nor a full body enhancement skill. What's even more outrageous is that your second soul ring is actually a mental control type charm. Could it be that your martial soul isn't the soft bone rabbit, but the soft bone fox?" Xiao was unable to refute Lu Bai. She had never properly studied the theory of martial souls, and even if she wanted to counter, she couldn't think of any persuasive points. "Then let me show you just how strong my power attack is." Xiao Wu decided to use her strongest form of expression, body language, and charge towards Lu Bai. Lu Bai assumed a defensive stance, but his mouth kept running. "To be honest, with the direction of your martial soul's development and your choice of spirit rings, if it weren't for your spirit power exceeding level 25, I would doubt you could even pass the first 2 stages of our academy's final assessment." Although Xiao Wu was aggressive, she knew that despite being known as a strong attack type, her martial soul didn't really provide her much strength or attack enhancement. Instead, it significantly improved her speed. Lu Bai's physical abilities were almost on par with the former Di Ming, and in a direct confrontation, I would definitely be at a disadvantage. I must find a way to dodge his attacks, and then use my agility. Lu Bai looked at Xiao Wu, who approached him proactively, and he was well aware of what she was thinking. Her strength was inferior to his, and her speed couldn't match the ghostly agility of Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San. Her last resort was definitely her flexibility. Without hesitation, he threw a full power punch at Xiao Wu's face. "Oomph, you really like to slap faces." Xiao Wu coldly snorted, her tone one of expectation, as one hand met Lu Bai's fist head-on. Before their fists collided, her arm seemed to lose its bones, bending like a snake winding up Lu Bai's arm, her body sliding closely against his right arm, using the soul power he had activated for defense as a lubricant. Xiao Wu slid all the way to Lu Bai's back. Then with a flick of her head, the braid behind her came alive and wrapped around Lu Bai's neck. In a series of high-difficulty maneuvers, Xiao Wu completed the actions almost instantaneously, and then her first soul ring shone brightly. First soul skill, waist bow. Her slender body, under the influence of soul power and the soul skill, displayed incredible flexibility, as if transformed into a slingshot spirit. Her top body resembled the stretched rubber band of a slingshot, and the sudden force generated was as swift as the rebound of the rubber band when released. Li Bai was prepared, but when he was lifted by Xiao Wu's strength, he still complained in his heart about the persecution of Newton by soul power, and also expressed apologies for the same kind of persecution he was about to undergo. Lu Bai's body was lifted by Xiao Wu, suspended in the air, and then thrown down. With Xiao Wu's body as the center, Lu Bai spun like a water wheel in the air, facing downward as he fell. At the same time, Xiao Wu's darkened first soul ring lit up again, having completed the second round of soul power charging. The explosive 8-section throw, among all the soft skills mastered by Xiao Wu, was the strongest combo in every aspect. She was ready to use this combo to take Lu Bai away, while also telling him why she was a strong attack type. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Xiao Wu felt that the recoil from this fall seemed smaller than when she used it before, but she didn't think much of it. The first soul skill, fully charged, was activated again for the second throw. Bang! Immediately followed by the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Bang! 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 After a series of 7 bangs, Xiao Wu momentarily kept Lu Bai's body suspended in the air using the accumulated recoil, then forcefully threw Lu Bai toward the ground. The final blow, the explosive 8-section throw. Bang! Dust sword. Oomph! Xiao Wu elegantly tossed her braid, facing away from the rising dust. Now you know why I'm a strong attack type, right? Xiao Wu had never considered that she would hear Lu Bai's response. However, Lu Bai's calm voice rang in her ears, "Because you're foolish." Xiao Wu turned around in shock, forgetting even to take a defensive stance. Now she looked even more foolish. Li Bai showed a slight look of disdain and brushed off the dirt from his body, after fighting for so long. Is your so-called strong attack just this move with some dizziness effect? You talk about strong attack, but the focus is on the control system's dizziness effect combined with the burst from the agility system. Do you have some misunderstanding about strong attacks? Xiao Wu's expression turned grim. How is that possible? You didn't feel anything at all. Is your body made of iron? How can steel compare to trained muscles? Stop talking nonsense. Your cerebral cortex is as smooth as your skin. I guess you wouldn't understand this even if I said it. Li Bai assumed a posture ready to attack. I just relied on my soul power to offset part of the impact during the fall, so my soul power wouldn't be dispersed, and the dizziness effect would be greatly reduced. Also, I've trained very hard, so my body is relatively strong. Xiao Wu was both angry and frustrated, but felt something was being suppressed, unable to refute him, and overall it was just very distressing. However, Li Bai changed the subject. Let's just affirm your physical resilience, which is your capacity to endure. Only this point. Lu Bai suddenly displayed a speed that surpassed Zhu Zhuqing, rushing in front of Xiao Wu. It was not a punch, but a palm that struck Xiao Wu's chest, sending her flying. You have indeed reached the level expected of a strong attack-type soul master. Chapter 37. The Final Test of Shrek Enrollment, Part 7. When Lu Bai sent Xiao Wu flying, he paid attention to the direction, making her fly towards the audience area. Xiao Wu, seeing Xiao Wu flying towards him, Tang Xin shouted and rushed forward, tried to use his body as a cushion to catch Xiao Wu. Lu Bai really wanted to remind Tang, saying that he could use the technique of controlling the crane and catching the dragon to catch her, so that both of them could suffer less. However, Tang San's movements were too fast. As soon as Lu Bai opened his mouth to speak, he had already rushed forward to catch her. The consequence was that Tang San was knocked away by the high-speed flying Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu also suffered an additional blow due to the reaction force when she collided with Tang San. In the end, it was Dai Mu Bai who stepped in to stop both of them. Lu Bai, did that little girl provoke you in some way? Zhao Wujia asked, looking at Lu Bai, who was slowly walking over. Or is her situation really as bad as you said? Teacher Zhao, do you really think of me as someone who would ruin someone else's bright future over a trivial personal grudge? Lu Bai looked at Zhao Wujia and said, her situation is really not good. The choice of the first and second spirit rings is too terrible. Fortunately, she hasn't added a third spirit ring yet. Zhao Wujia pretended to be serious and said, how could that be? I always thought you were a sensible and polite good kid. What do you think? Should this girl pass the assessment? Just over 12 years old, with a spirit power of 29. It's not that she can't perform in actual combat. Even if I say she shouldn't pass, Teacher Zhao, would you be willing to let her go to another academy? Lebeda doesn't want to complain anymore. It's fine. However, adjustments need to be made for her soul rings and daily training. This point needs you to communicate with the dean to avoid her suspecting that I'm targeting her. It takes years to encounter such a little monster. Of course I can't bear to part with her. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wujia laughed and stood up, patting Lebedu's shoulder. The 4 new students will be entrusted to you and Mu Bai. I'll go report to the dean first. He will be very happy to suddenly have 4 more students. Got it. Lu Bai nodded and reminded, Teacher Zhao, when you meet the dean, please discuss the matter of hunting soul beasts in the Stardo Forest. The team leader will need to know which few to take. Dai Lao is about to reach level 40, and Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Mahongjun might break through to level 30 at any time. After saying this, it indeed sounded accurate. All 4 of them need soul rings, so this trip is likely to take a while in the Stardo Forest. Zhao Wuji paused, stroking his chin. Okay, I understand. I will discuss it with your dean later. After that, Zhao Wuji walked towards the dean's office. Next, Lu Bai said to Dai Mu Bai, Dai Lao, let's take these 4 to the dormitory to rest. Yes, let's go to the dormitory first. Dai Mu Bai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was exhausted, and Ning Rongrong, who looked weak after emptying her stomach, as well as Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were slumped in his hands. Let Xiao Ao bring them some sausages and let them get to know Xiao Ao as well. Okay. Lu Bai was about to leave when he suddenly noticed Zhu Zhuqing's gaze subtly shifting towards the little dance in Dai Mu Bai's hand. He immediately understood. Wait a minute. Boss Dai, I have a free hand. Let me take someone to help. Huh? No, Dai Mu Bai was about to say it was fine. But seeing Lu Bai giving him a look, he immediately realized that he was being intimate with another woman in front of his fiancée, Yi, and his expression became serious. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful, Lu Bai. Here, I'll leave little dance to you. Lu Bai smiled as he took Xiao Wu, thinking to himself, it's impressive that Dai allowed to notice my reminder so quickly. His survival instincts are quite strong. Dai Mu Bai handed Xiao Wu over with one hand, but Lu Bai didn't take her directly with his hands. Instead, he used the technique he had employed during his battle with Tang San, releasing his soul power outside his body and controlling it to form a large hand that supported Xiao Wu, keeping her in a suspended state. The other 2 girls present couldn't help but glance at Lu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing thought, what terrifying control over soul power. The released soul power can actually condense and not disperse, even supporting a person. Ning Rongrong remarked. He clearly showed no mercy during the assessment. But now he's quite the gentleman. Dai Mu Bai didn't possess Lu Bai's skill in controlling soul power. So Tang San didn't receive such treatment and was casually tossed around in Dai Mu Bai's hand all the way to the dormitory. The number of students in Shrek Academy has always been small, and due to financial constraints, Flinder didn't prepare many dormitories, only 2 for boys and girls each. Fortunately, Lu Bai lived in a wooden house off campus, sharing one with Mahongjun and Dai Mu Bai, while Oscar's room had 1 spot available for Tang San. It was much easier to allocate space for the 3 girls. The 2 rooms were adjacent, with one able to accommodate 2 people, so the 3 could distribute themselves accordingly. Considering that if one of the 3 girls ended up alone, it might lead to her being distanced by the other 2, Lu Bai let Xiao Wu lie down on the bed to rest, and then he showcased his skills on the spot, taking a few minutes to make a door that connected the 2 adjacent wooden houses. For now, this would do, Lu Bai said to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. You 2 can rest here peacefully for now. Soon, I and Dai Lao will bring you dinner. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Zhu Zhuqing silently shook her head. Ning Rongrong felt her stomach start to churn again and covered her mouth. If possible, could you please get me something that's easier to eat? Lu Bai, is plain porridge the only option? Ning Rongrong nodded. Yes. Sorry to trouble you, senior. Don't take it to heart. Lu Bai tried to instill a sense of collective consciousness in Ning Rongrong. There are very few students in our Shrek Academy. Including you who just enrolled today, there are only 8 of us. It's better for everyone to try to get along with each other. Lu Bai walked out of the girls' dormitory, just as Dai Mu Bai came out of the boys' dormitory not far away. How's it going on your side? It's all set. The three of them have already started resting. Lu Bai briefly explained, how is Tang-san? Isn't Oscar around? Dai Mu Bai released his soul power and accelerated to Lu Bai's side. Tang-san just has a lot of physical and soul power consumption. He wasn't injured by the bump from Xiao Wu. He just fainted for a while. I haven't seen Oscar. Maybe he's gone to sell sausages? I talked to him a couple of days ago, and he said he wouldn't be selling this year. Lu Bai thought for a moment. It should be about checking if there are any pretty girls among those who signed up, but it just so happened that we missed each other. Huh, the three best-looking ones are right here. Is he going to see some ugly ones? Dai Mu Bai laughed unkindly. If he knew he missed the best chance to show off, I wonder if he would cry. This is fate, I suppose. Lu Bai sighed meaninglessly and asked, where's Mahongjun? It seems like I haven't seen him all day. He said early this morning that he felt he could break through and started secluding himself. Dai Mu Bai dismissively replied, I've been hearing him say this every day this month. Who knows if he can succeed this time? Even if he does manage to break through, it will probably be a few days before he can go hunt soul beasts. Lu Bai pointed at Dai Mu Bai and said, I just talked to Teacher Zhao. Boss Dai, along with the newcomers Xiao Wu and Tang San, you three are on the verge of a breakthrough. Once you successfully break through, the Dean should arrange for us to conduct a full-scale soul beast hunting operation. Chapter 38. The most handsome and outstanding in the whole continent after a brief exchange. Lu Bai and Dai Mu Bai headed straight to the cafeteria. At this time, it was still early, just approaching noon. However, when Lu Bai and Dai Mu Bai passed through the main gate, there were no longer any people queuing at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Although 4 people were recruited this year, the number of applicants seemed to be about the same as in previous years. Lu Bai glanced at the entrance and then looked away. Not bad. At least this year it lasted for a whole morning. Unlike last year, when there was no one after half the morning. Teacher Lee seemed quite happy, probably because quite a few guys with a luck mentality had paid. Dai Mu Bai simply didn't even look. After all, he had already spent half the morning at the entrance. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. Lu Bai went through what would happen next in his mind. Not to mention anything else. Just the qualification for the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Our academy couldn't secure it. Such a grand Soul Master event would be a real shame to miss. Indeed, when Dai Mu Bai learned about this matter, he was both angry and helpless. That group of scumbags at the Soto City Advanced Soul Master Academy, because their principal and teachers came from commoner backgrounds, refused to recognize us as a legitimate academy. He really wanted to tear them apart. The problem is, tearing them apart wouldn't solve anything. Li Bai calmly said something terrifying. Otherwise, do you think they can still be alive now? When you talk about killing, it feels like you're talking about killing a chicken. Dai Mu Bai couldn't help but shiver. But what you said makes a lot of sense. Is there really no solution? Not at the moment. But it's hard to say for the future. Lu Bai wasn't in a hurry to reveal future events. Speaking of which, just now, when we passed the gate, not only was the line for registration gone, but even the people who register were gone. Right? Yeah. What's wrong? Dai Mu Bai asked curiously. Where's Oscar? Lu Bai looked around, but did not find Oscar's figure. Such a big person shouldn't get lost in the academy, right? It shouldn't be. Dai Mu Bai was sure. He should be in the cafeteria eating. Should be. Lu Bai gradually accelerated. If we miss it again, it would be too stupid. Let's move faster. All right, let's run ahead. In the cafeteria, as Lu Bai and Dai Mu Bai just entered, they saw a handsome young man with delicate features, who was gorging himself, severely ruining the good impression his face gave. Hey, Li Bai, Boss Dai, Oscar said with his mouth full of food. You guys finally finished over there. How did it go? Did you recruit anyone this year? Dai Mu Bai walked toward the kitchen. Lu Bai, I'm going to get them to pack some food. You talk to little Oscar. Lu Bai nodded and sat down face to face with Oscar. Let's get straight to the point. This year, we brought in a total of 4 people, among which 3 are very beautiful girls. Oscar was taken aback. His mouth stopped mid-bite. After regaining his composure, he swallowed what was in his mouth and asked blankly, 3 girls? Rubino did. Oscar, still 3 very beautiful girls? Li Bai continued to nod. Oscar, could it be when I went to the door to take a look? Lu Bai not only nodded this time. Yes, and you missed a great opportunity to perform. The assessment was to fight against me. Although I went easy on them, their soul power and physical strength were greatly consumed, and some of them got injured. If you had been there at that time, you could have left a good impression on them. What a pity. Oscar felt extremely frustrated and cried out. What am I even doing? You don't have to be too sad. Lu Bai smiled and said, they are resting in the dormitory right now. Dabai and I are preparing to bring them some food. You should come with us. Although we didn't make a good first impression on them, it's not too late now. In an instant, Oscar understood what it meant to regain something lost. He quickly finished his lunch and tidied up his appearance. Lu Bai, how do I look right now? Do you think I can charm the 3 new girls? Without waiting for Lu Bai to answer, Dai Mu Bai stood behind him with an unfriendly expression and said, "Oh, Xiao Ao, you want to charm all 3 at once?" "No way." Oscar immediately denied what he had just said. "Boss Dai, you must have misheard. I clearly said I could treat all 3 at once." Dai Mu Bai wasn't really angry, raising the large, imposing food box in his hand. "The food is here, let's go." After saying that, he walked out of the cafeteria, and Lu Bai stood up to follow. Oscar cautiously asked from behind Lu Bai, "What's up with Boss Dai?" "It's because you can't keep your mouth shut." Lu Bai explained, "Among the 3 girls recruited today, one is the fiancée of the boss." Oscar understood immediately. What about the other 2? As for the other 2, one already has a brother. Moreover, that brother is 2 years younger than us, has a soul power of 29, is in the control system, and is stronger than you in combat. Lu Bai introduced. As for the last one, have you heard of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? The one that is one of the 7 major sects on the continent? Oscar knew and, worried about not describing it accurately, elaborated. "You mean the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School that has the so-called strongest support-type weapon spirit? The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower?" "That's right." Lu Bai nodded. "The last girl is the daughter of the current sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. So she must be very rich." Oscar's eyes lit up. "Hurry up, Lu Bai, quickly tell me about that girl from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. You haven't even seen her in person, and you're already going to pursue her?" Lu Bai looked at Oscar, unsure of what to say about him. "I have mentioned that she is beautiful, but we still don't know whether her character is good or bad. Character is a minor issue." Oscar was immersed in a bright future. After all, it's one of the 7 great sects, the upper 3 sects. If I could marry her, wouldn't that be he? Lu Bai suppressed the impulse to wake Oscar and asked, "So, no matter what her personality is like, you still like her?" "No." Oscar's expression suddenly changed, becoming serious. "I only desire her body and family background." Lu Bai, "Haha, look at your expression, I'm just joking." Oscar's serious expression changed again, turning into that usual carefree look with a hint of mischief. "She's the big young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I'm just a poor kid with no family background. What right do I have to marry her? Let me think about it." Lu Bai put on a serious thinking pose for a full second. "With your looks and talent, it should be enough. If you search the entire continent, you probably won't find many who are more handsome than you. And, as a soul master, your talent is hard to surpass. If we narrow the scope of soul masters to support type, then I can assert that you are the most handsome and outstanding support type soul master in the entire continent." Chapter 39. Super Recovery Sausage, what are you 2 dawdling around for? Dai Mu Bai, who was walking in front, turned back and urged, "Zhu Qing and the others are still waiting for us to deliver the food. Hurry up, coming." Lu Bai put down Oscar and quickly walked forward. "Let me take the food box. I can use my soul power to ensure that the contents won't spill out from shaking. Then I'll leave it to you." Dai Mu Bai said as he steadily handed the large food box he was carrying to Lu Bai, calling out to Oscar behind him, "Xiao Ao, hurry up. They still need your big sausages to recover." Oscar, called out by Dai Mu Bai, finally snapped back to reality from Lu Bai's high praise. "Huh? Oh, coming. Lu Bai. This guy usually doesn't talk much, yet he has such a high opinion of me. The most handsome and outstanding support spirit master in the whole continent. Hey." Oscar thought to himself, unable to suppress a smile. Lu Bai used soul power to protect the food box, so there was no need to worry about running too fast and spilling the food inside. The 3 of them accelerated all the way and returned to the girls' dormitory entrance in less than a minute. The door had already been closed, and faint fluctuations of soul power could be sensed coming from inside the room. They should be adjusting and recovering through soul power. Lu Bai asked Dai Mu Bai, "Boss Dai, what do you think? Should we knock on the door or wait for them to finish their meditation?" Dai Mu Bai hesitated for a moment and then stepped forward. The recovery speed of their meditation is too slow. "Let's knock." After a while, the fluctuations of soul power from inside the dormitory quickly weakened, and Zhu Zhuqing opened the door. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing nodded to each other, with Dai Mu Bai being the first to enter, followed by Lu Bai holding a food box, and finally Oscar. "You're awake. Just in time. Let's eat together." Lu Bai saw Xiao Wu sitting up and put down the food box in his hand, introducing Oscar to the 3 girls. "Let me introduce this person. He is Oscar, my brother. His martial soul is also food-related, and he can fight just like me, although his combat ability is not as good as mine. When it comes to the quality of his martial soul, the combination of soul rings, and his support abilities, I really can't compare to him." Oscar showed a polite yet charming smile. "Hello, everyone. I am Oscar, a level 32 support system food spirit master, and my martial soul is sausage. You should try one of my sausages to recover. Dai Mubai added from the side. Little Oscar's martial soul quality is really high. He is the only support spirit master I know who has innate full soul power. Innate full soul power. Ning Rongrong was surprised. Isn't it said that support systems don't have innate full soul power? Perhaps it didn't exist in the past. Lu Bai smiled and corrected Ning Rongrong. Now, after all, we have Oscar as a ready example here. Oscar released his martial soul and soul rings. The first soul ring lit up, and he recited the soul chant normally, producing 3 sausages and handing them to the 3 girls. This is my first soul skill. Super Recovery Sausage. Its effect is comprehensive recovery. Whether it's soul power, physical strength, or injuries, it can have a certain effect. Upon hearing the soul chant recited by Oscar, the 3 girls felt a bit resistant, but neither Lu Bai nor Dai Mubai reacted, and Oscar remained calm. At that moment, whoever showed any abnormality would be the one with unhealthy thoughts. The 3 girls realized this almost simultaneously, so they maintained their expressions, took the sausages from Oscar, said thank you, and ate them decisively. Because it was a martial soul, the sausages turned back into soul power after a few chews, leaving only the fragrance of meat and grease. As they swallowed, the soul power began to spread from their mouths, filling their bodies within seconds. The pain in their bodies quickly disappeared, and the emptiness from the massive consumption of soul power and physical strength soon became full. It was an incredible feeling. Zhu Zhuqing finished 1 sausage, and for the first time in her life felt so clearly that her body was recovering. Is this the auxiliary martial soul with innate full soul power? It's indeed remarkable. Ning Rongrong also didn't hold back on her praise. As the daughter of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's leader, she understood auxiliary martial souls more than most people, and her appreciation for the quality of Oscar's martial soul was much deeper than that of others. At this moment, looking at Oscar's incredibly handsome face, Ning Rongrong felt a strange sensation she had never experienced before. If we only talk about the recovery effect, Oscar's sausage has even surpassed my 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Is it really that impressive? Xiao Wu's reaction was the calmest. She had no objective understanding or standards for this, so she didn't have any special feelings. The taste and texture are good. By the way, can we start eating? Ha ha ha. Dai Mubai laughed loudly, easing the gradually awkward atmosphere. Yes, since our bodies have recovered, it's time to eat. Dai Mubai used the largest food container he could find in the cafeteria, which had 9 layers, and each layer could hold 20 plates. He filled the entire container to the brim. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "That's way too much." Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, casually picked up a chicken leg and started to gnaw on it. After the first bite, she paused for a moment, then noticeably quickened her eating speed. Wow, the food here tastes really good, Xiao Wu said excitedly after finishing a bite, instinctively wanting to share it with Tang San, only to finally realize, hey, where's my brother? As for Tang San, he had been knocked away when I forcefully tried to catch you, and got knocked out. Lu Bai replied, I'm currently resting in my dormitory. Boss Dai checked on me earlier, and I'm not injured. It's just that my soul power and mental energy were depleted, and the final impact caused me to faint. A good sleep will help me recover by tomorrow morning. I see, said Xiao Wu, who was about to stand up but slowly sat back down. Then let's wait until we're full before going to see him. Lu Bai kindly reminded, if Tang San can eat Oscar's sausage, he should wake up before dark. Oscar timely said, don't worry, Xiao Wu, from now on, Tang San will be my roommate. In a moment, I'll go with you to find a way to make him eat one of my sausages. Xiao Wu, with her mouth full, said, then it's settled. After eating, we'll go see my brother together. A meal took almost an hour for 6 people, and in the end, they managed to finish everything. The 3 girls had weak combat power and dropped out after finishing the food in the second layer of the food box. The remaining food from the 7 layers of the food box all went into the stomachs of Lu Bai, Oscar, and Dai Mubai. You guys can really eat. Ning Rongrong looked at the unchanged figures of the 3 and exclaimed, where did all the food you ate go? Zhu Zhuqing was also surprised, looking at Dai Mubai and thinking, did he always eat this much? Xiao Wu, holding her slightly bloated stomach, expressed her envy. It's great to be able to eat so much delicious food. I want to eat more too. It won't be long before I can do that. Li Bai wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth with soul power. The body is the foundation for soul masters to carry more soul power. Regardless of the type of soul master, the first phase of training after entering Shrek Academy focuses on strengthening physical fitness. As the amount of physical exercise increases, your appetite will also grow. Chapter 40. The Meaning of Training and the Powerful Secret. Could it be that even an auxiliary soul master like me needs to train the body? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask. Yes, you do. Lu Bai gave an affirmative answer. Rather, it's precisely because you are a support-type soul master that physical training is especially important. Why is that? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows. Confused. As a support-type soul master, someone like me is usually protected by teammates and has no combat ability. Why is physical training necessary? Even if you say that training the body can withstand more soul power, it only needs to be enhanced to a level that can adapt to one's own soul power rank. Your thinking is the same as that of most ordinary support-type soul masters. Of course, I'm not saying that this way of thinking is wrong or that there is anything wrong with it. Lu Bai emphasized. However, let's think from a different perspective. If a support-type soul master can assist their teammates without needing protection from them, allowing the teammates to focus on fighting, wouldn't the support effect be even better? No one likes to hold others back. Even if one has support abilities, if the benefits brought by the support do not outweigh the difficulties caused by holding others back, they are still a liability. Ning Rongrong realized immediately that Lu Bai was right. Indeed, a support-type soul master who does not need protection is definitely more popular than one who does. Therefore, it is very necessary for support-type soul masters to strengthen their physical abilities. Li Bai pointed at himself and Oscar. If we could further develop our combat abilities to be no weaker than that of a battle soul master, that would be the best. Speaking of this, I really want to ask you. Ning Rongrong's expression became serious as she looked at Li Bai. You are a support-type soul master. Your martial soul has no offensive power. Your soul rings are all 10-year soul rings, and your soul power level is even lower. How is it possible that you can still crush battle soul masters under such circumstances? There's no need to be so serious. Even if you don't ask, I will explain it to you. Lu Bai smiled and said, to put it simply, there are 3 points. The first is physical strength. The second is soul power control. The third is soul power. Considering that the soul masters I encountered today have higher soul power than me, we can eliminate the third point and focus on the first 2, which are the foundation of my combat ability: physical strength and soul power control. I can understand physical strength. It's normal for soul power control to have an impact, but it doesn't seem as important as you said. Ningrongrong, while recalling the daily lives of the 2 titled Douluos and her family, asked, instead of wasting time on training soul power control, wouldn't it be more important to quickly raise a few levels in soul power? After all, soul power is the foundation of a soul master. This last statement is very well said. Soul power is indeed the foundation of a soul master. Lu Bai looked at Ning Rongrong and said, however, exercising the control of soul power and increasing soul power are not in conflict. Although at the beginning, training the control of soul power does take up some time for cultivating soul power, as long as the control ability is improved to the point where one can maintain soul power cultivation while doing other things, the lost time can be made up, and even significantly increase the time for soul power cultivation. Multitasking. Ning Rongrong immediately understood what Lu Bai was saying, and at a crucial moment, she changed her wording and did not directly reveal the name of her sect's secret technique. Not to mention the consumption of mental energy from multitasking. It only increases the time for soul power cultivation, so the impact on actual combat is not significant, right? So what I'm going to say next is something I came up with myself. Lu Bai stretched out his hand and slowly gathered a loose mass of soul power. I call this technique soul power overclocking. In front of the 3 new girls, Lu Bai demonstrated the practical operation combined with theory, allowing them to easily and quickly understand the principles and distance operation methods of soul power overclocking. This is truly. Ning Rongrong trembled with excitement. This is a groundbreaking innovation that could overturn the entire soul master system. So you relied on this technique to defeat me and Xiao San. Xiao Wu said defiantly. Just wait. Once I master this technique, I will make you pay. Zhu Zhuqin glanced at Dai Mubai and asked, can all Shrek Academy students learn this technique? If you want to learn, anyone in our academy can teach it. The problem is, it's not something you can just learn if you want to. Lu Bai scratched his head. I taught the method to the teachers at the academy, but some of them learned it while others did not. Oscar and Dai are more or less proficient, but Oscar mastered it faster and better than Dai. Dai Mubai nodded. Indeed, it is a very practical and powerful skill, but it is also quite challenging. Compared to Lu Bai and Xiao Ao, I have only grasped a bit of the surface. Also, don't think that Lu Bai's current strength relies solely on this. Dai Mubai reached out and patted Lu Bai on the shoulder. Don't forget that he just mentioned 2 points. This guy's physical strength is no joke. You don't think that a casual workout can enable a 22-level soul master to withstand an explosive force of nearly 40-level soul power, do you? Dai Mu Bai's reminder made the three girls realize. That's why I said from the beginning that regardless of the type of soul master, the first phase of training after entering Shrek Academy is to strengthen the body and improve physical strength. Li Bai didn't discuss his meaning. Do you have any doubts about this now? The three girls shook their heads together. Since there are none, let's take a good rest for the remaining time today. Li Bai stood up. Remember to get up before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Since you're new students, the dean will definitely come to give a speech. Xiao Wu, let's go see Tang San. Xiao Wu nodded, stood up, and followed Li Bai and Oscar out. Well, Zhu Qing, I'm leaving now. You rest well. Dai Mu Bai said somewhat awkwardly, picked up his lunchbox, and walked out, closing the door behind him. Zhu Qing was about to return to her bed to start cultivating when she suddenly saw Ning Rongrong smiling at her, giving her a somewhat mischievous feeling. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Zhu Qing. Hee, Zhu Qing, calling so affectionately. Do you know Dai Mu Bai well? Yes. Zhu Qing admitted directly. And I'm going to start cultivating now. Implicitly, she meant not to disturb her. Ning Rongrong was a smart girl, although she felt a bit unhappy. She positioned herself as an ordinary, well-behaved, gentle, kind, beautiful, and generous disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, so she couldn't lose her temper. All right, you cultivate. I won't disturb you. Ning Rongrong smiled and returned to her bed, assuming a cultivation posture, her smile slowly fading, just in time to try out what Li Bai said about soul power overclocking. He definitely wouldn't expect that this young lady has already mastered the technique of distraction control. But how do they practice it? Distraction control is such a difficult technique. Even in our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, only core disciples can master it. Yet they all can. Shrek, the academy that only accepts monsters. Seems like it will be very interesting in the future. Chapter 41. Tang San's night visit. Thanks to the efforts of Li Bai and Oscar, Tang San showed significant improvement after eating Oscar's recovery sausage while unconscious. To see Tang San wake up as soon as possible, Xiao Wu decided to stay for a while, cultivating her soul power while waiting for Tang San to regain consciousness. Oscar understood what Li Bai meant when he introduced Xiao Wu, saying she already had a brother. Apart from feeling a bit of jealousy, he had no other thoughts. Giving space for Xiao Wu and Tang San, Oscar followed Li Bai, called Dai Mu Bai, and continued with their unfinished daily training. As night fell, the training ended, and the three went to the cafeteria for dinner. Coincidentally, or perhaps due to Shrek being so small, they encountered Tang San and Xiao Wu in the cafeteria. What caught Dai Mu Bai's attention was that he did not see Zhu Qing or Ning Rongrong. So, after finishing dinner, he packed 2 more dinners to let Xiao Wu take to Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong. After that, everyone returned to their dormitories. In the dead of night, Li Bai suddenly felt a distinct sense of being watched. Li Bai is not foolish enough to mistake this feeling for an illusion or anything else, and the visitor has already gently pushed the door open. Li Bai stood up, went downstairs, and lit a candle. Tang San, I hope I didn't disturb you. Tang San was quite polite. It's strange that you didn't disturb me at this late hour. Li Bai complained, asking, why are you here at night instead of sleeping? During the assessment in the daytime, you said those things. Tang San's expression was very serious. How do you know I am a disciple of Tang Men? Don't lie. I know there's no Tang Men in this world. At least, there's no Tang Men that you and I are talking about. This matter is a bit difficult to explain. Let me think about it carefully. Li Bai thought for a moment. So, my situation is quite similar to yours, but I can't say it's exactly the same. Although we are both in this world now, the previous world are different. Perhaps the Tang sect I know just happens to be the same as the one you know, but in reality, they're different. There's indeed that possibility. Tang San seemed to understand and asked Li Bai, I wonder what sect you belonged to in the past? Li Bai had a blank expression. No sect, no faction. Tang San frowned slightly. What does that mean? So my situation is different from yours. Li Bai said with a hint of helplessness. I used to be, strictly speaking, a scholar, someone who hasn't practiced martial arts. According to your martial world terminology, I'm what you call a court dog. Tang San fell into an awkward silence. Is that all you want to ask? If there's nothing else, I need to return to my room to continue cultivating my soul power. Li Bai said decisively to send the guest away. Next time, remember to come during the day. I need to rest at night. Tang San was a bit nervous. Can I call you Li Bai? Li Bai, sure. Do you have any suggestions regarding Xiao Wu's future development? Tang San asked. What you said during the assessment in the daytime makes a lot of sense to me. Xiao Wu's current soul skill combination is indeed not conducive to her becoming a strong attack system soul master. I said, Xiao San, can't we wait until tomorrow to talk about it? Li Bai yawned repeatedly. You lay down for half the afternoon, but I didn't. If we keep chatting like this, should I still sleep tonight? Tangsen suddenly felt very sorry. Well, let's continue tomorrow. Sorry, Li Bai, for disturbing your rest. It's fine. Li Bai directly urged people to leave. You should go back and rest, or at least cultivate your soul power. Several people in the academy are close to reaching a whole 10 in soul power, and you will probably have to go hunt soul beasts together then. Tangsen quietly left. Really, finally willing to leave. Li Bai gently rubbed his eyes as he returned to the house. I need to hurry up and cultivate my soul power, otherwise I won't have any energy tomorrow. After a night of quiet meditation, he got up promptly at 5:30 a.m. the next day. Facing the rising sun, Li Bai stretched. I barely managed to get back to full condition. After a simple wash, he headed towards the cafeteria. A beautiful day starts with a leisurely breakfast. Li Bai has always been the earliest. Next usually comes Mahongjun or Mu Bai. After 2 days of effort, Mahongjun still fell short and couldn't break through to level 30, feeling a bit dispirited at the moment. Then there are Tang San and Oscar, followed closely by Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Li Bai, Oscar, Mahongjun, and Mu Bai, the 4 seniors, had already gotten used to the taste of the cafeteria food and reacted very ordinarily while eating. The 4 new students, who had just arrived at Shrek, showed a clear contrast. They paused after each bite, slowing down to savor the food. Fortunately, all 8 of them arrived at the cafeteria relatively early, and there was still plenty of time left after everyone finished eating. When the 8 of them reached the playground, there were still about 10 minutes until the time set by Flender. Probably seeing that everyone had gathered, Flender appeared unusually early. Upon seeing Flender's face as he approached slowly, Xiao Wu and Tang San seemed a bit surprised, their emotions visibly fluctuating. Xiao Wu whispered, "Isn't that the shady merchant uncle?" Tang San didn't say anything, but also showed enough surprise at Flender's appearance. "It seems you have visited the Dean's shop in Soto City." Li Bai, hearing what Xiao Wu said, replied in normal volume, "There's no need to be surprised. With so few students in our academy, if we relied solely on the little tuition we pay, the academy would have collapsed long ago. The dean doesn't want to waste years of hard work, so naturally, he has to find ways to make money. Opening a shop is just one of the ways the dean earns money. His vision is quite good, but unfortunately, he's not lucky with finances." Tang San recalled the crystal board he bought for 40 gold soul coins and couldn't help but nod in agreement, saying, "It's indeed not good." Hearing Tang San agree with Li Bai, Xiao Wu puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction, clearly a soul sage. Just a monthly subsidy from the Spirit Hall should be a lot. How could he be short on money? Once you're soul sage, where would the subsidy come from? Li Bai explained to Xiao Wu. The subsidies from the Spirit Hall are provided by the Empire, and they're only distributed by the Spirit Hall for convenience. The main purpose is to help those civilian spirit masters without backgrounds get through the toughest times. Therefore, the subsidies only last until level 39. They are no longer provided after reaching level 40. Those spirit masters who have not gained the ability to support themselves by level 40 can only be considered useless. Xiao Wu immediately felt unable to speak. She, being a soul beast transformed into a human, knows nothing about making money. If it weren't for Tang San managing her finances over the years, along with the occasional gifts from her younger brothers, she might have given up long ago and returned to the spirit beast forest. Flander walked up to them. "Good morning, students. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy. Here, on behalf of the Academy, I welcome the 4 new little monsters who have joined us this year." Flander briefly opened the session and continued. Later, each of the newcomers will need to pay 10 gold soul coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Mu Bai, take them there. Mu Bai stepped forward and respectfully said, "Yes, Dean." Flander nodded. After Mu Bai returned to the team, Flander began to explain the Academy's teaching arrangements. The courses arranged by the Academy are separate from the usual training. Today's classes will start in the evening. During the day, you must complete the training plan that Li Bai has set for you. Of course, if you are confident and believe that you can create a better training plan than Li Bai, remember to show me the plan you have created. If it is indeed better, you can train yourself in the future, and I and the other teachers will not interfere. Additionally, remember that you are not allowed to be late for class tonight. Otherwise, I will impose an appropriate punishment on you. That's all I have to say. After finishing, Flander left decisively and quickly disappeared from sight. Today is the same as yesterday. Li Bai arranged the daily exercise routine for himself and the 3 old students, then turned to the 4 newcomers and said, "You are not yet able to balance soul power recovery during training, so the exercise plan I've set for you will temporarily consist of only half a day in the morning, with the afternoon reserved for recovery. Now, let us start with a warm-up run. Chapter 42. The Limits of Soul Power Overclocking. As the group was preparing to start the warm-up run, Ning Rongrong suddenly raised her hand with a tremble. I would like to apply for a rest today. The 7 of them turned their attention to Ning Rongrong in unison. Is there a special reason? Lubai asked. If not, I won't agree. Ning Rongrong was silent for a while, then spoke up. Yesterday, I tried to perform the soul power overclocking you mentioned. When I compressed the soul power, I didn't control it well, and as a result, the soul power exploded directly within my body, causing slight damage to my meridians. Now my whole body hurts. Understood. You should rest today. Lubai readily agreed, and after thinking for a moment, added, when Oscar and Mahongjun first started practicing, it was pretty much the same. Over the next 3 days, you'd better not try to compress your soul power again. If you explode once more, what you'll experience won't just be simple pain all over your body. I understand, Ning Rongrong said with a, by the way, why didn't you mention yourself and Dai Mubai? Didn't you guys ever fail? Of course we did. Dai Mubai said with a, my soul power controllability is worse than theirs, and I failed thousands of times during practice. Ning Rongrong asked, then why didn't Lubai mention you? Because Dai Laoda's body strength is strong enough. Lubai took over the conversation. As long as the body is strong enough to fully withstand the impact of the compressed soul power, no matter how many times you fail, you won't get hurt. There's one more thing I originally wanted to explain after you all mastered it, but I'll go ahead and explain it now. The limit of soul power intensity that can be achieved through soul power overclocking is indeed determined by each person's controllability in the initial stage. However, starting from the advanced stage, the strength of the body becomes the biggest factor affecting the upper limit of soul power overclocking. Tang San, who learned from the master, understood the theory faster than others. So, what you mean is that even if we reach the pinnacle of soul power control, if our body strength doesn't keep up, we won't be able to continuously enhance our soul power through overclocking? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Lubai firmly affirmed Tang San's understanding. Take Oscar, for example. His control over soul power is sufficient to support him in boosting his soul power to around level 45 through soul power overclocking. However, his body can only withstand soul power of just under level 40, so he can actually only raise it to about level 40. What about you? Xiao Wu asked Lubai with a serious expression. How high can your controllability and body strength allow your soul power to be enhanced? Lubai saw this expression and immediately knew what Xiao Wu wanted to say. Are you doubting that I let go of the game yesterday? Xiao Wu retorted. Didn't you? Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Lubai smiled wryly and said, maintaining soul power at an overclocked level is not an easy task, let alone keeping it up during intense battles. My soul power is only at level 22. During combat, I can maintain it around level 35, and I can explosively reach level 40 in an instant, which is my limit. Xiao Wu still didn't believe it. My intuition tells me that your limit is definitely not level 40. Of course not. The limit in battle and the pure limit are two different things. Lubai raised 2 fingers. In battle mode, I can only maintain a soul power level of 35 at most. But if I'm not in battle and focus on controlling my soul power, I can go higher. Currently, my highest record is over 50, and in extreme conditions, I should be able to approach 60. In other words, after listening for a long time, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke up. Your physical strength can already rival that of a soul master with 60 levels of soul power? How is that possible? Lubai corrected again. You all really think too highly of me and underestimate other soul masters, even without considering the enhancement from my martial soul. My physical strength is at most comparable to that of a level 52 battle soul master, taking into account the enhancement after martial soul possession. Being able to face off against a level 47 battle soul master is already quite impressive. Tang Sen looked at Lubai with admiration and said, you are a support-type soul master. I can hardly imagine the brutal training you must have gone through to reach this level. It's just that I can't imagine it right now. Lubai smiled and said, you will soon experience that intense workout firsthand. Are you a little excited about it? Of course. I'm so excited I want to run away. All right, stop scaring them. Dai Mubai laughed and said, don't listen to Lubai. He only says that, but during the actual training, he is very measured. How much longer do you want to talk? Mahongjun had already started jogging in place. If we don't start soon, I'm leaving you all behind. Here we go. Wow. Do you have to be this eager? Haha. Right now, Hongjun, you're the most active one in this training. The 10 laps were completed quickly, and with the boost of soul power, Tang San was running quite easily, only slightly increasing his breathing rate. However, the 4 senior students, including Lubai, had already started sweating, and their breathing rate had increased significantly, which was obviously not right. Realizing this, Tang Sen immediately began to observe the four of them carefully with his purple extreme magic eye, searching for something. Soon, he found it. What was that wristband they were wearing? All four had it, but during the battle with Lu Bai yesterday, he definitely didn't see this on them. Tang San ran to Dai Mu Bai's side. Boss Dai, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Dai Mu Bai was a bit out of breath. His words were short. Tang San asked, is there something special about your wristbands? Your eyes are really good. Dai Mu Bai looked at Tang San in surprise. In a couple of days, you will know. After saying that, he immediately began to adjust his breathing, not daring to speak further. As a result, until the morning training ended, Tang San still did not understand what Dai Mu Bai meant. But after fully experiencing the training intensity of the four senior students, including the resting Ning Rongrong, the four new students all felt a certain pressure. Especially Ning Rongrong, she had already started to feel like backing out in her heart. This training intensity is too exaggerated. Are they really human? They can't be humanoid soul beasts, right? If I had known, I would have signed up for a different academy. However, during lunch, Ning Rongrong's thoughts changed again. It's really delicious. This academy may lack in many areas, but the food in the cafeteria is truly good. It's even tastier than the meals made by the chefs invited by the sect. If I go back, I probably won't be able to eat this. Should I try to bring the chef back to the sect? I'll ask about it later. In the afternoon, the new students rested while the old students continued their training, since Lu Bai had warned them that they needed to adjust their state for the evening class. The four of them obediently returned to the dormitory to begin cultivating and adjusting their condition. Ning Rongrong didn't want to live such a dull academy life. She longed for a more interesting and exciting campus life, but her whole body ached, and she felt powerless. I'll just wait until my body doesn't hurt anymore to scream. Chapter 43, Soto Great Soul Arena 1. Just as night completely fell, the 8 students from Shrek Academy had gathered on the playground. The moon tonight was big and round, illuminating the entire playground. Very good. You all adhered to the time I set. Flinder descended from the sky, his huge owl wings still unfurled. We will start tonight's lesson right away. Flinder shook his wings lightly, and his whole person rose into the air again. First, we will go to Soto City. I will wait for you at the city gate. But you better not be too slow. If I don't see all of you within 10 minutes, then you can forget about tonight's class, and you'll all be waiting to be punished. As soon as he finished speaking, Flinder had already turned into a small black dot under the moonlight. It seems the dean is determined to give you a warning. Dai Mu Bai said helplessly, if we 4 old students work a little harder, reaching the city gate of Soto City within 3 minutes should be no problem. How about you guys? If I go all out, I can reach there within 5 minutes. After estimating his speed, Tang San gave a reference time. I'm about the same. Xiao Wu echoed. Her martial soul speed was quite good. For minutes. Zhu Zhuqing said coolly. She was and running or traveling was never a problem for her. Ning Rongrong. The other 7 people once again focused their attention on her. Ning Rongrong's expression gradually distorted, realizing her own inadequacies, producing a sense of inferiority, the pride of never acknowledging being worse than others, the arrogance from being loved and praised by those close to her since childhood, making it hard to recognize herself. The 3 emotions mixed together, clashing violently, causing Ning Rongrong to directly tear apart her outer facade. Why is it only me who can't do it? Are you all targeting me? Why does a support-type soul master like me have to compete with you battle soul masters? Why can you 2, who are obviously support types, fight head-on with battle soul masters? Why stop? Lu Bai forcefully interrupted Ning Rongrong. Where do you get so many questions? There's not much time, so you need to choose one from the 4 of us old students to carry you to Soto City. Once we get there, you can cry, curse, or ask why. Whatever you want. Now, immediately, choose one. You. I. Ning Rongrong instinctively wanted to get angry, but her inner sense of inferiority hadn't disappeared. The pressure of being watched by those around her still lingered, and with Lu Bai's rapid-fire words, her attention was temporarily diverted from her anger. Then it's A.O. Oscar. Good. Oscar, you can turn off your wrist guards for now. That way, it won't be a problem to carry someone, right? Lu Bai asked Oscar. We have to get there in 5 minutes. Do you think I've been slacking off on my training these past few years? Oscar twisted his wrist to release the pressure, picked up Ning Rongrong, and smiled confidently. For minutes is enough. So reliable. Dai Mu Bai smiled and punched Oscar lightly on the chest, waving his hand. Let's go. Under the moonlight, the 8 of them dashed forward like shadows. 4 minutes later, at the city gate of Soto, the 8 arrived in succession. Oscar indeed wasn't exaggerating. Even while carrying Ning Rongrong, he was still a bit faster than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Flander stood at the city gate with his arms crossed, and after all 8 arrived, he glanced at the time. Good. You all arrived within the time I requested. Flander put away his watch and looked at Ning Rongrong, who had just gotten off Oscar's back. You all know how to help each other, which is great. I'm happy to see you supporting one another. However, Ning Rongrong, you need to work harder. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to keep up with the progress of the others. Ning Rongrong lowered her head and remained silent. Flander understood the importance of moderation and pushed up his glasses. Next, we will talk while walking. Tonight's lesson is practical training. The location is the Great Soul Arena in Soto City. The 4 senior students have been attending class there for half a year, so you can discuss the specifics of the Great Soul Arena among yourselves. I won't elaborate much here. Once we go in, you'll need to register at the Great Soul Arena and then work your way up through the badges they provide you, level by level. There are a total of 8 known badge levels from lowest to highest: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. You must elevate your badge level to at least the 3rd level, which is the Silver Soul badge, before the maximum graduation time required by the Academy. Otherwise, the Academy will not recognize you as a graduate of Shrek Academy. Flander walked very quickly, so by the time he finished speaking, the group had just arrived at the Great Soul Arena. For tonight's class, all you need to do is complete your registration at the Great Soul Arena and then participate in a match, whether it is solo or a team battle. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Flander waved his hand and said, as for the specifics, Lu Bai, Mu Bai, Oscar, and Mahongjun are all clear about it. Feel free to ask any of them. That's all I have to say. The rest you can discuss among yourselves. After saying that, he accelerated again and quickly entered the Great Soul Arena, disappearing from everyone's sight. Dai Mubai looked at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena and sighed. It feels like the dean has become lazier over the past 2 years. He used to explain everything in detail to us. Who says otherwise? Lu Bai helplessly spread his hands. But these are all small matters. Douluo, you and Oscar can go ahead with Mahongjun. I'll explain to them. Then I want to hold back. Dai Mubai took out a mask and put it on. Your participation rate and win rate are the highest among us, so it's best for you to explain. Oscar and Mahongjun also took out masks and put them on, waving their hands, and followed Dai Mubai into the Great Soul Arena. Next, let me introduce this Great Soul Arena. Lu Bai looked at Ning Rongrong and said, you might have been to the Grand Soul Arena with the leader of the Ning clan, but this should be your first time actually participating, right? Ning Rongrong frowned slightly and replied bluntly, so what if I have? Lu Bai continued, it's nothing much, I was just asking. I think you probably just visited and aren't clear about the specifics of participating in the Grand Soul Arena. Lu Bai said firmly, for your safety, I think it's necessary to specifically emphasize the special features of the Great Soul Arena. It was unclear whether Lu Bai's sincerity had been successfully conveyed or if Ning Rongrong was a bit scared, but in any case, she did not make a fuss and instead nodded to indicate that she understood. Let's talk about it again inside the Great Soul Arena. Lu Bai noticed that people walking towards the Great Soul Arena were gradually focusing their attention on them. It seemed that the charm of the 3 girls was a bit overwhelming. Upon hearing Lu Bai's words, the 3 girls also became aware of the increasing number of gazes directed at them, feeling a bit uneasy. Lu Bai led 4 people into the Great Soul Arena and walked into the hall, finding a relatively secluded corner. Here, they shouldn't be too closely watched. Tang Xin carefully looked around with his purple extreme magic eyes. What exactly is this Great Soul Arena? Why are there so many soul masters gathered here? Moreover, the levels of soul power are varied, and it seems that even the status and identities are mixed. The Great Soul Arena, simply put, is a place where soul masters can fight freely. Here, no one cares who you are, nor does it matter what your family background is. And no one will look up to you just because you have an impressive martial soul. Lu Bai looked at Ning Rongrong. Even the core disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a top sect on the continent, can be killed by a civilian soul master in the Great Soul Arena. And as long as the identity of that civilian soul master is unknown, even the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot force the Great Soul Arena to hand over the murderer. Chapter 44, Soto Great Soul Arena, Part 2. I already knew about that. Ning Rongrong frowned and said, you don't think my dad didn't tell me anything when he brought me here, do you? I was just worried that you might forget what your father said. Since you still remember, there's no problem. Lu Bai shifted his gaze away from Ning Rongrong. Lu Bai, you just said that this place doesn't value our identity, status, or the soul powers we were born with, Tang Xin asked. So what does this place value? Praktikal Komba. Lu Bai clenched his fist. I just mentioned that this is a place where soul masters can fight freely. Although it's not completely without rules during battles. We can use not only our martial souls, but also various weapons and even soul-guided devices. Moreover, in the battles here, lethal force is allowed. It's straightforward. Lu Bai, I see that besides soul masters, there are also quite a few civilians coming and going. Tang Sen looked around. What are they here for? To have fun. Every big soul arena is a great place for local common people to have fun. They can watch soul masters fight each other, which not only broadens their horizons, but also helps pass the time. For some individuals, it might even serve as a way to vent their darker emotions. Doesn't that mean they are treating us as tools for entertainment? Xiao Wu frowned, feeling a bit agitated. Why does the soul arena allow such things? Of course, it's for money. Selling tickets to common people to watch the battles is the soul arena's most important source of income. Lu Bai carefully explained to Xiao Wu so that she could understand. The establishment, operation, and maintenance of the Grand Soul Arena require a substantial amount of money. If income cannot be generated from the Grand Soul Arena itself, who would go through the trouble of managing such a place? Xiao Wu still felt something was off. Wasn't it said that soul masters are the noblest profession on the continent? If they are treated as mere tools for entertainment, where's the nobility in that? Lu Bai smiled and asked, "Can you tell me why soul masters are the noblest profession?" Of course, because, Xiao Wu said with a hint of insecurity, because soul masters are the strongest? Very correct. It is because soul masters are powerful, possessing overwhelming strength that no other profession can match, which is why it is the noblest profession. Li Bai affirmed Xiao Wu's answer, and then asked, "So what do you think is the best way or method for a soul master to showcase their strength to the world and let everyone know how powerful soul masters are?" Xiao Wu didn't rush to answer. After a moment of contemplation, she understood. Battle. So, Lu Bai shrugged. Here, in this grand soul arena, soul masters demonstrate to everyone through battle that we possess power, that we are noble. Since it's meant to be seen, why not charge an entrance fee? It's a win-win situation. Xiao Wu fell in a deep thought, but Lu Bai felt that with this rabbit's brain capacity, she probably wouldn't understand what was wrong. Moreover, not all soul masters would care about such things. Aren't there also people like me, a commoner with a messy martial soul and spirit rings? Lu Bai pointed at himself. For me, the Grand Soul Arena is a very important stage to showcase my value as a soul master. Tang San quick-witted, combined this with what Lu Bai had previously said to Ning Rongrong and quickly realized. Could it be that those major powers on the continent all come to the Grand Soul Arena to watch the matches and scout for talent? Of course. Ning Rongrong spoke up. The larger the sects and organizations, the more manpower they need to maintain. These personnel can't all be from the core circles of the sect. At this time, they need some external soul masters. With a convenient place like the Grand Soul Arena, why would they go all over the continent looking for people? As one of the representatives of a major sect, her words were particularly persuasive. For someone like me, who comes from a commoner background and has no solid foundation as a soul master, joining a sect or organization can provide a relatively safe environment and access to resources, which can help us grow more smoothly and quickly. However, joining a sect or organization isn't as simple as wanting to. You need to demonstrate certain value first. Lu Bai added, most soul masters with some skills and brains would choose to struggle in the Great Soul Arena, as long as their luck isn't too bad. They are usually noticed by large sects or some larger soul master organizations, which basically means they have made a name for themselves. Xiao Wu seemed to be pondering this. Li Bai couldn't tell if she was really thinking or just pretending. Now, you should all have a clear understanding of what the Great Soul Arena is like, right? The four of them nodded. Next, let me briefly explain the competition rules of the Great Soul Arena. You can see that front desk in the middle of the hall, right? Li Bai pointed to the front desk in the hall, which was a bit of a distance away. Every large soul arena has such a front desk, responsible for processing and registering the information of soul masters. After a while, when you register your identities, you'll go there. The staff at the front desk will tell you exactly how to register, so don't worry. Once registered, you can apply at the front desk to battle against other soul masters, which is generally called soul fighting here. You need to pay when applying for a soul fight. So keep this in mind. If you win, you can get your money back and also receive reward from the large soul arena. The rewards will increase if you win consecutively. If you feel that the rewards given by the large soul arena are too small and you're confident in yourself, you can also place bets at the front desk when you participate in soul fights, betting on your own victory. I don't really recommend doing this, because the arrangements made by the large soul arena for both sides in the soul fight are based on the number of spirit rings, which is highly random. Occasionally, there may be extreme situations like a level 31 soul master facing a level 39 opponent, so no one can guarantee they will win. As for whether there are any tricks involved, it is entirely up to the people of the large soul arena. The four of them silently processed what Li Bai had said. Tang San understood the fastest and asked, what are the different ways to engage in soul fights? It shouldn't just be one-on-one, right? Yes, That's what I'm going to talk about next. Lu Bai continues to introduce. The soul fighting can be roughly divided into two types, one-on-one and multiplayer battles. There is not much to say about one-on-one. Multiplayer battles are categorized based on the number of participants, including duo team battles and group battles with 3 or more players. All types of soul fighting can further be divided into 3 categories: games of skill, life and death battles, and wager battles. Games of skill are the most common, where if one side concedes, they are not allowed to cause fatal harm. Life and death battles require one side to die. Wager battles are more special, as there must be a stake involved for both sides, and if the stake is too low, the Grand Soul Fighting Arena may not even accept it. Additionally, according to the rules of the Grand Soul Fighting Arena, an individual can only participate in one battle of the same type in a day. Therefore, as long as the types are different, one-on-one, two-on-two, and group battles can each be conducted once, provided that the soul power and physical strength can support it. After finishing, he leaves enough time for the 4 to digest the information. This is all that must be known about the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Li Bai asked, "Is there anything else you want to know?" Chapter 45, Soto Great Spirit Arena. 3. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all shook their heads, indicating that they had no questions. Only Tang Xin spoke up again. When Boss Dai and the others left just now, why did they wear masks? Wouldn't it be better if we also got some masks to wear? It would be better. Li Bai took out a soft mask from his pocket. Although the Great Soul Arena ensures that the personal information used by each participant during registration remains confidential during the competition, faces and soul weapons will be seen and remembered by others. Once leaving the Great Soul Arena, retaliation is a common occurrence. There are also cases where attacks are launched immediately after leaving the arena to prevent a talented individual from falling into the hands of hostile forces. Considering our young age, and that you 3 girls are particularly beautiful, I strongly suggest you wear masks, and it would be best to disguise your figures and voices as well. But you don't have time to prepare those things tonight. I had originally planned to remind you to prepare them before coming here next time. The facts stated by Li Bai made a few people uneasy, but they had no choice. Fortunately, since it was their first time participating in the soul fighting, they would only compete in a venue located in a remote corner with very few spectators and certainly no big shots present to watch. Lu Bai comforted them. As long as you finish the battle as quickly as possible, without lingering too long in the arena, and avoid doing anything that might leave a lasting impression, soon no one will remember you. With a bit of anxiety, the 4 of them completed the registration at the front desk and received a black iron badge. With the registration done and the badge in hand, you can now sign up immediately and try to participate in the first soul fight. Yu Bai suggested, Tang San, Xiao Wu, both of you are at level 29 in soul power, and your strength is not weak, so victory shouldn't be difficult. Zhu Zhuqing, being at level 26 is not low either, but in this open arena, it's slightly disadvantageous for agility-type fighters. I hope your luck won't be too bad. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, silently submitted her soul battle application, and followed Tang San and Xiao Wu into the waiting room for the one-on-one soul battle. Watching the 3 leave, Ning Rongrong's gaze shifted to Yu Bai. So it's just me left. It turns out you don't see me as a person? Lu Bai rolled his eyes in displeasure and said, this way, Boss Dai and the others should be almost done. Sure enough, after walking a bit further in, Lu Bai spotted the 3 chatting in the corner. He walked over and called out Boss. Zhou. Dai Mu Bai greeted in a lowered voice. When he saw Ning Rongrong behind Lu Bai, his eyelids twitched, and he leaned closer to Lu Bai's ear to ask, how did you bring this young lady along? Lu Bai was at a loss. Everyone else went to participate in one-on-one soul battles, and if I don't take this young lady with me, should I let her go solo? Dai Mu Bai was momentarily speechless. All right, Ning Rongrong, considering that you still don't have the ability to fight alone, I'll have to put you in a 2-on-2 team battle tonight. Lu Bai pointed himself, Oscar, Dai Mu Bai, and Mahongjun in turn. All 4 of us can be your temporary teammates. Just like when we came here earlier, pick one person to help you. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly. Why should I listen to you? The one making the decision is you. I'm just giving a suggestion. Lu Bai looked indifferent. According to the Dean's request, all of us must participate in at least one soul fight tonight. Why do I have to do what Flanders says? Ning Rongrong frowned. He is just a soul saint. Why does he have a right to dictate to me? Just because he is the Dean of Shrek Academy. Lu Bai spoke the truth. I know you are the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and can completely look down on a soul sage. But don't forget, you're also a member of Shrek now. What the Dean requires of us are legitimate and reasonable teaching activities. So, striving to meet the Dean's requirements is what we, as students, should do. Ning Rongrong understood in her heart, but when her temper flared up, Her mouth spoke without regard for her feelings. Are you teaching me what to do? If you think so, then it is. Lu Bai directly retorted. No matter what you think, as long as you are still a student of Shrek, what you need to do right now won't change. By the way, I look down on you quite a bit. I'm only saying so much because your father is Ning Fengji, and he represents the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You, Ning Rongrong, widened her eyes. Why do you look down on me? I'm younger than you. My soul power level is higher than yours. My martial soul is even better than yours. Besides combat ability, what do you have that is better than me? What else is better than you besides combat? There are plenty. Li Bai stroked his chin and began to list. I can forge iron and do carpentry to earn a living. I can wash clothes and cook. I can manage household chores. Although my martial soul and soul rings are not very good, I can help other soul masters develop the best training plans and even create my own soul skills. That's enough. Ning Rongrong said coldly. What exactly do you want to say? Don't always emphasize your background from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I am very aware that it is an extremely powerful sect, but the more I respect and fear the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the more I look down on you because your current abilities and character are simply not worthy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lu Bai said seriously and solemnly. Do you want me to see you in a new light? Then rely on your own abilities and present results that will astonish me. As you wish. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and said word by word, making one worry that she might break a tooth. Didn't you just ask me to choose one of you four as a teammate? I choose you. But if you can't deliver results that will amaze me, I will definitely make you pay for what you just said. Huh. You really said something that matches your current expression. Li Bai laughed heartily. No problem. Come on. Tell me your expectations. To what extent do I need to achieve in order to reach what you call an amazing result? Humph. You said that first. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms and slightly raised her chin. Then you should first tell me what you consider to be an amazing result. It's very simple, Lu Bai said cheerfully. Nothing is more astonishing than a bad-tempered young lady fully realizing how annoying she is in a short time, then changing all her annoying traits and becoming an easygoing person. Upon hearing Lu Bai's words, Oscar, Daimu Bai, and Mahongjun couldn't help but chuckle. But worried that laughing might provoke Ning Rongrong, they held back their laughter and shook their shoulders vigorously. Ning Rongrong's frustrated face nearly changed color, but in the end, she managed to hold it in and showed a fierce cold smile. I understand. Now let me talk about my so-called astonishing achievement. Without using soul power overclocking. Team up with your level 22 soul power and defeat the opponent. Moreover, the average soul power level of the two opponents must not be lower than level 27. Ning Rongrong believed that Lu Bai's combat ability mainly came from the skill of soul power overclocking. Soul power is fundamental for a soul master. As long as Lu Bai's soul power is restricted, he would just be a slightly stronger version of an ordinary support-type soul master. But with much poorer support abilities, just a trash support-type soul master. No problem, Lu Bai readily agreed. I hope that after I present you with something amazing, you can also provide me with something impressive. You will, right? Of course. Who do you think I am? Ning Rongrong appeared calm, but in reality, she was extremely anxious. Why did he agree so readily? Does he have any self-created skills besides his soul power being supercharged? What if he actually manages to do it? Am I really going to? No, absolutely not. The fact that a support-type soul master can fight is already strange enough. Fighting against opponents of a higher level is something only battle soul masters can do. It absolutely cannot happen with support-type soul masters. Support-type soul masters are generally considered to lack combat ability, so whether it's finding companions or partners, they must have strong combat capabilities, which is something Ning Rongrong has been taught since childhood. Feeling confused inside, she instinctively followed the beliefs she had formed over the years. Great, Lu Bai said to the still chuckling Oscar, Daimu Bai, and Mahongjun. I'll go finish today's one-on-one soul fight first. You guys keep an eye on her for a bit. Oh, leave it to us. Oscar patted his chest confidently. Ning Rongrong saw Lu Bai was about to leave and hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Running away? You should really listen to what people are saying. Li Bai looked helpless. Aren't we going to for the 2v2 soul battle later? Before that, I need to do the 1v1 soul battle today. Otherwise, the compressed soul power will go to waste. Ning Rongrong accepted this reason. How long will it take? I won't keep you waiting too long. Lu Bai grabbed the pressure wrist guard on his wrist with one hand and walked towards the stage. I'll wrap it up in 5 minutes. Chapter 46. The amazing combo. Next up, we have the 8th one-on-one soul battle of our 21st soul arena today. The contestants are two great soul masters, the undefeated Master Changsheng who has won 9 consecutive matches, and the equally undefeated Master Baihuan, who has also achieved 9 consecutive victories. Master Baihuan is someone everyone has probably heard of. That's right. He is the first and only auxiliary soul master to participate in one-on-one soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena and achieve victory, with a remarkable record of 9 consecutive wins. However, today, Master Baihuan's opponent is very strong. Will he be able to continue his winning streak and once again challenge the notion that auxiliary soul masters lack combat power? Let's wait and see. Lu Bai entered the arena wearing a mask, and the person opposite him, named Chang Sheng, walked out from the passage. Huh, you're the odd one who is clearly a support-type soul master, but came to participate in a one-on-one soul fight. Chang Sheng was a young man, looking to be in his 20s, with an ordinary appearance and a scar on his face that made him look a bit fierce. Looks like I can easily get the reward for my 10th consecutive win today. Ha ha ha, the host timely announced. The soul fight begins. Before the host's voice could further spread, and before Chang Sheng had a chance to activate his martial soul, Lu Bai had already left a footprint on the ground, charging in front of Chang Sheng and slamming him into the wall with a single slap. If Lu Bai hadn't slightly controlled his strength, the scene would have needed to be blurred. After taking care of his opponent, Lu Bai immediately returned along the passage he came from. A voice announced Lu Bai's victory, followed by cheers after a brief silence. By the time Lu Bai returned to where Oscar and the others were, 4 minutes and 57 seconds had passed. You actually came back. I thought you would run away. Ning Rongrong raised an eyebrow when she saw Lu Bai return and taunted him without holding back. Looks like you're lucky to encounter a very weak opponent. If you enjoy saying such things, why not say a bit more? Lu Bai smiled and retorted, otherwise, once I achieve results, you'll have to start correcting yourself, and then you won't be able to say these annoying things. Ning Rongrong wasn't able to retort like Lu Bai with a smile. She huffed, tossed her head, and took the initiative to step forward towards the front desk. Let's go register. Lu Bai made a gesture towards Oscar and the other two, then followed Ning Rongrong. Once the two of them walked far away, Dai Mu Bai suddenly asked quietly, "What do you think? How long will it take for Lu Bai to win in a 1-on-2 battle using level 22 soul power?" Oscar thought for a moment. Even for Lu Bai, if he can only use level 22 soul power, it should take at least a minute. If both opponents have level 29 soul power, it might be even harder, and it could extend to 3 minutes. I think it will be about that time too. Dai Mu Bai agreed with Oscar's estimate and asked Mahongjun, who was still thinking, "What are you thinking about for so long?" Well, I think for Lu Bai, even if he encounters opponents with level 29 soul power, it should only take about 10 seconds. Mahongjun nodded while thinking, yeah, at most 10 seconds. If it takes longer than that, it means Lu Bai didn't use his full strength. You have so much confidence in Lu Bai. Dai Mu Bai looked at Mahongjun with a funny expression. If you guess wrong later, you have to treat me and Xiao to a meal. Mahongjun retorted, what if you two guess wrong? Or if we all guess wrong? If Xiao and I guess wrong, but you guess right, then Xiao and I will treat you to a meal. Dai Mu Bai smiled. If we all guess wrong, then let's just pretend nothing happened. Oscar picked his nose and said, at the front desk, Lu Bai handed over his badge along with Ning Rongrong. Lu Bai, more familiar with the business, took charge of the communication. Hello, I would like to ask if a team registration is necessary for a 2-on-2 soul battle application. Yes, the staff at the Great Soul Arena said expressionlessly. Moreover, once you register a team, it cannot be changed. Unless you cancel the original information, pay the registration fee again, and register once more. That would invalidate the previous achievements. Additionally, in the case of negative points, re-registration is generally not allowed. Lu Bai nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, is there a temporary team-up option? For example, for those who just want to experience a 2v2 duel to see if the two are suitable to become teammates. This situation should be quite common. Does the Great Duel Arena have any measures to address it? Sorry, we do not, the staff replied, still expressionless. Whether you're suitable to become teammates is not something we at the Great Duel Arena need to consider. You can test outside the Great Duel Arena to confirm if both of you are suitable to be teammates, and then come here to register. Ning Rongrong just registered today. It's just paying once more. But Lu Bai had already won 10 consecutive matches, and he was on the verge of leveling up. Yet he had to cancel because of Ning Rongrong. What? Can't you even part with a copper badge? Ning Rongrong sneered. You think this is enough to impress me? Don't get me wrong. It's not that I can't part with a copper badge. Lu Bai said seriously. I'm reluctant to part with the extra rewards from the current 10-game winning streak. I don't care. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms. I've already made my request. Whether you do it or not is up to you. Sigh, forget it. Lu Bai took out the badge, ready to hand it to the staff, and turned to Ning Rongrong. Come up with a combination name. Although it's just a temporary team-up for tonight. We still need a name. No need. Ning Rongrong refused. Teaming up with you is only for tonight. All right then. Lepi handed over his iron badge that was ready for upgrade. The combination name is called Astonishment Combo. All right. The staff skillfully operated, engraving the combination name on the 2 iron badges, and then returned them. The registration is complete. Now, the 2 of you can use the name Astonishment Combo to register for 2v2 soul fighting. Lepi, register quickly. Let's have a match tonight. Another skilled and quick operation. Registration completed. The staff pushed the badge back. The 2v2 soul duel for the 2 of you will start at Soul Duel platform number 34. Please prepare in advance. If you miss the duel time, it will be assumed that the 2 of you forfeit the duel. Please pay attention. Thank you for the reminder. I will remember it. Lepi nodded in thanks and took the badge. Ning Rongrong silently picked up her own badge and followed Lepi for a while before retorting. You were really polite to that front desk staff when he clearly isn't even a soul master. It's just basic courtesy. Lepi turned to look at Ning Rongrong and said, the staff member just now had no obligation to remind me to pay attention to the time if he had followed the rules completely. But he did remind me, even if it was just a casual mention, it was an extra consideration for us, a kindness. Whether I accept this kindness or not, a simple thank you is inconsequential. But for him, it means respect. Ning Rongrong scoffed at this. Do ordinary people deserve respect from soul masters? It has nothing to do with being a soul master. Lepi turned around and continued walking forward. Only by understanding and respecting others can one gain the respect of others. Chapter 47. 10 Seconds of Battle. After Lepi finished his last sentence, Ning Rongrong did not reply. So Lepi fell silent as well. And the 2 of them walked quietly to the waiting room before the soul battle, one after the other. In a 2-on-2 soul battle, the presence of 2 people allows for cooperation and support, resulting in a more dynamic situation, and the time needed to determine a winner would also be longer. By the time it was Lepi and Ning Rongrong's turn, they had already been waiting in the waiting room for more than half an hour. Finally, it was our turn. Lepi stretched lazily, producing exaggerated popping sounds all over his body, followed by a release of soul power that seemed to be leaking, lasting for more than 10 seconds before stopping. I haven't stopped overclocking my soul power for a long time. It surprisingly feels a bit refreshing. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong scoffed. Huh, you just keep pushing yourself. I want to assist you later. As soon as you get defeated, I'll be the first to admit defeat. Yes, Lepi said. Now you can say whatever you want. Just don't forget the promises you made. Lepi's reaction was different from what Ning Rongrong had imagined, and she immediately lost interest and stopped talking. The 2 walked silently down the entrance corridor, the sound of their shoes colliding with the ground growing clearer. 2-on-2 soul battles were more popular than 1-on-1 battles, and Lepi put on a mask before entering. As for Ning Rongrong, there was no way around it. Lepi didn't have enough money to buy a storage soul guide, so he couldn't carry too many things. There was no good solution, so they could only end the battle as quickly as possible. That way, not only could they reduce Ning Rongrong's exposure time, but they could also shift the audience's attention to himself as much as possible. Lepi was silently thinking as he entered. Ning Rongrong saw Lepi's silence and assumed he was nervous or even scared, feeling secretly pleased, but did not show it. On the opposite passage, someone also walked out, a familiar face. Lepi looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu walking out of the personnel passage opposite him and couldn't help but sigh. What terrible luck. Ning Rongrong, however, was very happy. Haha. 2 level 29, and one of them is a control type. Let's see how you defeat them with your level 22 soul power. Just after saying that, Ning Rongrong suddenly thought of something, pointed at Lepi, and shouted to Tang San and Xiao Wu, you 2 listen. He promised me he wouldn't use soul power super frequency in this match. Weren't you both at a disadvantage against him yesterday? Today is a great opportunity to fight back. I want to assist him, so hurry up. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, eager to give it a try. Tang San, however, remained much calmer. Xiao Wu, don't rush. Lepi is definitely not someone we can easily defeat, even if he doesn't use soul power super frequency. Just his soul power control ability and physical strength are enough to rival soul masters with similar soul power levels to ours. Ning Rongrong wanted to say something else, but seeing Tang San's steady demeanor, she understood that he wouldn't act recklessly because of her words. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, ran to the corner of the arena, and sat down, almost ready to concede. The host began to speak passionately, finally introducing the names of the 2 teams. Next up is the 2-on-2 match. The 5th match between the San Wu combination and the Jing Tan combination. Both combinations were just formed tonight. Will they be able to bring us a brand new experience and a feast for the senses? Stay tuned. Lu Bai took a deep breath and stepped forward. This is my conflict with Ning Rongrong. I'm sorry for involving you too. Against both of you, without using soul power overload, I won't hold back. So you should give it your all too, or you'll regret it. Tang San's vigilance instantly heightened, but Xiao Wu seemed unconcerned. If you can't use soul power overload, what are you pretending for? Then, ignoring Tang San's advice, she charged towards Lu Bai. I don't think I've ever said I can't fight without using soul power overload, have I? Lu Bai slightly lowered his center of gravity, taking a starting position, concentrating all 22 levels of soul power into his body. One blade, Azura. There were no special effects, just the instant tension of his body, temporarily surpassing its limits under the stimulation of soul power. In the first second, Lu Bai flashed past Xiao Wu with a speed exceeding her reaction time, directly colliding with Tang San. In the second, Tang San, aided by the effect of the purple extreme magic eye, barely caught a glimpse of Lu Bai's figure. Releasing his martial soul, the blue-silver grass grew rapidly from his hand, curling towards Lu Bai. Xiao Wu, realizing the situation, turned to defend. In the third second, Lu Bai stomped a pit into the ground, further increasing his speed, reaching Tang San before the blue-silver grass could touch him. Xiao would only run halfway back. In the fourth second, Tang San used the Xianyu hand while simultaneously executing the control crane and catching dragon technique, trying to move Lu Bai slightly aside to avoid a direct impact. However, he was too late. Tang San's body could not keep up with the reaction speed of his brain and eyes. Xiao Wu finally arrived. In the fifth second, Lu Bai's collision hit, with his shoulder directly crashing into Tang San's chest. The ribs in Tang San's chest cavity let out a mournful cry, as if they would break at any moment. His consciousness momentarily scattered, almost causing him to faint. Ultimately, he was sent flying, crashing into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which also scattered the last remnants of his consciousness. Xiao Wu's outstretched hand froze in the air, watching helplessly as Tang San was knocked away by Lu Bai, and she couldn't help but shout, "Brother!" In the sixth second, Lu Bai, seemingly a heartless killer, ignored Xiao Wu's tragic cry and exerted force in the direction of the reaction from knocking Tang San away, rotating his body, and delivering a powerful kick to Xiao Wu's gluteus maximus. In the seventh second, Xiao Wu, who was sent flying, crashed into the wall. She used her limbs to cushion the impact, preventing her from fainting like Tang San, but she temporarily lost her combat ability. In the eighth second, Lu Bai suddenly began to bleed profusely. One moment he was standing there unharmed, and the next, blood was gushing from his body, which was quite frightening. In the ninth second, Lu Bai started to breathe heavily, the blood mixing with the large amounts of sweat dripping down, his body swaying as if he would collapse at any moment, but he still managed to stand firm. In the 10th second, the host, finally reacting, loudly announced the victory of the astonishing combination of Lu Bai and Ning Rongrong. Lu Bai swayed his way to Ning Rongrong, his face covered by blood and a mask, making it hard to read his expression. "Oh, I won, without using soul power overload." Ning Rongrong stood up and silently followed Lu Bai out. As soon as Lu Bai sat down, he gasped in pain from the intense agony coursing through his body. Hiss. The backlash from this move is even stronger than I expected. It actually made me bleed. "What did you do?" Ning Rongrong, unable to look at Lu Bai, stared at the ground and asked. "It's just enhancing physical abilities through soul power amplification. All soul masters can do it." Lu Bai endured the pain, slowly gathering the remaining soul power in his body and starting to circulate it. His chaotic physical state gradually returned to normal, and his body's self-healing abilities were activated, alleviating the pain bit by bit. "You went to such lengths just to make me change." Ning Rongrong clenched her fists. "Do you really hate me that much?" "I don't hate you. I disdain you, but that doesn't mean I hate you. After all, for a girl like you, with such great talent, beauty, and a good family background, normal men are more likely to like you than to hate you." Lu Bai said, slowly standing up. "All right, I need to go find Oscar for help. I was a bit too harsh just now. I hope Tang San and Xiao Wu won't hold it against me too much." "Hey!" Ning Rongrong, as if waking from a dream, exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? Please clarify. You're so annoying. Can't we wait until we get back to the academy to talk about this?" Chapter 48. Friends finding Oscar took much less time than Lu Bai had expected. After asking around, he learned that at that moment, Oscar, Daimu Bai, and Mahongjun were in the audience watching the fight. When they saw Lu Bai covered in blood, they quickly rushed over. Upon learning that Lu Bai only looked terrifying but was actually fine, Oscar hurried off to find Tang San and Xiao Wu. According to Lu Bai, To ensure his victory, he had left no room for mercy. In the worst-case scenario, Tang San and Xiao Wu might have broken a few bones. In the end, it was unclear whether Luo Bai had overestimated himself or underestimated Tang San and Xiao Wu's physical strength. Both of their bones were intact, and Oscar was mostly fine after eating 2 sausages. The 7 of them walked out of the Great Soul Arena and found Zhu Zhuqing waiting for them at the entrance. With nothing else to do, the 8 of them prepared to head back to the academy. On the way, Tang San expressed that it was his own lack of skill and did not blame Luo Bai for being too harsh. However, Xiao Wu expressed her unhappiness and insisted that she would definitely seek revenge when the opportunity arose, which Tang San couldn't dissuade. Luo Bai felt guilty and couldn't say much, only tried to avoid giving Xiao Wu any opportunities. Ning Rongrong remained silent, her gaze shifting left and right, looking at Luo Bai one moment, then at Oscar, and then at Tang San and Xiao Wu, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Upon returning to the academy, everyone except Ning Rongrong headed to their respective dormitories. Luo Bai pushed the door open, but did not step inside, as he noticed that the person behind him had not left and seemed even prepared to follow him into the house. Helplessly, he turned around and asked Miss Ning, "I've already arrived home. If you have something to discuss, can we do it tomorrow?" The moonlight tonight was very bright, allowing Luo Bai to easily see Ning Rongrong's surprisingly calm expression. "I've come all the way here. Won't you invite me in to sit for a while?" No, 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 no. Luo Bai shook his head repeatedly. "Don't say such terrifying things, even as a joke. If I dare to let you in, do you believe that the people your dad arranged to protect you in secret could call over your family's title Douluo in no time? Oomph. Now you know to be scared." Although Ning Rongrong snorted coldly, her tone wasn't cold, nor did it seem like she was angry. "Back when we were at the Soto Great Soul Arena, you seemed quite happy teaching me a lesson, didn't you?" The nature of the situation is different. Li Bai shook his head helplessly and walked to the makeshift training ground beside the house, where he had made wooden tables and chairs specifically for resting. "Since you insist on me speaking, I will take my time," he said. Ning Rongrong came over and sat down. "Go ahead, tell me, what is different about it?" she asked. "Previously, in the Soto Great Soul Arena, I dared to reprimand you because the sect master Ning also hoped there would be no misunderstandings. I have never met your father, but since he allowed you to leave the sect, it must be because he is worried that you were too pampered in the sect, which could lead to the bad habit of being arrogant due to favoritism. Luo Bai, by the way, this kind of problem is called princess syndrome in my hometown. Those affected believe that the whole world revolves around them, and everyone should obey and pamper them as a matter of course. Right?" Ning Rongrong showed no expression and reacted very. "What's the difference between this and asking me to enter your room? I'm a man, you're a woman, and it's night now. Once we enter the room, we're just a man and a woman together in a relatively closed, small space, which is something only intimate couples would do. I feel that my relationship with you is already stiffer than others with you, and even if we take a step back, it doesn't reach that level." Li Bai consciously kept his distance. "Your father might hope you'd find someone close to you sooner, but that definitely won't be now. If the person secretly protecting you has an overly understanding view of our relationship, those elders in your sect who care about you will surely come to trouble me. With Ning Zhongzhu on one side and my dad on the other, people who don't know might think you know him well." Ning Rongrong felt uncomfortable with Li Bai's distant attitude. "I don't want to go into the room of a training fanatic like you. It must be filled with sweat. Even if you arrange it like this, I won't say something like no way. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself." Luo Bai warned. "Also, it's really getting late. You should rest. My blood is clotted, and I still want to take a good shower, change clothes, and go to bed early." "Who told you to work so hard?" Ning Rongrong whispered, then immediately raised her voice to normal. "I just want to ask you, at the end of the 2-on-2 soul fight, you said you didn't dislike me, and that most guys would like me. Is that true?" "It is true." Luo Bai had a serious expression with a hint of disdain. "Although your personality is quite terrible, it's not to the extent of being extremely bad, and you are indeed very beautiful, with a talent and family background that are impeccable, top-notch in the continent. With your conditions, any normal man would like you. You said before that while you look down on me, you don't hate me." Ning Rongrong looked at Luo Bai. "So, you're also a normal man who likes me, right? If I had to choose between liking and hating, then it's liking." Luo Bai regained his composure. "But that's just a preference for beautiful appearances, not the kind of feelings between men and women. I didn't say it was that kind." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. "All right, I figured out what I wanted to know. You can hurry back to your room. I'm going back to the dorm to sleep." Yes. Luo Bai stood up and returned to the cabin. As he opened the door and stepped halfway inside, he suddenly heard Ning Rongrong's voice behind him. "Luo Bai, can you be my friend? Let's talk about it after you show me some amazing results." Lu Bai said, turning his back to Ning Rongrong and waving his hand to close the door. He sighed in relief and muttered to himself, "What a troublesome young lady." At this point, what is the point of talking about friends? If I didn't consider you a friend, I would have said so much. So that's how it is. Ning Rongrong suddenly pushed open the door, squinting her eyes and smiling like a fox that had stolen chicken. Lu Bai, expressionless, said, "Did you not leave?" "No. You just thought I had left and closed the door on your own. I heard your door isn't locked. It seems to be true. I really need a rest now. You should go back. Good night, my friend." "Shut up. Don't say that in that tone. Is there some bad memory coming up?" Later, the people secretly protecting Ning Rongrong began to discuss. How should we report the matter of Lu Bai and the young lady to the sect master? What else can we report? Isn't it just that the young lady has made her first same-age male friend? Znir, do you believe that there could be pure friendship between men and women? Both the young lady and he are children. Lu Bai is 14 this year, and the young lady is 12, plus they are both soul masters. They are not small anymore, and it's not impossible for something to happen. If such a thing were to happen, the sect master would also cause a death. So am I not asking you how to report it? Do you want to make trouble? No. Then report it as friends. All right. Chapter 49. Speculation on the slow advancement of support-type soul masters in the early morning. Lu Bai woke up on time as usual. The biological clock skill that Lu Bai once criticized has become increasingly useful. After a night of cultivation and recovery, the physical injuries caused by fully exerting the one-blade Azura have recovered about 70 to 80. Due to the different power systems in different worlds, Lu Bai cannot completely replicate the one-blade Azura he knows. He can only refer to the ideas of the moves to condense energy and then compress the time of energy consumption, rather than the energy itself, thus significantly improving energy usage efficiency, allowing for explosive enhancement of physical capabilities in a short time, reaching or even surpassing the limit. Before this, due to fears that it would reduce his lifespan like the original one-blade Azura, Lu Bai was very cautious while practicing the one-blade Azura and had never fully exerted himself before. Last night was the first time he went all out. To be honest, he was a bit scared. Maintaining full power for only about 7 seconds made him bleed all over, which really surprised Lu Bai. At the same time, it made him realize that his physical strength is still far from enough. The intensity of physical training needs to continue to increase. For now, let's aim to exert the one-blade Azura to the point where he won't bleed all over at the end. However, before starting today's training, he needs to focus on the playground. Having just experienced it in the Great Fighting Soul Arena yesterday, based on experience, today Flandre will continue to find ways to wear down the new student's pride and sharpness, but he doesn't know in what way. During breakfast, only 4 people showed up. Oscar came in and started eating a ton, saying in between bites, "Tang, Sinistar to break through. By tomorrow at the latest. We definitely need to prepare to hunt for soul rings in the Stardow Forest." Then Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing arrived and stated that Xiao Wu has also started a breakthrough. "That's great. With the 2 of them together, we can make one less trip," Oscar said while eating. After a while, a few of them were almost full, but Dai Mu Bai and Mahongjun had not yet arrived. Lu Bai and Oscar exchanged a glance, both thinking of a possibility. Big Brother Dai and Hongjun must have broken through together. Zhu Zhuqing, rarely taking the initiative to speak, asked, "Are you saying that Mu Bai has reached the Soul Sect?" "It's highly likely." Lu Bai, who has been helping Dai Mu Bai develop his training plan for the past 3 years, is very familiar with Dai Mu Bai's progress. Dai Lao Da's soul power had almost reached the limit of level 39 2 weeks ago. Calculating the time, it's about time for a breakthrough. As for that brat Mahongjun, he unexpectedly broke through to level 30 without a word, which has now set a new record for the Academy, as well as for the entire continent Soul Masters. But we can't be so sure, right? The Academy's record has indeed been broken, but that kid Hongjun is also 12 years old this year, just like Tang San and Xiao Wu. It's still uncertain who is younger among the 3. Oscar expressed doubts about Lu Bai's words and then clicked his tongue in annoyance. But TSK, he's still faster than me. Isn't it common knowledge that a Battle Soul Master's soul power increases faster than that of an auxiliary soul master? Ning Rongrong comforted him. Although you and Lu Bai are both combat auxiliary soul masters, in terms of soul power increase, you should be similar to ordinary auxiliary soul masters. In fact, this point is subject to further discussion. Lu Bai waved the chopsticks in his hand. The main reasons why people have reached that conclusion are twofold. One is that the innate soul power average level of support-type soul masters is generally lower than that of battle soul masters, and even before Oscar, there were no records of support-type soul masters with full innate soul power. The other is that under the same innate soul power level, The soul power enhancement speed of support-type soul masters is often slower than that of battle soul masters. Exactly. Ning Rongrong looked at Lu Bai. Is this not enough to explain the issue? When discussing this point, we need to set aside our past perceptions. Lu Bai reminded. In the words of a very intelligent person I greatly admire, common sense is nothing but the sum of prejudices accumulated before the age of 18. Isn't the common sense that auxiliary soul masters have no combat ability already broken by me and Oscar? Common sense is merely the sum of prejudices accumulated before the age of 18. Ning Rongrong repeated this sentence. This is good. I like it. Many people like it. Don't interrupt. Lu Bai casually replied, wait, where were we? Then he quickly remembered, right? We were talking about how people believe that support-type soul masters have a slower cultivation speed than battle-type soul masters, mainly based on experience and what is commonly accepted as knowledge. However, after several years of observation and research, combined with mine and Oscar's actual situation, I found that our soul power increase speed is, strictly speaking, not slower than that of Dai Mubai or Mahongjun. Ning Rongrong gradually became excited. Did you discover the reason why support-type soul masters have a slower cultivation speed? It's not exactly a discovery. Lu Bai was still having breakfast while speaking. It's just a reasonable guess based on mine and Oscar's situation, and then I came up with a possible hypothesis. That's better than nothing. Ning Rongrong was a bit impatient. Hurry up and tell us. Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything, she was also looking at Lu Bai with an expectant look. You thought about this too? Oscar asked Lu Bai in surprise. Why didn't I hear you mention it before? It's just a guess and there's no evidence, so I didn't feel comfortable talking about it everywhere. Moreover, what if I'm wrong and it delays someone? I would be hard to excuse. Li Bai emphasized. You should pay attention. What I'm about to say is a hypothesis that hasn't been thoroughly verified. Even if you think it makes sense, don't casually test it. If you really want to try it, make sure to consult your elders, like the dean or teacher Zhao. Oscar casually said. It's simpler for me to just come to you directly. Ning Rongrong also stated. Got it. I'll just go find my dad when the time comes. As long as you know. Lu Bai nodded and began to speak. I believe that if auxiliary soul masters and battle soul masters have the same innate soul power, the same cultivation methods, similar physical qualities, and spend the same amount of time on cultivation, their soul power improvement rates should be the same. However, in reality, the soul power improvement rate of auxiliary soul masters is generally not as good as that of battle soul masters, and this is a fact. Excluding the situation where additional soul power is gained from absorbing soul rings. The factors affecting the efficiency of soul power improvement for most soul masters boil down to 4: physique, innate soul power, cultivation methods, and physical qualities. In terms of physique, both battle soul masters and auxiliary soul masters are soul masters, and their bodies are ordinary humans, so the impact on soul power cultivation efficiency should be similar. The quality of the martial soul is related to the strength of innate soul power, but regardless of whether the martial soul has offensive capabilities, the quality of the martial soul will not increase or decrease because of that. Therefore, the level of innate soul power is unrelated to the type of martial soul itself. As for cultivation methods, this is where the distinction is best made. For most soul masters, the speed of cultivation mainly depends on this. As long as the cultivation methods are the same, the impact on the speed of soul power improvement will definitely not have significant differences. This cannot be said to be the same, as everyone has a different level of mastery over cultivation methods. Finally, there's physical quality. Strong soul power requires an equally strong physique to bear it. While physical training may not accelerate the speed of soul power improvement, it can prevent a decline in the speed of soul power improvement due to insufficient physical qualities. In the absence of special training, if a battle soul master does not perform martial soul possession, their physical qualities are generally no different from those of auxiliary soul masters. Individuals like me and Oscar, who have undergone high-intensity training, may even surpass some battle soul masters in physical quality. Knowing this, and combining it with the actual situations of auxiliary and battle soul masters in reality, is not hard to find that most auxiliary soul masters, compared to battle soul masters, tend to neglect physical training. Many, if not most, auxiliary soul masters believe that as long as they hide behind battle soul masters, it is enough and do not actively engage in physical training. This leads to a general lag in physical qualities among auxiliary soul masters compared to battle soul masters. Moreover, there is also a clear difference in cultivation methods between auxiliary and battle soul masters, which is combat. Aside from the common sitting, meditation, cultivation method, practical combat is also an important way for soul masters to cultivate. However, The effects of practical combat training are not immediately visible. In battle, soul masters will subconsciously increase the speed of soul power circulation within their bodies, and the collisions between them help further refine and enhance their bodies and soul power. These are very subtle changes, but it is precisely these minute details accumulated over years or even decades that ultimately lead to the huge gap between auxiliary soul masters and battle soul masters. This is what I think. Chapter 50. Breakthroughs must be well ordered. After listening to Liu Bai's conjecture, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing fell into deep thought. If the facts are indeed as Liu Bai said, then the cultivation methods for auxiliary soul masters in the soul master world will inevitably undergo fundamental changes from now on. You don't need to think too seriously about it. Liu Bai pulled the attention of the three back. Even if my guess is correct, it doesn't mean that all support-type soul masters would be willing to do that. Conversely, even if my guess is wrong, Oscar and I want to stop training because of it. That's true. Oscar patted his somewhat confused head, trying to forget what Liu Bai had just said. Speaking of which, since it's just the four of us, should we still go to the playground after breakfast? The dean should come today. The dean is very concerned about Douluo and Mahongjun's breakthroughs, and as long as we explain it to him, the content of today as class should change. Liu Bai thought, how about this? After we finish breakfast, you guys go back to the dorm to check on their situation, and I will wait for the dean at the playground to explain the situation to him, and then I will go with the dean to your side. Zhu Zhuqing will confirm Mu Bai's situation and take the opportunity to check on Mahongjun. Ning Rongrong will pay attention to Xiaowu. Oscar will stay with Tang San. With this arrangement made, the four of them finished breakfast and left the cafeteria. Li Bai had not been at the playground for long when Flander appeared and noticed that only Li Bai was there. He immediately realized that something must have happened. Li Bai, why are you the only one here? Director, good news. This morning, Mu Bai, Hongjun, and the newly arrived Tang San and Xiaowu all began to break through. Liu Bai explained the reason. Now everyone else is outside their dormitory watching. I specifically came here to tell you. Flander's eyes lit up immediately. Are you serious? That kid Hongjun has broken through to level 30. Isn't that right? Liu Bai said with a smile. Congratulations, Dean. Your disciple has created Shrek Academy, setting the record for the youngest soul Douluo in the entire continent. After speaking, Liu Bai added in his heart, limited to pure humans. Ha ha. Flinder laughed a few times, releasing his excitement, and after laughing, he immediately said, very good. You're all doing great. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Flinder was worried that his soul power fluctuations were too strong and might affect the four who were in the process of breaking through. So he didn't fly directly, but instead walked and jogged with Liu Bai. Within less than half a minute, the two arrived at the dormitory area. In the three dormitories, they could feel the gradually increasing fluctuations of soul power, which was a sign that the soul power was in a breakthrough state. Sure enough, they were all breaking through. Confirming this with his own eyes, Flinder's face showed even more joy. Upon seeing Flinder, the other three walked over to greet him. Hello, Dean. Dean. Hello, Dean. Flinder's attention was not on them, and he casually replied, asking, how long have they been breaking through? Oscar replied, Tang San should have started this morning. When I went to eat, the fluctuations of his soul power were not this intense yet. Ning Rongrong added, Xiaowu started around the same time. Zhu Zhuqing said, when I first arrived, Mu Bai's soul power fluctuations had just started to increase, while Mahongjun's was already at a relatively strong state. Now, Mu Bai's soul power fluctuation intensity is almost surpassing Mahongjun's. Flinder nodded, estimating in his heart the time needed for the four to complete their breakthrough and regain consciousness. Liu Bai asked, Dean, do we still have class today? There are only half the number of students, and the prepared class content can't be used. Flander looked at the dormitory where Mahongjun and Mu Bai were. You can have free activities in the morning. I'll keep an eye on things here. You three should make the most of your time to practice or train. The last sentence was directed at Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, excluding Liu Bai, because Flander had always been speechless about the training intensity for Liu Bai. In that case, Dean, how about I assist Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing with their soul power control training? Liu Bai suggested. Adding Oscar might help the two of them become familiar with Oscar's third soul skill. All right, Flinder said to the two girls. You two should follow Liu Bai and Oscar this morning. Ning Rongrong smiled and nodded. Got it. Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded. Let's change to another place. Liu Bai pointed to the dormitory. If there are too strong fluctuations in soul power, it might affect their breakthroughs. The morning passed quickly. As lunchtime approached, Liu Bai sensed fluctuations in soul power coming from the direction of the dormitory 4 times in succession. guessing that the 4 individuals inside had likely completed their breakthroughs. He informed the 2 who were still practicing, called Oscar, and the 4 of them returned to the vicinity of the dormitory. Flanders was still standing there, seemingly not having moved at all. You came at just the right time, Flanders said, his gaze falling on Liu Bai. No, it doesn't seem to be a coincidence. Liu Bei, you sensed the fluctuations in soul power emitted by the 4 of them during their breakthroughs, didn't you? Yes. Liu Bai recalled the order of soul power fluctuations he had felt earlier. Their breakthrough order should be Xiao Wu, Mu Bai, Mahongjun, and Tang San. Dean, am I wrong in my perception? No, very correct. Your sensitivity to soul power is still so sharp. Flinder smiled lightly and nodded. Just wait a little longer. They should wake up one after another soon. Sure enough, very soon after Flinder finished speaking, Xiao Wu was the first to open the door and walk out. When she saw everyone there, Xiao Wu was taken aback. Why are you all here? Ningrongrong, Xiao Wu exclaimed. For people broke through together. She immediately thought, so, next we're going to hunt soul beasts. Of course, we have to, otherwise where we get the soul rings? Ningrongrong sighed Somedhat curiously. Not necessarily. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Oscar suddenly said, among the soul masters I know, there is someone who doesn't need to hunt soul beasts and can condense soul rings on their own to break through. Ning Rongrong was very surprised. There is actually someone who doesn't need to? Who is it? Before she could finish speaking, she was excitedly interrupted by Xiao Wu beside her. Oscar, quickly tell me, who is that soul master you mentioned? Oscar just wouldn't say directly. Actually, this person you all have seen before. Oh, Oscar, don't tease them. Liu Bai let out a sigh and said, that person is me. Xiao Wu instantly calmed down and angrily said, why does it have to be you, that annoying guy? Ning Rongrong, with a curious expression, circled around Liu Bai, examining him from top to bottom. Wow. There really is someone who can obtain a soul ring without hunting soul beasts. Didn't they say only soul beasts can condense soul rings? Considering someone's extraordinary physical strength, could it be that Liu Bai, you are actually a humanoid soul beast? I didn't choose to be like this. Liu Bai's mouth twitched. When my soul power broke through to level 10 and 20, the soul rings appeared by themselves. And they were all 10-year soul rings. Even the soul skills were exactly the same. Damn it, I also want a perfectly configured soul ring. I also want to easily unleash soul skills relying on the soul rings. Hey, how could that be? Xiao Wu approached and looked at Liu Bai curiously. Did something go wrong when you? Whispering extremely quietly. No, it's better not to say these things in the future. Liu Bai looked at Xiao Wu and said ambiguously, you and I are not the same kind of people. Our situations are fundamentally different. Xiao was taken aback. You know? Huh. Your expression right now is exactly the same as Tang San's from the day before yesterday. You two really do have a couple's resemblance. Liu Bai smiled and said, I know, including your mother's matters, as well as the issues with Deming and Erming. Xiao Wu was so frightened that she couldn't speak, not even refuting Liu Bai's comment about her and Tang San looking like a couple, her eyes gradually widening as if she had seen a ghost. Chapter 51. Xiao Wu's Night Visit. I thought you would simply kick it over with one swift motion. Liu Bai looked at Xiao Wu and laughed. Your reaction really doesn't seem like you at all. You clearly know, but you say nothing. Xiao Wu's ghostly expression gradually became complex. When did you start knowing? What if I said I knew even before I met you? Would you believe it? Liu Bai turned to look at the dormitory of Tang, San, and Oscar. Don't think about anything unnecessary. When Tang San finishes his breakthrough and comes out, seeing you like this, he might just want to fight me. At that moment, someone else came out of the dormitory. It was Dai Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing immediately rushed over and excitedly hugged Dai Mu Bai, causing Oscar to emit a strange sound. Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ning Rongrong beside her. Liu Bai, were you whispering to Xiao Wu? I can't understand a single word. It would be scary if you could understand. Liu Bai looked serious, but spoke casually. Everyone has their little secrets. At times like this, pretending not to hear and not probing further is what a companion should do. Well, since you put it that way. Ning Rongrong tactfully did not continue the topic. Shouldn't we congratulate Dai Mu Bai? Can't you be a bit more observant? Liu Bai pointed at the cuddling Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. Do you see how they look right now? Do they seem like they want to be disturbed? Ning Rongrong glanced for a while, tilted her head. I don't understand. Liu Bai was immediately out of sorts and disinterested, saying, then let's wait and see. After the two calmed down and separated, they would go to congratulate them. However, before they could separate, Mahongjun followed closely behind Dai Mu Bai and immediately saw Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing hugging. Big brother Dai, are you kidding me? I just broke through, and you're throwing dog food in my face? The atmosphere was instantly ruined. Dai Mubai released Zhu Zhuqing and said irritably, as if no one else has broken through. Your big brother just now broke through to level 40. Oh, congratulations. Mahongjun raised an eyebrow. But I think I broke your record, big brother Dai. TSK. Dai Mubai replied displeased, all right, you broke it. Hee hee. Mahongjun put his hands on his hips, looking smug. Do you want me to send you a trophy to commemorate it? Hongjun? Flinder quietly approached Mahongjun and asked, breaking through to Soul Master at age 12. This is the fastest record since our Shrek was established. As for trophies, of course. Just as Mahongjun was about to continue, he suddenly realized the person speaking was Flinder, and he froze as if time had stopped. Then, as if erasing a segment of time, his proud expression suddenly turned into a flattering one. Of course, that's not necessary. How could I trouble the teacher over such a small matter? Hongjun, you've really worked hard these past few years, and the teacher has seen it all, Flinder said without turning hostile, instead praising him in a kind tone, gently patting Mahongjun on the head. So you should be happy when you can. However, on the path of cultivation, you've only just begun, and you must not relax your standards because of the achievements you've already made. Do you understand? Mahongjun's restless mindset due to his breakthrough calmed down a lot. I understand. That's good. Go on and stay there. Flinder dismissed Mahongjun and looked at Dai Mubai. Mubai, congratulations. Your achievements today are thanks to the cultivation from the Dean. Dai Mubai respectfully bowed to Flinder. No matter how Mubai changes in the future, you will always be the respected teacher of Mubai. You're a sensible kid, so I won't say much, Flinder smiled, straightening Dai Mubai's posture. Just one thing. I hope you remember that I brought you back to the academy because I see talent in you and don't want to waste your abilities. Yes, Dean. Dai Mubai smiled and lightly thumped his chest. I will definitely work twice as hard in my cultivation. Good. Flinder nodded with a smile. Now we just need Tang-san. Dai Mubai then noticed Tang-san was missing. What happened to Tang-san? A brief explanation followed. The group started waiting for Tang-san. Fortunately, it wasn't long before. About 10 minutes after Mahongjun came out, Tang-san's soul power fluctuations peaked and then stabilized, and he walked out of the dormitory. After congratulating each other, the 8 of them lined up, waiting for Flinder's arrangements. I'm very happy today. 4 of our academy members have successfully broken through. Among them, Mahongjun, Tang-san, and Xiao Wu have all set new records for the youngest soul masters in our academy. Dai Mubai has set the record for the youngest soul ancestor in our academy. Flinder smiled broadly. Tomorrow morning, I will lead you along with your teacher Zhao to the Stardo Forest to hunt for soul rings. So for now on, you must adjust your state. At the same time, I hope you understand that hunting for soul rings is not just a matter for these 4. It is also part of the curriculum for all of you. You need to learn to cooperate with each other in this process to maximize everyone's contributions. If you don't do this, you won't survive in the Stardo Forest. Although your teacher Zhao and I will accompany you, we will not intervene until you face soul beasts that you cannot handle. That's all I have to say. Now disperse. After finishing, Flinder spread his wings and soared into the sky, disappearing. Just as the dean said, tomorrow we need to get up early and set off for the Stardo Forest. I'll head back to rest and adjust. Lu Bai waved to the others. There's no helping it. Among the 8 people present, he was the only one whose dormitory was not on campus. Oh, take a good rest. Dai Mubai smiled and waved his hand. Tomorrow when we arrive at the Stardo Forest, I'll be counting on you to work hard for my spirit beast. And mine. Mahongjun also waved to Lu Bai. Don't forget about me. I'll remember. Lu Bai's voice floated over from afar. Until Lu Bai was out of sight, Tang-san asked Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, why do you say the soul beast needs to rely on Lu Bai? Dai Mubai smiled and teased. When we get to the Stardo Forest, you'll know. Mahongjun nodded repeatedly. That's right. You'll find out once we're in the forest. Finally, Oscar concluded. Whether or not Lu Bai is there makes for 2 completely different experiences in the Stardo Forest. Then, the group went about eating and resting. Only Xiao Wu was unusually silent, continuously gazing in the direction of Lu Bai's house, lost in thought. Tang-san noticed something was off and asked her, Xiao Wu, you've been looking in Lu Bai's direction. Is there something you want to find him for? Xiao Wu smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, just feeling a bit tired. Maybe I consumed too much mental energy during the previous breakthrough. Tang-san immediately said, then you should go rest quickly. All right, brother, I'll go rest now. Night fell. The night deepened. Xiao Wu quietly approached Lu Bai's house. Let me take a good look at what you really are. However, just as she reached the door and was about to raise her hand to push it open, the door opened automatically, revealing Lu Bai's face behind it. You and Tang-san really are not a family. Don't enter the same door, coming over in the middle of the night. Xiaowu. Chapter 52. This rabbit isn't very smart. You came to find me so late. What do you want to say or ask? Li Bai let Xiaowu sit down in the living room, while he took a seat on the opposite chair. There was a table between them, with a candle lit on it, the flame bright and steady. Li Bai, do you really know about my situation? Xiaowu chose to test the waters first. 100,000-year soul beast taking form. No need to be so cryptic. It's just the two of us here, and there's no one nearby, eavesdropping. Li Bai directly said what he knew, looking at how familiar you are with Tang San. It seems that you've been away from Daming and Erming for quite a few years. The person who hunted down your mother back then was the Pope of the Spirit Hall. So I really don't understand what prompted you to leave the protection of Daming and Erming and come to the human world to deliver a head. Oh no, a rabbit head, possibly even with your own soul ring and soul bone included? You really know everything. Xiao Wu's expression was very complicated. Why do you know so much? Why do you know but Haven T acted against me? How can you condense a soul ring on your own? Are you human or... Sorry. Hold on a second. You have too many questions. Li Bai paused and waited for Xiao Wu to stop before continuing. First of all, I am human, not a spirit beast transformed into human form. That is for sure. After all, my innate soul power is only level 2, and my martial soul is bred. Don't tell me you've seen a bred spirit beast. After 100,000 years, a spirit beast transformed into human form must have a martial soul that corresponds to its original form from its spirit beast period. Therefore, only food-type soul masters do not have the possibility of transforming into spirit beasts. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, scolding herself for being foolish. Right. I even forgot about this. Seeing that Xiao Wu did not intend to interrupt, Li Bai continued. Next, the reason I, as a human, can independently condense soul rings is quite complicated to explain. To be precise, it is not a soul ring condensed by myself, but one that has always existed on my martial soul, which should count as such. So in this lifetime, I will probably only have white 10-year soul rings. And all the soul rings provide the same soul skills. Why is that? Xiao Wu found it strange. Why does your martial soul have more than one soul ring by default? I have never heard of such a situation. Even when we spirit beasts transform, the innate soul ring we have is only one, and the remaining soul rings must be condensed separately. This is a manifestation of a certain ability I possess under the rules of this world. Li Bai tried to explain. Generally, when a soul master's soul power reaches a complete 10th level, they must have a soul ring, otherwise they cannot advance. This is a bottleneck, and it is also the rule of this world. However, I possess the ability to ignore the bottleneck, but this ability can only ignore the bottleneck, not the rules of this world. Therefore, my ability adapts to the rules of this world, allowing my martial soul to have the state of having a soul ring in advance. I cannot be certain that my explanation is correct, but that's roughly how it is. Xiao Wu listened with a confused expression. The rules of the world? The ability to ignore the bottleneck? In short, you can think of my martial soul as having only one innate soul ring. But that one innate soul ring is divided into many parts. Li Bai can only change the subject. You just asked me why I haven't taken action against you. The answer is that doing so would not benefit me. No, benefit? Xiao Wu's attention was instantly diverted. How could that be? Even if you can't absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, there's still soul bones, right? In the human world, a 100,000-year soul bone should be extremely precious. Not just precious. Even an ordinary soul bone is enough for most soul masters to go all out. A 100,000-year soul bone could easily be the spark that ignites a continent-level war. Li Bai looked at Xiao Wu and said, it doesn't mean much to me. Besides, I mentioned this when we first met. You are very beautiful. I still think so now. If it weren't for the fact that there is no room for a third party between you and Tang San, I would have already tried to pursue you. You, why are you saying this again? Xiao Wu felt a bit shy, instinctively looking away and not daring to meet Li Bai's gaze. I have a brother-sister relationship with Tang San. Deming and Erming are your siblings. However, both of them like you and want you to have little snakes or little monkeys with them, that kind of liking. They just don't want to compete with each other and also don't want you to feel sad. Li Bai's expressionless face. As for Tang San and you, both of you are quite dull, but after spending so many years together, realizing your feelings is just a matter of time. You said Daming and Erming were actually shocked by me. I am clearly their little Wu sister. If you don't believe it, go to the Stardo Forest tomorrow and ask Erming yourself. Li Bai suggested. You've been gone for so many years, and I can sense your presence. Daming might be able to hold back, but Erming will definitely come to see you. Our group encountered the Titan giant ape in the Starry Forest, and just imagining that scene makes me feel the despair of others. Xiaowu couldn't deny it. Based on her understanding of Erming, what Li Bai said would definitely happen. As for Erming, I'll find a way to deal with it, Xiaowu said, taking a deep breath to calm herself as much as possible. Li Bai, it seems you haven't told me why you know so much. To be honest, you might not believe it, Li Bai said seriously. Actually, I know some things about the future. More accurately, it's about what will happen in a future where I don't exist. What does that mean? Xiaowu emphasized again that her cerebral cortex has a low friction coefficient. Being able to predict the future is not such an unbelievable thing. But what do you mean by saying there is a future without you? This needs some explanation. By the time I'm done, it will be dawn. So just consider that I can predict the future. Let Bai quickly conclude the new topic. The future I foresee is that you and Tang San will experience life and death separations. Deming and Erming will also choose to sacrifice themselves for Tang San due to being pursued to the brink of death by that Pope of the Spirit Hall. In short, it will be very tragic. Li Bai deliberately did not mention the later situation where Xiaowu was revived. Sure enough, Xiaowu's face turned ashen. Can you elaborate? How did Daming and Erming end up like that? It's impossible to explain in detail. Li Bai showed a troubled expression. Predicting the future is not such a convenient ability. Moreover, once I speak of things that might happen in the future has already changed. I cannot see the new future. Hu Xiaowu stood up, seemingly ready to leave. Thank you for telling me so much. If possible, I hope you can continue to keep my secret. Although I trust you, Tang San. It's still too early. You underestimate Tang San too much. Lu Bai kindly reminds you. His eyes have long seen that you are not a purely human being, just that he doesn't know about the soul beast transformation yet. By the way, besides me, there is another title Douluo who already knows your identity. Xiaowu was shocked. Title Douluo? Stay calm. Lu Bai pressed his palm down. He is your future father-in-law, Tang San's father. Moreover, his wife, Tang San's mother, like you, is also a 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. So you could be a bit happier, after all. The parents have already agreed for you to be together. Huh. The information is overwhelming. And Xiaowu feels her rabbit brain is dizzy and starting to struggle to process it. All right, don't be so startled. Li Bai casually comforted. Who doesn't have a little secret these days? It's still too early to talk about the future. You should think more about how to avoid Daiming meeting us when he comes to find you in the starry big forest tomorrow. Xiaowu covered her head with her hands, forcing herself to calm down, and asked one last question. Is there more? Lu Bai said with a hint of disdain. So, do you have any suggestions about my third soul skill? I mean the kind that is suitable for a powerful attack-type soul master. Your third soul ring, I mean. Lu Bai thought for a moment, and said, if you insist on pursuing the path of a strong attack-type soul master, then my suggestion is to explore the potential of your flexible bones and strengthen your body's endurance. In terms of attacks, make more use of your legs. A rabbit's strong legs are quick for escaping and can also deliver painful kicks. Chapter 53. The benefits of food-type soul masters. Finally, Xiaowu left. Lu Bai breathed a sigh of relief, while thinking, so much information was revealed tonight, the future development will probably be very different from what I know. But Lu Bai didn't feel regret or disappointment. In fact, he was somewhat looking forward to the unknown future. The next day, Lu Bai precisely exited the cultivation mode under the influence of his biological clock. After a simple wash, he put on a small backpack he made himself and headed to the cafeteria. When he arrived, he found that there were already people eating inside. Why are you so early today? Did you not sleep well after going back last night? It's strange if I slept well. Xiaowu glared at Lu Bai. You clearly asked me first, and now you blame me? Lu Bai sighed helplessly. What a heartless rabbit. Just as Xiaowu felt a bit guilty, Lu Bai couldn't hold back his expression and burst into laughter. You really are something. Xiaowu's guilt instantly vanished, and she angrily punched Lu Bai's deltoid. If you keep this up, do you believe I'll have Erming beat you up when I get back? Are you a devil? Lu Bai jumped back. With my small frame, even a gentle touch from Erming could seriously injure me. Oomph. Xiaowu proudly lifted her head. Now you know to be afraid, right? Afraid. Lu Bai set down breakfast and sat down opposite Xiaowu. But seriously, have you thought a way to keep Erming from coming to find you? No, Xiaowu said with a worried expression. I don't have a way to communicate with Deming or Erming from a distance. If Erming comes to find me, he'll definitely be fast. I've thought about it all night and couldn't come up with a good solution. I do have a method, Li Bai said, but you need to sacrifice a bit of your face. It means, will I be very embarrassed? Xiaowu has always valued her face and couldn't help but frown. However, thinking about the consequences of the Shrek Academy group running into Erming, Xiaowu still gritted her teeth and chose to be embarrassed. Go ahead, embarrassed or not. Just say it. At that time, you will. Lu Bai whispered softly into Xiao Wu's ear. After listening, Xiao Wu's face turned red, not out of shyness, but out of shame. Indeed, I still really dislike you. But she decided to go along with it. Lu Bai. Later, others arrived one after another. After finishing breakfast, the 8 of them gathered at the academy gate, and Flander and Zhao Wujia quickly appeared. Are we all ready? Flander glanced at the spirits of the 8. Except for Xiao Wu, everyone else looked pretty good. Keeping a watchful eye, he announced we are setting off. Duan Mu Bai and Lu Bai. You two will lead the team. Duan Mu Bai and Lu Bai, yes. Duan Mu Bai and Lu Bai exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Then Duan Mu Bai stepped forward. The Douluo forest is home to many soul beasts, which are very aggressive towards humans, making it extremely dangerous. Some of us have been to the Douluo forest before, while others are going for the first time. I hope that regardless of the situation, you all can stay alert. Then Lu Bai also stepped forward. I do like to add a little something. The dangers in the Douluo forest are not just from soul beasts, but also from people. It's not uncommon for soul masters to fight to the death over the same soul beast or for other reasons. So on this journey, everyone needs to be cautious of other soul masters and try not to provoke trouble. Ning Rongrong raised her hand. I have a question. Li Bai, please speak. Ning Rongrong. Although Captain Li Bai, you ask us to avoid trouble as much as possible. What should we do if someone actively provokes us? We need to first assess the strength of both sides. Lu Bai shared his experience. If the opponent is much stronger than us, then we should run as much as possible. If both sides are about equal in strength, or if the enemy is weaker than us, then we fight to the death. We fight until their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Ning Rongrong immediately perked up. Oh, ahem. Dai Mu Bai lightly cleared his throat, bringing everyone's attention back to himself. Lastly, let me explain our team arrangement. Zhu Qing and I will be at the front, Lu Bai and Mahongjun will be at the back. Tang San and Xiao will be on the sides, and Ning Rongrong and Oscar will be in the middle. We must strictly maintain this formation until we enter the forest. Flinter nodded, not commenting on Dai Mu Bai's arrangement. Let's go. Wait a moment, Lu Bai said while kneading out a few loaves of bread. Everyone have some bread first. It will make the journey easier. Tang San took the bread and looked at Lu Bai. Speaking of which, I don't seem to know what effect Lu Bai's bread has. Ning Rongrong replied. I don't know either. Zhu Qing silently glanced over. Xiao Wu then said, I'm even more curious about why Lu Bai doesn't need to recite soul spells. My soul skill is fixed to just one, and the nature of my martial soul is fixed. So I don't need to recite extra soul spells to change the nature of my martial soul. Lu Bai explained. In terms of effects, the combination of the first and second soul rings can currently increase the soul power activation by a total of 46. I know you must be wondering what soul power activation is. Simply put, the higher the soul power activation, the faster the soul power recovery during combat, and the more efficient the soul power improvement during cultivation. However, the latter effect is only 1/10 of the former. It can actually improve our cultivation efficiency. Tang San said in surprise. Isn't that a very good supportive effect? Although it is only 4.6 now, as long as your soul power level increases a bit, the effect should be quite considerable. That is true. However, I would prefer an effect that instantly restores or temporarily increases soul power intensity. After all, accelerating soul power recovery doesn't directly help in combat, Lu Bai said with a slight smile, followed by a self-deprecating remark. But for someone like me who relies solely on soul power and physical ability to fight, and can also continuously recover soul power during battle, this is actually a very good auxiliary effect. Haha. Lu Bai smiled awkwardly, unable to show any real happiness. Lu Bai, I actually think you underestimate yourself, Dai Mu Bai said, patting Lu Bai on the shoulder. Whether it's the effect of accelerating recovery during battles or improving training efficiency, these are very practical effects. If it weren't for your bread helping us these past few years, Oscar, Mahongjun, and I definitely wouldn't have reached our current level of soul power. Exactly. Mahongjun nodded repeatedly. Lu Bai, your bread effect is really powerful. Although for teachers like them, they are too old, so even with Lu Bai's bread, there isn't much progress. That last sentence was unnecessary. Zhao Wuji walked over and tapped Mahongjun's head irritably. Everyone, eat the bread Lu Bai gave you immediately, and then let's hit the road. If we keep dawdling like this, we will make it to the Douluo forest before dark. The 8 of them immediately stopped their chatter, quickly ate the bread Lu Bai provided, lined up as Dai Mu Bai had said, and started to dash forward. As they progressed, the gap between the new and old students gradually became apparent. Lu Bai, Oscar, Mahongjun, and Dai Mu Bai, the 4 old students, clearly have better physical fitness than Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing, the 4 new students. Fortunately, they had sausages provided by Oscar and bread from Lu by along the way. Ning Rongrong also gave everyone, including herself, a buff to enhance their speed. With abundant stamina, their soul power recovery kept up with consumption, and their movement speed was faster than usual. Not to mention it wasn't even noon yet, and the group had already arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Stardo forest. Finally here. I was a bit worried I wouldn't be able to hold on, said Ning Rongrong. Oscar's sausages and Lu Bai's bread worked even better than I expected. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. This is my first time assisting 8 people at once, and yet I can support for so long. It's mainly thanks to Oscar's sausages. Li Bai does not want his role to be exaggerated, nor does he want Oscar's role to be diminished. Oscar's sausage recovery effect is comprehensive and rapid, while my bread only speeds up soul power recovery, which is hardly comparable. All right, Oscar gave Li Bai a pat on the back. Don't self-deprecate while praising me. Your face might get blown away. Once we enter the forest, we'll have to rely on you. Flandra descended from the sky. Your speed is even faster than I expected. I originally planned to let you rest in this small town for a night before entering the forest, but since you've arrived here so early, let's head straight into the forest. Now I'll give you a little time to rest in this small town. Everyone should gather here in an hour. After saying this, Flandra and Zhao Wuji disappeared into the crowd of people coming and going in the town. Chapter 54, Starry Forest, Part 1. 1 hour. The time is a bit tight. Lu Bai estimated the time and felt it was quite tight. Everyone, I have something to buy. I'll be back in a bit. He temporarily separated from the others and began to act alone. The small bag on his back was still empty when he left in the morning. He didn't pack anything in advance to minimize his burden while on the move. He didn't rely on Tang San's soul guide, as he felt it was inconvenient to always ask Tang San for items. The small town they were in had a lot of them around the outskirts of the Stardo forest. The main customers of the town's merchants were soul masters preparing to venture into the forest or hunt for soul rings, so there were many goods available for purchase. Considering that several of the 8 students were visiting the Stardo forest for the first time, Flinder and Zhao Wujia would surely stay in the town for a while. On one hand, it would allow those who had never been to such a place to experience the atmosphere, and on the other hand, it was to increase their knowledge and experience. Based on this consideration, Lu Bai didn't pack any items in his backpack. The first thing that was difficult to obtain, but very important in the forest, was salt. Li Bai bought a can of fine salt at a store with relatively reasonable prices. Next, he got pots, bowls, and utensils. Any of these can be easily sourced on-site, and instead of carrying ready-made items, it's better to bring some tools. After all, making things on-site won't take much time. Lu Bai went to a blacksmith shop and found several tools that he was currently missing. With these, he would be basically fine. Li Bai packed his backpack and walked towards one of the town entrances where they had agreed to meet. Halfway there, he noticed a little tail following him. Even someone like me, who looks completely uninteresting, is being followed, either a rookie or someone blindly searching. However, it was the first time Li Bai encountered such a situation, and he was a bit intrigued by the person trailing him. So he changed direction, abruptly turning and walking into the narrow path between 2 houses, barely wide enough for 2 people. He then slowed his pace slightly, afraid that the person behind him wouldn't keep up. The follower quickened their pace. Were they worried about losing him? With this kind of psychological quality, they probably weren't a professional, maybe not even a soul master. Here they come in 3, 2, 1. Lu Bai silently counted in his heart and slowly turned around. Very young, but unfortunately not a girl. He looked somewhat handsome, with a faint aura of soul power radiating from him, approximately at level 4 in strength. Oh, you've been following me for quite a while. As soon as I turned in here, you immediately ran in. Don't say something like it's just a coincidence that we're on the same path. I don't believe it. Li Bai looked at the person in front of him and said, if you don't give me a reason that I can accept, be prepared to suffer a bit. Hand over the money. The young man, let's just call him a young man for now, didn't show a fierce expression. He instantly unleashed his martial soul, a long spear, aiming it at Li Bai, and said in a somewhat stiff tone, I just want the money. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to repeat the question. Li Bai looked at the young man. Are you following me for money? What's your reason for wanting money? The young man was silent for a few seconds, then stiffly replied, Soul Master Academy, for school. That's a good reason. Lu Bai nodded and asked again, but that's not enough. Where are your family members? Are there no work-study positions in your village? The young man's expression gradually turned angry. They're all dead. Lu Bai, who is the murderer? The boy's face was filled with rage, and his words were full of murderous intent. Soul Master. Wonderful. Li Bai clapped and looked at the young man. So what you're doing now is different from that Soul Master? The young man suddenly sneered. I don't care about that. As long as I can make money. Behind Li Bai, someone sneaked up and swung a large wooden stick toward the back of Li Bai's head. Unfortunately, I was still thinking of helping you guys. Li Bai released his soul power from behind, directly controlling it to transform into a large hand that grabbed the stick along with the person. Seeing the boy's face change dramatically, but decisively raising the gun and biting his teeth to stab forward, Li Bai glanced back at the person holding the stick. TSK. Li Bai walked out of the alley, looking unmotivated. He was robbed of a bit of money. It was just two unfortunate little brats. In this soul master society, with an incomplete judicial system, such things are really not uncommon. There's nothing much to say, this is just life. Oh no, the meeting time is approaching. I want to say that I didn't arrive late. Li Bai looked at the group of people. Have I kept you waiting long? No, the timing is just right. Flander looked at the pocket watch-like object in his hand and put it away. Everyone, do a final check to see if anything is left behind. Before dark, we need to find a suitable place to rest in the forest as soon as possible. 3 minutes later, the 8 trainees resumed their formation from the morning departure and sped off in silence. As the sun descended overhead and the surrounding temperature gradually reached its peak, they finally arrived at their destination, the starry forest. Li Bai looked ahead at the endless greenery and sincerely remarked, "Although this isn't my first time here, it truly feels comforting." The vegetation that makes up the starry forest is mostly ordinary plants, with a small portion being plant-type soul beasts disguised as ordinary plants. Because the temperature inside the forest is relatively low, one can feel the refreshing breeze mixed with the scent of the forest blowing towards them. Hee. Only you could say something like that. Zhao Wujie chuckled softly. I've been here no fewer than 20 times in my life, but each time still feels dangerous. If possible, I hope I never have to set foot here again. Enough small talk. Li Bai, find a suitable entrance. Flanders descended from the sky, temporarily retracting his wings. First, let's ensure a place to rest tonight. Okay. Li Bai responded with a sound, closed his eyes, and the fluctuations of his soul power gradually disappeared. Big brother Dai, what is Li Bai doing? Tang Xin asked Dai Mu Bai. Why do I feel that the fluctuations of his soul power have almost vanished? Li Bai has an astonishing talent in sensing soul power. Dai Mu Bai told Tang San, the fluctuations of soul power that even we, including the Dean, find difficult to perceive. Li Bai can capture clearly, especially when he suppresses his own soul power fluctuations to eliminate interference. He can sense the soul power fluctuations emitted naturally by soul masters or soul beasts over 10 kilometers away. He can even determine the specific type of soul beast based on subtle differences in soul power fluctuations. Over 10 kilometers. And he can determine the type of soul beast? Tang San was very surprised. So, as long as Li Bai is here, even if the Stardo forest is vast, we can find the soul beasts we need in a short time. So I said, didn't I? Dai Mu Bai looked at Li Bai. Our soul beasts still depend on Li Bai's efforts. After more than 10 minutes, Li Bai opened his eyes and pointed in the direction of 3 o'clock. In this direction, the density of soul beasts that can be sensed is relatively high, but the strength of their soul power is relatively weak. It should be a suitable environment for soul beasts to live, but there are no relatively powerful individuals. Flander nodded and said to everyone, prepare to enter the forest. Adjust the formation. Old Zhao, you go to the front of the team. I'll take care of the back. Mu Bai, you, and Zhu Qing take care of the left side. Li Bai, you, and Mahongjun hold the right side. Oscar, you stay in the middle with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Protect Ning Rongrong with all your strength. After the formation was adjusted, all right, enter the forest. Chapter 55, Stardo Forest, Part 2. The moment they entered the forest, the surrounding heat began to dissipate. It wasn't just because the sunlight was blocked by the trees. One could feel that the surrounding environment was slowly absorbing the heat brought by the sunlight. There are no powerful soul beasts or groups of soul beasts nearby that could threaten us, so we can move a bit faster. Li Bai reminded them. But be careful of potential poisonous creatures like insects and snakes. Tang Xin should know more about them than we do. Leave it to me. Tang Xin took out a small bottle from the storage soul tool at his waist and confidently said, I guarantee that no non-soul beast poison will dare to approach us. Flinder and Zhao Wujin listened silently, watching without saying anything or taking any special action as they began to delve deeper into the forest. Unlike the outskirts, the vegetation inside the forest was denser, with various plants intertwining, leaving no ordinary paths to walk on. Moreover, as they gradually went deeper into the forest, the direction they had come from became lost. All they could see were identical trees, rampant weeds, and unfamiliar vegetation. The group's pace gradually slowed down. Fortunately, as Li Bai had said, they hadn't encountered any century-old soul beasts, They were all just slightly stronger than ordinary wild beasts, 10-year soul beasts. And there were no soul beast groups to speak of. With everything going too smoothly, some began to let their guard down. Lubai noticed and timely reminded, "Attention, there is a soul beast close to 1,000 years approaching about 300 meters ahead. It probably hasn't noticed us yet, and its speed isn't fast. Should we try to make contact or go around it?" Dai Mubai thought without hesitation, "Let's go around." Then he asked the others, "Do you have any thoughts or opinions? Feel free to share." The others shook their heads. Dai Mubai said, "Since there are no objections, let's go around." Lubai replanned the route and continued forward. After walking for about half an hour, Lubai reminded again, "There's a situation," confirming that Flanders and Zhao Wujia had already begun to be on alert. Lubai closed his eyes, gathered his soul power, and carefully sensed that two people were chasing a soul beast coming towards us. They were moving quickly and would make contact in about 2 minutes. Lubai thought quickly, wondering. Oscar already had a third soul ring, and yet they could still encounter them at this time. Were they connected to Shrek? Or was that snake connected to Shrek? Or perhaps was the encounter between them, along with that snake, a fixed event? Flinder adjusted his glasses. Can we tell what kind of soul beast it is? What level of soul power do those two have? The soul beast is at least 1,000 years old, slender in shape, and should be a snake-type soul beast, but its speed is very fast, unlike that of a crawling creature. Lubai, based on his current perception, truthfully stated, among the two soul masters, the one with higher soul power is over level 60, while the lower one seems to have unstable soul power, likely between 29 and 30, probably just having broken through to level 30. The senior is leading the junior to hunt for soul rings. Flanders made the judgment. Our combat power is overwhelmingly advantageous. There's no need to evade. Everyone, stay alert in place. If the soul beasts charge at us later, we should find a way to restrain them without killing them. Those who can't control their strength should not act. Yes, 8 times slowly passed, and with everyone focused, they felt that even 1 minute seemed incredibly long. Lubai issued another warning. The direction of the soul beast's movement hasn't changed. It's about to make contact. Flinder adjusted his glasses again. He could now see the target directly with his eyes. It was actually a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. No wonder Lubai said its speed didn't seem like that of a crawling creature. This was a rare flying type among snake-shaped soul beasts. Moreover, it was non-venomous. It had a fleshy growth on its head resembling a coxcomb, and its fan-shaped tail was as vividly colored as a phoenix's tail, which is also how it got its name. Tang Sen added, releasing blue silvergrass from his hand. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's flying speed is very fast. If anyone can help momentarily stop it, I should be able to bind it with blue silvergrass. I'll give it a try. Dai Mubai stepped forward, his martial soul manifesting. We just need to make that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake temporarily stop, right? Yes, Tang San explained. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is very fast, sacrificing some of its power for that speed. Compared to other snake-shaped soul beasts of the same cultivation level, their strength is often weaker. Here it comes. Lubai reminded for the last time. As soon as he finished speaking, a large snake head with a diameter of about 1 meter emerged from the bushes ahead. The coxcomb-like fleshy growth on its head particularly conspicuous, and indeed it was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the snake head had crossed over 10 meters and arrived in front of them, its mouth wide open, hissing loudly. Second soul skill, White Tiger's radiant light wave. Dai Mubai's second soul ring lit up and then immediately dimmed. A powerful shockwave, mixed with a hint of golden radiance, spread outward from Dai Mubai's center. The rapidly flying phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake crashed into the golden light. It wasn't injured, but its front half was forcibly redirected by the shockwave while the back half continued forward due to inertia. In terms of results, Dai Mubai had indeed made the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake momentarily stop. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Is this the White Tiger's radiant light wave? It seems different from what I remember. First soul skill, second soul skill. Tang Sen had already placed his hands on the ground, ready. His 2 golden soul rings continued to shine brightly, and the blue-silver grass grew wildly, quickly spreading throughout the area. Bind. Parasitize. The blue-silver grass acted like ropes, wrapping around the surrounding tree trunks before finally entangling the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. At the moment of contact, through the effect of the second soul skill, invisible seeds fell onto the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and quickly began to grow. Within 2 seconds, the blue-silver grass had fully secured the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Each strand taut and straight. No matter how hard the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake struggled, the blue-silver grass did not break. Who? Tang San let out a sigh of relief. Releasing so much blue-silver grass in such a short time took a significant toll on him. This should hold until the other soul masters arrive. Oscar handed over a sausage. Here, have a sausage to replenish your soul power. Thank you, Tang San replied, accepting the sausage and swallowing a whole. Although he initially felt somewhat resistant when he heard Oscar reciting the soul chant, seeing everyone, including Xiao Wu, calmly eating made him feel embarrassed to refuse. After actually tasting it, any resistance Tang San had quickly vanished. What are you thanking me for? This is what I should do, Oscar said with a smile. By the way, if a battle occurs later, just focus on releasing your soul skills. With Li Bai and me here, we'll ensure your soul power keeps flowing. Don't be too overconfident. Li Bai gently patted Oscar's back and reminded him, what if the battle gets too intense and we don't even have time to eat? Can you guarantee that your soul power won't run out? Oscar scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Chapter 56, Stardew Forest 3. About 3 minutes later, the two soul masters chasing the phoenix, tail, chicken crown, snake finally arrived. Upon discovering that there were many people from Shrek Academy present, and that there were two individuals with noticeably high soul power, the approaching soul masters paused temporarily. After observing for a while, they likely realized that this group was just restraining the phoenix tail chicken crown snake and had no intention of killing it. It seemed they were just waiting for them, so they revealed themselves from a distance. One was an old woman with white hair who looked very spirited, leaning on a 3-meter-long snake-headed cane. The other was a pretty young woman, also holding a snake-headed cane, which was the same style as the old woman's, but shorter. May I ask where you friends are from? The old woman asked politely, her 6 soul rings slowly rotating around her. Indeed, is the esteemed snake lady of the legendary dragon snake. I have long admired your name. Flander stepped forward, shaking his wings, revealing 7 soul rings. I am Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia followed suit, also revealing 7 soul rings to assert his presence. I am Zhao Wujia, the vice dean of Shrek Academy. Four-eyed cat, eagle Flander. Immovable Ming King Zhao Wujia. Chao Tianxiang was taken aback, but maintained a smiling facade. So it's the 2 deans of Shrek Academy. I have long heard of your esteemed names. It seems your academy has students breaking through, and you have come to the Stardew Forest to seek soul rings. It appears there is more than one. Truly, the famous Shrek Academy of the Soul Master World. Thank you for the compliment, Snake Lady. Flander felt pleased internally, though he still acted nonchalant on the surface. We just happened to encounter this phoenix, tail, chicken crown snake, seeing that it was injured. And since one of our students specializes in perception, we discovered you two not far away. Thus, we took the liberty to capture this snake. We hope you won't hold it against us. How could I? Chao Tianxiang quickly expressed her stance, thanks to Dean Flander's intervention. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to catch up to this slippery snake today. I should be the one thanking you. Chao Tianxiang was currently in an absolutely weak position, especially with Flander, who was a sensitive attack-type soul master and could fly. Even if Chao Tianxiang was focused on fleeing, she would definitely not be able to escape. Before Long Gong arrived, the 2 soul saints on the opposite side had ample time to crush her and her granddaughter into ashes. At that time, there would be no evidence left. Even if Long Gong wanted to take action, without the Snake Lady present, he might not be able to take on both of these seasoned soul saints close to soul Douluo level. Snake Lady, you are too polite. Flander nodded to Chao Tianxiang. However, as the saying goes, one cannot refuse the gifts of the elders. If you could give us a small amount of gold soul coins, it will be much appreciated. Money. Good, money is good. Chao Tianxiang sighed in relief and decisively took out 200 gold soul coins from her storage soul guide. Here are 200 gold soul coins. Just a token of my appreciation. I hope the 2 deans won't find it lacking. Thank you, Snake Lady. Flander forced himself to suppress his excitement and calmly accepted the bag containing the gold soul coins. We will untie the bindings shortly. I hope the elder will be careful and not let this snake escape again. Chao Tianxiang finally felt reassured, of course. Thank you for your trouble, Dean Flander. Not at all. Flander replied politely one last time, then turned to the others. We should leave now. Xiao-san, cooperate with Snake Lady and release the phoenix, tail, chicken crown snake. Yes, Dean. Tang San responded, drawing the attention of Chao Tianxiang and her granddaughter. Snake Lady, please prepare. Tang San slightly bowed to Chao Tianxiang. I'm going to the bindings now. Chao Tianxiang took a deep breath, and a black 10,000-year soul ring lit up. All right. Young man, go ahead. Tang San nodded, releasing his martial soul. The blue-silver grass that bound the snake disappeared, and the phoenix tail chicken crown snake immediately twisted its body, ready to fly away. Chao Tianxiang seized the opportunity, striking the base of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake's wings with her cane, causing the snake, which was about to take off, to weakly fall to the ground. "Stay still," Chao Tianxiang shouted to her granddaughter. The pretty young woman next to Chao Tianxiang picked up her snake staff and aimed it at the fleshy lump on top of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake's head. The strike was so beautiful that it was indescribable, and then a purple soul ring quietly appeared. The pretty young woman sat cross-legged with a look of joy on her face, starting to absorb the soul ring under her grandmother's protection. Chao Tianxiang turned her head, but she could no longer see the figures of Shrek's group. Shrek? They seemed quite different from the rumors. Flander felt as if he had picked up a pile of gold soul coins for free, and he was so happy that he felt lighter, as if even the dangerous Douluo forest had become lovely. The 4 new students did not quite understand why the dean was so happy. Although the 4 older students and Zhao Wujia understood their dean's greedy nature. As the saying goes, family shame should not be spread outside. They would not go around broadcasting Flander's flaw, even if it was to the new students. Even if we don't say anything, they will find out sooner or later. Lubai thought quietly. The remaining stretch of the road was relatively calm, with no further incidents. The soul beasts they encountered were easily driven away due to the significant gap in strength. Before dark, the group successfully arrived at a clearing near a small stream that Lubai had discovered, which was suitable for resting. The ground in this clearing was quite rare in the Douluo forest, primarily composed of sand and stones. Although there was a small stream nearby, the vegetation was sparse, and there were relatively few soul beasts in the vicinity. However, there was a water source, and further away, the number of soul beasts suddenly increased. Indeed, it was quite suitable for resting. Flander glanced around and walked to the stream to check the water quality. The water here is drinkable, but it's best to have Mahongjun boil it for you. It's not advisable to start a fire in the Douluo forest, not because of the risk of forest fires, but because of the fear of attracting certain dangerous soul beasts. However, flames released by soul masters through the consumption of soul power do not have that problem. Zhao Wujia looked up and confirmed the time through the gaps in the leaves. The sun was about to set. "Then I'll start preparing dinner." Lubai put down his backpack and asked, "Who will go find the ingredients?" The newcomers were unfamiliar with Lubai's meaning and remained silent. "I'll go," Flander said, unusually proactive. "There are more people this time than last time, so I can be faster." "Then, Dean, I hope you can try to find those that are non-toxic, but have shells." Lubai thought for a moment and said, "Please try to keep the integrity of a shell during the attack." "I'll do my best," Flander replied. "Spread your wings and fly high." Mahongjun looked at his teacher's graceful flying posture, filled with admiration and longing. "It's so nice. There's no need to envy so much." Lubai walked over and put his hand on his shoulder. "I promise to help you find a 3rd soul ring that can evolve your martial soul to have flying capabilities." "Of course." Mahongjun turned his head and smiled at Lubai. "I've always thought so." Flinder quickly returned, bringing a soul beast that resembled a deer in size. However, this soul beast was covered in armor, had sharp teeth in its mouth, and its limbs were strong, making it clear that it was not a herbivorous beast. Lubai took out a dismemberment knife from his backpack, skillfully eviscerated, and then rinsed it in the creek, while also cleaning the remaining blood from the meat. This easily attracted the internal organs of other soul beasts, turning Mahongjun's red-black flames to ash, which was also thrown into the creek. Although this was quite unfair to any potential people downstream, Lubai didn't care much. The shell that was completely peeled off, after a simple cleaning, became quite a good disposable kitchen utensil. The fire needed for cooking was still provided by Mahongjun. Lubai Oscar, "My soul power can't hold out until this pot of meat is done. Can you give me a hot dog?" Mahongjun reached out for it. "I have no problem with that." Lubai nodded and looked at Oscar. "Then let's get one for everyone as well. We need to eat too, or I won't be able to hold on." Oscar extended his hand, palm facing up. Lubai also reached out his hand to support Oscar's palm from below. Tang Xin saw their actions, and a word flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "Martial Soul Fusion Technique?" Chapter 57, Hot Dog. 1. Powerful and Enduring. Super Recovery Great Hot Dog. 2 Sierra Leonean Leones by and Oscar chanted the soul spell in unison. Above their overlapping palms, a brand new food item, a hot dog that combined Lubai's bread and Oscar sausage, appeared. In appearance, it was simply a piece of bread with a sausage inside. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the sausage and bread were seamlessly fused together. The soul rings appearing on the hot dog were also quite special, consisting of Lubai's 2 white soul rings and Oscar's 1 yellow soul ring. It truly is a martial soul fusion skill. Tang Sen exclaimed in surprise. And it's a martial soul fusion skill from 2 support-type soul masters. It seems I haven't mentioned this to you. Lu Bai handed the hot dog to Mahongjun and said to Tang San, Oscar and I can activate the martial soul fusion skill, and our ability is still support, but the effect is somewhat better than before. I see. Tang San had a look of interest on his face. This is the first time I've witnessed a martial soul fusion skill with my own eyes. However, the effect of your fusion seems different from what my teacher told me about martial soul fusion skills. Is it because it's a support type, or is it related to the food type martial souls? Teacher? Li Bai knowingly asked. You haven't taught in the academy classroom yet, have you? Ah, right, I forgot to mention. I have another teacher outside the academy. Although his soul power level is not high, his achievements in theory are unparalleled in the spirit master world. Tang San habitually praised his master. The knowledge about martial soul fusion is taught to me by him. Lu Bai asked Tang San, the person you mentioned, is he called master? Yes. Tang San showed delight at Lu by knowing his teacher's name. You have heard of my teacher? Of course. The master is known as invincible in theory in the soul master world. His understanding of martial souls is considered the best in the world. Lu Bai looked at the silent Flander. Moreover, the relationship between the master and our dean is quite special. In the early years, the dean, along with the master and another powerful soul master, made a significant name for themselves in the soul master world, known as the Golden Triangle. The dean, now not only Tang San, but also several senior students, including Mahongjun, looked at Flander as they had never heard Flander or any other teacher mention this before. It's all in the past. Flander felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by the children and said lightly, But Lu Bai, where did you hear about that old story? A group of people turned their heads in unison to look at Lu Bai. In the library. Lu Bai shrugged. You haven't forgotten what books you placed in the library, have you? Ahem, so that's how it is. Flander coughed awkwardly a couple of times. He really had forgotten. He quickly changed the subject. Tang San, so you're a disciple of Master Shao Gang. Yes, Dean. It was the teacher's suggestion for me to enroll at Shrek. Also, there's this. Tang San took out a letter from the storage soul tool at his waist. The teacher asked me to give this to you after enrolling, but unfortunately, I never found the opportunity. He actually wrote me a letter. Flinder took the letter with some surprise and began to read it silently. During this time, Tang San continued to ask about the martial soul fusion technique between Lu Bai and Oscar. Lu Bai, what is the effect of your hot dog with Oscar? The effect of the hot dog mainly depends on Oscar. Li Bai and Oscar conjured up another hot dog, this time for Oscar to eat. Lu Bai explained to Tang San, my soul skills and soul rings are quite simple, so the specific effect of the hot dog mainly depends on Oscar's sausages. Currently, Oscar can make 3 types of sausages, so the hot dog can also have a maximum of 3 types. After Oscar finished eating the hot dog in 2 bites, he interjected, my sausage needs to be paired with a soul curse to change its properties, so to create the corresponding hot dog, a corresponding soul curse is also needed. The effect of the super recovery hot dog is a continuous full recovery for the duration of an incense stick. However, the soul power recovery effect of the hot dog is particularly good. The total recovery amount for the duration of an incense stick is about 5 times my total soul power. And to create 1 hot dog together with Lu Bai, I only need to consume 1/10 of my soul power. Tang San exclaimed, doesn't that mean that as long as you 2 eat a hot dog every incense stick, the recovered soul power can support you to create hot dogs infinitely? Theoretically, it is indeed possible. While speaking, another hot dog appeared. This time Lu Bai ate it, but in practice, it's not very realistic, because using the martial soul fusion technique also requires a certain amount of mental power. Unfortunately, neither Oscar's sausages nor our martial soul fusion technique can eliminate mental fatigue. After Lu Bai and Oscar ate the hot dogs, their soul power quickly recovered. And then they made 7 more hot dogs in a row, 1 for everyone present, and ate them on the spot. This hot dog tastes different from what I expected. Ning Rongrong chewed while discovering new territory. I thought this hot dog was just Lu Bai's bread combined with Oscar's sausage. But the actual taste is different from both. It seems to be even more fragrant. Mahongjun nodded in agreement. That's right, I've always had that feeling. Hey, watch the fire. It's too big, it's going to burn. Lu Bai saw the soup inside the shell starting to boil and quickly reminded Mahongjun. Saw thee. My spirit power is a bit too abundant. I couldn't help it. Mahongjun hurriedly controlled the fire. After a while, a fragrant aroma gradually spread. It smells really good. Tang San said with some concern. Will this smell attract nearby soul beasts? Don't worry. Have you forgotten that I can multitask? I've been keeping an eye on the surroundings. Lu Bai stirred the contents of the shell pot with his soul power. Moreover, While we find the smell fragrant, soul beasts might not feel the same, especially since this smell is very unfamiliar to soul beasts. To approach it would require a soul beast with a lot of courage and a thick skin. Xiao Wu recalled her time as a soul beast and nodded in agreement. This is indeed the case. After a while, dinner was ready. They used nearby trees to carve out utensils, washed them in the creek, and then let Mahongjun dry them directly. Lu Bai rolled out more than 20 loaves of bread and placed them on a plate. Since he couldn't find staple food nearby, he had to use his martial soul as a substitute. It was just right because a group of people would practice during the evening break, saving Lu by the trouble of giving out the bread one by one. Soul beasts generally have a high body strength and a lot of muscle fibers, making the texture quite poor, with many even being inedible. However, Lu Bai had already crushed the muscle fibers into bits using his soul power during processing, and after stewing, the pot of soul beast meat had become very tender and flavorful. The only regret was the lack of seasonings other than salt. When Lu Bai buys salt, he considers other seasonings as well. However, first, the main source of flavor is salt, and other seasonings are not necessities. Second, many fresh substitutes for seasonings can be found in the starry forest. Lu Bai has some knowledge about this, so he is not worried about not having seasonings to use in the starry forest. He can gather a little along the way tomorrow. Lu Bai ate while thinking. Chapter 58, Hot Dog, Part 2. After finishing dinner and setting up the tent, it was completely dark, and Shrek's group welcomed their first night in the Stardew Forest. They did not assign anyone to keep watch, or rather, the watchman was fixed as Lu Bai, who could both maintain his cultivation and stay alert by sensing his surroundings. So there was no need to assign anyone else. This was also Lu Bai's own request. After all, the perception abilities of the others were not particularly good. It would be impressive if they could notice an attack from a soul beast a few seconds in advance. In such a case, Lu Bai would not be able to rest or cultivate peacefully, so it was better for him to take on the responsibility, which was good for everyone. However, the others were not truly asleep. They all chose to cultivate instead of sleeping. Perhaps it was because of Lu Bai's good choice of location, or simply good luck. But nothing happened throughout the night. In the morning, everyone woke up around the same time. After a night of rest, although it was not as comfortable as in the academy, the mental exhaustion from the previous day was almost fully recovered. Starting today, we will gradually delve deeper into the Stardew Forest in a spiral manner until we reach the core area, where Lu Bai will find suitable soul beasts for you. After everyone finished washing up, Flinder announced, "There may not be another camping site as suitable as this one, so you need to be mentally prepared." While speaking, Flinder kept his gaze on the 4 new students, clearly addressing them. However, the older students also consciously chimed in. Understood. Very good. Flinder nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Lu Bai, let's begin." Lu Bai nodded, but what he was actually thinking about was what to have for breakfast. However, after a moment of perception, Lu Bai really did find a good target. There was a harvest. So soon? Flinder had heard about Lu Bai's abilities from other teachers, but this was his first actual experience. Who was it suitable for? Mahongjun, Lu Bai introduced with a smile. Just upstream of this small stream, there's a fairly large pond, or even a lake. There's a bird-type soul beast, not very big, but from the intensity of its soul power, it has already reached the level of a 1,000-year soul beast, though it is not yet 2,000 years. The fluctuations of its soul power are very intense, likely indicating it is a fire attribute soul beast. A fire attribute bird-type soul beast, indeed, is quite suitable for Mahongjun. Flinder nodded in delight and asked Tang San, "Your teacher not only studies martial souls, but also knows a lot about soul beasts. How much have you learned?" "I can't say it's perfect, but I can guess what kind of soul beast Lu Bai discovered." For the moment Lu Bai mentioned the soul beast's information, Tang San silently analyzed it in his heart, and now he concluded, a fire attribute soul beast appearing by the water's edge is already rare. Moreover, since it is a bird type, it can only be one, the black-feathered fire heron. Flinder raised an eyebrow when he heard the name of the soul beast from Tang San. "If you are not mistaken, then this is indeed one of the most suitable soul beasts for Mahongjun. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry." Upon hearing that it was the most suitable soul beast for him, Mahongjun became anxious. What if we get there late and that fire heron flies away? "Don't worry." Tang San comforted Mahongjun. "The black-feathered fire heron cannot leave the water for long. Even if it temporarily leaves to hunt for food, it will definitely return to a water source." Mahongjun was puzzled. Why? A little common knowledge for soul masters. There is a relationship of mutual restraint among attributes. Water restrains fire, which is the most common type of restraint, so most fire attribute soul masters or soul beasts do not like water very much. This is because the black-feathered fire heron often cannot control the flames within its body well. Tang San explained. The name of the black-feathered fire heron comes from its charred black feathers. Those charred feathers are caused by the flames they release themselves. If they live too far from a water source, the black-feathered fire heron might accidentally burn itself to death. A fire attributes soul beast that burns itself to death. Mahongjun felt very speechless about such a soul beast. Absorbing the soul ring of such a soul beast won't turn me into that, right? Of course not. You should know that as a fire attribute soul beast, the black-feathered fire heron has a very high resistance to flames. In this case, they still burn their feathers due to their own flames, which shows how powerful their flames are. Tang San said seriously, absorbing the soul ring of the black-feathered fire heron may very well grant this characteristic, allowing the soul master to unleash flames that exceed their own soul power level. Therefore, this characteristic of the black-feathered fire heron is a benefit rather than a disadvantage for soul masters. Moreover, Flinder suddenly added, the black-feathered fire heron's wings are huge and powerful. If nothing unexpected happens, after absorbing the soul ring of the black-feathered fire heron, you should be able to gain the flying ability you most desire. What are we waiting for? Mahongjun excitedly clenched his fists. Let's go quickly. Calm down. We are currently in the Stardo Great Forest. Liu Bai reached out and pressed his hand on Mahongjun's shoulder. Tang San said that the black feather heron won't run away, but can fly. So what you need to think about now is how to hunt the target and obtain the soul ring while ensuring your own safety. Mahongjun took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. Yes, Liu Bai, you're right. I was a bit too excited just now. After taking a few more deep breaths on the spot, Mahongjun calmed down. Flander nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Form ranks according to yesterday's formation. Then let's set off. The place where Li Bai discovered the black-feathered herons is about 9 kilometers away from them, which is the straight-line distance. Because the environment around the water source is generally more suitable for soul beasts to live, if they follow the creek upstream, they may encounter many soul beasts. Liu Bai did not skip this point when informing the situation, so the route they chose was somewhat winding. In the end, they took a whole morning to arrive. The benefit was that they avoided various potentially dangerous soul beasts and groups of soul beasts, fully preserving their soul power and mental strength. Even Ning Rongrong, who was the least capable among them, only broke a slight sweat. This was what Liu Bai referred to as Qi Yi in the morning, which seemed to refer to a lake. Dai Mubai looked at the small lake not far away and couldn't recall what Liu Bai had said that morning. There were no soul beasts seen near the small lake, nor was there the so-called black feather fire heron. The black feather fire heron was presumably out searching for food. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye and looked around, concluding, but there is no need to worry. Almost all bird-type soul beasts do not like to be active at night, and it will definitely return before dark. By that time, the black feather fire heron's stamina would likely be somewhat depleted, and I can ambush it for a sneak attack, which should yield pretty good results. Flinder thought for a moment and made a decision. Let's back off a bit, rest, and wait for the black feather fire heron to return before launching a sneak attack. Liu Bai and Oscar, you two work hard to ensure our soul power and physical strength are abundant. Chapter 59, Hot Dog 3. The luck during this wait was not very good. The black feather fire heron did not return until it was almost dark. Just as Tang San had accurately predicted, right at sunset, with the glow of the setting sun, everyone finally got a glimpse of this foolish bird, whose flames would singe its own feathers. Its feathers were charred black all over, not reflecting a hint of brilliance even in the sunset's afterglow. It had a very short neck, covered in the same charred feathers. Its beak, or rather its bill, was not long and appeared a brilliant orange red under the sunset, looking better than its charred feathers. Its claws were not black either, similarly tinted by the sunset, appearing bright orange red. The most astonishing feature was its wings, which were truly enormous. The body with the double wings seemed more like an embellishment, feeling completely uncharacteristic of such a massive body that could grow such huge wings. Besides that, the most striking aspect was the high temperature emanating from this black feather fire heron. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, the group could still feel the intense heat radiation radiating outward from it. The feathers of the black feather fire heron would shed and grow new ones each year. To determine their age, one could only rely on their beak or claws. Tang San observed the black feather fire heron flying overhead. Every 100 years, their beak and claws would grow an inch longer, and a ring of charred marks would appear at the base of the beak and claws. The charred marks on this black feather fire heron's beak totaled 17, indicating its cultivation level should be around 1 700 years. The temperature is so high. For a 1,000-year-old beast, this temperature is somewhat excessive. Lu Bai looked at the large bird descending in the distance. Is it about to catch fire? Just as he finished speaking, the black-feathered fire heron plummeted straight into the water, producing a hissing sound the moment it made contact. Immediately, many bubbles emerged from the water surface, along with a large amount of white mist formed by the condensation of high-temperature steam. This foolish bird really needs water to cool down, Mahongjun said with a look of disdain. It is indeed a bit silly, but that high temperature is genuine. Dai Mubai commented while watching the bubbling water surface. Get ready to move, Tang San reminded. The black-feathered fire heron is at its lowest temperature and most unprepared when it comes out of the water. All right, Flender nodded. Hongjun, get ready. Lube. Oscar, get me and Hongjun a scale armor hot dog each. Lu Bai and Oscar exchanged a glance, with one hand on the left and one on the right, palms facing each other, and chanted the soul spell in unison. Covered all over, instant burst scale armor hot dog. The gestures and soul spell were different from yesterday. Tang San noticed that the martial soul fusion technique used by Lu Bai and Oscar was different from before. Indeed, the hot dog that finally appeared was also different from the previous one. In the middle of their palms, a hot dog took shape. The bread was the same as before, but the sausage in the middle looked nothing like a sausage. It resembled a long, metallic shell. This shell was not a single piece, but made up of many uniquely shaped triangular scales. The soul rings surrounding the hot dog were also different from before. Lu Bai's 2 white soul rings remained unchanged, but Oscar's was a deep purple Millennium soul ring. The first scale armor hot dog was given to Flander. Flander chewed a couple of bites and swallowed it decisively. The next moment, an astonishing thing happened. Scales suddenly appeared on Flander's body, starting from his back. They covered his entire body at an incredible speed. Even his martial soul's wings were not missed. Soon after, Mahongjun, who ate the second scale armor hot dog, transformed into the same appearance. However, from the movements of Flander and Mahongjun, as well as the degree to which the ground beneath their feet sank, it could be seen that these suddenly appearing scales seemed to have no weight and did not hinder movement. Everyone, let's take a step back. Lu Bai was speaking to everyone, mainly reminding the 4 newcomers. Oscar, Zhao Waoqi, and Dai Mubai had already started to retreat as Lu Bai was talking. Tang San didn't ask why. He guessed it had to do with the scales on Flinder and Mahongjun. Flinder and Mahongjun prepared to sprint, and the scales on their bodies changed, with large sections of the scales standing upright. The fluctuations of soul power gradually intensified in the gaps between the scales, and a faint blue light could be seen. This posture, along with the soul power fluctuations, could it be that the effect of this scale armor is... Tang San widened his eyes, operating the purple extreme magic eye to its limit, looking at the water surface 100 meters away, still bubbling. The bubbles began to shrink and become denser, and he reminded simultaneously with Lu Bai, Dean, it's coming up. Flinder spread his wings, and among the 7 soul rings on his body, a black soul ring lit up, turning into a bright black. At that moment, the water surface broke through, and the orange-red beak of the black featherfire heron emerged slightly. Boom! A massive wave of soul power ripped through the air, producing a deafening roar, and the nearby soil and plants were blown away. In Tang San's view through the purple extreme magic eye, a large amount of soul power instantly sprayed out from the gaps of the scales, standing upright behind Flinder and Mahongjun, and then the purple extreme magic eye only saw Mahongjun, failing to capture Flinder's figure. In less than a second, the two had crossed a distance of 100 meters. During the flight, Flinder transformed into a giant owl, his sharp claws resembling dual daggers, swiftly slicing across the water surface. Just as the black feather fire heron broke through the water surface and hadn't yet realized what had flown past, its body was already cut into 3 segments. Before the sensation of pain could register, it saw a sharp, slender object enveloped in black flames, piercing straight towards its eyes. Then there was no more. The penetrated brain of the black feather fire heron ceased functioning, and its soul power began to dissipate. With another bang, the water surface beneath Flinder and Mahongjun splashed outward, and the two used this force to ascend straight into the air, completing a 360 turn before landing back on the shore. In the water, the black feather fire heron was slowly sinking, its segmented body continuously releasing soul power, which condensed into a purple soul ring on the water surface. Mahongjun showed no hesitation and directly sat cross-legged, beginning to pull the soul ring from afar. How incredibly swift! Lu Bai looked at Flander and sighed. Indeed, as expected of a level 79 agility attack Soul Saint, the speed and explosiveness are astonishing. It's truly impressive. Tang Sen had to admit this as well. This was the first defeat of his purple extreme magic eyes, as his dynamic vision couldn't keep up with the speed. However, what was even more astonishing was the time it took for them to accelerate to such speed. That armor should be the effect of Oscar's third soul skill, and it came from the soul ring of the hammer-tailed serpent. As expected of Master S student, he could accurately determine the type of soul beast just by observing the effect of the soul skill. Liu Bai seems to be supporting Tang San, but in reality, he is praising a master. There are at least 7 or 8 types of soul beasts that have scales and can spray soul power from the gaps in their scales. Why are you so sure it's the hammer-tailed armored snake? Indeed, there is more than one type of soul beast that can spray soul power from the gaps in their scales. However, Tang Sin raised a finger. Oscar is a food system soul master, so the soul beast that provides his soul ring cannot possess toxins that would harm the human body. With this condition, the options narrow down to only 3. Among these 3, only the hammer-tailed armored snake uses the spray of soul power from the gaps in its scales as a means of acceleration. Chapter 60. Mahongjun's third soul ring. Clap, clap, clap. Liu Bai couldn't help but applaud Tang San. That analysis is really good. Oscar's third soul ring indeed comes from the hammer-tailed armored snake. However, if you only consume its scale sausage, only the back will have scales, and the duration is only 3 minutes. Although after soul fusion, it lasts for 15 minutes. At least the whole body can be covered in scales. But you 4 new students cannot use the scale sausage or scale hot dog yet. Dai Mubai walked over and said to the 4 of them, the scale sausage generates thrust by spraying our own soul power, and it's quite difficult to control. If not controlled properly, it's easy to get hurt. Continuous use also consumes a lot of soul power. Until you are fully familiar with it, the effects of the scale sausage will do more harm than good for you. Tang San was still staring at the purple extreme magic eye. Just now, when the Dean and Mahongjun used it, they only sprayed soul power for a very short time at the start. Not only does it require control of the soul power, but the highest requirement for using the scale sausage is physical strength. Liu Bai added, physical strength? Tang San said in confusion. Why? Isn't the scale armor intestine accelerated by spraying soul power? It's precisely because of the acceleration, or in other words, the short-term acceleration. Liu Bai asked Tang San, have you ever experienced the feeling of constantly accelerating or decelerating in a short period of time? Accelerating or decelerating? Tang San thought for a moment and said, does suddenly stopping while running fast count as decelerating? It counts. Liu Bai nodded. If you have paid attention, you should have noticed that whether we want to accelerate or decelerate, the shorter the process time, the greater the force we need to use, and the more soul power we will consume. I see. Once reminded, Tang San immediately noticed this fact, because acceleration is achieved by jetting soul power, to save soul power. The time for jetting soul power needs to be as short as possible, so the acceleration time will also be correspondingly shortened. At the moment of acceleration, the force our bodies endure will also increase. That's how it is, Liu Bai said with a serious expression, based on my actual experience. Maximizing the jet of soul power in the shortest possible time to accelerate the instantaneous effect can rival the full-strength attack of a battle soul master of our level. That's too exaggerated, Ning Rongrong complained. Can that really still be considered support and not an attack? Of course it's support, Liu Bai emphasized, although it is not very easy to use once you become proficient. Its effect in actual combat is even greater than that of your 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Is it really that powerful? Ning Rongrong's face was filled with disbelief. Just saying it, I guess you won't believe it either. Liu Bai thought for a moment. In that case, when we encounter a suitable soul beast next, if we have the chance, I'll actually demonstrate it for you. I think that's a good idea, Dai Mubai nodded. You're the only one among us who can fully utilize the effect of the scale armor sausage. I really can't reach your level, although my body can withstand it. My reaction speed is far too slow. I agree. Oscar fully endorsed Dai Mubai's words. Although the scale armor sausage is my soul skill, I have to say it's really difficult to use. But if used well, it's indeed powerful. Is it really that impressive? Xiao Wu looked at Flander and Mahongjun. I saw that when the Dean and Mahongjun used it just now, the linear acceleration was a bit faster. But its actual combat effectiveness is definitely not as good as Rongrong's second soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded in agreement with Xiao Wu's view. What's there to argue about? Zhao Wujin said in a deep voice. When there's a battle later, let Liu Bai demonstrate it for you. As soon as Teacher Zhao spoke, the group fell silent and stopped discussing, sitting around Mahongjun, on guard for any potential dangers, waiting for the soul ring to be absorbed. Generally, the maximum age for a third soul ring that a soul master can withstand is around 1,700 to 1,800 years, for those with higher body strength. This number can be even larger. Mahongjun had been practicing the training arranged by Liu Bai for several years. Although his body strength couldn't reach Liu Bai's level of transcending 2 or 3 levels, he was still considerably stronger than the average soul master of the same rank. In the end, he fully absorbed the soul ring in just over 50 minutes. Seeing Mahongjun finish absorbing it and open his eyes, Flander breathed a sigh of relief. Let's leave here first and find a relatively safe place. It was still Liu Bai who sensed the surroundings and then guided them to move. An hour later, the group arrived at a location where Liu Bai sensed that soul beasts were relatively scarce. Along the way, there were 2 minor battles where 2 reckless 1,000-year soul beasts charged at them, only to be knocked unconscious by Zhao Wujin, who was at the front and tossed aside. Dean, can we set up a tent here today? Liu Bai suggested. The reason. Flander looked at Liu Bai. Did you make some discovery? I can't hide it from you. Liu Bai smiled and said, There's a soul beast suitable for Tang, San hiding not far away. It seems to have been attacked by some soul master and is now completely still. Hee. Flander laughed while adjusting his glasses. With your sensing ability, the most difficult step of finding a soul beast has become the simplest, but it does require some luck. Liu Bai said seriously, what if the entire Stardow forest is empty, or if that soul beast can completely conceal its soul power? No matter how strong I am, I wouldn't be able to find it. In that situation, no one could do anything. Flinder turned to the others and asked, Did you all hear what Liu Bai just said? Yes. 7 Flinder. Now, everyone take a break for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, we will go help Tang San hunt soul beasts. Yes. 8 During the break, the others finally had time to ask Mahongjun about his third soul skill. Hongjun, what does your third soul skill do? Can you fly now? Dai Mubai asked directly. Hey. Mahongjun smiled, directly activating his martial soul. The wings, larger than his body, spread out, and with a gentle flap, he floated up. Liu Bai noticed that Mahongjun's martial soul had undergone significant changes. The most obvious change was the wings, which had grown 2 sizes larger than before. Additionally, the color of the feathers on the wings, especially at the tips, had completely turned black, and overall, the color looked much darker. We know you can fly now. Oscar, unable to bear Mahongjun's show-off demeanor, directly asked, What's the effect of your soul ring? Very good. Mahongjun landed back on the ground, retracted his wings, and said with a smile, My third soul skill is called Black Phoenix Spreading Wings. After using it, the energy consumption outside of soul power when releasing flames is reduced by 50. Flame controllability is enhanced by 50, and flame attributes are increased by 20. If I simultaneously activate my second soul skill, the flame attributes can be further enhanced by an additional 20. The only downside is that after using the third soul skill, the soul power consumption for any soul skill will increase by 30. I want to waste soul power now. I'll demonstrate it later when helping Tang San hunt for a soul ring. Chapter 61. The hiding demon spider. Just hearing the data from Mahongjun was indeed impressive. However, the group couldn't intuitively feel the strength of this third soul skill, especially with the 30 increase in soul power consumption as a side effect. Looking at Mahongjun's expression, he seemed very satisfied. I suddenly felt a bit excited about helping Tang San hunt that soul beast later. Liu Bai said excitedly, Not only can we confirm the effect of Hongjun's third soul skill, but we can also let the 4 new students witness the power of the scale armor beast firsthand. However, Liu Bai, I haven't introduced my martial soul's development direction to you. Tang San suddenly asked Liu Bai, Why do you think that soul beast is suitable for me? First of all, I know you are a control-type soul master. Liu Bai calmly expressed his reverse reasoning. Firstly, I have actually experienced your blue silvergrass and its astonishing resilience and toxicity. If not for the main supplementary attributes, definitely wouldn't reach that level. Lastly, combined with the latest research findings published by masters in recent years, that plant-type martial souls can also absorb soul rings from animal-type soul beasts. I think, as long as a soul beast possesses the characteristics of resilience and toxicity, it should be suitable for you. That's right. Tang San nodded slightly, indicating that Liu Bai understood very well. Unfortunately, there are not many people who recognize this theory of the teacher now. Just for now, Liu Bai conforted. With you as my disciple helping to promote the Master S theory, I believe it won't be long before this theory becomes common knowledge, even an axiom recognized by everyone. Thank you for your kind words. I look forward to that day. Tang San smiled and said, Speaking of which, What type of soul beast did you discover? Spider type. Lu Bai attempted to describe the eerie feeling emanating from the fluctuations of the soul power. I suspect that this is not an ordinary spider-type soul beast. It is highly likely to be a particularly ferocious magic spider among the spider-type soul beasts. The magic spider. Tang Xin recalled what the master once said about the most suitable soul beast for himself. If it really is a magic spider, then both the toughness and stickiness of its silk, as well as the toxins of the magic spider itself, are impeccable and truly suitable for me. However, magic spider-type soul beasts are mostly quite dangerous and more troublesome than spider-type soul beasts of the same age. Tang San reminded the others, so during the battle later, everyone must be extra careful. It is better to temporarily give up the opportunity to attack than to be easily hit. The others nodded in understanding. 20 minutes quickly passed, and the group had adjusted their states accordingly. Lu Bai began to lead everyone towards the direction where he sensed the magic spider. 10 minutes later, Lu Bai signaled everyone to stop and pointed to a large rock about 100 meters ahead of them. Can you see that big rock in front? Look closely at the soil covered by its shadow. There are signs of it being disturbed, right? That magic spider is hiding underneath. Not only does it hide underground, but also specifically chooses a shaded area, which shows that this magic spider is very cautious. If we rush over, we might catch it off guard. We need to come up with a way to lure that magic spider out from underground first. Flander asked Tang San, "Can you determine what kind of magic spider that is?" Tang San shook his head. "I can't identify the species of this magic spider yet, but we can rule out the possibility of it being a burrowing magic spider. After all, burrowing magic spiders can move underground and would definitely not hide in such a shallow place. Also, there are no traces of spider silk nearby, so we can rule out the possibility of it being a hidden silk magic spider. How about attacking it from a distance? The Lu Bai event is taking action. For example, using the White Tiger's light wave from Boss Dai or Zhao's powerful diamond palm. Even if it flies far away and loses some power, it should still be enough to scare the magic spider out. That would indeed scare the magic spider. However, magic spiders are very cunning and cautious. If they find that we have two soul saints on our side, they are likely to flee immediately, which would be quite troublesome. Tang San analyzed. The 8 long legs of the magic spider allow it to move quickly in any terrain. In a complex environment like a forest, the only ones among us who can catch up to the magic spider are probably the Dean and Mahongjun, who has just gained the ability to fly. Moreover, if it's a human-faced magic spider that uses powerful control skills and has strong toxins, even the Dean would have to be careful. The possibility of the magic spider escaping would be even greater then. In other words, the only urgent issue we need to solve right now is one. Li Bai looked at the shadow under the stone. How can we ensure that the demon spider won't escape? Right? Tang San nodded slightly. You could say that. Isn't that very simple? Lu Bai looked at Tang San strangely and said, "First, let Dai Lao to use the White Tiger light wave to scare the magic spider out. Then the Dean or teacher Zhao will block it. Tang San, take this opportunity to use your blue silver grass to control it. I don't expect you to bind it completely, but at least hinder it so that the magic spider can't escape immediately. Then the Dean can find an opportunity to cut off the magic spider's legs, and at that point, won't the magic spider be at our mercy?" Tang San simulated the situation Lu Bai described in his mind and found that it seemed feasible. Although it was a magic spider, if it was at the 1,000-year level, his blue-silver grass could definitely bind it in a short time. Even if he could only bind it for a second, it would be enough for him to break its legs. Flinder confidently said, "Mu Bai, Tang San, you two can get ready to take action. Just in case, teacher Zhao, please assist Tang San with gravity control from the side." Li Bai felt it was not secure enough, so he added, "Rong Rong, speed up your support for the Dean. Oscar, let's get the Dean another scale armor hot dog." The others couldn't help but feel speechless. Zhao Wuji directly asked, "Li Bai, do you have a grudge against that magic spider? It's just a soul beast that's not even 2,000 years old." Cough, cough. Lu Bai coughed lightly, indicating, even when hunting a rabbit, a lion uses all its strength. I just hope to be foolproof. Indeed, being careless and underestimating the enemy is the most taboo when hunting spirit beasts. Flander nodded in agreement and said to Zhao Wujia, "In a moment, you will control that magic spider with Tang San. Just be careful not to crush it with gravity." What else could Zhao Wujia say? He nodded. "The others, stay alert here. If any danger arises around, remember to remind us in time," Flander said, looking at Lu Bai. After Lu Bai nodded, he turned to Dai Mu Bai and Tang San. "Get ready. Mu Bai, attack according to my gestures, and Tang San, remember to follow me." The three of them released their martial souls, with Tang San summoning the blue silver grass, while Flander consumed another scale armor hot dog. Such a significant fluctuation of soul power could not be concealed, but spirit beasts are generally dull in sensing soul power fluctuations. They're more sensitive to smells, vibrations, and temperatures. Spider-type spirit beasts, including the magic spider, are particularly sensitive to vibrations, so its soul power fluctuations did not alert the hidden magic spider. Flander prepared himself and waved his hand. Dai Mubai saw the signal, and his second soul ring lit up. He opened his mouth and condensed a light bomb, then exhaled towards the large rock, White Tiger Light Wave. This time, not only Zhu Zhuqing, but even the other 3 freshmen found it strange. Is this the White Tiger Light Wave? Wasn't this soul skill a wide-range shockwave when stopping the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake? Chapter 62. In short, a very unfortunate human-faced magic spider. The light bomb shot by Dai Mubai accurately landed in the shadow of the large rock 100 meters away, exploding in golden light, causing dirt and stones to fly, thoroughly startling the magic spider hiding below. Hiss! The magic spider, hiding underground, let out an unpleasant hiss as it broke through the ground. Tang San had already activated his purple extreme magic eye, accurately capturing the figure of this magic spider, his pupils constricting. It's a human-faced magic spider. Be careful of its web. The human-faced magic spider burst out from the ground, its 8 eyes quickly scanning the surroundings, immediately spotting Flander flying towards it. And the 7 soul rings on him were quite intimidating. Without hesitation, it turned to run. Ha! If you escape after just one encounter, where will my reputation as a sensitive attack soul master go? Flander sneered, flapping his wings with force, spraying soul power from his scale armor. In less than half a second, he flew over 100 meters, blocking the path of the human-faced magic spider. He turned around, sprayed soul power again from his scale armor, halting his forward momentum, and clawed at it. The human-faced magic spider reacted quickly, maintaining its forward momentum, raising its 2 foremost legs and stabbing like a spear, colliding with Flander's claws. In terms of attack power and sturdiness, Flander's claw, wrapped in scale armor, had the advantage. But the mass of the magic spider was greater. Although it was forcibly stopped by Flander's strike, it did not retreat. Sensing the threat from Flander, the human-faced magic spider decisively lifted its abdomen, opened its mouth, and spat out a mass. Flander had long been prepared. He immediately flapped his wings and ascended while controlling the scale armor to spray soul power from the front, using the thrust to retreat rapidly, successfully dodging before being hit by the mass. The mass spat out by the human-faced magic spider flew about 3 meters in the air before suddenly spreading out, transforming into a web with a diameter of 10 meters. The web, failing to ensnare its target, fell to the ground after 2 seconds. Upon touching the ground, the toxins in the web were quickly released, darkening the color of the soil and emitting a fishy sweet smell. The human-faced magic spider continued to flee forward, but Flander had already gained enough time. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. Zhao Wujie did not use his broader 3rd soul skill, fearing it would also affect Flander. Although the 5th soul skill was very powerful, he could somewhat control it, so it wouldn't instantly kill the human-faced magic spider. The effect was immediate. The human-faced magic spider was suddenly pressed to the ground by the unexpected gravity compression, its 8 legs deeply embedded in the earth, letting out a terrifying hiss of pain. Tang Sin finally caught up. His blue-silver grass quickly grew, slowly wrapping around the 8 legs of the human-faced magic spider and further winding around its body. Although the toxin of the blue-silver grass was effective against the human-faced magic spider, firstly, it had a high toxin resistance. Secondly, the dosage of Tang San's blue-silver grass toxin was relatively small, and the human-faced magic spider was quite large, making it only marginally effective. What human-faced magic spider? If it weren't for the insurance, as Lubai suggested, it might have really escaped. Flander dropped from the sky, concentrating his soul power, and clawed fiercely. The exoskeleton of a human-faced magic spider's legs rubbed violently against Flander's sharp claws, sparking, and it took more than a second to break. From the severed leg, a translucent greenish liquid gushed out like a spring, and the human-faced magic spider let out a painful hiss, struggling desperately. Tang San's blue-silver grass was almost torn apart, but thankfully Zhao Wujie's gravity compression was strong enough. Seeing this, Flander dared not take his time, pouring more soul power into his claws and clawing several times in quick succession, severing the remaining 7 legs of the magic spider at the roots. Dean, be careful. The blood of the human-faced magic spider is also toxic, Tang San reminded softly as he approached. It's fine. I didn't touch it directly with my scales, Flander replied, landing next to Tang San. You should know where its vital point is, right? The 8 eyes on its lower abdomen. Tang San answered directly, turning to Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, you can stop your soul skill now, or I might not be able to flip this human-faced magic spider over. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wujia chuckled. I'll help you flip it. Saying this, Zhao Wujia changed the direction of the gravity compression, and the human-faced magic spider immediately flipped over. Losing its ability to resist and having its vital point forcibly exposed, the human-faced magic spider sensed death approaching, continuously emitting hissing sounds that were eerie and somewhat nauseating. This human-faced magic spider is really noisy. Zhao Wujia frowned slightly. Xiao San, finish it quickly. Tang San nodded, took out the Zhuge divine crossbow, and aimed at the human-faced magic spider's eyes. Realizing death was imminent, the 8 eyes of the human-faced magic spider all fixed on Tang San, combined with its hissing sounds, resembling the vicious curses humans utter at death. Tang San seemed to see something flash in the eyes of the human-faced magic spider's abdomen, but when he tried to look closely, his hand unconsciously pressed the switch of the Zhuge divine crossbow. The crossbow bolt pierced through the 8 eyes and through the heart beneath them, and the hissing of the human-faced magic spider abruptly stopped, as a purple mist began to condense into a ring. Seeing the soul ring appear, the others began to approach. Tang San sat cross-legged, adjusted his state, and was about to start absorbing the soul ring. Wait, Lu Bai stopped Tang San and handed him a hot dog. Just in case. You should eat this super recovery hot dog before you start absorbing. Tang San was taken aback, took the hot dog, ate it, and then asked, What do you mean by just in case? Didn't you notice? Li Bai pointed at the human-faced demon spider. This human-faced demon spider has exceeded the maximum age that an ordinary soul master can absorb. Hearing Lu Bai's words, Flander and Zhao Wuji also looked over. What's going on? Flander frowned and said, Lu Bai, didn't you say that the age of this magic spider is suitable for Tang San? Yes, I did say that, and I still think so now. Lu Bai nodded. Although the age of this face demon spider exceeds the limit of an average soul master, Tang San's body strength is also stronger than that of an average soul master, so it hasn't reached Tang San's limit. Of course, being close to the limit, the absorption process is inevitably a bit painful. Flinder remained silent, reached out to pinch Tang San's body to confirm his strength, and asked, Can you determine the age of this face demon spider? Tang San shook his head. Face demon spiders are extremely rare soul beasts, and even the teacher lacks sufficient data. However, judging from the earlier encounter between it and you, Dean, even if it exceeds the absorption limit of an average soul master, it shouldn't exceed too much. Are you going to give up on the absorption, or are you going to give it a try? Flinders said seriously, although I have high expectations for you. I hope you can grow steadily. Thank you, Dean. Tang San bowed to Flinder, then looked up at him. But I believe in Lu Bai's judgment, and I believe in my efforts over the years. Are you really going to try? Flinder urged again. If you fail, you could die. I won't fail. Tang San's eyes were filled with determination. I still have things I must accomplish. I absolutely won't die here. Remember your current belief. Flinders said seriously. Even if you feel like you're about to die, don't give up. Yes. After Tang San finished speaking, he sat cross-legged, and the soul ring of the face demon spider was drawn to the blue silver grass in his hand. Chapter 63. External soul bone? What a coincidence. I have one too. Tang San's absorption of the soul ring took longer than Lu Bai expected, but the entire process was smoother than Lu Bai had anticipated. Before it was completely dark, Tang San woke up. During the absorption process, he didn't show any signs of extreme pain, and his body didn't exhibit any abnormalities. Just as everyone thought this, even Tang San himself stood up with a joyful expression. His face suddenly changed, contorted with pain as he arched his back, his clothes on his back bulging high as if something was about to tear through his body, before others could start to panic. The clothes on Tang San's back had already ripped open, and 8 slender spider legs extended out, flailing wildly in the air. Everyone step back a bit. Be careful not to get hit by these spider legs. Flinder calmly reminded everyone to keep their distance, then shouted to Tang San. Tang San, how do you feel now? Huh? Tang San gasped for breath, regained his composure, and slowly stood up. He felt a bit fearful of the spider legs that had suddenly appeared on his body, but he managed to remain calm. I feel great now. Other than these spider legs on my back, everything is fine. Eh, Lu Bai? Don't you think this situation with Tang San looks familiar? Haven't we seen something like this before? Zhao Wujia felt that the scene before him was quite reminiscent of something he had seen not long ago, but he couldn't quite recall at the moment. Are you referring to last year, when Oscar absorbed his third soul ring? Lu Bai recalled slightly and nodded in agreement. I also think the current situation is very similar to that during Oscar's time. If nothing unexpected happens, the 8 spider legs on Tang San's back should also be an external spirit bone. External spirit bone? Tang San's attention was drawn to the term mentioned by Lu Bai. He remembered it was something the master had said before. Lu Bai, are you referring to the 8 spider legs on my back as the external spirit bone? And when you mentioned also, does that mean Oscar? Yes, I also have an external spirit bone. Oscar turned around, his back facing Tang San. But my external spirit bone doesn't look as impressive as yours. On Oscar's back appeared a layer of scales covering his entire back, looking similar to the scales that appeared after consuming a scale hot dog. However, these scales seem to be slightly different from those provided by the scale hot dog. Tang San observed the scales on Oscar's back closely. It feels somehow more realistic. Let's not talk about Oscar. We've already thoroughly studied the function of his external spirit bone. Lu Bai said to Tang San, what we need to discuss now is your external spirit bone. It looks like the 8 legs of a man-faced demon spider, and I suspect it might be poisonous. I advise you not to get too close to us until you can at least operate it minimally. I think so too. Tang San nodded, trying to sense and control the spider legs on his back. I feel very strange right now, as if I have grown 8 arms on my back. Although I can control them, I can't control them well. Xiao San, don't rush. Try to imagine the feeling of retracting your hands into your sleeves. That should help you absorb the external spirit bone into your body. Oscar shared his experience as someone who had been through it. More practice can wait until we return to the academy. It's better to absorb it for now. Okay, I'll give it a try. Tang San nodded in response, closed his eyes, and began to attempt it. After a while, Tang San successfully controlled the 8 spider legs to slowly retract, gradually sinking into his back, leaving only a large hole in his clothing. Seeing this, the others finally felt relieved and walked over to congratulate Tang San. All right, kids, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's getting late now, and you should think about how to spend tonight. Flender pointed at the darkening sky. We still need tents and dinner. The tents were manageable. Even Ning Rongrong could handle that, but the biggest problem was dinner. A group of gazes fell on Flender. Don't look at me like that. I only helped out yesterday to save time, and I want TB helping with dinner again. Flender explained, emphasizing, of course, your teacher Zhao can't help either. This is a good opportunity for you to learn, figure it out yourselves. The 4 freshmen, lacking experience, subconsciously looked towards the senior students. Since the dean said so, it seems we can only rely on you. Dai Mubai looked at Lu Bai. Lu Bai, you'll have to work hard. Oscar patted Lu Bai on the shoulder. Mahongjun didn't say anything, just gave Lu Bai a thumbs up. It really falls on me. I got it. Li Bai had an expectant look on his face and asked Tang San, do you still have clean water in your belt? Ah, yes. Tang San took out a water bottle filled with water. Yesterday, as you said, I stored some clean water, and now there's still a whole bucket left. That's enough. Lu Bai simply perceives the surroundings and finds a direction. I'm going to find something to eat, and we'll be back soon. Le besluti wuket forward. And the fluctuations of his soul power gradually changed. In an instant, Tang San seemed to feel that Lu Bai had disappeared. Unable to help but blink, he looked again. Lu Bai was still there, but that feeling of almost disappearing remained. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. This time it was fine. Lu Bai was indeed present. What a peculiar feeling. Clearly, the person was right there, yet I needed the Purple Extreme Demon Eye to confirm that Lu Bai was really there. However, after a while, Tang San noticed that Lu Bai, who was gradually walking farther away, began to become blurry again. Is it just me? Or does it feel like Lu Bai is disappearing again? Mahongjun walked over. Stop looking. That's on the soul skills created by Lu Bai himself. But in his words, that's not called a soul skill, just a pure technique of soul power control. Pure technique of soul power control? Tang San looked at Mahongjun. Can just controlling soul power create such an effect? Isn't that incredible? Mahongjun looked in the direction Lu Bai left, since he has no choice over his martial soul and spirit rings. The only thing he can change is his soul power, so he dedicates all his thoughts to soul power. Lu Bai can achieve almost any effect he wants by controlling and changing the fluctuations and properties of his soul power. Almost any effect? Tang San found it hard to believe, but he had seen the actual occurrence. Soul power, is it really such a convenient thing? Not just Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were also surprised. That's right, soul power is indeed that convenient. Dai Mubai slammed a wooden stake into the ground to secure a corner of the tent, saying, "Today you saw me use my second soul skill twice. Isn't it strange that even though I used the same soul skill, the effects were completely different?" Dai Boss, You aren't suggesting that controlling soul power can achieve such things, are you? Ning Rongrong's face was full of skepticism. If that's true, why has no one emphasized this point over the years? Surely all soul masters have tried soul power control before. This point we discussed with Lu Bai and the teachers a long time ago. Dai Mubai smiled. The conclusion we reached is that no one has emphasized soul power control until now, not because no one discovered its effects, but because practicing soul power control requires too much time and energy. For most soul masters, while practicing soul power control can yield some results, investing the same time and energy into improving soul power levels will yield much greater gains. Chapter 64. Glazed Golden Crab. 1. Since improving soul power levels yields more gains, why do you still practice soul power control? Ning Rongrong asked. Looking at your current soul power levels, one is higher than the other. It doesn't seem like you wasted time in other areas of cultivation at all. The situation of gaining more by improving soul power levels only applies to most soul masters, or ordinary soul masters. Dai Mubai lightly tapped his chest. But we are monsters. Ning Rongrong smiled awkwardly, saying that at this moment seems a bit out of place. Dai boss isn't good at explaining, so let me do it. Oscar took over. Improving soul power and improving soul power control are essentially not in conflict. What conflicts is that both require time and energy, and a person's time and energy are limited. To maximize the improvement of soul power levels, time and energy must be tilted towards enhancing soul power, especially in cases where innate soul power levels are not high. As for us monsters, with our innate soul power high enough, while ensuring our soul power improvement speed is fast enough, we still have sufficient time and energy left for soul power control training. But that said, focusing solely on improving soul power is also possible. These things vary from person to person. Every soul master situation is not entirely the same. Choosing the most suitable method based on one's actual situation is the best. Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar, who was speaking eloquently, smiled gently, and said, so that's how it is. What about Lu Bai? That guy probably cannot be explained using the common sense we know. Oscar awkwardly diverted his gaze. Unable to continue looking at Ning Rongrong's gentle smile, his heart racing. Don't be fooled by Lu Bai's current soul power level of 22. When he awakened his martial soul, his innate soul power was only level 2. Moreover, unlike us, Lu Bai cannot rely on absorbing the soul power attached to the spirit rings due to his martial soul having its own spirit rings. Hearing this, the 4 new students finally felt something was off. Are you kidding? Lu Bai's innate soul power was only level 2? Ning Rongrong was a bit excited to not absorb soul rings to enhance soul power, and with a food-type martial soul. How could he still reach level 22 at this age? How'd he do it? Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, but her eyes widened. The answer was actually surprisingly ordinary. Oscar said seriously, because Lu Bai has always maintained a state of soul power cultivation. Who hasn't? Ning Rongrong was about to blurt out, but suddenly paused. Wait a minute. She looked at Oscar. Are you saying that Lu Bai has always maintained cultivation regardless of the time? Is that really possible? Tang San's expression was somewhat dazed. The more he understood cultivation, the more he could comprehend how unbelievable what Oscar was saying was. Using soul power cultivation instead of sleep at night is one thing. But during the day, and while doing other things, how could one maintain cultivation? Exactly. Ning Rongrong completely agreed. Even if I have master distraction control, I couldn't possibly do that. If anything, if it were possible, it wouldn't be distraction at all, but truly having 2 hearts, right? I don't know exactly how he does it. Oscar shrugged. We've asked Lu Bai many times, and he always gives the same answer, saying something like, as long as the skill is leveled up high enough, these things come naturally, something that makes no sense. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing. They really didn't understand. Although they understood every word, when put together it was quite baffling. Is the skill referring to the spirit ring? Does grinding refer to the body's organs? How do skills and grinding relate? What does come naturally mean? We don't understand either. Oscar shrugged helplessly, but Lu Bai has never explained this point. Hey, you guys, hurry up and come help after you're done talking. Dai Mubai urged. Clearly, it's also possible to talk while working. You guys just want to slack off. Coming. After about half an hour, all the tents were set up. Li Bai has just returned. I'm back. What a great harvest. Li Bai put down the bag in his hand and poured out a pile of mushrooms. My speed isn't fast enough to carry a whole prey around the forest like the dean, so I can only use these as a substitute. Those are minor issues. Anyway, what you make will definitely taste good. Oscar stroked his chin and looked at Li Bai. My intuition tells me that your haul is not just this. TSK. Being seen through by a guy really doesn't make me happy, Lu Bai said unhappily. Let's eat first, have a good rest tonight, and I will tell you tomorrow morning. A group of people hadn't eaten all day, and no one would say anything against it. After eating and drinking enough, they rested. In the middle of the night, a few lost little cuties arrived nearby, and Liu Bai gave a warning in advance, while Flander took action to deal with them directly. Early in the morning, the Shrek group arrived on the third day in the Stardow Forest. Liu Bai, can we talk now? Before setting off, Flander asked Liu Bai about his other gains from last night. Before that, if possible, I would like to confirm the effect of Tang San's third soul skill first. Liu Bai thought for a moment and replied, Tang San is the only control-type soul master among us, and with a 1,000-year soul ring level soul skill. The control effect should be enough to influence those 1,000-year soul beasts. My soul skill? Tang San didn't understand why Liu Bai suddenly asked this. So he followed along and released a section of blue silver grass in his hand. My third soul skill is called web binding, and its effect comes from a web that the man-faced demon spider can spray 3 times a day. However, the web I released is made of blue silver grass, with a toughness that is twice that of my regular blue silver grass, along with the stickiness of spider silk and the toxin of the man-faced demon spider. Indeed, with a soul ring over 2,000 years old, it significantly enhanced the toughness of your blue silver grass, and even the controllability has improved a lot. Liu Bai analyzed. The only regret is that it can only be used 3 times a day for now. If there were no limit on the number of uses, I could give you a big hot dog, and even if a 10,000-year soul beast came, maybe it could be controlled for a while. High risk, high reward. Flinder grabbed the blue silver grass from Tang San's hand and handed it to Zhao Wujin beside him. Old Zhao, try to see how much strength you need to break it. Zhao Wujin replied unhappily. Why don't you do it yourself? It's not like it can't be broken. Flinder, your strength is still a bit greater. What else could Zhao Wujin say? He took the blue silver grass and pulled it hard from both sides without breaking it. Oh! Zhao Wujin looked at the blue silver grass in his hand. I didn't expect this blue silver grass to be thinner but more resilient. He pulled harder again. This time it broke. Let me calculate. My current strength is roughly equivalent to a 37th level battle soul master if converted to a low-level soul master. Zhao Wujin gave a number and added after thinking. But if it's someone with higher physical strength, even if they are at a lower level, they should still be able to break it. As for someone like Liu Bai, even at 22 level soul power, it shouldn't be a problem. Not necessarily, even for me. This is just ordinary blue silver grass. The strength of the web released by Tang San's third soul skill is twice that of this, and it also adds toxins. Liu Bai expressed that he couldn't do it either. Although I have ways to eliminate toxins, if I lose consciousness due to the toxins during the elimination process, the outcome would be the same. Flander looked at Liu Bai. Now that Tang San's third soul skill has been explained, can you speak? Liu Bai nodded and forced a smile. Last night, when I was looking for ingredients, I found a glazed golden crab in a deeper part of the forest, with a cultivation level between 6,000 and 7,000 years. Chapter 65. Glazed Golden Crab 2. The glazed golden crab is a crab-shaped soul beast. Although it looks like a crab, it is entirely a terrestrial soul beast. Its ability to burrow is quite good, as it absorbs water from underground water veins to replenish the moisture necessary for its body. The glazed golden crab prefers to eat the roots and tubers of various plants, as well as some plant-based soul beasts. It is not poisonous itself, but possesses a strong resistance to toxins, ensuring it does not get poisoned from consuming toxic plant-based soul beasts. Occasionally, the glazed golden crab will also consume various minerals to strengthen its shell by absorbing their components. A glazed golden crab over 1,000 years old will have a very hard shell, and combined with its immense strength and unexpectedly high speed for its large size, it can even engage in direct combat with 10,000-year soul beasts that do not have very high attack power. However, under normal circumstances, the glazed golden crab does not like to move. It prefers to bury most of its body in the soil, exposing only its rock-like shell to camouflage as a rock. It will only search for some plants or plant-based soul beasts to eat when it feels hungry. Note: do not attack the abdomen just because the shell of the glazed golden crab is hard. This soul beast has a habit of carrying its offspring with it, and it uses its abdomen to house them. The shell there is a special golden glazed shell with defense greater than the rest of its body. This is also the origin of the name glazed golden crab. Tang San shared all the information he knew about the glazed golden crab. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you, classmate Tang San, for the comprehensive and detailed popular science. Liu Bai quickly clapped to show his gratitude. As for who this golden crab is suitable for, I shouldn't need to say much, right? The glazed golden crab sounds nice. Flander nodded in satisfaction. According to what Tang San said, this glazed golden crab seems to be able to burrow into the ground, and none of us have that ability. Also, can Mu Bai break the shell of this golden crab? The 2 points mentioned by the dean are the biggest problems. Lu Bai said with a bit of a headache, although the glazed golden crab is suitable for Dai Mu Bai in many ways. The difficulty of hunting it is also quite high. Then, Mahongjun raised his hand to speak. Since it's a crab, it shouldn't be able to touch its own back, right? And once it's flipped over, it would be hard for it to get up. So I think, if we let the teacher fall from the sky and grab it with his claws, flipping it over, wouldn't that work? This idea is not bad. Tang San praised him first, then pointed out the problem. But Hongjun, you might not know that the strength of the glazed golden crab is enough to easily flip itself back over. Moreover, its defense is really high. Unless we attack its weak points, only you among us can deal damage to the glazed golden crab with flames. However, Hongjun is right about one thing. Flinder definitely agrees with part of his disciple's idea. I can grab the crab shell to prevent it from burrowing underground and escaping. That way, the only remaining problem is how to get Dai Mu Bai to break through its defenses. Oscar pondered for a moment and asked Zhao Waoqi, Teacher Zhao, with your strength, do you have the confidence to break the glazed golden crab's shell? It should be possible. Zhao Waoqi didn't dare to be too certain, but from Tang San's description, this crab's shell can withstand attacks from 10,000-year soul beasts. I'm worried that if I use too much force, I might not only break the shell, but also kill the crab itself. That would be pointless for Dai Mu Bai to absorb the soul ring. Isn't there any tool or something that can make a hole in that crab's shell? Ning Rongrong casually suggested, if it really doesn't work. Let teacher Zhao break all the crab's legs and then hang it up for Dai Mu Bai to use as a sandbag. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Ning Rongrong with strange expressions. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Ning Rongrong said shyly, even if what I said is wrong. You don't have to stare at me like that. No. Flinder pushed up his glasses. Your idea is quite good. Zhao Waoqi also agreed, although it's a bit cruel. It can indeed solve the problem. Lu Bai nodded repeatedly. No wonder you're the little witch of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. So fierce. If you can't compliment someone, then don't. Ning Rongrong puffed up one side of her face and angrily said to Lu Bai, I'm not fierce at all. Ha ha ha. Dai Mu Bai laughed and said, Rongrong, once I successfully absorb the soul ring, I'll help you teach Lu Bai a lesson. Roar. Boss Dai, you're quite confident, huh? Lu Bai looked at Dai Mu Bai confidently. Over the past few years, I've clearly won more in our sparring. It's hard to say about the future. Dai Mu Bai replied stubbornly. My soul power is now a full 18 levels higher than yours. Plus I have 2,000-year soul rings. I don't believe I can't win. The two of you can wait until we return to the academy to spar. Flinder interrupted the two. First, let's deal with that glazed golden crab. Yes. X2 the group set off towards the location of the glazed golden crab under Lu Bai's lead. Since the glazed golden crab is not a particularly sensitive soul beast, they approached slowly, stopping just over 10 meters away from it. The area was littered with stones. Oscar stared at the largest stone among them, puzzled for a long time, and finally said dejectedly, if Lu Bai hadn't said that was a soul beast, I would really think it's just a big rock. The others nodded in agreement. I had only heard the teacher mention the glazed golden crab, but I didn't expect its camouflage to be so good. Tang San was a bit excited. I've heard that some soul masters mistakenly think they are rocks and sit on them to rest, leaving safely afterward. I didn't believe it at first, but now I can't say it won't happen. Everyone, get ready. Flinder said he was about to act. Although it will mainly be me and old Zhao fighting, you could try to face the soul beast while ensuring your own safety. In the future, especially after you graduate, hunting soul beasts will rely mainly on yourselves. The 8 of them nodded in silence. Flinder soared into the sky and unleashed his ultimate move. 7th soul skill, Cat, Eagle, True Body. After the soul light faded, a cat-sized owl appeared in the sky, flapping its wings twice before locking onto the large stone on the ground and diving down at high speed. Just as it was about to hit, the owl turned and landed with its claws on the large stone, its sharp claws piercing halfway in. Flinder was shocked. So hard, so thick, this shell. My claws can't completely penetrate. But it was enough for Flinder to get a grip and exert force. The innocent glazed golden crab did not flee immediately, but raised its large pincers from the ground, trying to pinch the thing on top of it to clear it off. Unfortunately, it swung its pincers back and forth several times, but couldn't hit the target. So the golden crab gave up and prepared to lie back down. It really doesn't take me seriously at all, Flinder said unhappily. Wu Ji, break its crab leg. After the practical experience, Flinder could confirm that they did not have the tools to safely break open the crab shell, so they could only let Dai Mu Bai try to wear down this golden crab. All right, you better hold on tight. Zhao Wuji did not activate his martial soul true body. He was confident in his strength. When the glazed golden crab finally realized what was happening, as a human rushed towards it aggressively, it quickly raised its 8 legs to move its massive body, opening its pincers to clamp down on Zhao Wuji. Huh, it's really fast. Zhao Wuji laughed loudly. Take this great strength diamond palm. But instead of slapping down, the bare paw was raised with the claws pointed forward, stabbing out like a sharp knife. Chapter 66, Glazed Golden Crab, 3. Although Zhao Wuji was a rough man, he was precise in his actions. His attack was not random. The claws of his bare paw shot out like sharp knives, accurately piercing the connection between the glazed golden crab's large pincers and its body. Although the shell was very hard, it couldn't be that tough at the joints, otherwise it wouldn't be able to move at all. Therefore, these relatively soft joints were the weaknesses of the golden crab. Zhao Wuji's attack power was higher than the defense of the glazed golden crab, and he specifically targeted its weaknesses, achieving remarkable results. The large pincers that were clamping down on Zhao Wuji fell off cleanly. However, the place where the pincers broke did not ooze the translucent liquid like the leg of the human-faced demon spider did yesterday. It was just a layer of moisture. The glazed golden crab stiffened for a moment, its small brain judging the strength difference between the two sides, and decisively gave up the fight to flee. Now you want to run? It's too late. Flender, transformed into a large owl, flapped its wings forcefully, lifting the glazed golden crab off the ground and tossing it slightly. Losing its point of support, the glazed golden crab's 8 legs flailed uselessly in the air. So heavy. Wuji, move faster. Flender shouted loudly. Got it. Zhao Wuji responded loudly and quickened his pace, continuing to attack the joints of the glazed golden crab. With each slap, he was able to cut off a crab leg. In just 2 minutes, the glazed golden crab lost its remaining 8 legs and another large pincer, becoming a crab ball with no ability to move, ready to be slaughtered. Only then did Flender put it down. This golden crab is really heavy. Dai Mubai walked over to the crab ball, concentrated his soul power in his hand, and tried to grab the shell. Sparks flew, and only 4 not-so-obvious white marks were left on the shell. Wow, this is too hard. Dai Mubai felt his claws aching a bit. Lubai, do you have any good ideas? After studying at Shrek for these years, Dai Mubai had developed the habit of looking for Lu Bai first when encountering problems. Although not every time was resolved perfectly, Lu Bai could give some reliable suggestions. Big brother Dai, you should think more. Li Bai felt speechless about Dai Mubai's brainless reliance on himself. What did Teacher Zhao just do? Teacher Zhao. As Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Wuji, he understood. Oh, weak point attack. Then he gestured at the crab ball for a long time, but couldn't find a good joint to attack. The others also came over to experience the hardness of the glass golden crab shell and help Dai Mubai think about how to break its defense. Since direct attacks were hard to penetrate the shell, why not try to bypass it? Tang Sin picked up a stone and tapped it on the crab shell. Vibration and impact should be able to transmit through the shell to the inside. It was a good idea. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. The problem is I don't know either of these 2 techniques. He was once again at a loss. To accumulate hatred points, Dai Mubai kept thinking while continuously slapping the crab shell with his tiger palm. After a few minutes, Li Bai stared at the glass golden crab's mouth parts and asked, Boss Dai, can you remove its lips? Lips? Dai Mubai looked left and right, but couldn't figure it out. Which part do you mean by lips? Li Bai pondered for a moment, then broke off a fresh branch from a nearby tree and poked it towards the mouth parts of the glass golden crab. With 1 poke, 2 pokes, and on the 3rd poke, the crab's mouth parts opened, then quickly closed, crushing and swallowing the end of the branch that Li Bai had poked in. Look, the 2 separated shells are its lips, and they also serve as its teeth. Li Bai pointed at the reclosed mouth parts and said, try removing this part of the shell, then we might be able to attack its internal body directly through its mouth. There's a chance. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. I'll give it a try. Following the way Zhao Wuji had cut the crab legs before, Dai Mubai pushed his tiger claw into the gap of the Lioli golden crab's mouthpart shell. Damn, the claw isn't long enough and got stuck. Dai Mubai's face darkened, and 2 soul rings lit up on him. White Tiger's protection barrier. White Tiger's diamond transformation. With the 2 soul abilities activated and concentrating his soul power into his tiger claw, Dai Mubai didn't pull out his claw, but pushed it in forcefully, managing to break off half of the shell from the mouth part. It hurt. There were clear scratches on Dai Mubai's claw, and the connection between the claw and the flesh became loose, with a trickle of blood seeping out. Dai Mubai casually tossed aside the shell, gritting his teeth in pain. But now I can attack from the inside. For his second soul ability, golden light gathered in Dai Mubai's mouth, gradually becoming more solid. Every time the golden light grew large enough to almost fill his entire mouth, it would be compressed, then continue to expand. This process lasted over a minute, and the golden light in Dai Mubai's mouth had transformed into a seemingly solid golden sphere, White Tiger's radiant wave. Although it's called a wave, the golden sphere released a golden line straight into the mouth part that had lost half its shell protection, reaching the inside of the Lioli golden crab. Dai Mubai had almost exhausted all his soul power in this strike, charging for a minute and releasing for over 40 seconds. The Lioli golden crab first frantically opened and closed the remaining half of its mouthpart shell. Then its eyes bulged, shaking up and down and side to side. Next, it released golden light from the gaps in its shell. Finally, as Dai Mubai's soul power was depleted and the golden light finished, 2 beams of golden light burst out from the crab's eyes, and the frantically moving remaining half of the mouthpart shell abruptly stopped. Shortly after, the soul rings appeared, and Dai Mubai sat down to begin absorbing. It seems like it worked. Lubai sat down on the spot. If we fail, we can only try the silly method. The others immediately turned their attention to him. Flander asked curiously, Lubai, what silly method do you have? Why didn't you say it earlier? It's just. Lubai stretched out his hand and gestured in the air. Make a big pot. Let Mahongjun start a fire and cook it. Dai Lauda then took a branch and stood by the pot stirring. After boiling for 2 or 3 days, it should be almost done. Ha ha! Zhao Wuji laughed out loud. That's really a silly method. Mahongjun felt embarrassed. Bro, I called you bro. 2 or 3 days, you really think highly of me. To be honest, as long as Oscar and I keep providing you with hot dogs, my soul power will definitely hold up. Lubai looked serious. The only problem is your focus. You're already skilled at multitasking. It's not impossible to release flames while maintaining soul power cultivation. So, if you put in the effort, you can achieve it. Mahongjun knew very well that Lubai was right. Because of this, he felt a chill down his spine from the terrifying gaze of Flanders filled with thoughts and expectations. Mahongjun could hardly imagine what kind of horrific training plan awaited him once his teacher saw through his limits. It can't be. If effort alone was enough, what will be the point of talent? My martial soul quality is indeed high, but my talent isn't that strong. To achieve what you said, Lubai, I estimate it will take at least half a year. Half a year? Flanders adjusted his glasses, his sharp gaze piercing through the lenses and landing on Mahongjun. If you can't master it within 3 months, I'll loosen your bones. Mahongjun felt secretly pleased, yet appeared troubled. Yes, teacher. Chapter 67. A successful journey to Stardow Forest. The higher the year of the soul ring, the longer the absorption time required. This is one of the common knowledge in the soul master world. Dai Mubai was absorbing a soul ring of 6,000 to 7,000 years. And according to Flanders and Zhao Wowki's estimates, it would take at least a day to finish absorbing it. During this time, the other's task was to protect Dai Mubai well and be on guard for any potential dangers around. A simple tent was set up next to Dai Mubai. The sun rose to its zenith and then slowly set. Zhu Zhuqing had been watching Dai Mubai the whole time, since he started absorbing the soul ring. She had not taken her eyes off him. This girl had been silent and aloof since she entered school. Others didn't know what she was thinking and were worried about saying something wrong and making things awkward, so they chose to say nothing at all. Zhuqing, take a break. I'll watch over Dai Mubai. Lubai handed Zhu Zhuqing a bowl. Today's dinner is made with the crab legs of the Lioli golden crab. It tastes great, but the crab meat fibers are a bit coarse, so it might strain your jaw a little. Remember to put a bit more soul power on your teeth while chewing. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing took the bowl with both hands and waited until Lubai sat down before feeling at ease to walk aside and eat with the others. She is truly a very good girl. If one wants to be worthy of her, they still have to keep working hard. Lubai retracted the corner of his eye and said to Dai Mubai, regardless of whether he could hear him, "You agree, right, Boss Dai?" Night fell. Lubai, like the previous 2 nights, cultivated his soul power while carefully sensing his surroundings, gradually expanding the range of his perception. Lubai has told others that his perception limit is around 10 kilometers, which is actually incorrect. It's not that he's lying, but rather that he's intentionally using a different expression. 10 kilometers is the maximum range of his perception when spread out. If not spread out, but instead focused in one direction. Lubai's current maximum perception distance can reach 103 kilometers. It sounds impressive, but it doesn't have much practical significance. The perception distance is far, but the range of perception is greatly reduced, making it ineffective for searching for soul beasts or other matters. Li Bai will only use this method of perception when he has identified significant characteristics of a target and knows its specific location. After entering the Stardow forest, Li Bai first confirmed the positions of Daming and Erming with Xiaowu. Although they moved afterward, Li Bai would reconfirm with Xiaowu each time they changed locations. After several positioning attempts, Li Bai has already determined the exact coordinates of Daming and Erming, and whenever he has the time, he will extend his perception to the maximum in the direction of Daming and Erming. Li Bai certainly knows that Erming's appearance is not in the present, but he can't be sure of that. This world is very similar to what he knows, but not identical. So it's quite possible that situations different from his memories may arise, such as now. Damn. Li Bai suddenly opened his eyes. That silly gorilla really came early, and was very fast. Cough, 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 cough. Li Bai coughed lightly 3 times in a regular manner, and the practicing Xiaowu immediately opened her eyes and looked over. Li Bai didn't speak, but pointed outside the tent, signaling Xiaowu to go outside and talk. As soon as they were outside, Xiaowu looked at Li Bai with an eager expression. Li Bai said lightly and quickly, "Don't worry, Erming is still far from us. You go find the dean right away, just as we agreed before. The dean will definitely require someone to accompany you. Remember to choose Tang San. Although I could go too, it's better not to." Xiaowu hesitated. She didn't want Tang San to know her identity just yet. "Aren't you a safer choice to go with me? If I go with you, what will Tang San think?" Li Bai's tone gradually became more serious. "Tang San will trust you unconditionally, but he won't trust me the same way. At least not for now." Xiaowu felt a mix of happiness and depression. "I understand." She turned and walked into the tent to find Flander. "What's the matter?" Flander opened his eyes and spoke softly to avoid disturbing others. "Dean, I want to go to the bathroom." Xiaowu's voice got quieter, and her face flushed. Flander's martial soul is an owl, so even at night, his vision is still excellent, allowing him to see Xiaowu's expression clearly. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let Li Bai accompany you." I don't trust him." Xiaowu gave a truthful, yet slightly hurtful reason. "Then go with Tang San." Flander understood immediately and switched to another suggestion. "You two are siblings. You should feel at ease with him." Xiaowu nodded. Flander closed his eyes again. "Go quickly and come back soon." "Okay." Xiaowu pretended to be in a hurry, struggling to hold it in, and hurriedly woke Tang San, pulling the confused Tang San out of the tent. "Li Bai, keep an eye on things." Flander transmitted his voice to Li Bai outside the tent. "Just now, Xiaowu and I were too obvious in our behavior, so Flander must have noticed something. However, since he didn't point it out, it should be safe for now." Li Bai thought for a moment and said softly, "Understood." He then found a place outside the tent to sit down and expanded his perception again. As his range extended to about 7 kilometers, he discovered that Xiaowu had already made contact with Erming and Tang San. He had no way of knowing what they were saying. Shortly after their interaction, Erming took Xiaowu and Tang San further away, and then Xiaowu began to condense her 3rd spirit ring under the protection of Erming and Tang San. While using the restroom, she found a suitable spirit beast and then chased it down with Tang San. With the help of Tang San's 3rd spirit ring, they successfully hunted it down. That's basically the script. In just 1 minute, based on their actions, a simple story is conceived. At this moment, Dai Mu Bai's soul power fluctuations began to gradually stabilize. It's almost over. Li Bai focused his attention on Dai Mu Bai and noticed some changes in his martial soul possession state. It was deep night, and Dai Mu Bai had completed the absorption of his soul ring, but did not wake up immediately. He continued to maintain his cultivation state until the next morning. Roar. A tiger's roar startled a group of early birds, as well as the Shrek team. The first to rush to Dai Mu Bai's side was Zhu Zhuqing. The girl still didn't say a word, but Dai Mu Bai could fully sense his importance in her heart from her actions and gaze. He happily embraced Zhu Zhuqing, entering a dazzling mode as if no one else was around. "Wow, Boss Dai, do you have to be like this?" Oscar shielded his eyes with both hands, pretending to be blinded by the light. "It's too bright. I can barely open my eyes." "Boss Dai, what is the effect of your 4th soul skill?" Mahongjun, with a blank expression, shifted everyone's attention, actually hoping the two would separate quickly. "Let's hear it and see." Only Zhao Wuji asked, "Where are Xiaowu and Tang San?" "Here." Xiaowu and Tang San walked out from the forest, with Tang San speaking. "Teacher Zhao, we are here. We are back." Flinder stepped forward and looked at Xiaowu. "You and Tang San were gone all night. If you don't have a good reason, don't blame me for punishing you too harshly." "Dean, it's like this," Tang San carefully explained the prearranged story. "Last night, I accompanied Xiaowu to a nearby place and found a suitable soul beast for her passing by. Just right, that soul beast power and attack were not strong, and I could control it with my third soul skill, so I chased after it with Xiao Wu. After that, we successfully hunted it down, and Xiao Wu took a little time to absorb the soul ring, which is why it dragged on until morning. To strengthen the persuasiveness, Xiao Wu publicly released her 3 soul rings. Very good. Flinder nodded, unsure if he truly believed it, but he was genuinely happy. Our goal for this trip to the Stardo Forest has been perfectly achieved. Let's return to the academy immediately. Chapter 68. The arrival of the master leaving the Stardo Forest was much easier than arriving. On the way in, they had to search for a suitable soul beast for someone while avoiding dangerous soul beasts and groups of soul beasts. When leaving, they only needed to be cautious of the direction and dangers. Before it got dark, they had already exited the Stardo Forest. When it was completely dark, they returned to the neighboring town they passed on the way. After wandering in the vast forest for so long without a planned route, it was unrealistic to expect to return the same way. However, these types of towns generally felt similar, and neighboring ones were even more so. Nighttime long-distance travel was inefficient and not very safe, so Flinder decided to rest for a night in the town and return to the academy in the morning. When out, our teachers will not take responsibility for your accommodation, nor will they spend your money. Flinder said, Teacher Zhao and I will separate from you first. We will gather here tomorrow morning and return to the academy together. After watching Flinder and Zhao Wuji leave, Dai Mubai quietly explained to the 4 new students, Actually, our academy is poor. The dean has to do this to save costs as much as possible. Just so you all know, don't mention it in front of the dean. These matters will naturally be understood once everyone becomes familiar with the situation at the academy. Lu Bai summarized and asked Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, what level of hotel do you think we should stay at tonight? Is that even question? Dai Mubai replied, putting his arm around Lu Bai. Tonight, it's on me. We'll all go to the best hotel and stay in the top suites. Although it was called the best, after all, it was just a small town and couldn't compare to the comfort of hotels in big cities. However, it was still much better than sleeping out in the Stardust Forest, taking a nice hot shower, changing into fresh clothes, and collapsing onto the soft bed. The feeling of fatigue slowly washed over him. Apart from Lu Bai, everyone else slept soundly until dawn. Before the others overslept, Lu Bai woke them up one by one. They gathered at the town gate and then rushed back at full speed. Before noon, the group returned to Shrek Academy. The remaining time today is free for you to arrange. Before leaving, Flinder said, Normal classes will start tomorrow. Zhao Wujia smiled, but didn't say anything, following Flinder. As the vice president, he knew there would be matters to handle at the academy after being away for so long. The 8 students looked at each other, and Lu Bai spoke first. You all should have rested well last night. How about we study the latest soul ring skills of the 4 of you this afternoon? This suggestion received unanimous approval. It was settled. Let's go back to the dormitory to drop off our luggage first. Dai Mubai pointed to the bag on Lu Bai's back. There should be food in the cafeteria today. How about we gather in the open space next to the dormitory after lunch? No one had any objections. In the dean's office, Flinder was discussing the gains from this trip to Stardo Forest with Zhao Wujia, as well as potential issues. This is my first time going to hunt soul rings with that kid Lu Bai. Flinder asked Zhao Wujia, Has he always been this convenient? Convenient? Huh, that a good word. Zhao Wujia smiled and said, It wasn't like this from the beginning. The first time I took Lu Bai to the Stardo Great Forest was to hunt the 2nd soul ring for Oscar. At first, he didn't show particularly strong perceptive abilities. But ever since I casually mentioned that soul beast can sense soul power too, it was like he had an epiphany. He was able to sense soul beasts dozens of meters away within just one day. Now more than 2 years have passed, and his progress has indeed been significant, but still within a range I can accept. Flinder nodded. Well, compared to his current soul power level and his innate soul power, this is indeed acceptable. The matter with Lu Bai has been discussed. Additionally, regarding Tang San's external soul bone, Flinder looks a bit troubled. Wu Ji, do you know how to cultivate that? I don't know, Zhao Wu Ji replied decisively. I've never even seen a soul bone, let alone an external soul bone. Oscar's external soul bone was studied with the help of that kid Lu Bai. I don't have a soul bone either. Flinder rubbed his temples. Tang San's external soul bone clearly belongs to a different type than Oscar's. Letting the kids explore on their own worries me. It could be dangerous. Besides, if we always let the kids figure things out themselves, what we need teachers for? Zhao Wuji crossed his arms and thought for a moment, then asked, Dean, can we invite that master Xiao gang you always mention to the academy? Tang San is his student, and in this situation, it should be his responsibility as a teacher. Do you think I don't want him to come? The problem is, I have no idea where he is right now. Flinder sighed. The letter Tang San gave me in the Stardo Forest did hint that he wanted to come, but it wasn't specific, nor did it mention when exactly he would come. I didn't want you to do anything unnecessary, so I didn't write it out. Suddenly, a stiff male bass voice came from outside the office door. Xiao Gang. Although it was a voice that had been absent for over 20 years. Flender immediately recognized it and exclaimed excitedly, "Come in." The door opened from the outside, and a middle-aged man with a stiff facial expression walked in. He stood straight, and his overly rigid expression appeared somewhat dull at first glance, but his eyes seemed to be filled with the light of wisdom. When this man's gaze fell on Flender's surprised face, his stiff expression seemed to soften a bit. "Long time no see, Flender." Gome, Wuji. Let me introduce you." Flender quickly wiped his eyes and proudly introduced Zhao Wuji. "This is my old partner, and also Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiao Gang. You could just call him Master. Almost everyone in the Soul Master community knows him by that name, and he prefers it. So you are the Master. I've heard so much about you." Zhao Wuji looked up and down at the Master, politely bowing slightly. "I am Zhao Wuji, currently a teacher for Tang San and the others at the academy." "You are too polite." The Master also bowed in response, his tone flat. More like a still pond than anything else. "I just heard you mention who obtained the external soul bone. Which child is so lucky?" "It's your disciple, Tang San," Flender said with a smile. "But our academy has more than just Tang San as the lucky one with an external soul bone." "What did you say?" Although the Master's tone was flat, his eyes widened considerably. "There are actually 2 people who obtained external soul bones. That's why your timing is perfect." Flender said with a grin, "Wuji and I are struggling to understand external soul bones and how to guide the kids in their cultivation. You definitely know more about this than I do, so I'll leave it to you from now on." The Master stiffly retorted with its thunder tone, "I haven't said I would stay. I say, Xiao Gang, how long do you think I've known you?" Flender adjusted his glasses. "If you weren't planning to stay, you wouldn't even have appeared in front of me." The Master fell silent. "Don't worry, I won't do anything unnecessary for now," Flender said helplessly. "On the contrary, you can rest assured to stay here and help train the kids." Chapter 69. New Soul Skill Research Meeting next to the Shrek dormitory. In an open space, 8 old and new students gathered together. "Douluo da. You're the leader and also the one with the highest soul ring year this time. How about you start?" Lubai suggested, "Or we could do it in reverse." "How can we do it in reverse at a time like this, with the hierarchy of age?" Mahongjun immediately said seriously. "It must be Big Brother Dai who speaks first." "All right, I'll go first." Dai Mubai nodded and started directly. "My 4th soul skill is called White Tiger Glaze Cavity. After using it, my attack power, defense power, and strength each increase by 100. "Wait, Big Brother Dai, I remember your 3rd soul skill seems to have the same effect." Oscar said in confusion, "This 4th soul skill is at least from a 6,000-year-old soul ring. It shouldn't have the same effect as a soul ring that's less than 2,000 years old, right?" "I haven't finished yet." Dai Mubai rolled his eyes, blaming Oscar for interrupting too quickly. Attack power, defense power, and strength each increase by 100. And the defense power of the front half of my body increases by an additional 100, plus a soul power increase of 20. "Oh." Oscar's eyes widened. "The last effect is impressive." "Indeed," Tang San agreed. "Big Brother Dai's current soul power level is 41. So an increase of 20 would at least raise it to the level of 45. If his soul power increases in the future, this value will continue to rise. 1,000-year soul ring shouldn't reach that level." Dai Mubai shook his head. "The effect of enhancing soul power is fixed and won't increase with my soul power. However, the increase in attack, defense, and strength will indeed rise a bit as my soul power increases. The increase is smaller before level 70, but after surpassing level 70, it will increase more. Overall, it roughly equates to an increase of about 1 for every level of soul power. Any extra growth is a gain." Lubai pointed at Dai Mubai's stomach and said, "The abdomen is the part with the lowest defense for the White Tiger martial soul. Now, this 4th soul skill extra increases the defense in front of the body, corresponding to the abdomen's position when the martial soul is manifested, which to some extent eliminates this weakness. It can also stack with the 1st and 3rd soul skills, so the actual improvement should be significant." "Definitely," Tang San said seriously. Dai Lao Da's positioning is as a strong attack-type soul master. His strengths are great power, high defense, and high attack. The effect of this 4 soul skill is undoubtedly a good use of resources. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. Dai Mubai and Tang San said in unison. "There are few attack soul skills." Tang San looked at Dai Mubai. "It seems that Dai Lao Da is also very aware of his weaknesses." "Of course. I haven't been playing around in the academy these years. Dai Mu by Mimic Flanders, and pushes non-existent glasses, but these are not problems. A soul master can't be good at everything, which is why we need companions to make up for our shortcomings. Don't you think so, Mahongjun? That's right. Mahongjun patted his chest. Lao Da's attack skills are insufficient. I'll make up for it. Although I only have my first soul skill as an attack soul skill. With the support of my second and third soul skills, the attack power of my first soul skill won't be worse than that of a 1,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, it consumes less soul power, so I'll show you all by the stream in a bit. I've never doubted your attack power. Oscar recalled his experiences of sparring with Mahongjun. That black fire of yours is really fierce and also quite disgusting. Black fire? Disgusting? Tang Sin caught a few words of concern and asked Oscar, are you talking about Hongjun's martial soul ability? In the Stardow Forest these days. I remember the flames he released were ordinary orange-red, not black. That was the result of my deliberate control. Mahongjun stretched out his hand, a black flame igniting on his index finger. Casting black fire consumes extra power, and I can't keep it up for long. My third soul ring directly reduces the extra energy consumption for casting black fire by 50, and for me, this effect is second only to flying. Although there is a side effect of increasing soul power consumption by 30, it allows me to exert my full strength for a longer time. This black flame. Tang Sin recalled a unique skill from a sect outside the Tang sect in his previous life and instinctively reached out to touch it. Mahongjun instantly extinguished the fire and said to Tang San, it's best not to touch my black fire. If you touch it, it will stick to your hand and be hard to extinguish unless you can do it like Liu Bai. Liu Bai? Tang Sin turned to look at Liu Bai. Don't make me sound like some kind of monster. Liu Bai extended his hand, a layer of soul power enveloping it. Mahongjun's black fire had a special adhesion effect. Once it touched something, it would burn both the soul power and the body. By covering the soul power on the surface of his body like this, at the moment of contact with the black fire, he could separate and discard the soul power that touched the black fire along with the black fire itself, allowing him to get rid of it with minimal loss and the fastest speed. Mahongjun nodded. The black fire would extinguish quickly if there was nothing to burn. Indeed, it was very similar. Tang San lowered his head and muttered something in a soft voice that only he could hear, then raised his head. Now, it's my turn. Tang San released a segment of blue silvergrass from his hand. I mentioned it once in the forest. My third soul skill is called spider web binding. Currently, it can only be used 3 times a day, releasing a web made of special blue silvergrass. Its properties are the same as the blue silvergrass I release, but its toughness is twice that of my ordinary blue silvergrass. I can only say that the man-faced demon spider is indeed very suitable for you. The ultimate absorption is just an added bonus. Liu Bai reached out to pull the blue silvergrass from Tang San's hands. Teacher Zhao said that the ordinary blue silvergrass released by Tang San can withstand the pulling of soul masters around level 37. If the web is doubled, it is estimated that one would need at least level 40 soul power to break it. Don't forget about the poison. Oscar added. The poison of the man-faced demon spider should be on the web, and perhaps the ordinary blue silvergrass has it too. It really does. Tang San confirmed Oscar's guess. The toxin contained in the ordinary blue silvergrass is slightly weaker, while the toxin added by the web can rival that of the man-faced demon spider. You can be a bit happier. Li Bai patted Tang San's shoulder. You should be aware of your weakness in attack power, and now this weakness can be addressed. Why do I say that? Tang San didn't understand Li Bai's meaning. My third soul skill only enhances my control ability, and there is no significant increase in attack power. Don't limit your thoughts too much. One important reason I suggest that we discuss soul skills together is that your understanding and usage of your own soul skills, and even your martial soul, are too rigid. Liu Bai stated his purpose. Take Dai Lao as an example. He has demonstrated 3 different uses of the white tiger's light wave in the forest. The soul skill is still the same soul skill, but the effects are completely different. Among them, there's a function for training soul power control, but more importantly, it is a matter of thought. Thought? Tang Sin still didn't quite understand what Liu Bai was saying. Could you elaborate? Specifically, let's take you as an example. Your blue silvergrass, after being enhanced by 3 soul rings, has become tough, slender, and thorny. At this appearance, if it didn't have leaves, no one would doubt that this is a whip. Liu Bai explained in detail. If you release several long blue silver grasses and intertwine them together, can't you swing them like a whip? Just the spikes alone would guarantee to draw blood with each strike, not to mention the continuous damage from the toxins. Tang San gradually became excited, and his pupils dilated significantly. The content spoken by Liu Bai seems to open a door to a new world for him. Yes. Why can the resilient blue silver grass only be used for control? With the combination of thorns and poison, blue silvergrass can completely transform into a terrifying poisonous whip. Tang San is already eager to try it out. However, there is still one person's soul skill that hasn't been mentioned, and that person is very important to Tang San. Now it's my turn. Xiao Wu's gaze swept over Lu Bai. My third soul skill is called Slingshot Leg, obtained after hunting a slingshot locust with the help of Xiao San. Xiao Wu seriously stated the previously agreed explanation with Tang San. When I use Slingshot Leg, my leg endurance increases by 100, and I can charge it by consuming soul power. Once the charging is complete, I can instantly explode with immense power in my legs, whether for attacking or moving. The effect varies depending on the charging time. If released immediately without charging, it only increases by 50. If charged for 1 second, it increases by 100. For 2 seconds, 200. And at most 3 seconds, it can reach an increase of 300. The downside is that charging takes time and cannot be instantaneous. Also, the burden caused by the explosion is significant, and if used continuously, my legs will get injured. That's good enough, already very strong. Mahongjun said expressionlessly. Compared to you three, I suddenly feel that my third soul skill is not impressive. That's what I wanted to say. Oscar also said expressionlessly. At least your third soul skill can provide a direct boost. Mine still needs practice. Do you guys want to compete with me in terms of misfortune? Lu Bai, with an air of confidence, said, well, at least you have options. And there is more than one soul skill. Oscar and Mahongjun exchanged glances and simultaneously patted Lu Bai's shoulder, saying, stay strong. Just as it seemed the research meeting was about to turn into a pity party, a stiff voice interrupted them. I've been looking for you for a long time. Turns out you were all here. Tang San's face lit up with joy as he stood up to greet the newcomer. Teacher. Although Tang San called him teacher, the voice sounded unfamiliar and was definitely not from a Shrek Academy instructor. Xiao Wu recognized the master, glanced at him, then looked away, while the others turned to look. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the master that the dean mentioned. Dai Mubai said to Tang San, Xiao San, aren't you going to introduce us? That's right. Tang San introduced. This is my teacher. You could just call him master. As he spoke, Tang San turned to introduce the others to the master. Teacher. They're students from Shrek Academy and also my companions. The master nodded and stepped forward. Nice to meet you all. I hope we can get along well in the time to come. Tang San detected his teacher's underlying message and asked, Teacher, are you planning to join Shrek? Yes. The master affirmed. I have known your dean for a long time, and we have worked together for a while. Some things happen later, and we haven't been in contact for many years. I see. Lu Baizue said so, but then asked, so you have come to a decision to help the dean at the academy now? Or is it because the mistress is here? The master's already stiff expression suddenly became even more rigid. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, You're Lu Bai, right? Yes. It's not surprising that Li Bai feels this way. Since Flander is prepared to hand them over to the master for training, the basic situation will definitely be clarified. With the master's intelligence, judging Li Bai's identity based on his performance can only be considered basic skills. Please answer my question directly. As it relates to whether I can trust you, I'm sorry, but I may not be able to answer you accurately. The master's tone remains the same. I still can't let go of the past. However, I came to Shrek not just because of the third party. Thank you for your straightforward answer. Luo Bai politely expressed his gratitude. I won't comment on your and the dean's past. However, since you have decided to be our teacher, please make sure to treat us as your students and fulfill the responsibilities of a teacher. The master remained silent for a while, and his stiff face seemed to soften slightly. Tang San, go back to your original position. Tang San stood where he was supposed to be. Hello, everyone. The master's tone was not as stiff as before. I am the new teacher at Shrek. My name is Yu Xiaojiang, but everyone who knows me calls me master. I hope you can also refer to me as master in the future. Today, I'm just here to see you. Starting tomorrow, I will be fully responsible for the training of U8 students. I hope we can get along well over the next period of time. This was the attitude a master should have, considering all the students, rather than being completely focused on Tang San and putting all his effort into him while being dismissive of others. It is normal for the master to favor Tang San as a student, but normal does not mean correct, especially since the master has accepted Flender's invitation and officially become a teacher at Shrek. Therefore, both emotionally and logically, he should pay more attention to the other students. But what was that previous performance? He only saw Tang San. To him, the others were likely just companions of Tang San, not equally young and talented soul masters like him. Fortunately, smart people are indeed smart. After Luo Bai's simple reminder, he immediately grasped the meaning. The repeated self-introduction also indicated the master's attitude. From now on, he would be the teacher of Shrek. Of course, Lubai smiled and said, I believe we can get along very well. When I came over just now, it seemed I heard you discussing soul skills. The master approached and asked, Can I join as well? I have some confidence in the theoretical research on soul rings and soul skills. Of course, you are most welcome. The atmosphere instantly became harmonious and friendly. For an entire afternoon, the master had in-depth discussions with the 8 students, fully understanding the specific situations of each student aside from Tang San, and got from Lu by the training plan that he, Oscar, Mahongjun, and Dai Mubai had completed over the years. As dusk gradually fell, the 9 of them concluded their research meeting satisfactorily after discussing for an entire afternoon. When the meeting adjourned, Tang San left with the master. It was obvious that the master was going to provide Tang San with individual guidance. However, the master had already fulfilled his duty as a teacher of the academy, and Lubai didn't think there was anything wrong with him giving extra attention to his own disciple. The master arrived, and next came the team battle practice. The shutdown of Shrek, relocation, reopening, and the upcoming grand competition in more than a year. Back in the room, Lubai began to think about causing some trouble. First, he needed to find an opportunity to obtain some precious video materials, and then he could start making moves. The next day, Lubai arrived early at the cafeteria, where the master was also present, but for some reason, he was standing aside, intently watching the cafeteria chef cook. Good morning, master. Lube grited. What are you looking at? Lube. The master quickly turned his head to glance at Lubai and then turned back. You are all growing and training intensely, so the quality of your food must keep up. The chef here has decent skills, but the ingredients are average. I'm considering how to further improve the quality of your meals. It seems that Dean hasn't explained the situation of the academy to you clearly. Lubai picked up a plate of breakfast and sat down, saying to the master, The breakfast we have now was funded by me, Oscar, Mahongjun, and Dai Lauda, and we commissioned the cafeteria to prepare it. Given the college's financial situation, we can only provide congee, pickles, and steamed buns at most. The dean has always had bad luck with finances. You should be clearer about this than I am. Hearing Lubai say this, the master couldn't help but recall the events from years ago when he traveled with Flander on the mainland. It seemed there was indeed such a thing. Chapter 71, The Gift of Perception. In the end, the master still did not give up on improving the quality of their meals. Lubai mourned for Flander's wallet for 3 seconds and then lowered his head to eat. By the way, Lubai, I want to discuss with you about your training plan for the upcoming period. The master suddenly sat down and said, I finished reviewing the plan you gave me yesterday afternoon after I got home last night. Now, I have a preliminary understanding of the training progress of you, Oscar, Mahongjun, and Dai Mubai over the years. I must say, you really live up to the title of monsters. Although there are no restrictions on the use of soul power, being able to complete such an intense training plan is enough to prove that your physical fitness has greatly exceeded your current soul power level. Also, regarding the pressure wristbands you made, I hope you can find some time to make a few more soon. I experienced them in your principal's office yesterday, and calling them a cultivation artifact is not an exaggeration. Lubai swallowed the food in his mouth, organized his thoughts in his mind, and said, The pressure wristbands can be made at any time. As long as the materials are complete, we can make 4 in half a day. Also, you mentioned that the physical strength of the 3 of us, including Oscar, greatly exceeds the soul power level, which means that the 4 of us do not need to participate in the upcoming training. Of course not, the master explained. In order to prepare for the grand event a year from now, the 8 of you must quickly become a cohesive unit. Training together can accelerate your familiarity with each other and help you pass through the adjustment period quickly, especially you and Oscar, as well as Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. When you can activate the martial soul fusion skill, training together will promote each other and enhance the effect of soul power improvement. So how do you plan to coordinate the training intensity among the 8 of us? Lubai asked. It's unrealistic to ask them to increase the difficulty to match us. Not to mention me, Oscar, Mahongjun, and Dai Lauda, the talents of the 3 of us are not inferior to Tang San's. We have worked hard for years to reach our current level, and I don't think Tang San and his 3 companions can catch up in a short time. As for us lowering the difficulty to accommodate them, if you would consider such a thing, it can only show that the evaluation of you in the Soul Master world is not accurate. Just as he said. The master nodded. This is exactly the focus I have been thinking about from yesterday to today. While coordination in team battles is important, forcing you to train together to ensure coordination would be counterproductive. Therefore, my idea is to divide you into 2 groups and treat them as 2 people for team battle training. When it comes to team battles, you will cooperate in the form of 2 small teams instead of coordinating among all members. This way, we can minimize the disadvantages caused by separate training. Instead of being obsessed with the whole, we will try to focus on the coordination between the two small teams. Lu Bai was pondering the feasibility of the master's idea and took several minutes to say, I can't think of a better solution than yours. It's worth a try. It's just a temporary decision. The master emphasized, not being able to think of a better solution now doesn't mean that one won't come to mind later. If a better idea comes up in the future, we can discuss it then. Lu Bai answered quickly, compared to ideas that are unknown and distant. I prefer to focus on the present. The master nodded and changed the subject. Next, let's talk about the formulation of training plans. Yesterday, both deans praised you highly, as if you have an extraordinary talent for creating training plans. Rather than saying it's a talent for making plans, it's more about a talent for perception. Lu Bai corrected, I have a very high talent for sensing soul power. This talent seems to also manifest in perceiving the physical limits of others. The master tried to understand. So, you can determine a person's physical limits just by sensing? That's right. Li Bai finished speaking and then denied his own words. But it's not like that. It's contradictory. The master was puzzled. Why do you say that? At first, I couldn't accurately perceive the physical condition of Oscar, Mahongjun, and Dai, Lauda among the three of them. It's not that I was wrong once or twice out of 10 times, but rather a completely random state, purely relying on luck. Li Bai slowly said, after spending some time together, I gradually became able to understand their physical states. Only after that could I know their limits just by feeling. The master, according to his understanding, replied, yes, you can indeed judge someone's physical state based solely on perception. But the prerequisite is that you have spent some time interacting with that person. Is that what you mean? Probably. Lu Bai is hesitant to make definitive statements. Currently, the only ones I can accurately judge are these three. I've spent quite a bit of time with the dean and teacher Zhao, but I can't perceive their physical condition. It could be that the soul power of the two deans is much stronger than yours, which interferes with your perception of their bodies. However, whether this is the actual reason still needs to be verified. The master understands Lu Bai's rigorous attitude very well. Has your perception ability improved compared to before? Li Bai glanced at the panel and affirmed, you've gotten stronger. Your perception ability has improved, so the time required should be reduced. The master began a plan. Let's try it for a week first. In the next week, I'll try to arrange for you to be with Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. You can see if you can understand their physical conditions. Li Bai readily agreed. Okay. He also wanted to know if the better his perception ability was, the faster he could sense a person's physical condition. So far, it has only had a good effect on his cultivation, but it's hard to say what other effects might appear in the future. Master, is there anything special today? Li Bai asked. If not, I want to go back and make the pressure wristbands. Starting earlier might allow me to catch the afternoon training. The pressure wristbands are very important, but it will be best if you could come by today. The master said, today your dean will officially introduce me to you, and then hand over the task of training you to me. I plan to rank you on the spot, and then have the new and old students spar with each other. Currently, my understanding of you is limited to what I've heard, and I haven't confirmed it with my own eyes yet. Then I'll put off making the pressure wristbands until tomorrow. After saying that, Lu Bai was about to continue eating with his head down. Lu Bai suddenly thought of something and looked around. There was no one else. He had just spoken with the master, and it was a good opportunity. With that in mind, Lu Bai decisively took out a walnut-sized spherical soul guide from his jacket pocket, activated it, and quietly released it. Master, may I ask you a question? Lu Bai suddenly said, it's unrelated to cultivation. It's a relationship issue of someone I know. The master of emotions, not knowing what to think, had a stiff expression that turned disheartened. After a moment of silence, he said, go ahead and ask, and I'll do my best to answer. Lu Bai began to say, the person I know is a talented and beautiful female soul master. She has a highly positioned teacher in the spirit hall. Not long ago, she went out to train and met a male soul master with very poor talent. Chapter 72, Absurd but True. The male soul master she met, although lacking in talent, is very smart just like you, master. During their training, the two were mutually attracted and quickly reached the point of promising to be together for life. However, not long after, the training of the female soul master, I know, came to an end, and she was summoned by her teacher, so she had to return to the spirit hall. The female soul master, I know, respects her teacher greatly and regards him as a father figure, so she told him about her relationship with the male soul master. Guess what happened next? Li Bai suddenly asked the master in return and did not continue, waiting for the master to respond. Her teacher, the master, spoke in a heavy tone. You did not agree, right? Yes. Lu Bai continued. That teacher is a high-ranking member of the spirit hall. and it's impossible for him to watch his beloved disciple being taken away by a man who came out of nowhere. Not to mention that the man is just a useless person in his eyes. However, the female spirit master I know really likes, no, should I say loves, this male spirit master who has poor talent but is very smart. So she defied her teacher for the first time and even planned to leave the spirit hall. How could she? The master suddenly got excited. What happened next? Well, Li Bai sighed. Her teacher threatened her, saying that if she continued to seek out that male soul master, they would send someone to kill him. And with her strength, she simply couldn't stop her teacher from doing that. The master fell silent. And that's not all. Li Bai's additional blow. In order to cut off her beloved disciple's thoughts about that male soul master, her teacher personally violated her, imprisoned her, and made her give birth to a child, until she gave up looking for that male soul master. How would he do such a thing? The master's eyes were suddenly filled with bloodshot. That is his disciple. He is the teacher. I don't know. Lu Bai calmly said. Perhaps that person initially accepted the female soul master I know as a disciple out of admiration or goodwill. But later, it slowly deteriorated and became something else. She told me that her body was already tainted and that she had given birth to children from other men. So she felt she was unworthy to be with the male soul master she loved. Nonsense. The master was unprecedentedly agitated. It's that teacher who's dirty. He should die. I think so too. Lu Bai nodded, looking helpless. But the female soul master I know doesn't think so. She didn't even tell that male soul master about these things, disguising herself as a bad woman who abandoned love for status and identity. In reality, she is still worried that her teacher will take action against that male soul master. So she's trying every means to elevate her status in the spirit hall, even though she believes she can never be with the person she loves again in this lifetime. The master's voice trembled a bit. How could you be so foolish? Who says otherwise? Lu Bai shook his head. So, I want to ask Master, is such a female soul master still worth being loved by that male soul master? If such a person is not worth loving, then what kind of person is worth it? The master calmed down a bit and asked Lu Bai, is the female soul master you know named Bai? As for the name, I don't know. Li Bai suddenly said something that almost gave the master a heart attack. It's precisely because I don't know her that she tells me so many things. And I'm not even sure if I've actually met her. Maybe it was just a dream I had one night. The master looked confused. By the way, you were so excited just now. Since yesterday, you've been expressionless, and I didn't expect you to be so emotional. It seems you're also someone with feelings. Lu Bai said with a look of curiosity. Thank you sincerely for your answer, because I'm not good at matters of the heart. Next time, if I see her again, I will definitely use what you said to advise her well. The master's expression gradually stiffened and then returned to its original form. Lu Bai, may I also ask you a question about feelings? I just said I'm not good at matters of the heart. Li Bai smiled wryly and said, well, master, feel free to ask whatever you want. I may not be able to answer, but I will definitely think seriously about it. That's enough as long as I can think seriously. The master nodded and said, that's right, it's about a friend of mine. Many years ago, the person my friend liked quietly disappeared from in front of him. Is that friend you? Li Bai really wanted to ask this, but he had to hold back. The current situation could definitely yield another precious piece of footage. He listened intently as the master spoke. In his deepest sorrow, he met another woman. This woman got along very well with him, and they spent a long time together. After several years, my friend finally emerged from the sadness of being abandoned and opened up to the woman by his side. They then decided to become husband and wife, receiving blessings from other friends. On the day of their wedding, the woman's family suddenly appeared, and it turned out they were my friend's second uncle. This woman is my friend's cousin. Isn't that wonderful? A perfect match. Your friend really makes me envious. Lu Bai responded in a timely manner. However, Master, does your friend and the woman he likes have conflicts with their families? Otherwise, how could they not know each other? Well, they do have some small conflicts with their families. Lu Bai's reaction and concerns were completely different from what the master had anticipated, leaving him very astonished. Well, Lu Bai, the woman my friend likes, although they are cousins, they are also siblings. If they are together, isn't that against human ethics? Against human ethics? Not really. It's not that serious. Lu Bai said with a face of certainty. The laws of the empire have their regulations, so there's no need to think too much about it. However, the laws of the Heaven-Do Empire do not specify that cousins cannot marry, right? Moreover, not to mention mere cousins, I have personally seen couples who are biological siblings, biological brothers and sisters, and even biological brothers and sisters. There are even some more extreme cases that you might find hard to accept, but I won't mention them. In short, the relationships between people in this world are far more complex than what we see in our daily lives. Although I don't know what your friend thinks. If the person I like became my sister, it would only make me want to love her even more. That said, whether the love that can't be expressed because she's my sister is real or not is hard to say. How did your friend end up with his cousin? How many children did they have? Are you still in contact with him? The master didn't pay attention to the later questions from Liu Bai at all. His attention was completely shocked by the relationships Liu Bai listed, and his worldview was greatly impacted, muttering in fear, biological siblings, biological brothers and sisters. Seeing his expression of questioning life, Liu Bai began to worry that he might have gone too far. At that moment, someone else entered the cafeteria. It was Tang San. Li Bai casually turned off the soul guide he had taken out earlier and put it away. Teacher. Tang San immediately spotted the master, and then noticed Li Bai. Li Bai is here too. The master was still in a daze and did not respond to Tang San. This was the first time Tang San encountered such a situation, so he couldn't help but ask Li Bai. Li Bai, you came early. Did you see what happened here? Why has the teacher become like this? Probably. Liu Bai pondered over his words and said, I'm shocked by the absurdity of the reality in this world. Chapter 73. Strength Test 1. The simple master, his worldview shaken, was still in a daze when a group of people gathered together after finishing breakfast, lined up. And he hadn't come to his senses yet. Xiaojiang? Flender called out to his old partner, who was still lost in thought. When he saw that there was still no response, he reached out and grabbed the master's shoulder, shaking him. Xiaojiang. The master awoke from his dreamlike state, raised his head, and looked at Flender with a confused expression. Dean Flender. The teachers and the children are all here. I've spoken to them, and the teachers have already left. Now it's your turn to say something. Flender noticed that his old partner was not in good spirits and asked, Are you tired? Why don't you take a break today and formally take over their training tomorrow? No, the master rejected, taking a deep breath and gathering his spirits. Time is tight. I can't waste a day because of my small issue. He stepped forward. Hello, everyone. After yesterday's interaction, I believe you all have a good understanding of me. Without further ado, I announce that the distinction between the senior and junior grades at Shrek Academy is canceled. You 8 will be a class, a team, and will attend lessons together. However, due to the significant differences in your strengths and training conditions, I will divide you into 2 smaller groups based on this team structure. In the future, when you battle as a team, you will need to cooperate in these 2 groups to make up for the lack of overall coordination. If you have any opinions or suggestions, speak out now. Once the training starts, I don't want to hear anything other than yes. The 7 people remained silent, looking at the master with determined eyes. Liu Bai. The master immediately noticed that Liu Bai seemed to have something to say. It seems you have a suggestion. Yes, Liu Bai calmly said. Even if the training begins, if I feel that the training content you said is not reasonable enough, I will have answers other than yes. That's great. The master affirmed loudly. My experience and theories are richer than yours, but that doesn't mean the plan I set is necessarily good. If you think your training plan is better, I welcome you to speak up. There are no problems now. Starting now, I will rank you from oldest to youngest based on your ages. Number 1, Dai Mu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Liu Bai. Number 4, Tang San. Number 5, Mahongjun. Number 6, Xiao Wu. Number 7, Ning Rongrong. Number 8, Zhu Zhuqing. Additionally, you 8 will be divided into 2 groups. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, Liu Bai, and Mahongjun will form 1 group. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing will form another group. This grouping is based on your training conditions. But I hope you remember that even with the grouping, you are still a whole, and there may be changes based on specific training situations. You 4 new students have been in school for several days and should understand the gap between you and the 4 old students, so I won't emphasize that further. However, I want to explain one thing to you regarding the pressure wristbands made by Liu Bai. Next, the master gave a comprehensive analysis of the pressure wristbands invented and manufactured by Liu Bai and finally summarized in front of the 4 new students, who were dumbfounded. Based on the effects of the pressure wristbands, I have changed the original plan of suppressing soul power for physical training. Now, I require you to familiarize yourselves with and master the usage method within a month after receiving the pressure wristbands. Liu Bai spoke at the right moment. I will finish making the wrist guards before noon tomorrow. If you want other styles, now is the time to say so. No one spoke. The master nodded and continued. Although I asked you to master this within a month, it doesn't mean that you only need to master the pressure wrist guards. Every day, besides practicing with the pressure wrist guards, you also need to practice soul power control with another group of people. Once you get the wrist guards tomorrow, formal training will begin. For the rest of today, I want to see your actual combat abilities. My current understanding of you is based on hearsay, and I haven't personally confirmed your strengths. To better formulate the training plan moving forward, I must carefully assess your conditions. First, Dai Mu Bai. I ask you to take them down one by one without injuring them. Dai Mu Bai was taken aback at first, then smiled wryly. Master, the others are fine. I'm confident I can win. But le Bei. The master furrowed his brow. No matter how skilled Le Bai is, he is just a support-type soul master. And his soul power is a full 19 levels lower than yours. Don't you have confidence in defeating him? It's not a matter of confidence. Dai Mu Bai stood up. How about this, master? Let me have a full match with Le Bai first. You can fully understand his combat strength before discussing the others. All right. The master nodded and advised. Le Bai still needs to make the wrist guards, so try to stop before anyone gets hurt. You can rest assured. Le Bai is a bit excited. Getting injured won't delay the production. This early work, the pressure wrist guard, I'm extremely skilled at. Le Bai and Dai Mu Bai stood facing each other as usual, with about 4 meters of distance in between. Le Bai eagerly adjusted his pressure wristband, feeling all the stress disappear from his body. Seeing his actions, Dai Mu Bai followed suit and joked, You're so eager to turn off the pressure wristband. Are you looking forward to sparring with me? It's been quite a while since we last trained together. Le Bai's movements became swift, and the soul power within his body began to flow and circulate in a compressed state, causing slight changes in his physique and the veins near the surface of his skin to slightly protrude. Moreover, there are not many opportunities for full-on sparring, so each time should be seized. Just right. I also want to see how much of your strength you haven't yet displayed. Dai Mu Bai activated his martial soul, his golden hair turning white, tiger stripes covering his body, and his hands transforming into tiger paws, resembling a white tiger person. Your soul power is still at level 22, while I am at level 41, plus an additional 1,000-year spirit ring. This time, it will definitely be my victory. The master waved his hand, announcing, Start. White tiger shield. White tiger diamond transformation. White tiger glazed cannon. Dai Mu Bai immediately unleashed 3 soul skills in succession, stacking attack, defense, power, and soul power to the maximum. It seems that Le Bai had already guessed that Dai Mu Bai would do this, yet he stood still in place. The onlookers could feel the fluctuating soul power emanating from Le Bai, confirming that he wasn't just standing there doing nothing. White Tiger's fierce light wave. After casting a good buff, Dai Mu Bai opened his mouth and shot a light bullet, simultaneously moving to chase the light bullet as he rushed towards Le Bai. Le Bai rushed toward Dai Mu Bai and said, Have you forgotten what I can do because we haven't sparred for a few days? Just as he was about to collide with the light bullet from the White Tiger's fierce light wave, an invisible soul force diverted the bullet from its original trajectory. Of course I haven't forgotten. Dai Mu Bai grinned, seemingly smiling explode. The light bullet that flew sideways to Le Bai's side exploded in response, but before that could happen, Le Bai caught it and pressed it back toward Dai Mu Bai, saying, Here you go. At the moment, I detonated the soul force. I accurately suppressed it with my own soul force. You really are something. Dai Mu Bai praised, relying on the 3 layers of buffs stacked on him, and with a tiger claw, he directly clashed with Le Bai's palm. The compressed shockwave was expelled from the gaps between their palms, violently shaking the surrounding air and producing a muffled explosion. Bang! Chapter 74, Strength Test 2, with their palms tightly pressed together. The impact of the White Tiger's fierce light wave couldn't push Le Bai and Dai Mu Bai apart. Soon, their hands turned into a state of interlocking fingers, with their other hands also gripping together, engaging in mutual strength. Master, standing nearby, was stunned. Is this a battle between a level 22 Auxiliary Soul Master and a level 41 Assault Soul Master? After Dai Mu Bai's martial soul manifested, his tiger claw became sharp, and with the 3 layers of soul skill buffs on him, his attack power and strength increased by 250. Not to mention cutting through iron like mud, tearing gold, and breaking iron would definitely not be a problem. However, it couldn't penetrate the protective layer constructed by Le Bai's soul force on his surface, thus failing to injure Le Bai's skin. What was worse, Dai Mu Bai realized that he couldn't suppress Le Bai in terms of pure strength either. What a joke. My strength enhancement is 250. Dai Mu Bai's pupils dilated in excitement, and his muscles further bulged. How could I lose in strength? Unlike Dai Mu Bai, Le Bai had abandoned speaking at this moment. His previously excited expression had faded, leaving only a fervent look in his eyes. At the same time, his breathing changed, exhibiting a clear and regular pattern, with each breath being unusually deep. Accompanied by this regular and unusually deep breathing, Le Bai's soul force and strength showed a slight increase. In contrast, Dai Mu Bai's strength and soul force began to weaken gradually due to the consumption of maintaining 3 soul skills after reaching their peak. Damn, This guy Lu Bai really excels in prolonged battles. If this continues, he'll end up suppressing me with strength. Dai Mu Bai quickly took countermeasures, opening his tiger mouth, gathering golden energy waves and expanding in all directions. White Tiger's fierce light wave. The fully expanded impact almost lost its attack power, but generated a significant thrust. Dai Mu Bai timely released his tiger claw, and Lu Bai was instantly pushed back, but his breathing still remained undisturbed. Your breathing seems to have some tricks. Dai Mu Bai was slightly panting, but after a few gasps, he adjusted himself. He noticed that Lu Bai was not speaking, just staring at him, seemingly looking for an opportunity. It really has some tricks. Dai Mu Bai realized that Lu Bai had used a self-created soul skill that he had never seen before. Looking uncomfortable, it seems that a quick battle is impossible. The bulging muscles on his body slowly retracted, and the fluctuations of his soul force also gradually weakened. Seeing Dai Mu Bai's changes, Lu Bai's actions also shifted, but his breathing remained the same. Is that the tiger armor? Oscar, observing Dai Mu Bai's changes, asked Mahongjun beside him. Do you think Boss Dai is using the tiger armor now? What else could it be, if not the tiger armor? Mahongjun replied confidently. He can't overpower Lu Bai in strength or soul force, and in terms of endurance, Lu Bai is definitely stronger. Boss Dai is preparing to test his physical strength. We definitely can't match Lu Bai's speed of recovering soul force in battle. But Boss Dai has the martial soul's enhancement, while Lu Bai can only rely on his physical stamina, which will certainly consume more energy. It all depends on whether Lu Bai can compensate for this with soul force. Oscar, Hongjun, what do you mean by tiger armor? Tang San, hearing their conversation, sought clarification. And what did Lu Bai do just now? Why can't Boss Dai win in a strength contest, even with 3 soul skills supporting him? Mahongjun focused on the battle between Dai Mu Bai and Lu Bai, replying to Oscar. You explain. Oscar made a helpless gesture and said to Tang San, I don't know what Lu Bai did, but it's probably one of his self-created soul skills. We'll have to wait until the fight is over to ask. As for the tiger armor, that's one of the results of Boss Dai's training over the years. Look, is he using any soul skills right now? Soul skills? Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eyes. But it was not easy to detect changes in soul skills. The soul rings were still glowing, but compared to before, there was a noticeable shrinkage, indicating that the soul skills had been closed to reduce soul force consumption. No way, Oscar said. Boss Dai is also maintaining the effects of his first, third, and fourth soul rings. Tang San's eyes widened as he tried to see something through his purple extreme magic eyes, but ultimately found nothing. However, Oscar wouldn't lie to him for no reason. No, I can't see it. That's normal. After all, Boss Dai's skills aren't that refined. Oscar interjected. You should carefully feel the distribution of soul force on Boss Dai, if you can sense it. Following Oscar's advice, Tang San quickly discovered multiple areas on Dai Mu Bai's body where the soul force was particularly dense. The heart, eyes, neck, and joints were all weaknesses and vital points. Indeed, controlling the effects of soul skills concentrated the originally widespread effects into the weak points and vital areas, resembling armor plates. This is what is called the tiger armor. By the way, the name tiger armor was coined by Boss Dai himself. Oscar explained, by concentrating the effects of soul skills, the area covered by the effects is reduced, leading to a decrease in soul force consumption, but the effectiveness becomes stronger. You see, Lu Bai was still willing to take Boss Dai's attacks head-on before, but now he is starting to dodge. Tang San shifted his attention back to the battle between Lu Bai and Dai Mu Bai. Just as Oscar said, Lu Bai, who had previously clashed hard with Dai Mu Bai, was now continuously dodging Dai Mu Bai's attacks. Tang San pushed his purple extreme magic eyes to the limit and discovered something new. Although Dai Mu Bai's attacks were dodged, there were intense soul force fluctuations whenever they passed near Lu Bai's body. Was that soul force covering Lu Bai's surface? But pure soul force covering wouldn't provide such a level of defense. You noticed this on your first look? Your eyesight is impressive. Oscar was somewhat surprised by Tang San's sharp eyes. Lu Bai obviously can't just cover his surface with soul force. That would weigh soul force and be ineffective. The key lies in the flow and circulation of soul force. Flow, circulation? Tang San thought of his Xian Tiangong and Lu Bai's similar origins, and an idea emerged in his mind. Could it be that the soul force on Lu Bai's surface is maintained in a state of operation, continuously circulating between his body and the surface? No wonder he is a disciple of the master. His understanding is quick. Oscar couldn't help but praise. The faster the soul force operates, the stronger the resistance effect it can exert. With the speed of soul force's movement on Lu Bai's body surface, You might as well think of it as a soul skill that automatically counterattacks when under attack. As for maintaining the circulation of soul force, it is to allow the soul force to flow faster and to avoid excessive consumption. I see, Tang Sen nodded. But to reach the level of Lubai, relying solely on soul power, overclocking should not be enough. Even with his extraordinary physical abilities and his obviously abnormal combat skills, where do they come from? One is the control of soul power, the other is physical quality. Many of Lu Bai's self-created soul skills originate from his control over soul power. His strong physical quality allows those self-created soul skills to achieve better effects. Oscar then turned to Tang San and asked, "Have you ever tried circulating soul power within your body? I'm not talking about cultivating soul power, but simply keeping the soul power in your body running. Choose a starting point, let the soul power circulate in your body, then return to the starting point, and keep cycling." Tang San shook his head. "Then let's try it now," Oscar suggested seriously. "Keep the soul power in your body flowing, don't expend it. Just maintain the circulation." After saying this, Oscar noticed the other three were also looking at him, so he added, "If you're interested, you can try it too." Thus, the four of them began to let their soul power flow and circulate within their bodies. Chapter 75, Strength Test 3. The essence of cultivating soul power is to operate it in specific routes and patterns within the body, absorbing external energy to strengthen one's own soul power. As Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing allowed their soul power to start flowing and circulating, they slowly felt an increase in their internal soul power. However, since it was not following the routes and patterns of their cultivation methods, the increase was very slow. They actually wanted to follow the routes and patterns of their cultivation methods, but having been used to quietly meditating, the current standing position made it seem like a challenge to cultivate. However, after the soul power cycled for a dozen times, effects began to appear. "My body feels lighter," Xiao Wu exclaimed. Among the four, she had the best control over soul power. Although she had only transformed into a human for a little over 10 years. She had been a soul beast for nearly 100,000 years, so her experience in controlling soul power was undoubtedly rich. "I feel it too. It's truly amazing. Even though the soul power hasn't been consumed, it feels like my body has been enhanced by soul power." This was Ning Rongrong. Because she had trained and mastered the ability to multitask since childhood, her control over soul power was only slightly inferior to Xiao Wu's. "No, the soul power is still being consumed." Tang San's Xian Tiangong allowed him to control soul power more smoothly, and the circulation became more stable. During the soul power circulation, the external energy is drawn by our internal soul power, enhancing us, producing effects similar to soul power enhancement. "I feel the same." Zhu Zhuqing spoke briefly. She had the weakest control among the four, but at that moment, her condition was the best. The soul power within her flowed quietly, and she could clearly sense the external soul power merging into her body, strengthening it, and even felt that she could burst out with her maximum speed effortlessly. "Your talents are indeed very good," Oscar said without any surprise on his face. "But this is just the beginning. The effects of soul power circulation are not limited to this. Once you can maintain the circulation of soul power in your body while fighting at full strength, then you will have truly entered the door. At that time, you will also discover other effects of soul power circulation." Hearing Oscar say this, Tang San tried to maintain the flow of soul power in his body while turning his attention to the battle between Lu Bai and Dai Mu Bai. Hey, Lu Bai, what's wrong? Keep fighting me head on." Dai Mu Bai attacked quickly and accurately in succession. Although all of his attacks were currently dodged by Lu Bai, he ensured that every claw could strip away some of Lu Bai's surface soul power. It was a small amount, but effective as it could increase Lu Bai's consumption. If this could continue, winning this match would just be a matter of time. But it couldn't be that smooth. Lu Bai was likely about to start counterattacking. Although Dai Mu Bai had spent less time with Lu Bai compared to Oscar and Mahongjun, he had sparred with Lu Bai more times than the two of them combined. If anyone in Shrek knew Lu Bai's strength the best, it was definitely Dai Mu Bai. With another Tiger Claw strike, this time Lu Bai didn't dodge. Instead, he struck Dai Mu Bai's Tiger Claw with even faster speed, diverting it, and simultaneously charged into Dai Mu Bai's embrace, delivering a powerful punch. Dai Mu Bai was sent flying, grinning in the air. "I've seen your consecutive attack and hit move so many times. Do you think it will still be effective?" "Of course it is." Lu Bai rolled out a piece of bread and ate it, suddenly speaking. "Let me eat bread when I have time." Unexpectedly, the soul power breathing technique caused the effect of the bread to disappear early. As expected, skills that haven't been tested are better used sparingly in actual combat. Soul power breathing technique. Is it the breathing method you just used? It sounds like it could enhance soul power. Can we learn it? Dai Mubai asked while getting into position, not attacking immediately. Yes, but it's quite difficult. Lu Bai suddenly relaxed, his whole body loosening up, as the muscles that had been tense and swollen quickly shrank. After all, forcibly changing the instinct of breathing, if not persisted for several years, would show no results at all. It was finally time to get serious. Dai Mubai had a pained expression on his tiger face. I've noticed you've been going straight to hands-on practice lately. It's to practice the soul power breathing method, isn't it? Not entirely, but close enough. I have high expectations for the soul power breathing method. Rubindu did, his expression gradually becoming joyful. The skill practical test was over, and now it was time to enjoy the battle. After saying that, Lu Bai suddenly displayed a speed and strength that clearly exceeded before, rushing in front of Dai Mubai and unleashing a flurry of attacks. In an instant, Dai Mubai was completely suppressed, having to defend temporarily. Taking a deep breath, he increased his soul power output, activating his tiger armor state to cover his entire body, fully demonstrating the might of a strong attack-type soul master, enduring all of Lu Bai's attacks while simultaneously striking back with a powerful slap. However, Lu Bai still did not dodge or evade. The invisible layer of soul power around him seemed even stronger than before, withstanding Dai Mubai's tiger paw and claws while alternately delivering punches. Oscar and Mahongjun became excited watching. Come on, boss Dai. Knock him away. Lu Bai, don't be afraid. Go head on. Master had never seen such a ridiculous battle from a support-type soul master and was already dumbfounded. However, the intense battle also meant significant consumption. Lu Bai and Dai Mubai were fiercely fighting each other, and after a minute, the fluctuations of their soul power and the impact from their mutual strikes had diminished significantly. As they clashed again, both retreated a few steps simultaneously. Oscar and Mahongjun realized something and exclaimed in unison, "It's time to determine the winner." The 3 soul rings on Dai Mubai's body dimmed simultaneously, and the second soul ring, which had not been used, lit up and grew brighter. Finally, Dai Mubai raised his head and expelled a fist-sized golden sphere of light from his mouth. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Lu Bai formed a flower bud shape with his hands, placing them at his waist. A steady stream of soul power gathered in the palms of his hands, creating a visible orb of light. Finally, he pushed his hands forward, releasing a white soul power sphere, about the size of an open palm. Purely composed of soul power wave fist. The golden soul power sphere collided violently with the white soul power sphere, exploding. The impact was much smaller than imagined, as most of the power canceled each other out. I'm out of strength and soul power. Dai Mubai could barely maintain his martial soul possession state and sat down heavily on the ground, then lay back down. Master, do you understand a bit more about Lu Bai's combat ability now? A little bit. The master spoke with a complicated expression, paused, and pointed at Lu Bai, saying to Dai Mubai, "However, he doesn't seem to be in much better shape." What? Dai Mubai quickly raised his head to look at Lu Bai. Ahaha, the soul power gap at level 19 is indeed too great. Lu Bai's face turned pale, and he almost fell straight down, a bit overexerted. Chapter 76, Strengthening Training Schedule, Part 1. Lu Bai was eventually carried to the cafeteria. He wasn't injured, nor was it due to excessive consumption of soul power or mental power. Although both were indeed greatly consumed, they were not as severe as physical exhaustion. The master expressed that he never knew a person's stomach could make sounds resembling the roar of a wild beast. Aside from Lu Bai's special case, the test of the others went smoothly. After witnessing Lu Bai's combat abilities, the master felt that the combat abilities displayed by Oscar were also not hard to accept. Not to mention, he had the additional soul bone enhancement. As for the last of the 4 senior students, Mahongjun, one couldn't help but say, "Your black fire is truly disgusting." Xiao Wu looked at Mahongjun with an extremely disdainful expression. How can there be such fire in this world? Can that really be considered fire? Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing nearby all nodded repeatedly. They had been crushed by Mahongjun's series of 4 attacks. "Hey, enough already," Mahongjun said angrily. "It's just a bit darker in color, looks like black mud, sticks to the body, burns soul power, and requires a lot of soul power to forcibly get rid of it. Isn't that just like ordinary flames?" Xiao Wu's rabbit eyes widened. "Is there more?" Mahongjun said seriously. "It has a high temperature and can burn." Xiao Wu, that makes a lot of sense. Ahem, don't argue for now. The master lightly coughed twice. Although there were some twists and turns, I have seen your strengths today and have an idea for your training plan. Although it would be best for you to train together, the gap between you is too large, so for now, you can only be divided into 2 training groups. This cannot be changed. The difference lies not in talent, but in the thickness of the accumulated foundation. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqin couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Li Bai. No need to look at me like that. Li Bai stacked the empty plates together. I've finished my meal. I'll help you make the wrist guard when I get back. I've completed everything that needed to be done today, and I have other matters to attend to. You can arrange the remaining time as you wish. After saying this, the master hurriedly left. He was going to find Flander for money. The 4 of them turned their attention back to Li Bai. Got it, got it. Li Bai hurriedly stuffed 2 bites into his mouth and said, I'll go do it now. He ran out of the cafeteria. Seriously, he was only 6/10 full. Upon hearing this, the remaining 7 people in the cafeteria instinctively looked towards Li Bai's spot, where a pile of empty plates stood as high as a person, suddenly at a loss for words to express their feelings. In one afternoon, Li Bai not only made 4 pressure wristbands, but also took the time to forge 2 pieces of soul iron. He has been providing a piece of soul iron to Old Huang every month without interruption. It's unclear whether the blacksmiths in this world are not skilled enough or if the requirements for controlling soul power to forge soul iron are indeed too high. But so far, aside from Li Bai, no other blacksmith shop has been able to produce soul iron. As the reputation of soul iron gradually spread, a serious supply-demand imbalance emerged in the market. As a result, although the total amount of soul iron was increasing, the prices continued to rise. According to Li Bai's understanding, such a unique item usually attracts the attention of competitors or those with ulterior motives. However, over the past few years, nothing has happened to Old Huang's family. This made Li Bai feel that the people in this world are simple and gave him a new understanding of the low social status of blacksmiths in this world. Undoubtedly, blacksmiths occupy the lowest end of the occupational hierarchy in this world. However, as the only provider of soul iron, Old Huang's son has seen his status in the blacksmith community rise significantly. 2 years ago, he successfully became the president of the Sachuo City Blacksmith Association. However, not long after that, Old Huang's son moved from Sachuo City to a village near Shrek, living with Old Huang and practicing blacksmithing at Old Huang's shop whenever he had time. Due to the increase in numbers, Old Huang had to renovate and expand the old shop. The current shop has been expanded to accommodate 8 people. Li Bai has never neglected Old Master Huang just because he became a soul master or had a stable source of income. He still remembers that during the most difficult times, it was thanks to the first bucket of gold provided by Old Master Huang that he didn't waste too much time at the starting line. He believes that even a small favor should be repaid with great gratitude, and he has always acted accordingly. Years ago, Li Bai began to teach Old Master Huang's son the method of forging soul iron, and he's been doing so ever since. Before dark, Li Bai brought 2 pieces of soul iron to Old Master Huang's shop. Grandpa Huang, I'm here to see you. Li Bai has arrived. Old Master Huang has grown increasingly frail over the years, but his muscles remain as strong as ever. What brings you here to visit this old man today? I managed to forge 2 pieces of iron, and I brought them over for you to take a look. Li Bai waved the bag he was carrying, which contained the forged iron ingots. Let me take a look, said Old Master Huang, squinting as he took out the ingots from the bag. Not bad. The quality is even better than last month's. He casually put away 2 iron ingots and took out 2 gold soul coins to hand over. As agreed, here's your payment. Li Bai, just like in the past, smiled and took it, saying, Thank you, Grandpa Huang. Thank you for what? As he spoke, Grandpa Huang suddenly coughed violently twice. Cough, cough, cough. Li Bai quickly used his soul power to gradually penetrate into Old Master Huang's body, helping him to sort out his physical condition. Huh. Old Master Huang felt better. If it weren't for you, I would have left 2 years ago. You say that. Li Bai pointed at himself. Wasn't it thanks to you that I could afford to eat back then? He. Old Master Huang smiled, but gradually became serious. Li Bai, I'm going to die soon. Le bel esteemed kitli. You're a good child, always remembering the things I helped you with back then. Therefore, all the kindness you show to our family, I have received. Old Master Huang said slowly, but that is enough. After I am gone, teach my son once again. If he still cannot learn, you won't have to take care of him anymore. You don't need to send the soul iron every month. Give it to whoever you want. Okay, Li Bai said seriously. Ha ha ha. I knew you were a good child. Old Master Huang patted Li Bai's shoulder. I have spent my whole life forging iron, and I am truly happy to have met you. This was Li Bai's last conversation with Old Master Huang. The next morning, Li Bai distributed the 4 pressure wristbands he had made to Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqin, teaching them how to use them. and then watched the four of them perform face-changing. After a while, more people arrived, and the audience for the face-changing performance grew to 4. When Master also came, the audience cleared out. Master confirmed that Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing already knew how to use the pressure wristbands, and then set them aside to practice on their own while he took the remaining 4 to an open space next to the playground. After yesterday's practical testing, I can confirm your levels have far surpassed your peers. Master started by praising them. If we follow normal standards, you no longer need my training. However, you're monsters, and I think you should be able to and desire to advance further. The effects of individual physical training cannot be better than the pressure wristbands, so I can only provide you suggestions in the areas I'm good at. In simple terms, the training direction I set for you 4 is to strengthen your abilities as attack type and support type soul masters. Chapter 77, Strengthening Training Arrangement, Part 2. You say you want to strengthen your abilities as attack type and support type soul masters, but what exactly do you need to do? Master got straight to the point. As soul masters, your foundation is already very solid. To further strengthen your abilities, simply consolidating the basics is not enough. You need more targeted high-intensity training. First is Daimubai. You are an attack-type soul master with comprehensive physical ability enhancement. What you need is stronger attack power, defense, and strength. For this, you need to experience more fighting and being fought. For you now, continuously engaging in battles like yesterday with Lubai is the best training. Daimubai clenches fist. Understood. As soon as you finish speaking, I will fight Lubai. Master. No. Lubai has other training. So I will have Vice Dean Zhao Wujia accompany you in battle. As soon as Master finished speaking, Zhao Wujia jumped out from behind him. Then, Daimubai was dragged away with a face of. The 3 watched as Daimubai was taken away, listening to Master continue. Next is Oscar. Your sausage martial soul is of extremely high quality, and the auxiliary effects of your 3 soul skills are well combined. You can even perform a martial soul fusion technique with Labai. In terms of auxiliary ability, even the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda might not surpass you. Originally, support-type soul masters like you only need to find ways to survive longer in battle and maintain the auxiliary effects on their companions. However, you possess combatability, so the usual strengthening methods for support-type soul masters are useless for you. If you were a battle soul master, you would be a battle soul master with powerful auxiliary abilities, truly perfect. But you are a support-type soul master. And aside from your extremely superior combat and survival abilities compared to other support-type soul masters, you are not qualified as a support-type soul master. Oscar subconsciously wanted to refute, but Master interrupted. Don't rush to deny. Let me ask you, do you know how much soul power a single sausage can restore? What level of injuries can it heal? What is the maximum amount of soul power you can infuse into a sausage? How much will this soul power enhance the effect of your sausage? Will this soul power affect the feeling of fullness produced by your sausage? What level of poison can your sausage detoxify? Can infusing more soul power result in a sausage with a stronger detoxifying effect? What is the maximum and minimum soul power your scale sausage can release at one time? A series of questions left Oscar stunned. Stop it. Master, stop it. I'm just a mediocre support type soul master. Realizing one's shortcomings is a good thing. Master's tone softened slightly. Your combat ability is commendable, but you cannot neglect your auxiliary abilities in order to enhance your combat ability. That would be like losing the essence for the sake of the trivial. So for the time being, what you need to do is follow Teacher Xiao and learn how to be a good support-type soul master. Of course, combat training cannot stop. Generally, support-type soul masters cannot manage both, but you are a monster, so don't tell me you can't do it. Oscar wanted to say he couldn't do it, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw Xiao Exent, the only food-type soul saint of Shrek, popping up from somewhere his round, chubby face wearing a kind smile as he walked towards him. Mahongjun. Master's gaze fell on Mahongjun. Your greatest advantage is your extremely powerful, mutated martial soul. In terms of attack power, Daimubai is not even a match for you. Although your flying ability somewhat compensates for your deficiencies in defense and strength, you have another very obvious drawback: consumption. Whether it's releasing flames or flying, you need to consume a large amount of soul power. Your 3rd soul skill even has the side effect of increasing soul power consumption, so your sustained combat ability is very poor. Normally, this doesn't show, but once you encounter an opponent who knows how to deal with your flames, your shortcomings will become apparent. But Master, Mahongjun wanted to say, did you not say we are whole? With Labai and Oscar around, I don't need to worry about consumption at all. The energy consumed by my black fire can be controlled by myself. If I only use it as a trump card, sustaining combat is not a problem. I did say that. and your idea is also valid. Master nodded, then shifted the topic. However, training is not real combat. Knowing your shortcomings means you should make up for them unless the significance of making up is minimal. The training plan Liu Bai said in the past has already allowed you to master the ability to overcome your shortcomings. You just haven't unearthed it yet. Therefore, Dean Flander, your teacher, will accompany you well in the next period. In Mahongjun's desperate gaze, Flander descended from the sky, his lenses reflecting intense white light. Hongjun, let's go. He then grabbed Mahongjun as if he were a chick. Finally, only Liu Bai was left. Liu Bai, you are very special, Master said with a serious expression. According to my research over the years, a soul master with an ordinary food-type martial soul and innate soul power of only 2 levels would never possess your current strength throughout their life. Not to mention that both of your soul rings are the lowest 10-year soul rings. By the way, I don't believe that is an attribute of your martial soul. From a realistic perspective, the soul rings do count as attributes of my martial soul. However, it is also a fact that there are reasons leading to this phenomenon. Li Bai admitted generously. I have the ability to break through without being constrained by bottlenecks. However, this ability is still not enough to break the rules of this world, which state that soul masters must possess soul rings to continue increasing their soul power level. Therefore, my ability prompts my martial soul to spontaneously generate soul rings. The master did not respond, but simply asked, so, does that mean you have the ability to change the age of soul rings? No, that truly cannot be done. Liu Bai said with a hint of regret, the ability to ignore bottlenecks is not something I actively use. Rather, it passively affects me. The emergence of soul rings is the same. It is beyond my control. Even the effects of the soul rings are not something I can decide. So that's how it is, the master nodded. Then your level of strength is understandable. If I guessed correctly, the ability to ignore bottlenecks you just mentioned should not only apply to breakthroughs in soul power levels, but also to the bottlenecks in physical abilities and soul power control, right? You've noticed that. Li Bai was slightly surprised, but also felt it was reasonable. After all, the master's setting could be regarded as the Zhuge Liang of this world, as you said. However, my own talent is not high, and one could even say it is very low, so reaching the bottleneck will require a lot of effort. It's just a matter of spending more time. The master's tone revealed envy. Unlike me, I will likely never break through the level 29 bottleneck in this lifetime. Liu Bai immediately comforted, don't worry. The opportunity will come soon. The master was taken aback, and after regaining his composure, asked, what do you mean by opportunity? The chance for your breakthrough. Liu Bai selectively reveals the future. Soon, you will receive a treasure that will help you break through. The master is not excited, but rather puzzled. How do you know? Treasures are not so easily obtained, right? It's too early to say these things now, just know it. Liu Bai waved his hand, indicating that he couldn't speak freely. By the way, Master, I learned about your situation from the Dean. It seems you have always felt that your innate soul power is only half a level because of your mutated martial soul. The Master replied, isn't it? Li Bai smiled mysteriously. I wonder if you, Master, have heard of innate deficiency. Chapter 78, The Master of Innate Deficiency. Innate deficiency? The Master thought of his innate soul power. Does it mean my innate soul power level is very low? No, Liu Bai explained. When I say innate, I am not referring to innate soul power, but only to the innate martial soul and physical condition. For example, a normal person has all 4 limbs intact. If someone is born with a missing hand or foot, then it can be said that this person is innately deficient. The Master understood. What you mean is that my martial soul has had defects since its birth. Yes, and it is due to your innate lack of soul power. Li Bai nodded and said, I have studied some of your theories. Among them is the conjecture about the relationship between innate soul power and the quality of martial souls. You believe that the level of innate soul power is determined by the quality of the martial soul. However, I think the opposite is true. It is not the quality of the martial soul that determines the level of innate soul power, but rather the level of innate soul power that determines the quality of the martial soul. The Master listened carefully, thought for a moment, and said, your idea is good. At first glance, it completely contradicts my viewpoint, but upon closer examination, according to your argument, it can also fully explain the current situation between innate soul power and martial soul quality. The Master had studied martial souls for many years, and regardless of past records or what he had personally witnessed, he had never seen a case where a person had a very high level of innate soul power but a very low-quality martial soul. That was why he was able to assert that Tang San, with full innate soul power, had a martial soul that was blue silvergrass and was a twin martial soul. At this point, The master shook his head regretfully and said, "Unfortunately, we cannot prove that our own viewpoints are correct or that the other's viewpoints are wrong. If we say," Lu Bai revealed a triumphant smile, as if a conspiracy had succeeded. "Can I present evidence?" The master stared at Lu Bai in silence for a while before finally speaking. "That still doesn't change anything." "Not necessarily." Lu Bai stepped forward and patted the master's shoulder. "Theory can guide practice, helping ignorant soul masters become stronger more quickly, or even become stronger. Just like me, even though everyone tells me that support-type soul masters have no combat ability, I still found a way to fight." A glimmer seemed to flash in the master's eyes as he asked, "Can I know how you prove that?" "Of course, this evidence is related to you as well, and I intend to tell you about it." Lu Bai pointed at the master and said, "Initially, I had this idea while listening to Dean Flanders introduce your Golden Iron Triangle martial soul fusion technique. After hearing the Dean's introduction, I had 3 questions. The first question is, why is your martial soul the core of the fusion when the Dean, another person, and you activate the martial soul fusion technique? I know that the core of martial soul fusion techniques is unrelated to the soul power level of the soul masters. So I immediately had a second question. What exactly is the flaw in your martial soul? According to your research, the most critical condition for activating the martial soul fusion technique is complementarity. This means that the martial souls that can fuse must have some kind of flaw. Compared to the Dean and the other person, the possibility of your mutated martial soul having a flaw is undoubtedly greater. Based on the first and second questions, I thought a possibility, which is my third question, could it be that the other 2 people's martial souls do not have obvious flaws, but just happen to complement the flaws of your martial soul, thus allowing the martial soul fusion technique to be achieved? Following this line of thought, along with your publicly available research findings, I found an answer that could resolve my doubts. Your martial soul mutation is actually a mutation in a positive direction. However, because your innate soul power level is too low, it is insufficient to support your martial soul in completing the entire mutation process. It's like a seed that could grow into a towering tree, but, having just sprouted, is forever stuck in the seedling stage due to a lack of water and nutrients. Nevertheless, this seedling still has the potential to become a towering tree through the complementary abilities of the other 2 people's martial souls. Your martial soul can temporarily showcase its potential. In other words, the existence of your martial soul and the martial soul fusion technique might serve as evidence to support my argument. The master understood this. He silently organized his thoughts in his mind and said to Lu Bai, "At first glance, it does make a lot of sense. According to what you said, it can indeed explain my situation well. However, based on your statement, it cannot explain the situation of my disciple, Tang San. He has a full innate soul power, but his martial soul is blue silvergrass, which clearly does not conform to your theory that innate soul power determines the quality of a martial soul." "No, it does conform." Li Bai smiled and said, "Tang San's blue silvergrass is not the same as ordinary blue silvergrass. Even with full innate soul power, ordinary blue silvergrass cannot have his kind of cultivation speed. The power of the soul skills unleashed after adding soul rings is not that great either." The master frowned. "Just based on this point, you are certain that his blue silvergrass is extraordinary? Isn't that a bit hasty? Master, you have studied the soul masters with blue silver grass martial souls, right?" Lu Bai said, "But I can be sure that you have never seen those soul masters with your own eyes, nor have you experienced the power of their soul skills." The master paused and replied, "Yes, I indeed have not seen them, nor have I experienced them. The only blue silver grass soul master I have seen with my own eyes is Shao San." Lu Bai smiled and said, "It seems that only when Tang San's blue silver grass truly reveals its form can my point of view be proven correct. I'm too confident." Suddenly, the master said, "The tone and demeanor in which you are speaking right now are too confident, as if you have already seen that future." Lu Bai was stunned for a moment, and his smile looked a bit more serious. "If I say yes, I really did see such a future, would you believe me?" The master fell silent again. After a long while, the master gently sighed and looked at Lu Bai. "I believe you. Then the rest is up to time." Li Bai smiled and said, just after finishing, he remembered something and asked, "Master, it seems you haven't told me what I will be training on next. I thought you didn't need to know." The master joked, "With so many thoughts and all of them being quite mature, you should know how to get stronger without me having to say anything, right?" "Ahem." Lu Bai coughed twice falsely. "Although I do have a plan. If I could hear your plan, Master, I could learn from it. At the very least, I could use it as a reference to see if I have overlooked anything. Then I'll share mine." The master gradually restored his stiff expression. "Yesterday, when I watched you battle Mu Bai, I noticed that your physical fitness is almost comparable to that of Mu Bai when he is in his martial soul form. However, it seems you are not fighting relying solely on your physical abilities, which is why you have trained your body to such an extent. That's right. Li Bai doesn't understand why the master said this. So let me explain. I exercise just to better bear the soul power, and during battles, so that my body won't be injured from the strain of the soul power. Chapter 79. It's nothing more than this. Not being injured by the strain of soul power? The master inferred from what Li Bai said. This statement seems to suggest that when you fight, it's not your body that is moving, but rather the body is being driven by soul power. Master, you can be more confident and remove the word seems. Lu Bai clenched his fist. When fighting with all my strength, I rely on soul power to drive my body. Without this, I wouldn't be able to compete with powerful soul masters at all. Even without the effects of a martial soul, I can still use soul power to drive my body. Your control over soul power is indeed far superior to others. The master recalled in detail the battle between Lu Bai and Dai Mu Bai yesterday. When I saw Mu Bai fighting you, he hadn't even touched your body before being blocked by an invisible force. Was it also soul power? Lu Bai extended his hand. You can actually feel it. The master looked at Lu Bai's hand, seeing and feeling nothing. As he reached out, when he got close enough, he was suddenly repelled by something. What is this? The master, surprised, seemed to touch around Lu Bai's hand with both hands. What a wonderful feeling. Clearly, I can't see anything or feel any soul power, but the closer I get to your skin, the stronger the repulsive force I feel. I am compressing my soul power with all my strength, so the emitted fluctuations of soul power are very weak. Lu Bai retracted his hand. The reason I can't see it is that my soul power level is currently too low. Once my soul power level increases a bit more, or when my soul power control ability becomes stronger, I should be able to condense my soul power to a degree that can be observed by the naked eye. Pure soul power condensation does not have this kind of repulsive effect. The master said while thinking, is this the effect of the flowing state of soul power that you mentioned? Yes. Lu Bai nodded. But to achieve this level of effect, it's not just about flow. It also requires sufficient speed and compression. However, the faster the flow speed, the harder it is to compress. Currently, in the academy, aside from me, only Oscar can barely manage it. But the repulsion effect he can produce is very weak. It's better than nothing. I can imagine that. The master looked at Lu Bai, seemingly a bit impressed. Among the soul masters I know, in terms of soul power control ability, you are definitely the strongest. I will be even happier when you become the most capable in combat. Li Bai is not very impressed by the master's praise, and then asks again, so master, what exactly does the intensive training you arrange for me entail? The master, with a stiff expression, shows a hint of wicked amusement. It's up to you to figure it out. Train the same way you did before, and continue doing so. Lu Bai immediately wanted to curse. The master added a few human words. However, the necessary intensity needs to be increased a bit more. In particular, you need to further enhance the effectiveness of your pressure wristbands. Training under pressure can accelerate your soul power growth and also strengthen your body. Because it's you, I guess your soul power control ability will also improve. But Lu Bai still wanted to roll his eyes. After all that, is this it? The master nodded rigidly. That's it. Lu Bai had nothing to say, and he remembered this grudge. Then he continued to grind the levels of various skills. Fortunately, the numbers on the panel jumped, and the increase always looked so lovely, quickly dispelling Lu Bai's frustration. The day came to an end. After finishing his stamina training, Lu Bai prepared to go to the cafeteria to replenish some nutrition before heading back to his room. On the way, he saw Dai Mu Bai, who had turned into a mosaic, collapsed on the playground, with Zhao Wuji nearby cursing, seemingly hoping that Dai Mu Bai could stand up again. After taking a few more steps, with a whoosh, Flanders landed, still holding onto Mahongjun. The latter had already lost consciousness, looking like he had burned out completely, as if even the color of his hair had lightened. Flanders spoke up. Is your training for today finished? Yes. Lu Bai slightly bowed to show respect. His physical strength had reached its limit, and he needed to replenish his nutrition as soon as possible. Flanders nodded and said, starting this week, the Academy will prepare medicinal baths for you every week. The herbs you need for this week's medicinal bath have already been delivered to your room this morning. Whenever you feel your body is starting to overdraw, you can use those herbs to make a medicinal bath. I will. Lu Bai stood up straight, looked directly into Flanders' eyes, and sincerely thanked him. Thank you. Working hard is the best way you can thank me. Flanders slowly walked away with Mahongjun, leaving behind a murmured remark filled with disappointment. Maybe you eight are the last batch of students from Shrek. Li Bai looked at Flanders' lonely figure and thought, Compared to knowing in advance that Shrek would not disappear, Flandre should be more focused on strategies for running the academy. Without saying much, he continued on his way. After a few steps, he saw 3 old ladies from nearby villages carrying the 3 girls, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, towards the dormitory. Practicing with pressure wristbands could even make one dizzy. Are they really that dedicated? Li Bai expressed that he was scared but pretended not to see. Later, he saw Oscar running while muttering to himself, with a blank expression on his face, and his running movements became very mechanical. Lu Bai seemed to be listening carefully, as if reciting some auxiliary spirit master guidelines. Fortunately, I'm not a serious auxiliary spirit master, Lu Baiqing thought happily. Finally, he saw Tang San in the cafeteria. What are you doing here? Lu Bai asked Tang San. On my way here, I saw Xiao Wu and the other 3 girls being carried by the aunties from the village. I thought you were also carried back to the dormitory by the master. Tang San's expression was not very good, and there were still some stains at the corner of his mouth. You know my cultivation method. Compared to your soul power, mine is more balanced and stable, making it easier to control. Truly the Xiantian skill, Li Bai enviously said. By the way, you just started using the pressure wristband today. It's best to turn it off while eating. It's also better not to start it right after you finish eating, otherwise you'll feel nauseous. Tang San had a bitter expression. You should have said it earlier. Ahem, it's not a big deal. Lu Bai quickly changes the topic. I heard from the master that you can forge iron. Tang San follows the topic. Yes. Although I'm far from as good as my dad, I'm better than an average blacksmith. The materials for making hidden weapons are all forged by me. Actually, I can forge iron too. Lu Bai smiled and said, when I was young, there was no place to make money. I relied on following the blacksmith in the nearby village to make a living. I built a blacksmith shop next to my living quarters, equipped with all the necessary tools. If you need anything, you can come and use it anytime. That's great. Tang San looked very happy. I was originally planning to build a place near the dormitory to set up a furnace specifically for blacksmithing, but now I can save a lot of time and money. Feel free to use it. Li Bai said. Anyway, I spend most of my time cultivating, so I don't use it much in a month. It's a waste to just leave it there. Tang San nodded and said, then I won't be polite. After eating and drinking enough, the 2 parted ways and returned to their respective places. Lu Bai pushed the door open and immediately saw the medicine that Flandre mentioned, neatly packaged, placed on the table in the room. Li Bai took out some medicine, examined it carefully, and sniffed it. The age wasn't high, but the quality was decent. This formula was provided by master, right? It only slightly improved the old recipe, so the effect is quite average. The skill of dispensing medicine is just like woodworking and cooking. It's easy to level up and improves very quickly. In the past few years, Li Bai has read all the medical books and related literature available in the academy in Soto City, and his skill level on the panel has risen to LV41. Based on the master's improvement of the prescriptions, it translates to Li Bai's skill level, which is approximately LV4. A combat power that's not even at 5. Just a worthless piece of trash. Lu Bai said a joke that only he knows, shifting his focus to bathing and training before his mood becomes even lower. Chapter 80, Soul Power Control Enhancement Training. The day after the master arranged the training, Dai Mu Bai, who has not fully returned to human form, is already roaring and sparring with Zhao Wuji. Occasionally, cries of despair from Mahongjun can be heard from the sky, but he doesn't say he wants to give up. Oscar's expression looks even more dazed, but his steps forward show no hesitation. Tang San begins to try to control the pressure wristbands more steadily. Even though he just had breakfast, the 3 girls perform much better than yesterday, still looking pale, clearly having raised the pressure on themselves. TSK, everyone is working so hard. This makes me feel embarrassed to slack off, and I have to think about the training content myself. I've noted this down as a grudge. Lu Bai muttered unhappily. If I want to continue enhancing the effect of the pressure wristbands, I need stronger soul power. My current soul power intensity and enhancement speed are already very close to the limit. The only way to increase the soul power intensity in a short time is to level up my soul control skills further and then achieve it through soul power overclocking. With a clear goal, Lu Bai's thoughts no longer flitted around like a headless fly. Strengthening the soul control training he had done before was not enough. He needed something stronger. The precision of his control was currently sufficient, but to compress more soul power, he needed to enhance the strength of his control. With this in mind, Lu Bai immediately tried to maintain his control over the soul power while extending it as far as possible. However, he stopped after 2 seconds. He could only extend it 3 meters? Lu Bai just realized that there's a serious imbalance in the way he has practiced soul power control over the years. There is no need to hesitate now. He needs to find a way to strengthen his control. However, Lu Bai is not planning to relax his training in precision. Anyway, the two are not in conflict. Doing both at the same time is just a bit more challenging. Lu Bai came to the only creek by the academy and controlled his soul power to grasp a water droplet like a hand. He then repeated this action until he could control the maximum number of soul hands at the same time. Next, he tried to maintain the state of these soul hands, holding the water droplets while moving them away from himself, to the point where any slight misstep would cause him to lose control of the soul power, leading to the water droplets falling to the ground. Moreover, he had to immediately compensate for any droplets that fell. Lu Bai felt that his mind was continuously overclocking, and his mental energy was rapidly depleting. 5 minutes later, Lu Bai's mental energy was completely exhausted. Not only did the water droplets all fall, but even the soul power, overclocking, and pressure wristbands in his body were difficult to maintain. This is troublesome. Lu Bai rubbed his temples while deep in thought. The consumption of his mental energy was much greater than expected, and he needed to find a way to speed up its recovery. However, Lu Bai did not have any cultivation methods for mental energy. In fact, no one in this world, at least among those Lu Bai knew, had such methods. Soul masters generally relied on soul bones or certain special fortuitous encounters to enhance their mental energy, especially head soul bones, which, even if their primary effect is not to enhance mental energy, can significantly increase the strength of the user's mental energy. But it was okay. Mental energy inherently has the characteristic of slow, automatic recovery. As long as the rate of consumption does not exceed the recovery rate, one can maintain their mental state. Otherwise, those soul masters who replace sleep with the cultivation of soul power would all eventually suffer from sudden death, one after another. Lu Bai really doesn't understand the method of cultivating mental strength, but he knows how to improve the speed of mental recovery through sleep. In particular, deep sleep not only allows for quick recovery of mental strength, but also remarkably efficiently restores physical strength. It's true that after so many years of replacing sleep with cultivation, in the end, he still has to grind for sleep levels. If he had known it would turn out this way, he should have started grinding earlier. Lu Bai lamented the impermanence of life. At first, he thought that replacing sleep with cultivation could also allow him to recover, while making the most of his time to improve his soul power level, enhance his soul power control ability, and develop the skill of multitasking. It could be said to be killing multiple birds with one stone. Therefore, although Lu Bai knew that his recovery efficiency would increase after his sleep level improved, he still chose to replace sleep with cultivation. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to start now. Lu Bai muttered to himself, finding a relatively dry spot near the creek. Lying down and adjusting his breathing, quickly entering a state of sleep. As long as he followed the panel's guidance, insomnia was non-existent. If the level of sleep was high enough, breaking De Xiong's record for falling asleep was not impossible. 3 hours later, Lu Bai's mental strength was fully restored, and he woke up from his slumber. Wow, that was such a refreshing sleep. It had been so long since he slept, and it felt so good. After years of not sleeping, combined with his mental strength returning from empty to full, the huge contrast made Lu Bai experience an unprecedented sense of comfort. Like a long-suffering dragon king, Shura, divine doctor, or war god finally having his identity revealed by a big shot in front of everyone and smiling crookedly. It was that exhilarating. It was also like pressing a guy who constantly talked nonsense down to the ground and hammering him until he begged for mercy. Such a refreshing feeling. In the future, he should try to sleep well. At worst, he could schedule skills that allowed him to cultivate automatically while sleeping. Lu Bai thought to himself, take advantage of this opportunity to get it done, so he wouldn't have to set aside time for it in the future. Thus, Lu Bai began his soul power control enhancement training. He spent 5 minutes exhausting his mental energy, followed by 3 hours recovering it, and then repeated the cycle of exhausting his mental energy for another 5 minutes. With each cycle, Lu Bai could judge which areas of his training were lacking based on the speed and amplitude of the numbers on his panel, attempt to correct them, and then try again. The second day quickly passed. Then came the third day and the fourth day. On the seventh day, Lu Bai had just started to see some small gains, while Tang San and the 3 girls had already mastered the use of the pressure wristbands. Although they couldn't use them freely yet, they could already move around comfortably at the lowest setting. The master appeared at the right moment, announcing that Tang San and the 3 girls' training had entered the second phase. From that day on, their daily task became running with Oscar while keeping the pressure wristbands activated the whole time. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai, by the end of each day, was no longer a pile of pixels lying there, but a standing pixelated figure. Recently, Mahongjun in the sky had stopped screaming and could endure longer. His flying speed had increased, and he had become much more agile. However, when facing Flender, he still couldn't escape being treated like a small chicken. Oscar had memorized all the content and no longer held a book. Now he just ran while quietly mumbling something to himself. In the blink of an eye, the second week had passed. The other's progress had gradually slowed, but Liu Bai's pace of improvement was accelerating. He could now restore all his mental energy with just 2 hours of sleep. What used to be a 5-minute endurance for water manipulation had now extended to 7 minutes. He could control more soul power simultaneously, and the number of water droplets floating around him had increased. The maximum range he could control his soul power had expanded from under 3 meters to nearly 4 meters. The training continued. Another half-month passed, marking 1 month since training began. Dai Mubai could now spar with Zhao Wujia for an entire day while remaining relatively intact. At least he no longer needed to be pixelated. Mahongjun had begun to adapt to the sensation of flying in the sky, and his speed was now commensurate with his soul power level, becoming much more agile. Most importantly, he had started to learn how to allocate his soul power more finely and appropriately, controlling his flames more accurately in battle and maintaining aerial combat for up to an hour. Oscar's expression was no longer blank. When exercising with Tang San and the 3 girls, he would timely provide them with his sausages, which were always restored to exactly 100, with no waste of his own soul power. Liu Bai's required sleep time for recovering mental energy has been reduced to 5 hours. At the same time, his controllable soul power has further increased, allowing him to maintain control for a maximum of 10 minutes, with the maximum distance he can control expanding to 5 meters. Continuing to work hard. A month has passed, and 3 months have gone by since the training began. Tang San and the 3 girls have finally fully adapted to the pressure bracelets, and their physical fitness has improved significantly. Meanwhile, their soul power has progressed rapidly. After 3 months, Tang San and Xiao Wu have both increased their soul power by 1 level, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing have increased by 2 levels. These 2 were already on the verge of a breakthrough, and shortly after starting the intensive training, they both broke through. Oscar has fully grasped the way of an auxiliary soul master, running around every day, delivering sausages to the others in training. He even helps out, fighting for time for others to eat sausages and recover. Dai Mubai and Mahongjun have finally been able to complete a full day of training without losing consciousness. The former doesn't need to be pixelated, and the latter can land more energetically. The master has noticed the progress of the 7 people excluding Liu Bai and has decided to let them form a team to start group battle training. There are suspicions that the master is intentionally sidelining Liu Bai, but Liu Bai himself doesn't have the extra energy to care about that. Every day, he either surrounds himself with countless water droplets or sleeps like a corpse. The master simply cannot understand what kind of training Liu Bai is undergoing. However, before making a decision, the master has clearly explained the situation to Liu Bai. After listening, Liu Bai thought for a moment and said, "Let's have the 7 of them form a team first. In the Grand Soul, arena's team battles. And with the grand event a year from now, the maximum team size can only be 7. One of us must be a substitute. As for me, I can fit in with any role, whether it's a strength attacker, agility attacker, support, or control type. I'm more suitable to be a substitute than others." "Control type?" the master asked curiously. "I admit that with your abilities, you can handle strength, agility, or support roles. But it seems that you haven't demonstrated any control abilities so far." "I just mastered it recently," Liu Bai said, controlling his soul power to fix the master's current posture. For now, the strength is still a bit lacking. But in about 2 months, there should be some control effect. The master felt his body enveloped by an invisible force. His strength was not strong, and for a moment, he couldn't move. "All right, I know you have control ability. Let me go quickly." Liu Bai retracted his soul power somewhat speechlessly. "Master, your strength is too weak. You should exercise a bit when you have time. Even if you only do research, your body is also very important." "I know," the master nodded slightly awkwardly. And as he was about to leave, he added, "Whenever you feel you've finished your training, remember to let me know. Even as a substitute, you still need to blend well with others." Liu Bai, "All right." And then another month has passed. Hiss. Liu Bai stood by the creek, breathing slowly and deeply, already quite skilled. But compared to normal breathing, there was still a noticeable hint of unnaturalness. Centered around Liu Bai, within 100 meters, streams of water as thick as fingers flowed without touching each other, interweaving in a very complex manner, creating a seemingly chaotic half-sphere made up of countless flowing streams. In the sunlight, the soul power mixed in the water gave the clear creek a slight pale halo, with light continuously refracting and reflecting between the streams, producing a somewhat dreamy quality. Chapter 81. One-on-one with Zhao Wuji. These 4 months passed by so quickly. Lu Bai controlled the flowing water around him to create various wonderful poses while walking towards a playground not far away. The soul power fluctuations that came today were also very strong, with all 7 participating against the combination of the Dean and the Vice Dean. He wondered how the battle was going. His soul power control range had finally increased to 100 meters, but the skill level displayed on the panel was surprisingly only LV70. According to convention, shouldn't it be LV 100 at this time? However, it was sufficient and much stronger than 4 months ago. It was about time to go and coordinate with them. With a flick of his soul power, all the water within a 100-meter radius gathered into a stream, without a single drop spilling outside. Supported by his soul power, his body slowly lifted off the ground, entering a floating state, moving forward at a speed slightly faster than running. With the enhanced control, I could do this flashy thing now. Essentially, he was using soul power as a stepping board, filling the space between his body and the ground. And by manipulating the flow of soul power, he replaced the friction between his feet and the ground to propel his body forward. However, to those who didn't know the principle, Lu Bai appeared to be in a floating state, as if he was flying. Soon, he arrived at the playground. But the battle was almost over. A group of soul masters, the highest level being only 42, faced off against 2 soul saints close to level 80, resulting in either instant kills or overwhelming defeats. When a master saw Lu Bai flying over, he immediately waved to signal him to come over. "Oh, master, my training has finally come to an end." Lu Bai Fei floated beside the master, maintaining a state of suspension, and said with a hint of pride, "The progress I've made in the last month is much greater than I expected, and it took less time. Now, I'm confident that I can easily defeat the version of myself from 4 months ago." Having confidence is a good thing. The master looked Lu Bai up and down, but after a while he still couldn't see what changes Lu Bai had undergone. The 7 of them had been training together for a month, and their teamwork had improved significantly. Right now, you probably can only serve as a substitute. Those are just minor issues. Lu Bai waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "I originally had no interest in these competitions and team battles, but to avoid Xiao Wu encountering the current pope of the Wuhuan Temple, I need to step in for her." Although he did not mention the name Bibi Dong, the master understood that when Lu Bai referred to the current pope, he was speaking to himself. Xiao Wu? What conflict does she have with the current pope? A deep-seated grudge. Lu Bai's tone remained unchanged, but the master's mindset had shifted. Feeling that Lu Bai's words carried a hint of solemnity, once they met, it would inevitably lead to one side's death. You wouldn't want to see such a situation, would you? Of course not, the master said stiffly. But why didn't you exclude Xiao Wu from the team from the very beginning? If you wanted to do that, you could have. You also said that if I wanted to. Lu Bai retracted his soul power, landed on the ground, and stood straight. What I want is for everyone to be happy. A future like that is always more desirable to me than one that requires the sacrifice and tears of certain individuals. The master nodded. It was unclear whether he agreed with Lu Bai's words or simply understood. Therefore, necessary combat training and adaptation are still required. Lu Bai looked eager to join them. How about 8 of us competing against the 2 deans? Before the master could respond, someone else answered Lu Bai. No need. It's already over. Flandra landed in front of Lu Bai and folded his wings. Behind him, the 7 others had already laid down. Lu Bai, your training is finally complete. Zhao Wuji walked over with a smile, his massive size quickly shrinking. By the time he reached Lu Bai, he had become even shorter than Lu Bai. Why do I feel like you haven't changed at all? Teacher Zhao, if you say that, then I'm not happy. Lu Bai clenched his fist, looking unwilling. If I weren't still unable to defeat you right now, I would definitely challenge you to a one-on-one. Ha. Zhao Wui has always appreciated Lu Bai's straightforward style. Only you would dare to say that. But you can give it a try. I promise I will use at most my 4th soul skill. I can also limit my soul power to around level 40 or 50. You clearly meant level 40 just now. Lu Bai's eyes widened. In the past 4 months, my soul power has only increased by 1 level. And I'm only at level 23 now. As a level 78 battle soul saint, you're actually going to use level 50 soul power to duel with me. A level 23 support type soul master? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Come on. I can't speak for others, but you can't judge by common sense. Zhao Wujia said calmly. I wanted to say 60 level soul power. All right, if it's 50 level, then it's 50 level. Lu Bai suddenly relented, looking regretfully at Dai Mu Bai. I was originally planning to give Boss Dai a surprise. It seems now that this surprise can only be for you. Master and Flander entered spectator mode. as they were also very interested in Liu Bai's current strength. I'll be the referee for you guys, Flander said with a smile to Zhao Wuji. Wuji, give it your all. Winning is only natural, but losing means you'll lose face. Master was much more harmonious. You two, please don't get too serious during the match. Especially you, Teacher Zhao. Although this kid Liu Bai is strong, he is still just a level 20 to 30 support soul master, so I hope you can keep that in mind. Zhao Wuji had always been someone who paid attention to details, and having been a teacher for even longer than master, these things didn't need to be emphasized at all. Soon after, Liu Bai and Zhao Wuji marked out the area on the playground and stood facing each other. Liu Bai began to move his body in place. Master, you don't have to worry. As long as Teacher Zhao can control his soul power within level 50, I won't be seriously injured. Considering my progress over the past 4 months, it's really hard to say who will win. So confident? Zhao Wuji's eyebrows raised. Even if I suppress my soul power to below level 40, my foundational strength can't be suppressed. After manifesting my martial soul, I could easily take down soul masters around level 50 without any pressure. I understand. But as long as you can ensure that the soul power you use doesn't exceed level 50, feel free to go all out. Liu Bai posed with his palms facing up and beckoned to Zhao Wuji, saying, how about this? If you can break through my soul power defense and hurt me, I will consider myself defeated. At that moment, Flinder announced, begin. Speaking so confidently isn't a good thing. Zhao Wuji instantly activated his martial soul, 4th soul skill, tracking. The deep purple soul ring instantly locked on Liu Bai. Coming right out with this move, he truly isn't being polite. Liu Bai retreated slightly while speaking, and the soul power flowing within him changed drastically. Under the effect of the 4th soul skill, Zhao Wuji jumped high, locked onto Liu Bai's direction, and quickly descended, slamming down with his bare paw. 2nd soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. Liu Bai lightly dodged to the side. Zhao Wuji only felt his palm slap against the rushing water, and before he could savor the sensation, Liu Bai was already sent flying. However, after retreating a few steps, Liu Bai stabilized his body and provocatively said to Zhao Wuji, that was close, I almost got hurt. Chapter 82. Losing with style, you little brat. Is that how you want to make me angry? Zhao Wuji's temper wasn't great, and being provoked by Liu Bai instantly ignited his fury. 1st soul skill, unmoving king body. 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement. All 4 of his soul skills activated. The tracking effect hadn't worn off yet, and Zhao Wuji jumped again, rapidly descending towards Liu Bai under the effect of his soul skills, while simultaneously slapping down. Great power Vajra Palm. Liu Bai lifted his hand to deflect, but Zhao Wuji's bare paw still came down without deviating at all. However, Liu Bai was pushed back by the reaction force and avoided being directly hit. Damn! Zhao Wuji exclaimed a curse. How did you become so slippery? You're even slicker than an eel. No need to be so angry, Teacher Zhao. Liu Bai laughed and said, you have location tracking. No matter how I run, I can't escape. I almost believed it. Zhao Wuji shook his bare paw and said, the 2 slaps I just gave felt very strange. When I slapped down, the force that landed on you was not even 1%. Although the feeling when you slapped before was already strange, it's even worse now. No need to flatter me like this. I'm going to feel embarrassed. Liu Bai smiled and said, in the past, my methods for practicing soul power control were not comprehensive enough. Over the past 4 months, I've mainly been making up for those shortcomings. Do you want to guess how many new self-created soul skills I've mastered? TSK. Zhao Wuji clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, how many? Aren't you getting a bit too carried away? Right now, I really can't do anything about you. But with your little strength, you won't be able to break my defense. At most, it will be a draw, so you'd better brace yourself. Liu Bai pulled his right hand back, gathering soul power in his palm. The next strike I make might hurt a bit. Naive. Zhao Wuji decisively chose to jump over and continue his attack, forcing Liu Bai to defend and dodge, causing the speed at which he gathered soul power with his right hand to slow down significantly. Do you think I would just wait for you to finish charging? Not a chance. Zhao Wuji began to attack in succession. With the effect of the 4th soul skill activated, Liu Bai couldn't avoid Zhao Wuji's attacks at all. But each time he was hit, his body managed to shift slightly at the last moment, avoiding a direct hit. Liu Bai was continuously attacked for 3 minutes. But he was unharmed, and the fluctuations of the soul power in his hands were becoming stronger. You really are slippery. Zhao Wuji hadn't consumed much stamina, and he still had plenty of soul power left, but his patience had been worn thin. I want to see how you break through my defense. But you better be careful, because when you attack me, my strong bare paw will definitely come down hard on your face. Zhao Wuji meant what he said and truly planned to do so. He stood still, concentrating as much of his soul power as possible into his bare paw, suppressing it to the level of a 50-level soul master, until the golden light formed by the soul power on his paw was almost materialized. Great, I have a soul ring with an attack soul skill. As long as I keep pouring in soul power and condensing it, I can continuously increase my lethality. But I can only find ways to control it myself. Lu Bai's soul power had been condensing in his right hand and was slowly becoming visible. It was a light blue soul power ball, looking very round, with the color at its core gradually deepening. The master next to him noticed that Lu Bai's hair seemed to be moving even though there was no wind today, and Lu Bai was standing still. Why was his hair moving? The master's gaze focused on the ball in Lu Bai's right hand. Old F, what do you think that ball in Lu Bai's hand is? What kind of move could it be? Flinder thought for a moment and said, since he said it's an attack move, it shouldn't just be pure soul power condensing. But we can't tell anything from watching. Wasn't his training arranged by you during this time? You should know better than I do. I can't teach him anything. The master shook his head gently and said, this child is precocious. He probably has more secrets hidden in his heart than both of us combined. Keep an eye on him. If anything unexpected happens, be ready to help. Don't worry. Although Wuji seems casual, he can easily control himself. Flinder reassured. Lu Bai will just get some surface injuries at most. But the master said, what I'm worried about is Teacher Zhao. You underestimate Wuji too much. Flinder said calmly. Wuji's martial soul is the great strength diamond bear. You should know its characteristics better than I do. Produce. With his soul power at level 78 and the basic attributes enhanced by 7 soul rings. Even if Lu Bai can unleash an attack comparable to a full force strike for a level 50 battle soul master, he still won't be able to break through Wuji's defense. It would be impressive if he could make Wuji feel pain. I know all of this, and I believe Lu Bai understands it even better than I do. The master pointed at Lu Bai, but he still said those things. This means Lu Bai has enough confidence in his upcoming attack. You have a point. Flinder thought for a moment and seemed to agree, getting ready to fly out at any moment. I will be careful. Zhao Wuji had already been thoroughly disgusted by Lu Bai's slippery hand movements earlier, and now he was determined to stand firm and wait for Lu Bai to come to him, watching as Lu Bai gathered his strength. He had already completed his own power accumulation. If he continued to increase it, his soul power would exceed level 50, and at that point, he would lose. Lu Bai was cautiously on guard against Zhao Wuji while slowly concentrating his soul power. The sphere in his right hand, which seemed to be condensed from soul power, had already turned deep blue and was about the size of a volleyball. How much longer? Zhao Wuji said somewhat impatiently. The preparation time for your move is really too long. There's no choice. The opportunity is only once, and my opponent is you. If I don't push to the limit, I'm worried I won't be able to break through your defense. Lu Bai smiled and said, it's still because my soul power foundation is too low. If my soul power level could be a bit higher, it would be much faster. After another 2 minutes, Lu Bai relaxed his expression and sighed. Huh. Zhao Wuji perked up and asked, is it done? Sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Bai charged directly towards Zhao Wuji, pushing forward the sphere of soul power condensed in his right hand. Look, this is mine, soul power version Great Jade Spiral Pill. Huh, here it comes. Zhao Wuji, having been frustrated for so long, finally welcomed Lu Bai's direct attack with a hearty laugh. He exerted himself to unleash a bare paw infused with 50 levels of soul power. Mighty Vajra Palm. The nearly solid energy paw print shot out from Zhao Wuji's bare paw, pressing down towards Lu Bai. However, at this moment, Lu Bai didn't use any techniques or means to evade. He couldn't afford to, as maintaining the soul power version Great Jade Spiral Pill required all his focus to compress the soul power while keeping the compressed soul power in a high-speed flow state. When the two attacks collided, a thunderous sound erupted, echoing like a massive thunderclap. Following that, the shock wave spread outward, not as a brief burst, but as a continuous impact. What a kid. This is indeed powerful. The might of your move probably approaches the full strength strike of a 60-level battle soul master. Zhao Wuji was both surprised and delighted. Although the preparation time was too long, to be able to unleash such an attack with merely 23 levels of soul power. I reckon you are the only one in the entire soul master world. Lu Bai is not as relaxed as Zhao Wuji. He doesn't even have the energy to speak. Fully focused on maintaining the ball in his hand, with only his breath able to keep its unique rhythm. The collision lasted for half a minute, and Zhao Wuji's bare paw slowly shrank and became transparent, while Lu Bai's ball remained powerful. Damn! Zhao Wuji cursed again. What the hell is this move of yours? So persistent. Lu Bai exerted a bit more strength, forcefully pushing the ball forward, completely grinding down the mighty Vajra palm released by Zhao Wuji, and finally colliding with Zhao Wuji's bare paw. Teacher Zhao, it seems that I've won this competition. Lu Bai exhausted his last bit of mental energy, extending his soul power to control the ball, to fly forward and release it. The ball continued to advance under the push of the extended soul power. At the moment Zhao Wuji's bare paw made contact with the ball, it was pushed back slightly by a strong force, accompanied by a clear sensation of pain. Hiss! This soul skill penetrated the defense. The moment he felt the pain, Zhao Wujie realized that Lu Bai's move could penetrate defenses. Otherwise, with the defensive power of his bare paw, he wouldn't be able to feel pain at all. In a critical moment, Zhao Wujie chose a more visually appealing way to lose. 7th soul skill, true body of martial spirit. His already tall bare body grew even taller, with all human features disappearing, transforming into a standing giant bear. The pellet shot by Li Bai landed on the belly of the giant bear, expanding and filling the bear's embrace, forcefully pushing the giant bear backward. After being pushed back about 5 meters, the giant bear let out a roar and used brute strength to crush the expanding pellet. Teacher Zhao, you're being unreasonable. Li Bai sat down weakly, his eyelids drooping, but still I won. Chapter 83. The High-Limit Scaled Intestine, Part 1. A one-on-one duel with Zhao Wujie drained Li Bai's mental energy. If it were just making pellets, it wouldn't consume this much. The main issue was the half-minute standoff with Zhao Wujie, during which Li Bai had to work hard to maintain the pellets from bursting immediately while continuing to infuse them with soul power. This is one of the few advantages of his self-created soul skill compared to soul ring skills. Attack-type soul ring skills, once released, cannot have additional soul power added through subsequent actions to enhance or maintain their power. Forcing in more soul power would only result in a second release of the soul skill, rather than strengthening the already released first skill. He thought he could make old Zhao suffer a bit. Li Bai slightly regretted falling asleep, the entire process taking less than 2 seconds, appearing as if he had fainted from exhaustion. This is the effect gained when the sleep skill level reaches LV 30, and it is one of Li Bai's achievements over the past 4 months. However, after the sleep skill level reaches LV 10, Li Bai only needs 5 seconds to fall asleep. As the level increases, the effect of shortening the time to fall asleep becomes secondary, with the main effect being an increase in the depth of sleep. The deeper the sleep, the better the recovery effect. Lu Bai now only needs to sleep for half an hour to fully restore his mental energy, and his physical strength can recover by about 70. Of course, the premise for restoring physical strength is that his body cannot be in a state of hunger. Since Lu Bai can eat his own bread to stave off hunger, this is not a concern. However, to achieve this recovery effect, he must concentrate on sleeping and cannot engage in other activities. If he practices while sleeping, the recovery effect will significantly decrease, especially for mental energy. Although sleeping while practicing, or even replacing sleep with practice, allows for time-efficient training, Lu Bai has decided not to do so anymore. After reaching a higher level of sleep, Lu Bai realizes that as a human, a soul master has limits. The more he pushes himself, the lower the efficiency of training and practice will become, unless he transcends humanity. So, while Lu Bai really wants to shout, "I don't want to be human anymore," unfortunately, the panel does not grant him the effect of becoming non-human. The reality is that the recovery effect from sleep is much better than that from practice and aligns more with the body's circadian rhythms and the principles of relaxed training. After more than 2 months of practical experience and comparison, Lu Bai finds that ensuring ample mental energy through frequent sleep actually speeds up the increase of soul power more than when he was constantly overworking. At the same time, the speed of skill improvement from the panel is also faster, and the efficiency of grinding skills is higher. Moreover, Lu Bai has successfully developed a soul power breathing method based on the breathing techniques learned from Shrek Academy's soul power training methods. Finding a special way of breathing that allows the soul power in his body to keep circulating, successfully achieving the effect of passive training. Although the current level of the soul power breathing method is still very low and the efficiency is disappointingly low, the future looks promising, and it is something Lu Bai is focusing on recently. After sleeping for half an hour, Lu Bai fully restores his mental energy and wakes up. The other 7 people also wake up one after another. Flander and Zhao Wujie have randomly placed the 8 of them under the shade of a tree near the training ground, and the 2 of them have gone somewhere. The master is sitting not far away, flipping through books, presumably waiting for them to wake up. Lu Bai, when did you finish your training? Oscar, who has an injury and winces in pain with any movement, still endures the pain and starts to make sausages. He rolls out 7 sausages in succession, handing one to Dai Mubai and one to Mahongjun. Dai Mubai takes a bite of the sausage, finally able to prop himself up against the tree trunk. You trained well and didn't even tell us. How inconsiderate. Mahongjun receives the sausage, chewing slowly while still lying down. Before I passed out just now, I felt a very strong soul power. It seemed to be from Teacher Zhao. Lube, did you do something? Can you 3 stop talking nonstop and asking questions as soon as you come back? Lubai rolled his eyes and took 4 sausages from Oscar, distributing them to Tang San, who was closer to him, and the 3 girls. Learn from Tang San and the girls, it's much better to be quiet. In fact, I also wanted to know. Ning Rongrong took a big bite of the sausage, revealing a little devil smile, but I heard Dai Lao Da Xiao Ao and Hongjun already asking questions, so I didn't say anything. Tang San nodded while eating the sausage. Me too. Xiao Wu succinctly agreed and then started eating the sausage. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, ate the sausage, and said nothing. Li Bai didn't know what expression to make at that moment, so he simply said with a blank face, just now, when you were battling with the 2 deans, I rushed over not long after, and you all got knocked down. I had to find Teacher Zhao to test my own changes in strength. Oscar looked Li Bai up and down. Your soul power doesn't seem to have changed much. What have you been training in these 4 months? You should have at least leveled up. Li Bai said gloomily. Maintaining soul power at super frequency for a long time will lead to such problems. Others basically can't feel my soul power fluctuations, so whether I've made progress or not, they wouldn't know and wouldn't react. In these 4 months, I've mainly focused on controlling the intensity of my soul power, and I've made great progress. When you were all asleep, Teacher Zhao suppressed his soul power and fought me, and I won. It's a pity you were all lying down at that time and didn't see it. Lu Bai looked regretful. Now the teachers all understand my abilities. It will be difficult to trick them in the future. Lu Bai, hurry up and tell us. Dai Mubai's face was full of curiosity as he leaned in. How did you trick Teacher Zhao? Actually, it was nothing much. Lu Bai sat up and studied Dai Mu by leaning against the tree trunk. In this training session, I created several new soul skills. One of them is a very strong attack soul skill. Teacher Zhao agreed to suppress his soul power to below level 50. And the soul skills could be used up to the 4th ring at most. So I first used other soul skills to engage Teacher Zhao and buy some time. Once the attack soul skill was ready, I confronted Teacher Zhao head-on and ultimately won. Dai Mu Bai opened his eyes in disbelief. You defeated Teacher Zhao? No. Lu Bai spread his hands. At the last moment, Teacher Zhao activated his martial soul, true form, and took my attack soul skill head-on, without losing a single hair. Ha ha ha. Dai Mu Bai laughed after hearing this. Well, that's impressive. For the past 3 months, when he sparred with me, he also suppressed his soul power to below level 50. But I never won even once. Not only that, in the past month, every time we had team battles, Teacher Zhao always prioritized chasing after me. Oscar seemed to recall the feeling of being knocked out by a bare paw. As a result, I always had to wait until I woke up before I could heal the others. You're still doing better. Mahongjun cried out in despair. Ever since the teacher joined the battle, I was the first to be beaten up every time. It feels like the teacher might break through to level 80 soon, and he's been particularly ruthless in battle. What nonsense are you 2 talking about? Lu Bai complained. It's common sense to prioritize eliminating support-type soul masters in team fights, okay? As for Hongjun, you're the only one in the team who can fly without relying on Oscar. As long as we deal with the 2 of you, the Dean will be invincible. If I don't take you 2 out first, should we go after the Lao first? Ning Rongrong was puzzled. Then why didn't Teacher Zhao attack me first? Wouldn't it be easier to take me out compared to the stronger combat ability of Oscar? Now, it was Lu Bai's turn to find it strange. Of course, it's because Oscar's support ability is such a huge threat, etc. Haven't you experienced Oscar's armor-piercing sausage even once in the past month? Didn't I say that Teacher Zhao has been chasing me to attack? Oscar looked sad. I didn't have the chance to use it. Lu Bai looked at Dai Mu Bai. Boss Dai, you couldn't hold on? Dai Mu Bai also had a face full of sadness. Teacher Zhao came up with all 4 soul skills activated, with strength and soul power both surpassing mine. I couldn't hold on. Simply couldn't hold on. Tang San was very curious. Lu Bai, I've heard you mention Oscar's scale sausage several times. When we were in the Stardow Forest, I also saw the Dean use it with Hongjun, but it didn't seem as powerful as you said. Li Bai looked at Tang San, propping up his chin. Do you really think so? Not only Tang San, but even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Then let me show you through practical combat. Lu Bai stood up. I won't use any self-created soul skills. I'll just use my level 20 soul power. combined with Oscar's armor-piercing sausage to fight Tang San. If you think that's not enough, we can also add Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Chapter 84. The High Potential of Armor-Piercing Sausage, Part 2. Tang San. No need for self-created soul skills? Xiao Wu. Just relying on Oscar's armor-piercing sausage. Ning Rongrong. I can join too? Zhu Zhuqing. The four of them exchanged glances, feeling that this could be interesting. But they still needed to say some tough words. Sister Xiao Wu took the lead. All right, since you look down on us so much, let us show you the progress we've made over the past 4 months. If we beat you into a pig's head, I won't apologize. How could I look down on you? Underestimating the enemy is a big taboo. Lu Bai raised his index finger and shook it. I'm just confident in the effects of Oscar's scale armor sausage. I hope you can experience for yourselves how strong the supportive effects of Oscar's scale armor sausage are. It should be my scale armor sausage combined with your bread, right? Oscar corrected. Only my scale armor sausage lasts for 5 minutes, and the scales will only appear on the back. Lu Bai paused for a moment and said apologetically, yes, it should be the fusion skill of Oscar and me. With just the armor sausage, I can at most defeat Tang San and Xiao Wu at the same time. Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Not far away. The master had already stopped flipping through his notes, but did not come over to intervene. He was quite interested in the effect of Oscar's armor sausage and was also curious about how Lu Bai planned to use it. Both sides quickly prepared for battle. Their injuries, stamina, and soul power were all fully restored through Lu Bai and Oscar's hot dog. Lu Bai ate the scaled hot dog and transformed into a state where his entire body was enveloped in scales. This was the first time the master had seen scales, and his attention was immediately drawn to them. The overall color was a lighter shade of black, and the scales that made up the armor were quite thick, looking very sturdy. Some of the scales had slightly menacing spikes growing on them. The gaps between the scales were larger than those found on fish, resembling more of snake's scales. This color, the armor, and the snake-like feature suggested that, since it was a food-type martial soul, it definitely wouldn't carry any negative toxic effects, likely originating from the soul ring of a hammer-tailed armored snake. The effects of the armor could provide some defense and probably allow for acceleration through soul power projection. It seemed difficult to control and quite taxing on soul power. It was uncertain how Lu Bai would use it. The master looked at Lu Bai with some anticipation. The 8 of them returned from the shade of the trees to the playground, while the 3 watching the show consciously moved to the audience seats, leaving the remaining 5 standing on either side. The 4 people opposite Lu Bai have already unleashed their martial souls and soul rings, preparing for battle. Dai Mubai walks to the midpoint between the 2 sides, raises his hand, and looks around. Both sides are ready. Both sides lower their center of gravity simultaneously. Dai Mubai elongates his voice and suddenly brings his hand down. Start. The soul rings flicker, and soul skills are released. Zhu Zhuqing fully showcases the characteristics of an agile attack type soul master, turning into a black shadow and charging forward quickly and fiercely. Ning Rongrong, clearly an experienced teammate, timely and accurately bestows her 2 buffs on Zhu Zhuqing the moment she bolts out. Xiao Wu's speed is slightly slower than Zhu Zhuqing's, but she follows closely behind, with her 3rd purple 1,000-year soul ring glowing. Tang San takes advantage of the cover provided by the 2 charging ahead to release blue silvergrass, quickly approaching from Lu Bai's blind spot. The coordination is good. It seems that the training over the past month has yielded great results. Lu Bai was very satisfied with the opening performance of the 4. Unfortunately, he was now covered in scales. Even his eyes had a layer of transparent scales, so the others couldn't see his expression at that moment. Here she comes. Zhu Zhuqing had already arrived in front of Lu Bai, her sharp claws aiming for his vital points. First soul skill, nether stabbing. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing used her left hand to launch her 2nd soul skill, nether 100 claws, attacking from the other direction, creating a pincer attack. Meanwhile, taking advantage of a route that Zhu Zhuqing couldn't pay attention to, Xiao Wu appeared and blocked that escape route with a kick. 3rd soul skill, slingshot leg. With Zhu Zhuqing's attacks from both sides and Xiao Wu's slingshot leg, they cornered Lu Bai from 3 directions, cutting off his escape paths. It was indeed a pretty good opening move. However, it wasn't fast enough. 2 claws and a kick, and it was all in vain. Just before Lu Bai was hit, he, disappearing from the sight of the 2. Ning Rongrong beside him couldn't find Lu Bai at all. Only Tang San, who had been using the purple extreme demon eye, saw what happened, but he didn't even have time to speak up to warn her. His pupils contracted, and with his left hand, he grabbed a handful of blue silvergrass and whipped it in front of Ning Rongrong like a whip. In Ning Rongrong's view, just a second ago, she could still see Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu rushing towards Lu Bai with her assistance. But in the next second, Tang San inexplicably whipped out a handful of blue silvergrass to block her view. Through the gaps in the blue silvergrass, Ning Rongrong caught a glimpse of Lu Bai, clad in scales. Huh? When did he? Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Ning Rongrong felt a sharp pain in her neck and lost consciousness. Tang San saw Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu rush in front of Lu Bai, and at the moment of their attack, the scale armor on Lu Bai's left side stood up, spraying soul power in less than 1/10 of a second, allowing Lu Bai to instantly shift out of the attack range of the two. Once Lu Bai started to move, he did not stop. After shifting sideways, he immediately shot soul power from behind and charged towards Ning Rongrong at an incredible speed, far exceeding Tang San's expectations. He had no time to warn or rush over to protect Ning Rongrong, even though the distance between them was only 2 meters. However, Tang San still made an effort to struggle, throwing a handful of blue silvergrass in front of Ning Rongrong. In this battle, Lu Bai would not use his self-created soul skills. He was just a level 23 soul master with slightly stronger physical abilities. Once entangled by Tang San's blue silvergrass, it would be nearly impossible for him to break free. Therefore, Tang San believed that Lu Bai would definitely either stop suddenly or change direction to avoid the blue silvergrass. Regardless of Lu Bai's choice, it would give Tang San enough time to reach Ning Rongrong and protect her. But the situation was still beyond Tang San's expectations. As Lu Bai was about to make contact with the blue silvergrass, he suddenly elevated, bypassing the blue silvergrass from above, and abruptly changed direction in midair, accelerating and landing. With a final strike, he knocked Ning Rongrong unconscious. It was too fast. Moreover, that unusual movement method allowed him to accelerate so rapidly even in midair without leverage. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes were fixated on Lu Bai, not daring to blink, while his left hand controlled the blue silvergrass that he had thrown in front of Ning Rongrong to entangle Lu Bai. Before the blue silvergrass could get close, Lu Bai accelerated again, continuously changing direction in the air, evading all the blue silvergrass, and circled behind Tang San, swinging his hand to strike Tang San's neck. 8 spider lances. The fabric on Tang San's back bulged as 8 sharp spider legs broke through the clothing. However, the scales in front of Lu Bai released a burst of soul power in a shorter time, propelling his body backward to avoid the sudden attack of the 8 spider legs. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu rushed back to provide support. Back to back. Watch above, Tang San shouted. Lu Bai's current speed is too fast. I can only follow with my eyes, and my body can't react at all. Chapter 85. The High Potential of the Scaled Armor, Part 3. What an incredible acceleration effect. Does the hammer-tailed armored snake have such strong acceleration ability? How is the issue of soul power consumption resolved? The master had been paying close attention to Lu Bai. Although he couldn't keep up with Lu Bai's speed, he could spot him when Lu Bai's speed decreased. Yes, he is indeed using the thrust generated by soul power ejection to accelerate. The key is that ejection speed and intensity. In a very short time, releasing a small amount of soul power at maximum intensity, rather than ejection, is more like a soul power explosion. Tang San quickly said to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, I don't know how Lu Bai does it, but he can, in a very short time, use the scales to eject a small amount of soul power, causing a small-scale soul power explosion, greatly increasing his speed. Accelerating through soul power explosions? Xiao Wu quickly understood Tang San's words. Won't the body be overwhelmed? Generally, it would be. Tang San stared at Lu Bai. But if the body is sufficiently trained, it might be able to withstand it. Clearly, Lu Bai has trained his body to that extent. Zhu Zhuqing's cold expression was serious at this moment. He is faster than me. Xiao Wu appeared much calmer than Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. That surprised me. If it's just speed, as long as we are careful and don't get separated for him to seize an opportunity, we should be fine. Lu Bai stopped not far away and looked at them. After the earlier competition, is that all you can see about my movement? That shows that your eyesight and experience are still lacking. Tang San stared at Lu Bai. What do you mean by that? Although the effects of soul skills are singular, there are many ways to use them. To put in a phrase I like, soul skills are certainly not such inconvenient things. Lu Bai took an attacking stance, gritting his teeth. I'm coming to hit you. Although Xiao Wu said this, she was actually on high alert for Lu Bai. The three of them stood back to back, theoretically leaving no blind spots. Even if one person was attacked, the other two could immediately provide support. But it was useless. Lu Bai's proficiency in using the scale armor's intestines benefits from his soul power control ability. Among all the skills Lu Bai currently possesses, the level of soul power control is the highest. Coupled with the powerful body he has developed through consistent training, This allows Liu Bai to perform the impressive maneuver of instant acceleration by generating explosions through jetting out soul power. When this instant acceleration drives his dual fist attacks at a high frequency, neither Tang San, Xiao Wu, nor Zhu Zhuqing can react to the overwhelming might and speed of his ultimate move, Continuous Punch. While throwing punches, he jets soul power from his elbows. If the target attempts to dodge or block, he immediately adjusts the attack angle by jetting soul power at any angle to ensure a hit. Upon hitting the target, he uses his exceptional perception to grasp the momentary reaction force and jets soul power again in the opposite direction of the reaction, not only increasing damage through the resulting soul power explosion, but also quickly retracting his arm to accelerate an attack with his fists once more. Liu Bai repeated the above process 20 times in 1 second and persisted for 12 seconds. Tang San goes without saying. He knocked them out with random punches. The two delicate girls, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, also couldn't escape Liu Bai's clutches, getting beaten up black and blue, which made Dai Mu Bai feel quite distressed. Although they completely recovered after eating a large sausage shortly after. Ning Rongrong, who was the first to be knocked out, woke up and learned about the situation, and couldn't help but exclaim how lucky she was. Fortunately, I was knocked out in one hit, otherwise I would have gotten beaten too. Then, the defeated four began to shift their focus to Oscar's scale sausage. Tang San was the first to express his thoughts. Little AO's scale sausage is very strong, but the control difficulty is also very high. I think we need to take some time for specialized training next. Xiao Wu rarely did not agree with Tang San's statement, but instead offered her opinion. Liu Bai's situation cannot be used as a reference. I haven't experienced it yet, so let's talk after at least trying it once. Ning Rongrong thought for a moment and said, I think it's great, even if we can't master the soul power spray. The defense provided by the scales alone is quite good. Liu Bai's scales haven't broken until now. Zhu Zhuqing unusually spoke a long paragraph. The auxiliary effect of the scale sausage is very strong, but the control difficulty is also great. If you can't control it well, not only will you not become stronger, but you will also weaken due to excessive soul power consumption. It's too difficult to reach Liu Bai's level. This guy is an exception. Don't compare yourselves to him. Dai Mu Bai comforted them. The three of us, including Mahongjun and little AO, have similar abilities to use the scale sausage. It's basically just about increasing speed and slightly improving attack and defense. We still need to rely on our own abilities primarily. Mu Bai was right. The master walked over from a distance and joined the discussion. I was watching your battle just now. You four performed very well, but I can only say that Liu Bai's performance in every aspect is too extraordinary. I can assure you that someone like him cannot be found a second time in the Soul Master world. Wait a minute. Liu Bai emphasized. What are you all talking about? Clearly, Soul Masters like me with average talent, Level 2 innate soul power, and ordinary quality martial soul are the mainstream in the Soul Master community. While monsters like you are rare, it's precisely because your talent is average that I find you special. The Master said seriously. At least I don't think there's another Soul Master in this world with average talent like you, yet possesses such strength at your age. It's not impossible, though. Liu Bai stroked his chin and said while thinking, although I can ignore bottlenecks. I have also worked very hard. I'm talking about training to achieve my current accomplishments. I agree with this. You are indeed the most hardworking among us. Oscar chimed in to support Liu Bai, but then immediately backstabbed him. But if you didn't have that ability to ignore bottlenecks and worked as hard as you do, you would have been wasted long ago. Mahongjun hugged his arms and nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Exactly, exactly. Liu Bai was speechless. To be honest, it is true. Liu Bai has been too accustomed to the existence of the panel for so long that he subconsciously overlooks its function. Although this golden finger requires effort to be effective, it is still a golden finger, and he is ultimately just a wall hanger. So he gave up on continuing to emphasize his average talent and changed the topic. In any case, the effect of the scale armor intestine is quite good. Do you all want to try practicing it next? Even if you can't do it like I do, temporarily flying with soul power propulsion is still simple. What did you say? Tang San and the Master exclaimed in unison. The scale armor intestine can make people fly. Yes. Liu Bai was puzzled. Why was it that no one noticed something so obvious? As long as one sprayed soul power downward and maintained balance, flying up to the sky was not that difficult. Chapter 86, Production of Storage Soul Guidance Devices, Part 1. Sometimes, things are like this. They're clearly very simple, but if no one reminds you, you will never pay attention to them. Liu Bai specifically demonstrated the combat abilities of the scale armor worm, which did not make Master and Tang San feel that the scale armor worm was very strong. However, Now that it was casually mentioned that the scale armor worm could allow one to fly temporarily, both of them immediately began to praise it. The differences in thinking caused by different educational and growth environments are indeed quite obvious. Lubai thought for a moment, gave up on continuing the discussion with Tang San and the master about the use of the armor gut, and silently listened to their back-and-forth discussion before asking, "Master, what is the next phase of training? Have you already planned it?" "It is already planned." The master quickly shifted his focus back, nodding and saying, "If you haven't completed your training in the next few days, I will let others start the second phase of training first, so you can catch up. You have all worked very hard and faced a lot of difficulties during this time. So before starting the next phase of training, I will give you 5 days to rest." After 4 consecutive months of high-intensity training, even soul masters will feel extremely fatigued. If it were just physical fatigue, it would be manageable. A few Oscar sausages, or at most a big hot dog, would effectively solve the problem. The issue is the fatigue on a mental level. As far as the master knows, there hasn't been a support-type soul master in the soul master community that can help eliminate mental fatigue and restore mental strength. Therefore, the master is giving them 5 days to rest so they can relax their minds as much as possible and start the second phase of training in a better mental state. The 7 people besides Libai are all happy and excited because of the hard-earned break, just like middle school students who have just finished summer tutoring classes, eagerly embracing their vacation. Libai is a bit at a loss, but when it's time to rest, one must rest. Libai understands this very well now. However, it's a bit of a waste of time to do nothing for these 5 days. As long as he sleeps well, mental fatigue is really not a big deal. But what should he do? Libai began to think, and he thought for a whole hour. He came up with a good idea, to try making a new soul guide. A storage soul guide would be nice. After all, storage rings, storage bracelets, and space bags are considered standard equipment for protagonists. But so far, Libai hadn't even used one. He had only seen Tang San's belt. At this moment, Tang San was at the academy, so borrowing the storage soul guide he named 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night should be fine. It would be best if he could disassemble it. With Lubai's current level of soul guide crafting, he could completely take it apart and put it back together perfectly. Even if it failed, it wouldn't be a big deal since 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night is a combination soul guide made up of 24 relatively independent storage spaces. Even if something unexpected happened that rendered one of them unusable, it wouldn't affect the normal use of the others. Probably. However, considering that 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night was a gift from the master to Tang San, aside from its practical value, it also held great commemorative significance. Given Tang San's respect for the master, he might not agree to let Libai disassemble 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. But one must always try. What if he agrees? "Sorry, Libai, I can lend it to you for research, but if you want to disassemble it, I'm afraid I can't accept that." As expected, Tang San solemnly rejected Lubai's request. "Other things are fine, but this belt, 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night, was given to me by my teacher. I trust your skills, but I really don't want it to bear even a bit of risk. I hope you can understand." "Of course, I completely understand." Libai nodded. "Then I'll do as you said and borrow it to study." "Well, I guess you won't feel at ease if I take it away, so I'll study it here in your dorm for a while." This indeed made Tang San feel more at ease, so he readily agreed. Oscar was not around today. According to Tang San, it seemed he had asked Ning Rongrong to go shopping in Soto City. That guy is quite fast in his actions. Lubai's eyes were a bit moist, a feeling of satisfaction akin to having raised a pig for many years only to see it finally learn to root for cabbage. Then Libai sat down on the ground and began to study Tang San's 24 Bridges by moonlight. There were no tables in Shrek's dormitory, and even in Tang San and Oscar's room, there were no chairs. Sitting directly on the floor was the most convenient option. As for the bed, it wasn't that it was unusable. At least Tang San wouldn't mind. But Libai felt a bit uncomfortable with that, so sitting on the ground was better. After a simple inspection, Libai discovered that this storage soul guide, named 24 Bridges by Moonlight by Tang San, was a very high-grade soul guide. Although its capacity was not large, with a total of 24 cubic meters across 24 storage spaces, the materials used were of very high quality, and it could automatically adjust its size based on the user's body shape within a wide range. The pressure wristbands he made could also adjust according to the user's wrist thickness, but they were nowhere near comparable to this belt. The difference was as vast as a little bit compared to a billion bits. Moreover, the overall strength of 24 Bridges by Moonlight was astonishing. According to the relevant literature Libai had read, past soul guides, unless they were weapon-type soul guides meant for combat, were not made to be too sturdy. The saying goes that good steel should be used for cutting edges, and the same applies to soul guides. Good materials were always reserved for high-grade attack soul guides. However, Tang San's 24 Bridges by Moonlight was different. Both the gems embedded in it and the belt structure serving as the base for the embedded gems used exceptionally high quality and durable materials. No wonder in the original work. No matter how badly Tang San was beaten, this belt remained intact. I can't help but think. But that's all there is to it. The materials are indeed top-notch. But the workmanship is somewhat lacking, not subtle. The craftsmanship is poor. You could say it's very disappointing. The combined space of the 24 pearls is only 24 cubic meters, which fails to realize the potential of these high-quality materials. Liu Bai speculated that the person who originally made this belt was either someone with a wealthy background but only average skill in making soul guides, or that the technology for making soul guides had severely declined at the time, to the point where such a level of skill was considered quite high. Considering the current reality that the technology for making soul guides has completely been lost, the latter possibility seems more likely. As for the truth, it cannot be verified now. However, regardless of what the situation was in the past, Liu Bai is very grateful to that inexperienced individual. It is precisely because the creator's skill was not high that Liu Bai was able to fully understand the method of creating this storage soul guide without dismantling the belt. Of course, this refers to the essential components of the core formation. The core formations of different soul guides vary greatly, but the number of basic runes that make up the formations is limited. It's like writing. Different authors tell different stories, but the words they use are fundamentally the same. With past research results as a foundation, Liu Bai's work on deciphering the core magic array went much more smoothly and quickly this time. As dusk approached, Liu Bai returned the belt to Tang San in perfect condition and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Tang San looked a bit dazed as he took the belt. "It's already done? It's only been a day. I have a foundation," Liu Bai explained with a smile. "If I can't do this, how can I make pressure wristbands?" Tang San replied with a smile. "That's true." After that, Liu Bai bid farewell to Tang San and directly exited the gates of Shrek Academy, heading toward Soto City. The nearby village was still too small, and many materials were unavailable. He needed to go to Soto City to buy them. Chapter 87. Making Storage Soul Guidance Devices, Part 2. The technique of making soul guidance devices has now been lost. The soul guidance devices available on the market all come from archaeology, meaning they were excavated from some ancient ruins. Therefore, their quantity is very limited, and while they have value, there is no market for them. Literally speaking, there is no dedicated market for soul guidance devices, and not even a single store that specializes in selling soul guidance devices and related products can be found. Liu Bai had previously come to Soto City to look for tools and materials for making pressure wristbands, and it was during that time that he learned some information about the soul guide market. Although there are no specialized stores or markets, it doesn't mean that there are no soul guide-related items for sale. For example, some grocery stores have tools and materials used for making soul guides. It's somewhat amusing that even though the methods for making soul guides have largely been lost, the tools and materials have been passed down. For those who are still dedicated to researching soul guides, attempting to restore, complete, or develop methods for creating soul guides, these tools and materials are essentials. Liu Bai is very grateful to the people who have passed down these tools and materials. Without them, Liu Bai might have to find ways on his own, starting from scratch to make tools. Just thinking about it makes him feel pained. Soto City is as bustling as ever. Although it's a bit less busy during the day than at night, there are still crowds of people coming and going, and traffic is heavy. Liu Bai came to a store he had visited before. The prices were fair, and the quality of the products was good during his previous purchases. So he thought of this store whenever he wanted to buy something. If today's shopping experience was still pleasant, he would prioritize coming back here next time. "Hey, Boss Chun, I'm here to buy some things." Liu Bai greeted the boss, although he wasn't sure if the boss still remembered him. "Isn't this Liu Bai? Welcome, welcome. What are you buying today? It's been a long time since you came by. I thought you had given up on researching soul tools." Boss Chun called out Liu Bai's name with great enthusiasm. "I will never give up, not in this lifetime. I'm not handsome, I can't speak well, and even though I'm a soul master, I don't earn much. The only way I can barely get by is by finding ways to research soul tools." Liu Bai smiled and joked without caring whether the boss could understand. "By the way, I need quite a few tools and materials today. Boss Chun, please find all the stock you have in your store for me to take a look." Boss Chun, of course, didn't understand the joke Liu Bai was making, but he could imagine. People who come to his store to buy tools and materials related to soul guiding devices, whether they are soul masters or not, are definitely studying soul guiding devices. As we all know, research requires funding. As long as satisfactory results can be produced, the funding from sponsors, or what one might call the client, will not be interrupted. Almost everyone who relies on researching soul guiding devices to make a living is in this situation. Boss Chin knows many such people, and he thinks Liu Bai is in the same situation. It seems your team has made significant progress recently. You want to take a look at some, right? Wait a moment, I'll go get them. Lu Bai looked at the boss's back, puzzled. Strange. How does Boss Chin know that I and others have made great progress in training recently? In Lu Bai's memory of this world, there is no such person as Boss Chin. I won't think about it anymore. Even if Boss Chun is some hidden big shot, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Bai has never been willing to invest too much time and effort into things that are completely clueless yet undoubtedly harmless. In the end, he almost cleared out everything that Boss Chun had brought out. As a consequence, the gold soul coins that Lu Bai had accumulated over the years from forging and those received from the Spirit Hall decreased by nearly 1/10 all at once. Lu Bai sighed, saying life is not easy, but what is even harder are the people who make these tools and materials. After all, once the method for creating soul-guiding devices was lost, the value of everything related to it diminished the most. Speaking of which, the pressure wristbands have a significant impact on the entire Soul Master community, so it's not suitable to disclose them publicly. However, there seems to be no problem with storage soul-guiding devices. On the way back to the academy, Lu Bai thought that even if he didn't publicly announce his ability to create soul-guiding devices, simply selling the finished products could improve the terrible state of the soul-guiding device market to some extent. Once he produced a finished product, he would consult with Flinder. Perhaps he could directly commission him to help sell it. It might even boost business in his shop, and he could give him a little commission. He hoped that when the academy competition came around, he wouldn't end up putting advertisements on the team uniforms just for a small endorsement fee. With a clear goal in mind, Lu Bai suddenly felt invigorated and couldn't wait to start making storage soul-guiding devices. He sprinted back to his room, arranged the tools and materials, and began to draw the core formation and the design of the shell. There was no way around it. This was his first time making a storage soul-guiding device, and starting the production directly had too low a success rate. Lu Bai didn't have the time, energy, or money to waste, so drawing a detailed design was imperative. By the time he finished the design, 2 days had already passed, and there were only 2 days left of the 5-day holiday. Finally, the design was complete. Lu Bai looked at his final draft, pondering repeatedly. During this process, the relevant skill progress on the panel was indeed increasing. Whenever Lu Bai felt fatigued while drawing the design, he would immediately go to sleep, ensuring that he remained energetic, which greatly enhanced his efficiency in drawing the design. The next dilemma was what materials to use for production. High-quality materials would provide a larger space, be more durable, and last for hundreds of years, but the cost would be quite shocking. Inferior materials, on the other hand, might only last 3 to 5 years. With a bit of luck, perhaps 10 years, but they would be very affordable. For storage soul guides, as long as they could hold items, there wouldn't be much of a problem, even if the material was of lower quality and had a shorter lifespan with a tendency to break. The worst that could happen would be that the items inside would be released all at once, which could then be stored in other intact storage soul guides. Yes, that asset, compared to luxury items that everyone only needs to buy once, consumables made from cheap materials would sell better. Then, they could be replaced periodically, which would satisfy the seller's need for steady income, while also catering to buyers' desire for affordability and novelty. Having made up his mind, Lu Bai picked up a piece of cheap material and tried to engrave the core formation without any psychological burden. Although the panel's guidance effect could only be fully realized at 100, the feeling of completely mastering his own capabilities was very pleasant. By the end of the day, excluding the time spent sleeping and recovering, Lu Bai successfully created 9 core formations for storage soul guides, though he also failed several times, losing a few silver soul coins. These failures were not a loss as long as Lu Bai analyzed them well. The progress bar on the panel would improve significantly. The 9 successful core formations were derived from the core formation on Tang San's belt, reassembled based on Lu Bai's understanding. Each core formation could provide roughly the same storage volume, about 9 cubic meters. Unlike Tang San's belt, each formation was used individually rather than together. As for the shell, since Lu Bai couldn't find suitable materials, he couldn't create a high-end product that could automatically adjust size and length like Tang San's belt. However, even if he found such materials, he might not be willing to use them, considering that the materials used for the shell were of poorer quality and had low strength. Making replacements more frequent, Lu Bai designed the shell to be multi-layered. This way, as long as the core formation was intact, even if the outermost layers were impacted or worn out, the inner layers could still protect the core formation. Moreover, by spending a small amount to replace the shell, maintenance or repair of the storage soul guide could be completed. The overall size was also reduced a bit, making it easier to embed in suitable places. Now, where would be the best position for the belt earrings, pendants, rings, or bracelets. Lu Bai looked at the finished product, gradually becoming distracted. Chapter 88. A new source of income. There's always been a question that troubled the soul masters of beast martial souls. When their martial souls manifest, their bodies increase in size so much, why don't their clothes and armor get damaged? If those clothes and armor were soul guide devices that could change size according to the body's dimensions, that would be understandable. But clearly, that is not the case. And what about the soul saints who have reached level 70 or higher and can manifest their martial soul? When they manifest their martial soul, they completely transform into it. Where do their clothes and accessories go then? 2 years ago, during a class, Lu Bai asked Zhao Wuji this question. Although Zhao Wuji found Lu Bai's question puzzling, he still provided an answer that satisfied Lu Bai. In simple terms, it's a skin suit. Just like how food-type martial souls turn into pure soul power after being consumed. When beast martial souls manifest, they don't actually turn people into beasts. Instead, the martial soul temporarily becomes a skin suit that envelopes the soul master through soul power. This skin suit is extremely advanced and magical, almost merging with the user, enhancing their physical abilities while also granting various special abilities that consume soul power. Because of this characteristic, the clothes and accessories of soul masters who can manifest their martial souls are protected by the martial soul and soul power, making them less likely to be damaged. However, those attack-type weapon soul masters, since their martial soul does not provide protection for their clothes and accessories during intense battles, they often neglect their clothing and can easily end up in a state of undress. When making storage soul tools, Lu Bai took this into consideration. Soul masters with beast martial spirits that can attach their martial souls have more options, as they do not have to worry about their soul tools being damaged by attack waves. Soul masters who cannot attach their martial souls need to think a bit more carefully, choosing a location that is not easily affected by battles while also being convenient for them to access their items. Lu Bai thought for an hour without coming up with anything and decided, let's conduct a market survey. Directly ask others which places they think are better. Lu Bai first chose Flandre as the survey subject. He jogged forward and arrived outside the dean's office, sensing that there were 3 people inside. Lu Bai gently knocked 3 times. Dean, do you have time now? A voice came from behind the door. Come in. Lu Bai pushed the door open and walked in. As expected, the other 2 people were the master and Zhao Wujia. Lu Bai, Flandre directly asked, what do you want from me? Lu Bai placed the 9 storage soul tools he had just made on Flandre's desk and said, Dean, these are the storage soul tools I just finished in the past few days. I would like to ask you. Lu Bai simply explained the origin of the 9 storage soul guide devices and his own conflicting thoughts, finally asking, Dean, what do you think these soul guides should look like to be more suitable for soul masters who cannot perform soul possession? Although I had anticipated this day, I didn't expect it to come so soon. Flandre took a deep breath, trying to keep himself from appearing too excited. Lu Bai, let's put aside your questions for now. Only you would care about such things. For us soul masters without storage soul guides, being able to buy one is already very difficult. We can't be picky. Yes, I've always wanted one, but unfortunately, even if I have money, I can't buy it. Zhao Wujia, sitting beside them, nodded vigorously and said seriously, I can't say what achievements you little monsters will have in the future, but you will definitely be the richest among us. The master, however, remained calm. I think Lu Bai's concerns are very necessary. Since Lu Bai has figured out a way to make them, the market for storage soul guides will gradually increase. Those researchers who have been studying soul guides for a long time will surely make some progress by dismantling Lu Bai's finished products and combining them with past research. By then, I believe everyone will be more willing to buy storage soul guides like Lu Bai's that are more thoughtfully designed. Lu Bai nodded, affirming the master's words. As the master said, I am planning for the future. So, Dean and Teacher Zhao, Master, please give me some advice. Let me start by saying this. The master thinks quickly, and after a little thought, he came up with many points. First, considering what you said about convenience of access, it definitely can't be in a position that is hard to reach like the back of the arm. Secondly, the position used frequently by both hands, and also the one used for proactive attacks during combat, is not suitable either. The upper body has many organs and vital points, which will be the focus of attacks during a fight, so that can be ruled out as well. As for the shoulders, the likelihood of being attacked there is quite high, and there is also the possibility of using the shoulder to attack, so it's best to avoid that. Thinking this way, I believe the more suitable positions left are only the outer thigh, the outer and rear waist, and the area above the neck. Lu Bai listened to the master's analysis, nodding frequently. He pulled out a notebook and a pen from somewhere and noted, the outer thigh, the outer and back sides of the waist, and above the neck. With this, we can consider making a waist bag and a leg bag. The parts above the neck could be a necklace or earrings. Also, hats or headbands, hairpins, hair ties, and so on could be made as samples. Glasses can also be included. Flanders pointed to the glasses on his nose and reminded, the parts above the neck can also be in the style of glasses, just like the pressure glasses you helped me make back then. Then Zhao Wuji was stunned. You two have said everything that can be said. What else can I say? It's okay, Teacher Zhao. Le bec conforted. The dean and the master have already covered everything. It's normal if you can't think of anything else. Zhao Wuji was just a little annoyed, but after Lu Bai's reassurance, he calmed down and it was no longer an issue. With one problem solved, Lu Bai asked Flander, Dean, do you mind if I sell my storage soul guide in your shop? I can give you 10% of the sales as a commission fee. Flander was taken aback. Is there really such a good thing? The master saw that Flander was silent for a few seconds and knew that his big brother had already become engrossed in the prospect of money. So he coughed loudly. Ahem. Flander immediately came to his senses, adjusted his glasses to mask his embarrassment. Well, it's certainly fine to sell in my shop. But what do you mean by commission fee? Dean, you know me. I'm broke and have no money to run a shop. Even if I did, most of my time and energy are spent on cultivation, and I have no extra capacity to manage the soul guide business. So, I can only entrust this matter to someone else. Lu Bai said sincerely, since it's a request for help from others, there must be a payment involved, right? Yes. Flander replied happily, you're absolutely right. When you plan to start selling soul guiding devices, how will you set the price? Do you want me to help you find someone to advertise? Master and Zhao Wujia exchanged glances at Flander's unusually high spirits and couldn't help but sigh, alas. In the end, Lu Bai temporarily set the selling price at 10 gold soul coins, and from these 10 coins, he would take out 2 as Flander's commission and operating expenses. From then on, Lu Bai would only focus on production, while all the advertising and selling details would be handled by Flander. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but upon calculation, it was a lot, very much. As an experienced soul sage, Flander didn't think twice about a few or even dozens of gold soul coins. However, as a soul sage with poor financial luck and a sense of pride, Flander hadn't experienced holding dozens or even hundreds of gold soul coins since founding Shrek Academy. He often worried over the expenses of just a few gold soul coins. Although Flander didn't have dozens or hundreds of gold soul coins now, he firmly believed he would soon. As for the cost of Lu Bai producing soul guiding devices and the profit margin, he didn't want to think about it. Flander was well aware that Lu Bai's mention of a commission was just an excuse. The real purpose was to give him money and help alleviate the financial strain on Shrek Academy. As a student of Shrek rather than a teacher, Lu Bai's contribution was already quite sufficient. That night, Lu Bai handed over the 9 storage soul guiding devices he had hurriedly made to Flander, marking a perfect end to their 5-day vacation. The first day after vacation is always terrible. The overly sunny weather only highlighted the bad mood. However, a bad mood wouldn't affect one's good spirit. After all, having rested for 5 days, if they still lacked energy, they would probably be met with some bone loosening from the master and the deans. Just thinking about such a scene instantly energized them. Very good. It seems you all rested well during these 5 days. The master stood straight, hand behind his back. Cultivation is indeed important, but rest is equally crucial. Those who only understand cultivation without knowing how to rest will eventually collapse, both physically and mentally. You may not have thought too much about it, but you did achieve this. That's why I say, you all did well. The group showed a hint of joy as they listened to the master continue. After the first phase of training, you have laid a foundation for your bodies and soul power control. The team's synergy has also improved. However, to become an excellent soul master worthy of the title of monsters, this alone is far from enough. Therefore, starting today, I will arrange for you to enter the second phase of training. I heard that you all have been to the Soto Great Soul Arena, so I won't elaborate. Your second phase of training will take place there. This phase of training has no time limit. It will end when you obtain the Silver Soul Badge. However, note that I require all of you to obtain the Silver Soul Badge. At the same time, you must form a team to participate in team battles. And the team's badge must also be upgraded to the Silver Soul Badge to complete the training. Master, Ning Rongrong raised her hand to ask, does that mean we only need to obtain the Silver Soul Badge, and it doesn't necessarily have to be through our own battles? Originally, that was the case. The master looked at Ning Rongrong, but now, after 4 months of training, having seen auxiliary soul masters like Lu Bai and Oscar who can fight, I believe auxiliary soul masters should also learn to fight. Okay. Ning Rongrong instantly wilted, looking distressed. She admitted that she had grown tremendously over the past 4 months and could easily handle her past self even without weapons, and not just one. However, compared to normal Battle Soul masters, she was still far behind. The master did not consider Ning Rongrong's feelings and continued, considering the distance between the academy and Soto City. To facilitate your learning at the Great Soul Arena, we will arrange for you to stay at the hotel closest to the arena. However, note that the hotel fees will be your responsibility. So, if you're dissatisfied with the hotel arranged by the academy, you can choose one that you like. Don't worry too much about money. As long as you can win as much as possible at the Great Soul Arena, the rewards from each battle will be enough for you to live well. Now, everyone go back and pack your luggage. We will depart in an hour. The 2 deans will accompany us. An hour later, the group bid farewell to the 3 teachers who stayed at the academy and rushed towards Soto City. The master was the last to leave, with Flander leading the way. The group quickly arrived in Soto City. The Great Soul Arena's opening hours were in the evening, so it was still early. They first went to the reserve hotel to drop off their luggage. They would be staying at the hotel for quite some time, so being careless would be irresponsible. Once everyone was settled, the master gathered the 8 students in his and Flander's room to begin his speech. Although I said before we left that there is no time limit for training, you shouldn't really think I would give you that much time, right? Definitely not. The 8 were not fools. How could they believe the master would set no time limits? The master nodded with satisfaction. I require you to complete at least 1 team battle of 7 people every day and 1 single or double battle. That is, you must have at least 2 battles each day. If you feel your soul power is sufficient, you can have 3 battles. Therefore, before dark, you need to decide how to form your teams. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances and silently stood together. Oscar and Ning Rongrong looked at each other with some intention, but did not move for now. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and stood a bit closer. Lu Bai and Mahongjun exchanged glances and remained still. Seeing this, the master suggested, when arranging a 2v2 battle in the Great Soul Arena, the opponent is determined based on the one with the highest soul power among the 2. Therefore, I suggest that Ning Rongrong teams up with Lu Bai, and Oscar teams up with Mahongjun, as this will make it easier for you. No need. Li Bai decisively rejected the master's proposal. I'll only participate in one-on-one and team battles every day. That's enough. To be honest, I'm not very interested in 2-on-2 battles. However, in the Great Soul Arena, the most common team size for team battles is 7, and there are very few teams larger than that. Plus, substitute players are not allowed. The master frowned slightly. In this case, if you don't participate in 2-on-2 soul fights, your progress in accumulating results will be much slower than others. This will slow down the training progress of the others. My soul power improvement speed is slow, so I probably won't be able to graduate with the others. So being slower doesn't matter much. However, slowing down everyone's progress is indeed a problem. Lu Bai doesn't care whether he can complete the training, but he doesn't want to slow down others' training progress. Then I'll team up with Hongjun. Why not team up with me? Ning Rongrong was unhappy. Do you not consider me a friend? Before saying that, you should think carefully about why I didn't team up with Oscar. Lu Bai retorted. Oscar and I can still use the spirit fusion technique. Ning Rongrong instinctively looked at Mahongjun, thinking that Oscar was a bit better, and immediately understood Lu Bai's meaning. I'm in a team with Oscar. Lu Bai secretly gave Oscar a thumbs up. Go for it. I can only help you up to this point. Oscar also gave Lu Bai a thumbs up from a perspective that Ning Rongrong couldn't see. Good brother. Mahongjun watched their interaction and put his arm around Lu Bai's shoulder, asking in a low voice, when will you help me chase a girl? Mahongjun's interest in the opposite sex was normal now, and seeing Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar all having partners made him have some thoughts as well. Lu Bai thought carefully. At least there's a guaranteed one, and if everything goes smoothly, there could be 2. Can you handle it? Mahongjun patted his kidney. I can control the energy here, just too hot. Lu Bai nodded. All right, within 2 years, I'll help you pursue 2 girls. But you need to be mentally prepared. Those 2 girls are quite impressive. If you end up being looked down upon for not being capable, don't say I didn't help you. Mahongjun excitedly patted Lu Bai's back. Good brother. It seems you guys have formed your teams well. The master took out 8 masks from his luggage, modified based on the Shrek Academy's emblem, with a greenish color that looked poorly made. During the soul fighting, you all wear these. Say as little as possible, and try not to let people easily know your ages. Master, let's use these masks. Lu Bai took out 4 simple yet well-crafted masks from his overnight storage soul guide. Leg bag, I made these myself, using breathable and skin-friendly cotton fabric. The inner layer is woven with ice silk, which has excellent thermal conductivity and cooling effects, so it shouldn't be uncomfortable to wear. Additionally, I try to incorporate the core magic circle of the soul guide inside. When we speak, if there's a bit of soul power, it can activate the magic circle's effect and change our voices. The master fell silent, and after a few seconds, he stiffly put the mask he had taken out back. Chapter 90. Code names, combinations, and naming. After putting away his mask, the master said expressionlessly, "During team battles, you will appear under the identity of the Shrek 7 Monsters team. For the 2-on-2 soul fighting combination names, you can come up with them yourselves. In 1-on-1 soul fights, you must also use code names instead of your real names. As for this, just clarify it with the staff at the registration area, and your names will not appear in the soul fighting arena." "Master, please wait a moment." Oscar interrupted the master. "Did you just say our team's name is Shrek 7 Monsters? But there are 8 of us." The master calmly responded to Oscar. "What is the problem with calling 8 people the Shrek 7 Monsters?" "Problem?" Oscar felt his brain suddenly couldn't process it. "But how can 8 people be called 7 monsters? That's exactly the effect I want." The master nodded in satisfaction. "Because in team battles, we can have a maximum of 7 people participating, so no one would expect that there are actually 8 of you. This way, one of you can act as a secret weapon, hiding until the end." Everyone instinctively looked at Lu Bai, as currently, he was the most likely and suitable candidate to serve as the secret weapon. "What are you all looking at me for?" Lu Bai looked innocent. Given my situation, if I'm going to be a secret weapon, I definitely need to show up. Otherwise, if others see that my spirit rings are all 10-year spirit rings, but I only appear at the last moment, they can guess that there's something wrong with me without even thinking. The master agreed with Lu Bai's statement. "That's right. So Lu Bai's disguise is to be a starting player. It gives the impression that Lu Bai is someone we couldn't find and called over at the last minute to fill in." Oscar gave up on his concerns and quietly listened to the master continue speaking. "The master, earlier we talked about code names. As for what specific code names to use, I've thought of some for you. Now, I'll tell you, and you can discuss among yourselves. First, Daimu Bai. From now on, you should call yourself the evil I White Tiger in the Great Soul Arena. Then, Zhu Zhu Qing, the name of your spirit, the Nether Cat, is a pretty good code name. It's indeed very good." And both Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in satisfaction. The master continued. "Then we have Oscar. How about the codename Sausage Vendor? Ning Rongrong can directly use the codename 7 Treasure Glaze Tile. Almost all the spirit of the direct disciples of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect are the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, so using this codename can somewhat conceal your identity." Oscar looked indifferent, while Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile. Next were Xiao San and Xiao Wu. The master, Xiao San will be called Thousand-Handed Silvergrass, and Xiao Wu will be called Soft-Boned Enchanting Rabbit. What do you think? Tang San was indifferent and was about to nod when Xiao Wu complained. "That sounds bad. Silvergrass or something, it just sounds weak. Mine sounds okay, but I feel like it doesn't really reflect my current characteristics." "How about Tang San being called Thousand-Handed Shura?" Lu Bai said. "Xiao San usually seems gentle, but deep down, she has a strong killing intent, and she has a special connection with Shura. As for Xiao Wu, the rabbit is not an imposing martial soul, so don't ask for too much. The soft-boned, charming rabbit suits you well and can constantly remind you to choose your soul skills carefully." Tang San wanted to ask Lu Bai what he meant by having a special connection with Shura, but the timing wasn't right, so he couldn't ask. Xiao Wu was sulking and didn't say anything. The master, seeing that his beloved disciple could accept it, directly ignored Xiao Wu, implicitly acknowledging that she agreed with the nickname soft-boned, charming rabbit, and turned his gaze to Lu Bai. "Lu Bai, how about using the bread specialty? My bread is not as distinctive as Oscar's sausage." Li Bai thought for a moment and said, "Moreover, what I left everyone with the deepest impression should be something else." The other 7 instantly reacted and exclaimed in unison, "Soul Ring?" "See." Lu Bai Shou spread his hands. "So my codename, White Ring, is better. It really fits." The master nodded. "This codename, combined with the effect when you release your soul ring, should make some people subconsciously underestimate you, which has certain tactical significance." "What about me?" Mahongjun asked eagerly, as he was the only one without a codename. The master stroked his chin. Hongjun, you can emit black flames, which have a sinister aura, and your martial spirit is also evolving towards a phoenix. How about calling you Evil Fire Phoenix?" "Evil Fire?" Mahongjun tilted his head, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. "It seems better to just call it Black Fire." "But Black Fire Phoenix doesn't sound very good." "Then let's keep it simple. How about just Black Phoenix or Black Wong?" Lu Bai asked. "Just right, I am the White Ring, so our combination can be called the Black and White Duo or the Black and White Heroes." "Black Phoenix or Black Empress?" "The Black and White Duo, the Black and White Heroes." Mahongjun repeated it in his mouth and thought it was great. "Then I'll use the code name Black Empress." As for the combination name, let's go with black and white heroes, because the term duo always gives me a somewhat unjust feeling. Lubai nodded. All right, just like that. The 8 Shrek Academy students confirmed their respective code names. Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai Sausage Specialist, Oscar, White Ring, Lubai. Thousand Hands Azura, Tang San, Black Phoenix, Mahongjun, Softbone Charm Rabbit, Xiao Wu, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, Ning Rongrong, and Nether Spirit Cat, Zhu Zhuqing. Then, the 8 of them perfectly formed 4 combinations. The combination name for Lubai and Mahongjun has been confirmed, but the remaining 3 groups have not. Dai Mubai suggested that everyone gather together to discuss and come up with ideas, as there is still plenty of time before dark. The master had finished his instructions and indicated that they could act freely. Thus, the 8 of them gathered in Dai Mubai's room to discuss the names for the 3 combinations other than Lubai and Mahongjun. Lubai himself has a bit of a naming difficulty, so he threw out his ideas right from the start. I'll first mention what I thought of. Dai Laoda and Zhuqing. I think the cat-tiger combination or the spirit-eye combination is pretty good. Xiao Wu and Tang, Sensine have already registered the 3-5 combination, and they lost once. Their points seem to be negative, so I guess they can't change. How about Oscar and Rong being called the support combination or the glory combination? How can you still say that? Xiao Wu said angrily. You were the one who hit the hardest that day. Thinking about it now still hurts. Ning Rongrong felt a bit embarrassed. Xiao Wu, don't blame Lubai. Actually, that day, it was me who asked him to go for it. It was just bad luck to run into you guys. Huh? Xiao Wu suddenly remembered that Ning Rongrong was indeed there that day. Weren't you teamed up with Oscar? Ning Rongrong felt a bit shy and pulled Xiao Wu aside to explain quietly. Dai Mubai glanced at the 2 girls whispering in the corner and changed the topic. Ahem, as for Zhu Qing and me, the cat-tiger combination is quite fitting, but sounds a bit too cute. The spirit-eye combination. Is it a combination of spirit cat and evil eye? Zhu Zhuqing rarely spoke. The spirit-eye combination is fine. Dai Mubai immediately agreed. Then it's decided it's the spirit-eye combination. Ning Rongrong had already explained things clearly to Xiao Wu and walked over to ask. I can understand the meaning of the support combination. But what does the glory combination mean? I can understand my Rong, but Oscar's name doesn't T have Yao? It should be a homophone, Oscar guessed. Doesn't Trong sound a bit like glory? It's a homophone, but there's another layer of meaning. Lubai nodded. You 2 should be the first duo in the history of the Soul Arena composed of 2 support-type Soul Masters. You have created history by defeating Battle Soul Masters as support-type Soul Masters, which should be considered an honor. Creating history sounds good. A light of youthful enthusiasm flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Oscar, let's use the name honor combination. Could Oscar say no? Of course he could, but he wouldn't say it that way. All right, Xiao San and I will go in a match first, then we'll unregister. So Libai, you need to help us come up with a name too. Xiao Wu looked unhappy. Isn't it just about winning one more match? Tang San said helplessly. Lubai, sorry to trouble you. What do you think about blue rabbit combination or silver bone combination for you 2? Luo Bai Dao. Let's each take a character from blue silvergrass and soft bone rabbit. Blue rabbit sounds a bit better, while silver bone seems more powerful. Xiao Wu pondered for a while. I've decided. Let's call it silver bone. Tang San, win a match tonight, and then let's go to register and change the group name. Tang San looked at her fondly. All right. And then, that was it. As a result, only Luo Bai thought of the group name, and everyone else felt that what Luo Bai came up with was fine, no problem, pretty good. I casually thought of a name, and my offhand explanation was surprisingly well received. Back in his own room, Luo Bai was bewildered. Why did those guys use to say my taste was poor? In the end, Luo Bai could only attribute the reason to the cultural differences between the 2 worlds and no longer dwelled on the issue. Night fell. The 8 of them donned masks and headed towards the Soto Great Soul Arena. Chapter 91. Golden Bull Group, accompanied by the Master and 2 Deans. The 8 Shrek students entered the Great Soul Arena. As planned, they needed to change their information first. For this, they had to pay an additional 10 silver soul coins to the Great Soul Arena. For Xiao Wu and Tang San, who needed to modify their group name, not to mention deregistering their battle records. Their personal identity information and badges had to be re-registered and collected. Naturally, the registration fee had to be paid again. Fortunately, Tang San had some savings, and Xiao Wu's savings, under Tang San's management, were still quite substantial, though it was a bit painful. However, thinking about how they would earn more money from the Great Soul Arena later still couldn't ease their minds. Xiao Wu had a grim face throughout, considering that Tang San and Xiao Wu, as well as Luo Bai and Ning Rongrong, would all deregister today to avoid waste. The master hoped to postpone today's team battle to the latest possible time. However, They were informed by the Great Soul Arena staff that there were no late team battle groups today. After discussion, the three teachers decided to postpone the first team battle to tomorrow. Therefore, everyone had to complete one-on-one and two-on-two soul fighting tasks today. To avoid internal conflict during the soul fights between the four groups, the 8 of them registered separately. 2 groups registered first for the two-on-two soul fights. And after one group confirmed their battle time, the other group registered. The other 2 groups of 4 would first go for one-on-one soul fights, using the same method to stagger their registration times. Once the 2 groups completed their soul fights, they would switch and repeat the process. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, were the first 2 groups to register and apply for the two-on-two soul fights. Lu Bai and Ning Rongrong went straight to the front desk to cancel their information and re-register. They then completed the registration for 2 new combinations with Oscar and Mahongjun, respectively. The Glory combination has been registered, and here is your badge. Please keep it safe. If you need to change the combination name in the future, you will need to re-register, and past achievements will be invalidated, so please take note. Oscar and Ning Rongrong thanked them politely, and then registered for one-on-one soul fights. The black and white duo combination has been registered, and here is your badge. The staff at the Grand Soul Arena reminded Lu Bai, since you have re-registered, your previous 10 consecutive wins have been invalidated. You will need to start accumulating again. I understand. Lu Bai took the badge. Thank you for the reminder. Then he registered for the Soul Arena with Mahongjun. The first match was a one-on-one Soul Arena battle. Lu Bai and Mahongjun signed up at different times, with one person registering first, and after he entered the arena, the other person would register. Li Bai's current combat ability, a Soul Master with just over 20 levels, it's an underperformance to take down in 2 moves. Nothing much to say about it. Returning to the front desk, just arrived, Mahongjun appeared right after. Oh, how did you get here so quickly? Lu Bai greeted Mahongjun. Could it be a one-hit knockout again? Lucky to encounter a level 33. Mahongjun humbly replied, shall we go register for a two-on-two soul fight now? Li Bai nodded. Let's go. Soon, they finished the registration and, under the guidance of the staff, arrived at the rest area for the 2v2 soul duel. After about 3 minutes, a staff member came over. Excuse me, are you the black and white duo? Lu Bai and Mahongjun said in unison, yes. It's time for the 2 of you to fight for your soul. Please follow me, the staff said, leading the way ahead. Lu Bai and Mahongjun followed closely behind. The staff led the 2 of them until they reached the entrance passage for participants and then stopped. Next up is your duel. Please enter promptly after you hear the host call for you. After saying this, the staff member politely bowed and left. Li Bai, Mahongjun suddenly asked, can I go up first in the battle later? I want to see how the 3rd soul skill combines with the first 2. Of course, Lu Bai replied. Lu Bai nodded and handed over a piece of bread. Here you go. Soon, you'll be able to test the effects of your soul skills at ease. I'll back you up. With your words, I feel more confident. Mahongjun raised an eyebrow and rubbed his hands together. I hope the combinations we encounter later are tough enough. A minute later, Lu Bai and Mahongjun heard the host's passionate voice from outside the passage. Thank you to the Rabbit Dogs team and the Twin Sticks team for their wonderful showdown. Next, let's welcome the next pair of teams, the Taurus team, to battle the black and white duo. You might find the names of these 2 teams a bit unfamiliar. The Taurus team is participating in the 2v2 soul fight for the 2nd time today, while the black and white duo is competing for the first time. However, both teams are very interesting. Why do I say that? Just watch and you'll understand. As the host spoke passionately, the 2 teams for Soul Masters walked out of the contestant passage. Lu Bai and Mahongjun wore simple masks, while their opponents also wore masks. Unlike the plain masks of Lu Bai and Mahongjun, the masks of the Taurus team appear to be made of golden metal. This Taurus team is quite intriguing. Li Bai's perception detected some things that others present could not see, and he reminded Mahongjun, be careful later, the opponent is stronger than you think. Through the voice-changing effect of the mask, Li Bai's voice turned into a mixed sound as if many people were speaking at the same time. Mahongjun was taken aback and didn't react at first. When he finally recalled the effect of the mask, he tried to respond. Okay, I understand. Sure enough, Mahongjun found that his voice had also transformed into the same mixed sound. Both sides were ready. Lu Bai stood at the edge of the competition arena, showing no intention of stepping inside. Mahongjun stepped forward alone. The 2 members of the Golden Bull duo had a noticeable size difference. One was tall and sturdy, while the other was relatively short and slender. Hey, are you planning to take us on by yourself? The shorter one said with a hint of dissatisfaction towards Mahongjun. This is a 2v2 soul duel. Don't be so excited, Mahongjun said, spreading his hands and raising his chin high, mocking if your attacks can put me in danger. My teammate will naturally come to help. The host fanned the flames appropriately. Oh, it seems that the black and white duo only intends to send one person. Will the Golden Bull duo accept the challenge? And can this player from the black and white duo take on both members of the Golden Bull duo by himself? Oomph. The short one snorted coldly. Gene, let's go. The two simultaneously released their martial souls, which manifested alongside them. Both had the optimal soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, and their soul power was fully unleashed. Interestingly, the short one's martial soul was a bull, and after the martial soul manifested, his body began to grow larger and stronger, quickly surpassing the tall and sturdy one beside him, with 2 thick bull horns sprouting from his head, while the tall one was wrapped in a set of shining golden armor. The big guy was gold, while the short one was bull. Lu Bai murmured softly, Xiaonyo spirit power is level 36. Jin spirit power is level 37. Without a soul bone or special soul skill, he is not a match for Mahongjun. When the two opponents released their martial souls, Mahongjun also immediately released his martial soul and attached it, with a pair of red and black wings spreading out from his back. Lu Bai remained still. Xiaonyo saw the wings unfolding behind Mahongjun and immediately understood. This guy can fly. Without hesitation, he said, Ajin, I'll hold this bird down. You go take care of that guy in the corner. What are you two thinking? How could I let you pass? Mahongjun flapped his wings, hovering in midair, and his 3 soul rings lit up in sequence. Second soul skill, Phoenix in flames. Third soul skill, Black Phoenix spreading wings. First soul skill, Phoenix fire line. The air was filled with a scorched smell. Chapter 92. It really is a golden bull. Mahongjun continuously unleashed 3 soul skills. With the second soul ring lighting up, he was enveloped in a faint black flame. With the third soul skill activated, the faint black flame surrounding him deepened significantly, and the nearly 3-meter wide wings behind him grew larger, with all the feathers turned black by the flames. Lu Bai felt 2 waves of heat sweeping over him from more than 10 meters away, even as he stood apart from Mahongjun, who was ascending. The surrounding air quickly became dry at a speed perceivable by ordinary people, and the temperature in the entire soul arena was rising. The last soul ring lit up, and a black line, the thickness of a finger, shot out from Mahongjun's mouth. Xiaonyo was startled and shouted loudly to remind his companion, Ajin, dodge. The tall and strong figure known as Ajin had originally stood still, preparing to take Mahongjun's black line attack with his golden armor. However, upon hearing Xiaonyo's warning, he immediately moved and narrowly avoided the attack. The black line hit the ground, and, as Mahongjun turned his head, it left a charred mark on the hard floor, burning a deep trench without leaving too many signs of melting, while the residual black flames continued to burn quietly. What power? A suppressed exclamation came from under Xiaonyo's mask. Are you kidding me? Is this an attack that a soul respect can unleash? Expletive. Ajin, be careful of the attack from that black bird above. Absolutely do not take it head on. After saying that, Xiaonyo looked up Mahongjun while attempting to move towards Lu Bai. Mahongjun decisively shot out another black line. Xiaonyo, already prepared, easily dodged. As expected, this black bird doesn't intend to let us get close to his teammate. Even if your attack power is high, you are still a soul respect. I want to see how long your soul power can support you in continuously using 3 soul skills. The subsequent battle became quite dull. Mahongjun flew in the air like a fixed artillery platform, continuously firing black line attacks. Xiaonyo and Ajin repeatedly tried to rush towards Lu Bai, but each time they were intercepted by Mahongjun. After several repetitions, Mahongjun realized their intentions. They were deliberately running towards Lu Bai to force him to attack, hoping to exhaust his soul power. Naive, too naive, with Lu Bai's bread, accelerating recovery, and maintaining the operation of soul power while being distracted. Even if I use 3 soul skills at the same time, I can last at least 30 minutes. Mahongjun felt even happier at the moment. 5 minutes later, Lu Bai, somewhat bored, urged, so slow, have you finished testing your soul skills? Hurry up and deal with them, so we can go back. Mahongjun suddenly felt his pride was at stake. Got it right away. Saying this, the black flames on Mahongjun's body surged violently, as if he had transformed into a black firebird. Xiaonyo was instantly filled with unease and decisively reached out his hand toward Ajin. The silent Ajin also reached out his hand, meeting the one extended by Xiaonyo. Lu Bai saw the actions of the two and immediately perked up, his eyes widening. Here it comes. A burst of golden light. Lu Bai shielded his eyes from the blinding golden light and relied on his perception to confirm that two men were merging within it. Indeed, these two could perform a martial soul fusion technique. When he sensed their soul power levels earlier, Lu Bai noticed that the soul power fluctuations from the duo of the Golden Bull had an indistinct feeling of complementarity. It was like seeing a concave shape and a convex shape of building blocks. Even without trying to combine them, one could understand that they could fit together. As the golden light gradually faded, Xiao Niu and Jin disappeared, replaced by a majestic golden bull radiating golden brilliance. The golden bull combination was indeed fitting. Mahongjun was greatly surprised by the two performing the martial soul fusion, even slowing down his attack speed a bit. It wasn't until he saw the golden bull charging at Lu Bai that he snapped back to reality, letting out a long howl and transforming into a shadow to collide violently with the golden bull. But that was merely the surface situation. In le baisse perception, Mahongjun did not collide as a whole bird, but at the moment before impact, suddenly spewed out a black fireball as large as the golden bull's head from his mouth. Bulls are not particularly agile creatures in such a close distance. Even if the two merged into the golden bull could react, they wouldn't be able to control their bodies to evade. However, if it was about releasing an attack to forcefully counter it, they could still manage that. In a fleeting moment, the golden bull's horns emitted dazzling golden light, colliding with the black fireball that Mahongjun had expelled. The golden bull was a martial soul fusion technique initiated by a level 36 and a level 37 soul master, with soul power intensity exceeding level 40, nearly reaching level 50. Although Mahongjun's black fire had exceptional destructive power, at most it equated to the power of an average level 40 soul master, not a match for the golden bull. The golden light and black fireball erupted into a blindingly bright explosion, followed by the sound of the explosion and the strong winds generated. When the bright light faded and the smoke from the explosion dispersed, the audience and judges were astonished to find that the one at a disadvantage was actually the massive golden bull, its four limbs sprawled on the ground. Clear traces of retreat could be seen on the tile floor. The black bird was no longer enveloped in black flames. Lu Bai, who had originally been in the corner, had somehow made it to the center of the arena, with two prominent white soul rings floating around him. This guy, clearly only possessing two 10-year soul rings. Yet his soul power intensity is unperceivable. What method did he use earlier? He was actually able to break through our golden bull's defense while completely withstanding the explosion caused by our attack, and that blackbird, and that momentary speed. What on earth is this? The inner thoughts of the golden bull were extremely intense. I was so scared. I didn't expect these two could actually perform a martial soul fusion technique. Mahongjun, still shaken, said to Lu Bai, "Thank goodness you're here. But did you already know they would fuse their martial souls?" I had a suspicion, but wasn't certain. Lu Bai silently retracted the ultra-fast flowing soul power he used for defense. "Since you said you wanted to try the soul skill effect, I'll let you go first." Mahongjun complained, "You should have told me in advance. I almost got tricked." "I won't say it next time either." Lu Bai earnestly said, "There will always be a time when you venture out alone. Don't expect me to always be by your side to remind you." "I can't argue with you." Mahongjun's attention shifted to the Taurus opposite. "What should we do next? Team up to send them down? You've been fighting for so long. It's time for me to have some action." Lu Bai moved forward. "And you can't fight against that big golden bull, right?" The huge golden bull caught its breath, slowly stood up, and stared at Lu Bai, who was walking towards them, gathering soul power to charge. The not-so-intense battle lasted only a minute. Due to difficulty breathing, the golden bull combination released their martial soul fusion state. Lu Bai and Mahongjun calmly left through the entrance passage amidst the host's enthusiastic commentary. "Lu Bai, what did you just do? Can't you tell me?" Mahongjun buzzed around Lu Bai like a mosquito, chattering endlessly. "I know I can't learn it. I just want to know." "Hey, you're so annoying." Lu Bai used his soul power to turn it into a hand and block Mahongjun's mouth and nose. Woo-woo. Mahongjun couldn't breathe, and he frantically tried to grab at his mouth and nose with his hands, but he couldn't touch the tangible thing he expected. No, it should be said that he felt something, but at the moment he exerted force with his hands, the things blocking his mouth and nose softened, flowed through his fingers, and then once again sealed his mouth and nose tightly. Half a minute later, Lu Bai withdrew his soul power. "Now, do you understand?" Mahongjun nodded while gasping for breath. Chapter 93. The Shin Turtle Battle Team, Part 1. When Lu Bai and Mahongjun walked out of the fighting soul arena, they encountered Flinder. But it makes sense. Since the master specifically went to watch Tang San's fight, Flinder would definitely not overlook Mahongjun. You two follow me, Flinder said softly, and then continued walking by himself. Lu Bai and Mahongjun quickly followed. As Flinder walked, he used his soul power to communicate with the two. Lu Bai performed well, although there was almost no cooperation. It's good that you two didn't hold each other back during your first 2-on-2 soul fight. Hongjun's performance was lacking. Not only did you fail to notice that the opponent could use a martial soul fusion technique, but you also chose to attack head-on despite being at a disadvantage in soul power. If your teammate wasn't Lu Bai, you would have lost tonight's match. In front of their teacher, Mahongjun didn't dare to say a word and listened intently, taking it all to heart. Before your soul fight, I noticed that while others were leaving, you two were the slowest, Flinder emphasized again, deliberately trying to hit them hard. While watching the previous soul fights, Flinder discovered that Mahongjun's current strength, or rather his explosive power, was much stronger than what he showed during training. To be more precise, his attack power was particularly strong. The adhesive effect and lethality of his black fire exceeded that of ordinary flames, and it was not just by one level. Flinder estimated that as Mahongjun's martial soul continued to grow, it would not be impossible for him to defeat opponents by jumping a large realm in the future. This is the strength of a high-quality martial soul. However, Mahongjun's own defense and endurance were much weaker than his attack power, making him unsuitable for direct confrontation. Yet in actual combat, Mahongjun did just that. He charged at the enemy and unleashed flames at close range that could also affect himself. At that moment, Flinder wanted to directly scold him. However, there are rules for watching soul fights. People outside cannot interfere, or else the result may be deemed invalid. You should make better use of your flying advantage and attack range. Suppress your opponent from a safe distance with your powerful attack. Instead of foolishly rushing in to release flames up close, Flinder thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. However, he would hold back on necessary reminders and criticisms. He certainly didn't want to hear or see one day that his only beloved disciple ended up dead and soulless because of head-on confrontations in battle. After a round of criticism, the effect was evident. Mahongjun's spirit visibly dwindled, completely devoid of the joy and pride of winning the soul fight. As an outsider, Lu Bai saw clearly that Flinder was trying to prevent Mahongjun from becoming arrogant, and did not say any comforting words. Under Flinder's guidance, Lu Bai and Mahongjun successfully met up with the others, and then returned to the inn together. They thought they could rest, but Master called them all together with one sentence. Later, you will gather in the Dean's room to reflect and summarize the battle you experienced today. Yes. 10 minutes later, in the Master's and Dean's room, everyone had gathered. I have seen some of your soul battles today. For those I couldn't see, I had your Dean and Vice Dean watch. Once everyone was present, the Master began to speak. You can start by discussing among yourselves what areas you did not perform well in. According to your order, Mu Bai, you go first. Dai Mu Bai stepped forward, steeling himself to begin the analysis. Then it was Oscar, Lu Bai, and Tang San. All of them went through it. You all more or less know the mistakes you made, which is good. The Master first praised them, then began to criticize. However, your attitudes have significant problems. Mu Bai, you are indeed strong compared to your peers, but when compared to soul masters at the same stage, your advantages are not obvious enough. Tonight you were lucky. The opponent's soul power was similar to yours, which allowed you to win by relying on your martial soul and physical strength. But if you had given your all from the beginning, you could have won more easily. Why didn't you do that? Dai Mu Bai was left speechless. He indeed did not give his all from the start. After finishing with Dai Mu Bai, the Master's gaze shifted to Oscar. Next is Oscar. You are a support-type soul master, and I understand there are no combat methods for you to reference. However, why did you deliberately choose the combat style of a strong attack-type soul master? Oscar's expression stiffened, and cold sweat poured down. In order to show masculinity in front of Ning Rongrong, he deliberately chose a direct confrontation style, not expecting that the Master would notice. Wanting to perform in front of someone you like is not a bad thing. The Master rarely did not scold Oscar, but instead asked him seriously, "But have you thought about it? If you were defeated because you chose the wrong combat style, what will happen to Ning Rongrong? Do you think she would give up fighting? Is that the result you really want to see? She won't give up. She will fight until she is covered in injuries." At that moment, Oscar felt fear and deep regret. Seeing the desired effect achieved, the Master continued to the next. Lu Bai, you performed very well. Lu Bai, Master, let's continue to the next one. Xiao San, you went on to finish talking about Tang San, Mahongjun, and Xiao Wu, and then it was Ning Rongrong's turn. Ning Rongrong, your performance today was quite good. However, there is one thing. It seems you don't have a systematic understanding and direction regarding the combat style of support-type soul masters. The master expressed his feelings. However, I can't give you too much advice on this matter. If you have time, you might as well communicate more with Oscar and Labai. As your seniors, they should be able to impart some experience to you. Finally, for Zhu Zhuqing, like Labai, the master expressed satisfaction and had nothing more to say. Today is the first day, and that's all I want to say. The master concluded. Every day after completing the soul battles and returning to the hotel, you must hold a reflection meeting like this. The meeting can only end when you no longer need us, teachers, to give suggestions. Dismissed on the spot. Except for Liu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, the other 6 people all appeared to be deep in thought as they returned to their rooms. The next day, everyone was free to move around. If they didn't want to waste time, cultivating their soul power was almost the only option. It allowed them to gradually enhance their soul power while ensuring they were fully energized for the battles at night. Exercising was not impossible, but it was not very advisable or suitable. If daytime workouts led to excessive physical exhaustion, it could negatively impact the results of that evening's soul battles, making it not worth the effort. However, Liu Bai did not have this issue. He could achieve highly efficient recovery through deep sleep. And even after engaging in high-intensity exercise during the day, he could ensure that both his physical and soul power were restored to optimal levels before the night. Instead, the limitations of the venue were more significant. The single rooms in the inn were small and not sturdy enough. Any careless move could damage the floor, walls, or other furniture in the room, making it an unsuitable place for exercising. Outside Soto City, there were suitable locations, but they were not safe enough. Liu Bai cannot casually find a place to lie down and sleep. If he were to be found dead by someone or a beast, it would be a laughing matter. Therefore, in terms of results, all Liu Bai can do is cultivate his soul power and continuously improve his soul power cultivation methods and the efficiency of his soul breathing techniques based on the feedback from the panel regarding his soul power enhancement speed. Fortunately, cultivation is always fulfilling and leaves no time for boredom. The sky darkens again. Shrek Academy gathers as they did yesterday, disguises themselves, arrives at the Great Soul Arena, and splits up for registration. In short, those preparing to participate in one-on-one and two-on-two soul fights first need to resolve their matters to ensure that he is in the best possible condition for the upcoming team battles. Mahongjun gives up on today's one-on-one soul fight and only participates in a two-on-two soul fight with Liu Bai. After that, the 7 of them, having rested, welcome their first 7-person team battle soul fight. Liu Bai sat in the audience with the master and the 2 deans. Although your current position is a substitute, it's good to observe their teamwork in combat. When it's your turn, it won't feel too unfamiliar. That's what the master said. Liu Bai could only endure the pain of paying a silver coin for the soul fighting spectacle. Just as he took his seat, he thought of a question and asked, "By the way, Master, who is their opponent today?" Originally, I hoped they would face a team called Berserker Team yesterday, but unfortunately, I missed that opportunity. The master said, however, today I discovered a team that is even more suitable as their first opponent. You could say it's a blessing in disguise. This team is called the Xiangui Team. Chapter 94, Xiangui Team, Part 2, Xiangui Team? Liu Bai confirmed that it was the first time he heard this name, but there was a strong sense of déjà vu, as if he had heard it somewhere before. What kind of team is it? And why do you think this team is suitable as their opponent for the first match? The master did